Chapter 1. The Sea Garden, year 1507, Sphinx Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the shoreline, everything appeared to be enveloped in tranquility. In the distance, however, a young man shattered this serenity, a sharply dressed figure with short, golden hair, who was shouting as if driven mad. "Is anyone there? Someone, please save me." The man, known as Long Tian, was a familiar face among the reclusive, introverted individuals. Rewind to the previous night, within a certain district of the magical metropolis. Long Tian was sitting before his computer, witnessing the defeat of Teacher Kai and the preparations for the nation's establishment. "Wow, Teacher Kai, you're making me cry." After sharing his thoughts, Long Tian stretched his body, as was his usual routine. As a weary office worker, he found his leisure time consumed by lengthy commutes. Yet, as a late-blooming homebody, he could not resist the allure of watching anime on his computer. Sigh, it's so late again. Tomorrow is another day of work. He shut down his computer, preparing for sleep. While brushing his teeth, he mused, "Oh, if only the two-dimensional world were real." At that moment, his computer screen suddenly flickered to life. Long Tian paused, perplexed, and moved closer. The screen boldly displayed, "Do you wish to become a savior? Click confirm on the left, agree on the right." What the heck is this? Am I seeing things? Long Tian rubbed his eyes. No, he wasn't mistaken. It seemed like a typical trope from another world. But why did the options appear identical? Without a second thought, he maneuvered the mouse and clicked the large X in the corner. Seriously, what a ridiculous dream, he scoffed. Yet the computer screen went black, and he chuckled. "Ah, it seems I've stayed up too late. Just an illusion, haha." Ignoring the sudden bizarre occurrence, he lay down peacefully in bed and drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, the computer began to stir, assembling itself into a life-sized robot from various materials. The robot's face, represented by the computer screen, displayed a myriad of expressions before settling on a single phrase. "I apologize for taking so long to find you. I'm fading away. But before I go, I wanted to have one last bit of fun. I hope you understand." Reincarnation punch in another world. The robot transformed into an enormous fist aimed directly at Long Tian's forehead. Boom! Boom! That night, a news ticker scrolling across the screen in the magical metropolis reported, "Friendly reminder. Always turn off all gas lines when traveling. A couple in Building X of a certain complex has suffered an explosion due to an oversight while on vacation. The gas line at home was left unattended, resulting in an explosion. Currently, there are no reported casualties." When Long Tian awoke, he found himself on a deserted island, his appearance and clothing completely altered. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with an alien landscape that sent him into a panic. He began to sprint towards the forest, shouting towards the sea. Yet after a whole day, he encountered no one. Suddenly, the sky shifted dramatically. A voice resonated from above. "Welcome, host, to the world of One Piece. We hope you enjoy your stay. Please choose your name in this world." Wait a minute, what? A bewildered orange cat appeared, soaring on a flying carpet, gazing at Long Tian in confusion. "Who are you and why am I here? Did you bring me to this place? Take me back immediately." Seeing the cat, Long Tian felt he had grasped at a lifeline and urgently inquired. To his astonishment, the very culprit behind his predicament replied, "I am the VVP customer service of the pirate travel system. By the way, why are you here?" I distinctly remember the database selecting a host that wasn't you. Upon hearing this, Long Tian felt utterly numbed, so his crossing into this world was merely a fluke? Before the cat could elaborate further, he was overtaken by rage and hurled a nearby stick at it. "Get down here. If you're so brave, come down instead of floating up there." After 10 minutes of futile attempts to hit the hovering cat, he surrendered, realizing he couldn't harm it from below. The cat, still floating above, continued, "I already told you it was a mistake. It wasn't intentional. After all these years as customer service, it's reasonable for me to make an error. I've apologized, so what more do you want? I could even bow for you." It then bowed, though its face showed no hint of remorse before continuing, "As for taking you back, that's impossible right now." Watching Long Tian's complexion pale, the cat tried to console him. "However, as long as you can complete the final mission, you may still return. Don't worry, Even though there's been a mishap, I can't directly assist you, but I can give you some good items to help you survive. Long Tian was livid. He was thrust into the world of One Piece. As an ordinary person, he doubted he could survive even 2 episodes. What was worse, his system was utterly stripped down, this accursed cat system. Calming himself, he realized the urgency was to understand his current location and what this flawed system could offer him. He turned to the cat. You have a name, right? Let's discuss what you can provide me. What mission must I complete to return? You can call me Padona Meow, given that you are not the originally intended host and your compatibility with the system is currently 0. You will find it difficult to obtain anything substantial. However, I can grant you 12 summoning scrolls today, and occasionally I might send you random tasks, though the rewards will also be entirely random. Note, the randomness is key. With that, it held up its paw, showcasing 12 white cards that floated around. Should you alter the original storyline, there will also be random rewards. As for the method of returning, you will discover that later. Why only 12 scrolls? The summoned beings might not even obey me, and this randomness seems overly casual. Is there no hidden manipulation involved? Padona scratched its head, responding with a hint of exasperation. Host, you must be dreaming. The summoned characters can choose themselves, but their loyalty is not guaranteed. Whether they follow you or not is beyond my control. But this was not the time to dwell on that. The priority was to ascertain where he was. Long Tian pondered and inquired about his location, to which the cat bluntly replied, You think of it yourself. As Padona grew increasingly animated, it nearly drenched Long Tian in an artificial downpour of excitement. I am generously providing you with numerous benefits, and you still aren't satisfied? It playfully swatted Long Tian's head with its paw and continued. I suggest you focus on enhancing your abilities. First, just a friendly reminder. You are currently in the latter half of the Grand Line New World. With that, it pulled a lollipop from its belly and began to eat. What was this Grand Line and its latter half? Upon realizing his approximate location, Long Tian pondered. Was this system trying to get him killed? With his physical condition, he was surely doomed. First things first, survival was paramount. Thoughts of returning could wait. Surveying his surroundings, Long Tian resolved to find a way to endure until the next day. He had no idea what island he was on, so he needed to seek out resources to stay alive. He also needed a place to rest, as the area was entirely encircled by a dense forest, and a lack of food and water was a pressing concern. With this in mind, Long Tian wasted no time and began searching the woods. Fortune smiled upon him as he finally discovered a small house just before nightfall. He approached cautiously, noting that the room appeared deserted, with no signs of wild beasts nearby. Upon entering, he found the interior devoid of any inhabitants, though marked by various knife scars and shattered walls. He commenced a search for supplies while constantly glancing around. Hey, Padona, as a newcomer, do I get any special starter package? Long Tian asked while rummaging through the room. There is one, but it is also a random reward. Do you want it? Padona responded, still enjoying its lollipop. What? Why didn't you mention it? Long Tian exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Oh, I forgot. Padona replied nonchalantly, do you want it or not? Indeed, this was a typical corporate move. Random rewards, even for newcomers, with the added bonus of do you want it? Not wanting to pass up an opportunity, especially considering his current strength, would likely lead to his demise if he left the island. Why not go for broke? I want it. Let's open it now. My life hinges on this. All right, but before you start, please define a new name for your character to commence your journey. Change my name? It really feels like a game. Fine, they'll go with Eglin Layside. He chose a username he often used while gaming. From now on, the protagonist will be referred to as Layside. This will be your new name. Host once confirmed. It cannot be altered, and the language module will be reset. The host need not worry about language barriers in the future. The beginning package is as follows. A box of essential supplies, large cuts of meat from sea creatures, a bucket of fresh water, one body enhancement pill, and a randomly assigned devil fruit available for use tomorrow. Receiving the necessary food and water brought great joy to Reishid. Furthermore, possessing a body enhancement pill seemed to augment his chances of survival in this world. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain that left him momentarily dazed. His body felt as though it were being torn apart, an indescribable discomfort coursing through him, gritting his teeth against the agony. He lay flat and addressed the system, saying, "Dead cat, this pill has such a potent after effect. Why didn't you warn me?" Pajuona glanced at him and replied, "It's not so bad. Your body was originally weak, and such transformations are bound to be intense, but will pass swiftly." No sooner had she spoken than Lehide's body ceased its stretching. His once diminutive frame had been elongated to a height of 2 meters, and his former beer belly had vanished, leaving him with a notably flat abdomen. Though the growth was modest, it provided Lehide with a solid foundation for his physique. After lying on the ground to recover for a while, he quickly got up and surveyed his surroundings. The area remained quiet, devoid of any unforeseen incidents during this time. Lehide prepared to cook the meat, kindling a fire to roast the large cuts. He and his feline companion sat on a wooden stump, savoring their dinner as he chewed on the meat. He casually remarked, "Pajuona, to what extent has my body been enhanced? Am I now capable of battling the 7 warlords?" Pajuona scolded him. "Incredulous, what are you thinking? You believe that after consuming one enhancement, you're ready to face the 7 warlords? Why don't you challenge Kaido Onionon while you're at it? Listen carefully. You are currently at the level of an ordinary pirate, a mere human." Ignoring Lehide's disappointed expression, Pajuona produced an empty tent from thin air, preparing to sleep. "Wait, does the system need to sleep too? How did you conjure that?" Lehide exclaimed, utterly astonished by the sight before him. "Why would the customer service be a cat? We don't need rest. As for what you witnessed, teleportation, invincibility, folding space, those are merely functions accessible to those with hands. Don't even think about it. You won't possess such abilities. They're unique to me. That will be all for now. See you tomorrow." With that, she changed into a set of pajamas and floated into the tent, ignoring Lehide's attempts to call her, left with no choice. He removed his jacket and found a relatively warm corner to sleep, contemplating whether the meat he had just cooked was adequately done. Inside the tent, Pajuona lay on her side, and a faint voice murmured, "Even after 100 years, you still chose this name, my master." The following morning, Lehide awoke early. Unable to rest well in such harsh conditions, he rose and headed to the shore to wash up. Using seawater while reflecting on his solitary existence, he felt an acute need for companionship, someone to converse with and alleviate his boredom. However, his current weakness meant he could not summon a partner too powerful, lest they turn against him. After a moment of contemplation by the sea, he settled on a candidate and returned to the dilapidated house to engage in his daily exercise routine. Survival depended on growing stronger, otherwise his frail limbs would hardly withstand the challenges of the island. Currently, he was engaged in intense physical activity. 47,102, 300. Good heavens, after doing 300, I can hardly bear it. How can I survive with such pitiful stamina? Lehide sighed, gazing at his own body in dismay. "Ah, up early for training, are we? Quite commendable. You are integrating well into this world. Allow me to offer some advice. It would be best for you to forget your former identity, as this is not a game where lives can be reset." As those words left her mouth, Pajuona lazily emerged from the tent, continuing, "Your potential far exceeds what you currently believe. It is merely your own mind that restricts your body. Overcome these limitations, and you will venture further in this world." Upon seeing Pajuona, Lehide stood up and expressed his desire to summon his first character. "Oh, you wish to summon a character so soon? Very well. From now on, simply envision the character in your mind, and you can draw them to you. The system will assess their current abilities to determine whether to enhance or weaken them. If the summoning is successful, you may receive random rewards." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to say, "By the way, you can use the devil fruit tonight. All rewards from the beginner package will be granted to you. From now on, I shall remain by your side, but be warned. If either you or the summoned character mentions the existence of the system to anyone in this world, I shall be responsible for sending you on your way." Having said this, Pajuona produced a lollipop from her pocket and began to eat it, perched on a new airborne gadget resembling a small airplane. Hearing this, Lehide felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that the system's primary role was to monitor them, ready to dispose of him at the slightest provocation. Ignoring it, he silently recited a name in his mind, and before him appeared a door. Upon opening it, A wave of dark energy surged forth, revealing a figure emerging from within a 9-year-old boy, with disheveled hair and a massive two-handed axe resting on his shoulder. His eyes brimming with murderous intent. Azura, born from the film Azura, had been abandoned by his mother and lived a life akin to that of a wild beast, with humans becoming his prey. He was a tragic embodiment of that era, knowing only slaughter and survival. Yet if one could unlock the depths of his heart, Azura would be the finest choice for a companion. When Azura beheld a man before him, he uttered not a word, raising his axe to strike, his gaze filled with lethal intent. Reishid, caught off guard, was swiftly felled to the ground. Azura, please calm down and listen to me, before he could finish his plea. Azura's axe came crashing down once more. With no other option, Reishid rolled aside and bolted towards the door. One evaded while the other attacked, and thus the scuffle spilled from the abandoned cottage into the surrounding woods. Well now, Reishid, how did you end up in such a state? Patona, lounging in a plane while enjoying a hot pot, teased nonchalantly. Reishid felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Who knows? Kids these days are so strong at just 9. No sooner had he spoken than a fresh wound appeared on his body, a mere graze across his neck. It seemed that Azura still lacked the power of speech, and Reishid could only try to subdue him while grasping the axe's handle. However, to his astonishment, Azura's strength was astounding. Not only did he fail to reclaim the weapon, but he was also flung away instead. Dazed from crashing against the tree trunk, Reishid found himself perplexed. What kind of 9-year-old was this? Was he to become the first traverser to be slain by the character he summoned? Before he could ponder further, Azura launched another attack. The speed of the axe's swing suggested that if Reishid hesitated even a moment longer, he might lose his head at that moment. Reishid had yet to learn any combat techniques, so his best method of attack was to rely on close-quarter punches, brutal and straightforward. Seizing the handle of Azura's axe again, he resolved to engage in a test of strength this time. Patona, who had been observing the spectacle, finally spoke up. You truly lack any technique. Your best approach is to flail and strike at close range. However, it will ultimately come down to whose will to survive is stronger. Hurry, unleash your latent potential. The battle, having begun in the morning, now approached the afternoon, but showed no signs of abating. Dust particles swirled in the air as the two figures continued their relentless exchange. Reishid's suit was in tatters, discarded to the side, while his bare torso bore countless bruises. Azura had long lost his axe, his body marked with the imprints of fists. Huff, my consciousness is fading, Reishid thought. Nearing his limits, as a recluse, he found himself overwhelmed by this intense combat, feeling as though he might perish if he continued. The fight raged on, claw against fist, kicks to the groin, blocks, and eye jabs. All of Reishid's attacks were effortlessly thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, Azura unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 boom. Reishid was once again sent crashing against a tree. Patona, having watched the entire scene unfold, muttered to himself, this battle is still too early for him. It seems I must intervene at that moment. The colors around Patona began to shift from orange to white. Reishid's awareness was slipping, his limbs moving solely by instinct. This style of combat won't suffice. You must fight with your instincts. Alas, this may be my last chance to assist you. A voice echoed in Reishid's mind, jolting him back to clarity. Whose voice was that? Before he could ponder further, Azura's claws lunged toward his neck. In the next instant, Reishid stood still, devoid of any detectable aura, effortlessly dodging the attack and sending Azura flying with a well-placed kick. With a crash, Azura struggled to emerge from the splintered tree, his eyes wide with disbelief. This man had suddenly transformed as if he were a different person altogether. Azura roared, charging forward once more. It appears I need not intervene, Patona remarked, returning to his original orange hue. Retrieving his lollipop and reclining into a state of indolence. In the ensuing battle, the tide had decisively turned. Reishid gradually sensed his stamina returning. Slowly, he began to perceive Azura's movements more clearly. Noticing that the boy's actions had even begun to slow. Countering the attack, Reishid summoned his remaining strength, delivering an elbow strike to Azura's chest, followed by a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As Azura rebounded, Reishid unleashed a barrage of punches, propelling him into a tree. Ultimately, both combatants collapsed, losing consciousness. Even after all this time, you still endure, Patona observed from above, incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed at Reishid's recent actions. As dawn broke, the air remained thick with the dust particles from yesterday's battle. In the woods where they had fought, the figures of both men lay still, neither having regained consciousness. Reishid, having just begun to rouse, was met with excruciating pain, compelling him to lie back down. That I recommend you remain lying down for now and assess your injuries. Patona reappeared. Your fighting skills are truly lacking, and what do you intend to do with the fruit? The devil fruit could be utilized. The sudden realization invigorated Reishid. After lying still for a moment, he sprang to his feet, pondering the nature of the fruit. Was it a paramecia, a logia, or a zoan? Regardless, he resolved to consume it, as it was undoubtedly the quickest path to strengthening himself. Patona, what sort of fruit is this? If I eat it, will there be any adverse effects? Well, it's called a devil fruit. How could it possibly be without side effects? This fruit will significantly enhance your abilities. Tada. It's the zoan-type bull fruit, mythical beast, Shieji. Patona held up a fruit resembling a large watermelon. Mythical beast? But wait, why does this fruit only have a name and no form? Reishid sensed something was amiss. Oh ho, you're quite sharp. Why didn't you display such acumen yesterday? Because this is a uniquely evolvable fruit. Or rather, mythical beasts are inherently designed that way, as long as you possess the materials for evolution. Any mythical beast can evolve to its final form. Your fruit's advantage is its potential for extensive development, Patona explained as he handed over the fruit. Hearing this novel perspective on the devil fruit left Reishid somewhat bewildered. Evolution? And any mythical beasts? Was this akin to playing Digimon? If Shieji indeed corresponded to the legendary creature from his homeland, it would be a formidable ally. Larger specimens resembled bulls, while smaller ones were akin to goats. Similar to the Qilin, covered in thick, dark fur, with bright, spirited eyes, and usually adorned with a single horn, it symbolized valor, justice, and served as an emblem of fairness, integrity, and transparency in governance. This fruit was tailor-made for the Navy. Now that such a fruit has fallen into my hands, I must consume it at AS for the extensive development. What category does that fall under, Patona? Reishid was uncertain about Patona's notion of extensive development. Fool! Extensive development means that as long as you dare to envision it and possess the requisite strength, you can achieve it. Logia elemental transformation, paramecia awakening, and much more, Patona declared, his gaze filled with disdain as he set his candy down. Reishid, exasperated, replied, "What kind of look is that? Such concepts have never appeared in the anime. How would I know? If you have any objections, send me back. Oh, if you're so bold, why not refuse to eat it? Then have the courage to send me back. Prove you can resist eating it." Thus, one person and one cat resembled children at kindergarten, engaging in a quarrel. As noon approached, the bellies of both parties growled in unison, prompting an unspoken agreement to cease their arguments and commence meal preparations. Pakana had already prepared her food, while Leakside could only begrudgingly roast his meat. "You stingy miser, you won't even share this little bit of food." The food made by the system can only be consumed by Meow. If you others try to eat it, it will simply vanish. Do you understand, foolish host? Pakuna's disdainful gaze was palpable. "Tisich, so proud of your system-made food. I'll just make my own." Who needs yours?" Despite his words, his body betrayed him as he watched Pakuna eat, saliva dripping in envy as he grilled his meat. His eyes were drawn to the Azura beside him, who had been unconscious since yesterday. It was not due to a lack of breath, as he had assumed the creature had perished. Before his awakening, Leakside resolved to consume the devil fruit. Just a single bite would grant him immense power, no matter how unpalatable. He could not spit it out. Comforting himself, Leakside timidly took a small bite. In an instant, an indescribable, bizarre taste enveloped his mouth. It felt akin to the odor of socks that hadn't been washed in a decade, mixed with the stench of leftover slop. And even worse than that, he nearly vomited, desperately clamping his mouth shut. Last, he swallowed. Phew, that was truly dreadful. Why hasn't the remaining fruit shriveled? What is up with that dead cat? Explain. Pakana remained unfazed, continuing her lunch as she spoke. Tisich, foolish one, that after all, this is one of the few fruits I bestow upon you, so it is bound to be unique. Eating one bite grants you power, but the more you consume, the greater your initial abilities will be. And who told you that leftover devil fruits would wither away? Oh, so does this mean I have to eat the entire fruit? Heaven, take pity on him. While his mind resisted, his hands reached for the remaining fruit. For the sake of strength, sobbing inwardly, he braced himself as he took another bite. This was truly horrendous. No deception there. After about an hour, the fruit was entirely consumed. Even the tea this point, he lay on the ground. Feeling nauseous, phew, Leakside felt as if he could expel his very stomach. Ultimately, all that came out was water. This moment, he retrieved some fresh water to soothe his parched throat, completely unable to eat any of the roasted meat beside him. His stomach remained in revolt. There was no choice but to experience the abilities granted by the fruit, which were unlike any previous animal powers. Leakside's entire body proportionately enlarged by nearly double. His lower limbs transforming into clawed hooves akin to a wolf's, yet his upper body remained unchanged. Why is only my lower half transformed? Other pirates' animal forms either transform their upper bodies or their entire selves. Why am I the exception? Hohaha! It's laughable that even the fruit thinks you've only got a lower half to your intellect. Dash! Pakuna chuckled at Leakside, whose face had turned beet red with embarrassment. Infuriated, Leakside leaped into the air, raising his arms as if intending to overturn the table. Unfortunately, his wish was thwarted, as in an instant Pakuna and her tent-like table appeared behind him. TSK, TSK, TSK. You say you're weak, but refuse to acknowledge it. You still don't realize how much you need to train your close combat skills. If only you had waited a little longer yesterday, you could have eaten the devil fruit, yet you rushed and nearly got yourself killed by the character you summoned. Brother, as a fellow traveler, have some respect for your own brain. Shouldn't you be pondering how to develop your skills? Pakuna's words struck a chord with Leakside. Indeed, what had he been thinking since his arrival in this world? He could have easily obtained the fruit and defeated Azura in just a few hours. Why had he nearly faced death? Hey, Leakside, what are you really thinking? Still treating this like a game? He muttered to himself, pacing back and forth in reflection. Pakuna observed Leakside's contemplative state and finally spoke up. Hey, you're not going to shut down on me, are you? Leakside responded, winky face. Shut down? Absolutely not. I am determined to return to my original world. No one can stop me from going home. I swear. Leakside, I'm not joking. If you continue with that carefree attitude, you won't survive long here. Moreover, with your current nonchalant demeanor, you won't accomplish the final task to return home. Pakuna rarely offered such earnest advice to, so you're going to tell me how to get back home? Leakside asked, intrigued that I can certainly tell you, to prevent you from continuing down this path. Pakuna continued, you must complete your tasks to return home. What? Upon hearing this, Leakside stood there, dumbfounded. A low voice emerged as Leakside turned to see Azura finally awakening. Spotting the meat roasting by the fire, he sprang forward without regard for his burns or the meat's doneness. I'll have to starve until evening. Leakside chuckled bitterly, waiting for Azura to devour the food before signaling him over. Azura, come here. After a moment's hesitation, Azura approached cautiously, using both hands and feet. He then slowly spoke, Azura, expressing his confusion about the name. Yes, Azura. How do you like the name I gave you? Want to travel with me? There's meat to eat, Leakside said, pointing to the box beside him. Meat? Azura smiled. Although he appeared fearsome, it was the first time he had ever smiled. It felt as if he had found something significant. The following days were spent with Leakside primarily training and teaching Azura to speak. Finally, they could engage in some basic conversations. Brother, we're running low on meat. Azura pointed at the box, looking at Leakside. Let's eat first. After we finish today, we'll rely on ourselves. Tomorrow we must prepare to head to that place. Leakside advised. Azura then pulled out a gleaming card from his pocket, which prominently displayed the Roman Colosseum. This was one of the random rewards given to him by the cat upon successfully recruiting Azura, an arena for training. Note, this card grants access to the training ground, which can provide the most necessary abilities based on the current character entering. Currently, only one person can enter. After dinner, The Sea King meat and fresh water had been entirely consumed. And starting tomorrow, Lakeside and Azura would need to search for resources on their OWN in this regard. Azura was truly a master of survival in the wild, adept at securing both meat and fruit. Freshwater collection had already begun, with Lakeside constructing a collector from wood, stones, and turtle shells, though it contained quite a bit of impurities. Still, it was fresh water. After improving the turtle shell, the two sat by the fire, extracting a metallic rectangular object that turned out to be a phone, another reward. This phone could present content he had previously viewed. Currently, it was for Azura to use, though his peculiar interest lay in watching documentaries about the animal kingdom. Lakeside let him be while he began his nighttime training. Engaging with his self-made equipment, he performed bodyweight exercises while casually chatting with the system. Pakuna, do you know how to train the hockey techniques in this world? Utterly speechless, Pakuna, who had long since tired of the subject, replied, You think I should know about that? You woke me up in the middle of the night just to talk about this? No, I was just curious about the hockey techniques in this world. After all, I have no idea where I am now, and I haven't encountered anyone else. I'm about to head to the training ground, but I don't know what they teach or what our current levels are like. Do we even have the qualifications to survive? Lakeside continued his workout while speaking. Stop overthinking. Your fruit development is just passable, and the other person is far too weak at this rate. You probably wouldn't even stand a chance against those folks on the island. Pakuna began, but then abruptly covered her mouth. Lakeside, noticing the slip, inquired, The folks on the island. So you know where we are. What kind of beings exist on this island? Faced with relentless questioning, Pakuna chose to feign death, swiftly retreating back into the tent, resolutely refusing to emerge. Brother, what were you discussing with that cat? Ashura approached Reishid, wielding a phone and an axe. Oh, it's nothing of consequence. Now, let us commence our final pre-sleep training. Reishid replied with a smile, gently ruffling Ashura's hair. Ashura handed a card to Reishid, and they proceeded to a clearing in the forest. Both took their positions, creating distance between them. Ashura, gripping his axe, lowered his body slightly in a poised stance, while Reishid casually stood, activating his form. Unlike before, he now wielded a pair of bone knives, makeshift weapons crafted from the bones of hunted beasts. His arms bore two small, shield-like objects, a manifestation of the Siege's balance form. As a symbol of law, the Siege represents equality and fairness through its scales, by orienting the scales on his arms towards his opponent. Reishid could assume a defensive posture, triggering his defense mechanism. The damage sustained from the scales would still be his burden to bear. It would be shared with the attacking party. Reishid possessed formidable resilience, being of the animal lineage, and he noticed his stamina and endurance were continually improving. After a strenuous battle with Ashura, he had fully recovered by the next day, and after a difficult second victory, he needed merely one night to restore his strength on the third day. He triumphed over Ashura in just 2 hours. The recently developed balance mode enforced a strict exchange of damage. Consequently, Ashura had endured considerable hardship over the past few days, as Reishid absorbed all his attacks without evasion. However, Ashura found it imperative to dodge Reishid's strikes. Feeling the increasing weight of each blow, during their training session, Reishid withstood a single-axe strike and retaliated with a punch, sending Ashura flying into a tree, with the reflected damage from the axe striking him. Ignoring the pain, Ashura pushed himself off the tree and leaped back into the fray, axe in hand. Yet it was not long before he succumbed to the damage reflection once more, losing his combat effectiveness entirely. Nevertheless, Ashura's endurance was visibly improving, as both his strength and speed were increasingly apparent. Reishid felt a sense of pride witnessing Ashura's rapid progress. Upon reverting to his original state, Reishid laid Ashura down to administer first aid. These are merely common herbs. Make do with them for now. You're growing stronger by the day. Ashura's recovery was swift, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be fully restored by the following day. However, he glanced at his battle-worn axe, which had suffered significant damage over the course of their daily skirmishes. Hey, brother, my axe is broken. Can you repair it? Ashura pointed to his dilapidated weapon. That's a good question. I can't, Reishid replied with a wry smile. Once we set sail, I will find the finest craftsman to forge you a new axe. Rest well. Tomorrow morning we shall prepare to begin, Reishid reassured the disappointed Ashura, patting his head. Ashura nodded and lay down, thinking to himself how his brother had promised him a better weapon, which filled him with joy as he drifted into slumber. Reishid observed Ashura's deep sleep with a tinge of envy. Reflecting on his own troubled past with sleep, in his previous life, he had struggled to find rest, often only managing to fall asleep in the wee hours of the night. Now, in this pirate world devoid of entertainment, he found himself exhausting his body through rigorous training to achieve a semblance of rest. As Ashura slumbered soundly, Reishid rose and retrieved something from his pocket. Moments later, he held the training ground card, gazing at it, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he smiled softly, placing the card against his chest. He whispered to the card, "Activate the combat training ground. Set the time for 8 a.m. Sleep well. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your training." Meanwhile, Gulalala, "Marco, how did you get injured?" Whitebeard chuckled. Marco recounted the events involving Reishid in detail. Then, silence enveloped him as he contemplated the fact that his most trusted captain had been wounded by an unknown boy. Stirring his curiosity, "Gulalala, Marco, where is that little rascal now?" "Indeed, Pops, he's quite peculiar. I didn't bind him, nor did I use sea stone. He didn't flee, remaining stationary, rendering my flame-watching bird useless," Marco replied, exasperated. "An interesting little brat. He couldn't possibly be one of those two fellow subordinates. If he were, he would have found a way to escape. His bizarre abilities suggest he is a newly acquired mythical Zoan," Whitebeard declared, setting off towards the forest. "Pops, wait for me, and you're going the wrong way," Marco exclaimed, quickly pursuing him. "It seems Pops intends to take this kid under his wing," Marco mused. Meanwhile, Reishid, oblivious to the commotion, was quietly recovering his strength. His encounter with Marco had yielded significant insights. He felt he was on the cusp of grasping the essence of observation hockey. However, he realized his fruit ability was overly singular. Against a fast opponent, he would struggle to utilize his powers effectively. Marco, while not among the fastest, was still formidable. If he were to face Jozu, he would likely be unable to transform at all. Lost in contemplation, Reishid suddenly noticed the surroundings darkening, that a figure descended before him. A colossal aura rendering his breath labored. He glanced at the massive crater below, and then at the figure's visage. Edwin Newgate. "The strongest man on the seas. Gulalala, you're the little brat who trespassed into the forest, aren't you?" Whitebeard's familiar voice sent a chill down Reishid's spine, who now wished to remain hidden within the woods. "Brother, it's truly a misunderstanding. I got lost at sea and became separated from my family. I didn't intrude." Reishid waved his arms in frantic explanation. "Another child of the sea, huh? Gulalala, since you can't go back. Then consider yourself my son and stay aboard my ship to wreak havoc across the seas in my name. Huh." Reishid was left dumbfounded by Whitebeard's declaration. What kind of joke is this? "You're far too old to adopt me as your son." He adamantly rejected the notion. Despite his previous admiration for Whitebeard, it felt absurd to call a stranger father when he already had parents. What sort of insolence is this? How dare you speak to Pops like that? At that moment, Marco arrived and attacked Reishid without hesitation, unleashing a phoenix strike, familiar yet distinctly different. Prepared this time, Reishid activated his balance form, raising the scales before him to share the damage with Marco. Both spat blood simultaneously. For the immortal phoenix, such wounds would heal swiftly, yet Reishid's recovery was far from instantaneous. Despite being of the same mythical Zoan lineage, their recuperative abilities were worlds apart. Observing Marco, who was being continuously injured by a boy lacking hockey, Whitebeard's resolve to recruit him strengthened. The battle raged on. "Ugh, the burn on my chest hurts like hell." "Wait," Reishid muttered to himself. Since the Siege's ability was rooted in fairness, why not attempt to redistribute his injuries? He concentrated on transferring the severe burns to his uninjured areas to his surprise. The burn on his chest began to fade, while other parts of his body bore the brunt of the pain. Though discomfort coursed through him, this newfound capability allowed Reishid to exchange injuries with Marco, providing him the means to lessen his suffering while leveraging his own recovery abilities. Before Marco's eyes, the scene before him was astonishing, belonging to the realm of mythical beasts with remarkable regenerative abilities. Lade had most of his wounds concealed beneath his garments. In Marco's perception, Lade not only possessed peculiar abilities, but also exhibited an extraordinary level of recovery. In their initial encounter, he had not witnessed such resilience that rivaled his own. Could it be that Lade was concealing his true capabilities? Observing his performance, it seemed unlikely that he was merely one of the two Emperor's subordinates, if he indeed did not belong to either of them. Then Marco felt compelled to recruit him and test his mettle further. After a moment of contemplation, Marco decided to take action, this time withholding no mercy. His fists accelerated in speed, and the azure flames danced as he relentlessly assaulted Lade. Proclaiming, "Boy, you can scarcely stand, yet you still cling to hope that if you simply confess, I, in the name of the Whitebeard Pirates, guarantee your safe passage. Leave? I cannot abandon my comrade who awaits me. Remember, I never utter falsehoods." Lade asserted as he rose to his feet, now taking the offensive. With a fierce roar, he gathered strength in his legs, crossed his arms, and propelled himself toward Marco in a spiraling motion. Well met. If you fear not death, then come forth. Phoenix stamp. Marco, this time, did not hold back, delivering a decisive blow that reverted Lade to a state akin to that of an ordinary person. Subsequently, he cast a glance toward Whitebeard, who nodded in acknowledgement, and together they approached Lade. Breathing heavily, Lade lay on the ground, his eyes ablaze, gazing at the approaching figures of Marco and Whitebeard. At that moment, an aura of divine beastly pressure surged from him. Conqueror's Haki, Marco mused, observing the devastation surrounding Lade. Yet in terms of levels, compared to Pops, it is akin to the disparity between a tiger and a kitten. Guruer, this Conqueror's Haki, is quite amusing, young lad. Whitebeard remarked, growing more resolute in his decision. Enough, Marco. Cease your assault. Your refusal to surrender despite such a beating is intriguing. I find myself increasingly interested in you, boy. How about you join us? I've already stated. My parents are still alive. I cannot refer to you as father, Lade replied. Moreover, given your advanced age, calling you old man would be more fitting. Very well. It is settled then. You may call me old man. Ha! Whitebeard laughed heartily. Lade found himself at a loss. Feeling as though he had inadvertently ensnared himself in a web of familial titles, inadvertently elevating himself in lineage, he attempted one last struggle. I still have a comrade who has gone missing. I must wait for him. If he is unwilling, I will not join your ranks. Before Lade could finish, Whitebeard's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki bore down upon him. Boy, I am Whitebeard. You persistently reject my offer. Do you truly wish for death? Whitebeard feigned anger. The sky darkened, and crimson-black thunder roared forth, the Emperor's Conqueror's Haki altering the very hue of the heavens. This the Conqueror's Haki of an Emperor. The immense pressure renders me almost speechless. Lade stammered. I've already stated, I cannot make decisions for my comrade. If you are unwilling, let us engage in battle. Just as Lade braced for what seemed to be his demise, Whitebeard chuckled. He lifted the pressure of his Haki and inquired. An interesting lad indeed. What is the name of your comrade? And what does he look like? Marco, you go aloft and search for him. If he consents, then you both may come aboard, Lade. After speaking, he departed, leaving Lade, stunned and bewildered, alongside the bemused Marco. Marco, is he always like this? Well, Pops has given the order. Lade, don't overthink it. Quickly describe your comrade's appearance so I could go find him, Marco replied nonchalantly. As Lade regarded Marco, he began to doubt whether joining them was indeed the wisest choice. For several days, Marco searched the skies for Ashura, yet the endeavor proved fruitless. How could one locate someone in the training grounds? During this time, Lade trained in Haki under Whitebeard's guidance, while also distributing supplies to the villagers. Today marked the 10th day, and Marco returned empty-handed. Pops, still no leads today. Finding a 9-year-old in such a vast forest is exceedingly difficult. Whitebeard, rarely frowning, inquired, still not found. This child is far more adept at hiding than you, Lade. Hearing Whitebeard jest at his expense, Lade could only manage a wry smile. Old man, must you always use me as an example? Ashura has known me since childhood. Naturally, he would conceal himself upon encountering strangers. Moreover, having grown up among beasts, it is only natural we cannot find him. We can only wait for him to seek me out. Marco, having just retrieved medicinal herbs from the mountains, expressed his concern. Pops, you must undergo treatment today. You avoided it yesterday under the pretext of hosting a banquet. This time, it is absolutely non-negotiable. Huh, more treatment. Gurur Lade, it seems you have learned observation hockey today. Let us celebrate with a feast. Whitebeard glanced at Lade with a twinkle in his eye. Speechless, Lade regarded the seemingly unyielding Whitebeard, who consistently concocted excuses to evade treatment, hosting banquets instead, always inventing various reasons. Today it was to celebrate the birth of a pig, tomorrow to commemorate his newfound strength. Indeed, Lade had mastered observation hockey, learning it in a mere 10 days alongside Whitebeard. Marco marveled at his prodigious ability. Lade had set a record for the fastest learning within the crew, reminiscent of his own capabilities before his journey. Regardless of the challenge, he adapted more swiftly than his peers. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, further advancement became increasingly elusive. Yet with Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey, Lade still found himself perplexed. Since the last time he had inadvertently unleashed his Conqueror's hockey, he had been unable to recapture that sensation. Even after enduring a brutal beating from Whitebeard, he could not trigger it again to AS for armament hockey. He remained utterly baffled, relying solely on Whitebeard's instructions to slowly feel the flow of energy within him. Returning to the training grounds, Ashura diligently practiced his swings. His original axe had disappeared, replaced by a massive two-handed axe carved entirely from stone. Clad in black armor, a masked figure shouted, "Faster! Ashura, have you lost your stamina? It's merely a 500-kilogram axe. Why are you swinging so slowly? You're only carrying 200 kilograms. Even my guard dog swings faster than you. Pick up the pace." Undeterred by the constant ridicule, Ashura continued to exert steady effort. 1200, 1201, 1300. After what felt like an eternity, Ashura finally completed his final set. Drenched in sweat and gasping as he clutched his knees, at times nearly up, Ashura, Pakadana, appeared in the air. Your strength has significantly improved compared to before. It is time to step out into the world and hone your skills through battle. Ashura nodded. I understand, brother. So, is it as you said? Does he wish to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Pakadana nodded. Your brother is waiting for you to return and make a decision. However, it is clear Whitebeard is genuinely teaching him, and the environment is one he enjoys. No longer hesitating, Ashura declared, I will return today. If my brother is there and things are going well, we shall join them. Master, I must take my leave. Without turning back, the figure replied, If you must go, then go that I have imparted all I can teach you. You may now depart. His voice trailed off, tinged with an uncharacteristic emotion. Ashura remained silent, kneeling before the figure, bowing 3 times. Thank you for your care these days. Please take care, Master. He then turned and departed. Pakadana addressed the figure. Ah, you have taught him well. He now possesses the emotions and reasoning of a normal human. From his aura, it is evident you are quite pleased, even bestowing upon him your most treasured techniques. Humph, this young lad indeed possesses remarkable talent. He's the most gifted individual I have encountered in years. His understanding of the beasts is extraordinary. Perhaps only he can carry on these axe techniques. The masked man gazed at the vanishing figure in the distance and remarked, You ought to take your leave. What are you lingering for? All right. I shall take my leave. Really, old friend, is it necessary to rush me so eagerly upon our reunion? With that, Padona said no more, snapped his fingers, and vanished. Only the man remained, murmuring to himself, You little rascal, make sure to return alive. That night, a solitary figure accompanied by a cat suddenly appeared before Reishid, startling him. Ashura, filled with excitement, was the first to leap onto his thigh, exclaiming, Big brother, I'm back. The master at the training grounds taught me so much. Reishid, without a word, affectionately ruffled his head. So, Ashura is willing to join me and the Whitebeard crew. Padona, what is the matter with you? Don't you usually fly in the air? After receiving Ashura's affirmative answer, Reishid turned to inquire of Padona. Indeed, I couldn't possibly appear before Whitebeard in such a manner. How would I explain that? I'll just pretend to be mute, Padona replied. Now, their essay question. Your fruit's authenticity hasn't been exposed, has it? Padona lay on the ground, speaking. According to what you said, I've always claimed to be a mythical Zoan type. Chilin. After all, the Sheji does bear a striking resemblance. By the way, Why didn't you let me reveal my true nature? Reishid asked. However, Padona merely stated that he would find out in due time, leaving the matter at that. The following day, Marco was taken aback by Ashura's sudden appearance. After confirming Ashura's agreement, he warmly welcomed him to the crew. Whitebeard laughed heartily. La la la. Let the feast begin. By the way, it seems Bista and the others are nearby. Let us call them over to join us. I knew it. Ashura, why are you carrying so much? The feast supplies 1 TB needed until tomorrow. Reishid observed, noticing Ashura struggling under the weight of the materials. Big brother. It's nothing. I'm just getting some exercise, Ashura replied, smiling, though he was drenched in sweat. Seeing the stubborn Ashura, Reishid could do nothing but chuckle and follow behind him. In a hidden corner, a figure was capturing photographs with a camera bug, and then produced a telephone bug. Report: the Whitebeard Pirates have 2 new members. The photographic data has been uploaded. Please expedite the information collection at the Navy Intelligence Department. At the Navy Headquarters Intelligence Department, a gathering of officers convened. The flame photographer has transmitted the latest member details of the Whitebeard Pirates. Take a look, announced a man wearing a distinctive hat and epaulets. Since it's confirmed by the head of the photography department, these 2 are undoubtedly members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Poor children, they must be no more than 8 years old, forced into such hard labor, remarked one subordinate as he scrutinized the photographs. That fierce-looking man beside him clearly eyes a good person, another added. With that lecherous grin, he must be a trafficker. I never expected the so-called Emperor of the Sea to engage in human trafficking, chimed in a man wearing a hat with mouse ears. Very well. Let us leave the child to endure for now. We currently lack the means to rescue him. That vile man must be put under a bounty. The reward is now yours, Colonel Mouse. By the way, congratulations. Completing this task will earn you a promotion to Colonel in the East SEA.B. Be sure to attend the welcome banquet tonight, the leader proclaimed. Colonel Mouse nodded in agreement. After the others departed, he proceeded with his final task at headquarters. He gazed at the photograph of Reishid watching Ashura carry supplies. Humph, the Whitebeard Pirates. Just wait until I make you nauseated. He sneered as he inscribed an absurdly high bounty. As dawn broke, Reishid awoke from his slumber and tidied his bedding. He had been on the island for a month, that he made his usual way to the hall to greet everyone. Ashura, rise and shine. Good morning, old man. By the way, Marco, Layok, Sachi, Bista, what are you all laughing about? Reishid noticed Whitebeard and several captains chuckling as they perused a morning newspaper, his face a mask of confusion. What could be so amusing? Was there a humorous anecdote in the paper? He approached to peek, but in the next moment, everyone hastily concealed the newspaper, their expressions growing serious as they greeted him. Good morning, young rascal Reishid. Seeing their reactions, Reishid grew increasingly uneasy and promptly inquired of Ashura what was amiss. Being the forthright lad he was, Ashura revealed the truth, staring at the bounty notice before him. Reishid felt a wave of despair wash over him. Boldly emblazoned across the notice was the title: Human Trafficker Reishid of the Whitebeard Pirates, Bounty of 5 berries. Witnessing the uproarious laughter of those around him, Reishid's anger ignited. What is this? How did I become a trafficker? The 11th Division Captain, Jingu, took the opportunity to interject with a chuckle. Reishid, I consulted our undercover agent within the Navy, and they investigated and came back saying you're a child trafficker, forcing kids to labor, carrying weapons and luggage. The bounty was issued specifically due to your association with Whitebeard. Otherwise, you wouldn't have won it all. And what about Ashura? Don't worry, the little rascal has not been given a bounty. He has an innocent appearance and has been mistaken by the Navy as your laborer, Jingu added, eliciting more laughter from the group, which only deepened Reishid's embarrassment. Whitebeard, unable to bear the laughter any longer, interjected, All right, children, cease your mirth. Marco, go investigate who issued the bounty on Reishid. With the laughter quelled, they all began their tasks, each retrieving a telephone bug to contact their well-placed informants within the Navy. After some inquiries, their responses were astonishingly uniform. According to local intelligence reports, Reishid's situation was unknown, his family background a mystery. His strength had been gauged as being easily defeated by a single finger from Marco. And due to unknown reasons, he had joined the Whitebeard Pirates. The Navy's record showed no known instances of missing persons related to him. Thus, the bounty notice stated, This individual has low strength and vile character. His association with Whitebeard may indicate involvement in a significant trafficking operation. Therefore, we request New World bounty hunters to eliminate him, ensuring that no trafficking persists in the seas. Upon hearing this, Reishid could no longer contain himself. Erupting in fury. What do you mean defeated by a single finger? Captain, can you honestly say I was defeated by just one of your fingers? Why am I being assigned a bounty of 5 berries? Even newspapers cost more than that. Am I a trafficker? The world government should know me better than that. Marco laughed, replying, All right, I know you're strong. I had to use all my effort to beat you. Even the newspapers are worth more than 5 berries, which is why your bounty ended up on the last page without a separate announcement. How about we go and give the person who issued the bounty a good beating? I'll handle this myself. Who is that scoundrel? Where can I find him? Reishid demanded immediately that I found out. The former Staff Major Mouse is currently serving as a colonel in the East Sea South 16th Division. Izang's voice came from afar. Upon hearing this, Reishid paused momentarily. Wasn't he Mouse the colonel responsible for Cocoa West Village? Well, I'll send you on your way. After all, he is a disgrace among the Navy. With this thought in mind, Reishid swiftly took action. Old man, I'm taking Ashura to the East Sea to settle the score with that bastard. Hearing Reishid's genuine intent, everyone fell silent, surprised that he was truly going. Whitebeard, however, had no objections. Young Reishid, if you're determined to go, then go ahead. However, you lack a ship and navigator, so it will be quite challenging to reach the East Sea. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Sachi. Sachi, don't you have a navigator among your crew? Lend him to Reishid. My small ship should suffice for your journey. Old man, that ship won't do. Let Reishid take my ship instead. The others had been indifferent until Whitebeard suggested giving away the small ship, at which point they all became agitated. Wasn't he just a ship? Why did all the captains suddenly jump up? Did that ship hold significant meaning for the crew? Pondering this, Reishid interjected, Old man, I could just find any ship to manage. It's no trouble. Whitebeard feigned anger, saying, Little Thunder, I am merely informing you, not consulting you. Before lifting the cloud of chaos and departing. Alas, once the old man has made up his mind, there is no changing it. Remember, Reishid, this ship is the legendary vessel, the Phantasm, which has accompanied your father since his youth. It is now equipped with the finest sea stone at the bottom, entirely renovated with the best materials. It is the toughest ship in our fleet and the only one with its own propulsion. You must protect it diligently. The captains, seeing that the matter was settled, could only double their admonitions to Reishid to take care of the ship. Reishid solemnly promised to cherish it. He wondered if the old man intended to groom him as a successor. But he could not fathom why he was being treated so favorably. Unlike Roger and the others, without answers, he decided to seek out Sachi for specific details regarding their voyage. Just then, Sachi appeared with another individual who stood nearly as tall as Reishid. Dressed like a wayward youth, Sachi introduced him. This is Hook, our finest navigator. With 10 years of experience, he could detect maritime dangers through the slightest changes. Reishid, it's your first time sailing alone. I look forward to working with you. Hook said, his face flushed. Reishid was surprised to find him so bashful. Sachi chimed in, that's just how he is. He is shy, but once he is in the cockpit, he transforms into a different person. He is someone you can truly rely on. Hook, hearing this, nearly hid behind the flagpole. The preparations will take a few days. Please wait for the notification, Sachi said before preparing to leave for supplies. After expressing his gratitude, Reishid joined Ashura in their usual training area to engage in their daily sparring. Without much conversation, one drew a stone axe while the other activated his balanced form. Reishid initiated the assault with a darkened bone sword aimed directly at Ashura. After a month, he had finally grasped the basics of hockey. Don't ask why he progressed so quickly. It was simply the result of enduring relentless beatings from Whitebeard and the captains. Ashura, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward, raising his hands high. Though the tiger behind him was faint, the force of his strike was formidable. Beast technique, Earth Tiger, armament hockey, bone sword. The clash of their attacks sent both combatants staggering back. Ashura, 7 steps. Reishid, 3. Reishid grinned at Ashura, urging him to retaliate. Not done yet. Beast technique, Celestial Dragon. At that moment, Ashura brought his feet together, his entire being rising into the air. The dragon's roar echoed through the skies as a dragon silhouette merged into his axe, leveraging its rotational force to strike upwards towards Reishid. Reishid discarded his bone sword, and the tattoo on his back glimmered with golden light as a massive hammer materialized from it. This was one of the tokens representing fairness. Embodying the form of the Shieji law hammer, it was the most powerful form Reishid had developed thus far. Holy hammer! With one hand, Reishid brandished the hammer, unleashing a direct assault. The golden impact met the azure dragon's roar, both sides intensifying their efforts as they bellowed. Tear, tear, tear! Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the sky, drawing the attention of the captains in the distance to, oh my, that kid is getting stronger by the day. But why do they always avoid us during their sparring? The old man won't let us watch, Marco lamented, shaking his head in resignation, while the others shrugged, indicating their own ignorance. Reishid and Ashura had no time to ponder the captain's thoughts. In a flurry of lightning-fast exchanges, the axe swept while the hammer fell in vertical strikes, their silhouettes intertwined rapidly. Bang! Clang! The sounds of their weapons meeting echoed back and forth. Both Reishid and Ashura shared a laugh. Warm-up complete. Let's go again. The air was filled with the roars of dragons and tigers, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of the hammer. In the distance, Whitebeard approached, smiling as he remarked, "This kid has learned to wield both hockey in just a month. Truly a prodigy. You captains have worked hard." Upon seeing him, the captains greeted him with respect. "Its thanks to your teachings. Old man, in this past month, he has taken quite the beating from you. And all his armament hockey is from your instruction. Why doesn't the old man let us see how they're progressing? Gulalala, this little brat has his secrets. We must be patient and wait for him to share them with us. Now he must go out and gain experience. Training alone will not make him a top-tier warrior." Whitebeard gazed into the distance, intent on sending Reishid out to accumulate practical combat experience. The battle was far from over. "It is time to finish this," Reishid murmured, channeling all his strength into the hammer. A sphere of light formed around him. He lifted it with one hand and aimed it at Ashura, starlight convergence. The sphere erupted with immense force, sending Ashura crashing into the in an instant. The skilled Nom jumped into the water to rescue him, showcasing his adeptness as an underwater laborer. Reishid approached, towel in hand, carefully drying Ashura as he emerged. "Thank you, Captain Nom. Your speed is remarkable." Nom smiled quietly and departed, remaining as taciturn as ever. "Ashura, why do you look so glum?" Reishid inquired. "It's just that, brother, I feel useless. After all this training, I still haven't won a single match this month," Ashura replied dejectedly. "Nonsense. At your young age, you are already incredibly strong. When I was your age, I was still playing in the mud. Take your time. You will surely surpass me one day," Reishid said with a smile, ruffling Ashura's hair. Ashura remained silent, merely nodding in response. Whitebeard approached, exclaiming, "La la la la, you little brat, you've finished training. Now it's your turn for solo practice." "Old man, can we skip it today? We're setting sail in a couple of days. Let us celebrate with a feast instead," Reishid suggested, noticing Whitebeard's eager demeanor and sweating profusely, realizing he was about to endure another beating. "Gulalala, the direction won't waste time. It'll be quick." With that, Whitebeard forcibly dragged him to an open area. Soon, cries of agony echoed through the air, catching the attention of many captains. "Old man, I've told you countless times. No hitting in the face. You want more? Then I'll hit back. Gulalala, you little brat. Why don't you hit back?" Marco and the others could only shake their heads in exasperation, choosing to ignore the spectacle point 3 days later. Sachi arrived punctually. "Hey, Reishid, the supplies are ready. Are you prepared?" Reishid, with his head covered in bandages and burdened with numerous packages, appeared alongside Ashura, who was similarly laden. The others looked on in disbelief. "Reishid, you don't need to bring so much. You can resupply on the way." "How can I do that? If Ashura lacks his blanket and mattress, he won't sleep well, and who knows what the weather in the EC will be like. We cannot skimp on clothes for winter and summer, and we also need utensils for eating." Before Reishid could finish, he was interrupted by the others, who forcibly extracted cooking pots, bowls, and surplus clothing from his bags. "Who knows how he managed to fit so much in there?" What a bunch of people who don't understand the necessities of life. Despite his complaints, Reishid, with Ashura and Hook, bid farewell to the captains and boarded the ship. Old man, don't worry too much about me. I'll be back soon and I'll bring back some local specialties from the EC. The others wave their goodbyes. Come back quickly, Reishid, and remember to give that rat a few good hits. With the sails raised, Hook took the helm, Ashura stood watch above, and Reishid managed the sails. The ship sailed straight towards the East Sea, and once it was out of sight, Whitebeard spoke up. Do you think it's all right to send the kid out so soon? Old man, they're gone now. Reishid will be fine, TS, just going to the EC. He'll be back quickly, the others reassured him. Yet, Whitebeard felt a sense of unease that I still worry he might encounter trouble. Marco, follow him discreetly. The crowd was perplexed, yet Whitebeard merely chuckled a few times before departing. As he journeyed back, Whitebeard contemplated the fact that although Reishid claimed to possess the mythical beast fruit in the form of a Chelan, he had scoured his navigational records without finding any detailed accounts of such a fruit. From the scattered information he could gather, he discovered that a fruit with a terrifying ability had not manifested in over a century. If his deductions held any truth, then the young lad was in grave danger. The world government was prepared to go to any lengths to eliminate the fruit's bearer. He needed to train Reishid relentlessly before the Navy discovered him. This was the primary reason Whitebeard had allowed Reishid to venture forth for experience. In such a scenario, even if the world government did uncover Reishid's existence, he would possess some means of self-preservation by that time. Upon returning to his quarters, Whitebeard clutched the documents on the table, gazing into the distance as if he had made a resolute decision. TC. Hook remained at the helm, unable to emerge for the time being. While Paduna finally found her voice that I could hardly bear it, a month without speaking was utterly stifling. Reishid, you truly don't treat Whitebeard as an outsider. You flaunt all your abilities without restraint. Reishid, somewhat curious, inquired, what do you mean? I've always told them I am a Chelan, and I was far away when I displayed my powers. Paduna regarded him with disdain. True, you didn't explicitly state it, nor did you showcase your abilities in their presence. But which aspect of your current abilities bears any resemblance to a Chelan? Whitebeard has traversed the Grand Line for many years, having consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. You don't expose your abilities during your training sessions with them. Paduna poked his forehead. You truly believe that those with observation hockey are mere decorations. With your demeanor, it would be impossible not to reveal yourself. I was giving you signals from the sidelines. And you failed to notice at all. That it was as if Paduna had gone mad, relentlessly enumerating Reishid's blunders on the island. Signals? I thought you simply had poor eyesight. But according to you, the old man has already begun to suspect. Then I must devise a way to remedy this. Paduna, does the world of pirates have any Chelan? He gazed at Paduna with eyes full of hope. Paduna, exasperated, replied, they are quite rare, but they do exist. There were sightings of this creature 300 years ago. She then rummaged through a pile of books she had somehow produced. Found it. The Chelan is as swift as lightning, resembling a horse with sharp horns. Capable of controlling thunder. She opened one of the books, pointing to an illustration. Wait, I feel I've seen this creature somewhere before. Reishid took a glance and exclaimed, isn't this the Chelan from Monster Hunter? He then posed a critical question, but the problem now is, how do I transform from a Shieji into a Chelan? The Shieji merely resembles a Chelan in form, but it is ultimately not one. Paduna paused, seemingly struck by a thought. There is a method, though I wonder if you would dare to gamble. You must be familiar with Vegapunk's theory of devil fruits from anime. Yes? I could replicate a similar function. Forcibly implanting the genetic material of a devil fruit into your body, enabling you to acquire the abilities of other devil fruits. You are undoubtedly aware of the thunder fruit's location. Integrating it might yield similar results. However, I must clarify that I have never attempted this on a novice. There's a possibility you might die, or it could fail. Paduna displayed an unusual seriousness. Reishid fell silent, deep in thought. Brother, perhaps we shouldn't proceed. The risks are too high. Ashura interjected, prioritizing Reishid's safety. Paduna, isn't the Shieji fruit exceedingly dangerous? Reishid, if he were still oblivious, would truly be a fool. You are correct. Your fruit's ability is classified as a top priority target by the world government. Should it come to light, even if they expend all their combat power, they will seek to eliminate you. But why? What kind of power does my fruit possess that necessitates such extreme measures from the world government? Reishid queried, utterly bewildered. However, Paduna did not provide a straightforward answer. I cannot disclose that information just yet. Let's wait until your bounty reaches 2 billion, and then I'll reveal everything. Alas, what misfortune! During this time, I shall endeavor to rely solely on hockey and martial arts. Paduna, please find a way to minimize the risks. 2 billion is a bounty worthy of a vice captain. Reishid lamented. Meow, you ought to be grateful. Given the current situation, there is still a chance for recovery. Don't expect me to assist next time. Paduna retorted dismissively. Indeed, yet you still intervened. Your words are inconsequential, and when faced with difficulty, you stepped in. Reishid responded with feigned indifference. Hey, what kind of look is that? I'm a responsible customer service representative. Naturally, I must provide aftercare when issues arise. Paduna felt a shiver under the scrutiny of the others. Handle the subsequent matters yourself. Reishid and Ashura hurriedly reassured her with flattering words, causing her to tremble. Everyone, it is nearly dark. We shall rest in this sea area for the night and prepare dinner. Hook's voice echoed from afar. Reishid and Ashura responded, All right, we're coming. Brother Hook, Paduna added, meow. Brother Hook, when can we see the island? In 2 days. You've already asked 58 times. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Ashura, let's continue our training. Since that day, Reishid had commenced his training in martial arts and hockey. 2 days later. Battered and bruised, Reishid and Ashura finally spotted land. Heaven knows how long they had drifted at sea before sighting the island. All right, everyone, we will only replenish our supplies on this island. You may venture outside for a while. Hook announced. Reishid and his companions arrived at the market, which was far more crowded than they had anticipated. Nearly all were pirates busily procuring supplies, piquing Reishid's interest as he made his way to a tavern. Boss, a beer for me, and a glass of milk for this child. The tavern was known to be the fastest source of information, and Reishid refrained from ordering alcohol for Ashura, not because of his youth, but because Ashura truly could not hold his drink. Previously, during a banquet aboard the ship, Ashura had consumed just 1 cup and spent the entire day sleeping. Since that incident, they had refrained from pouring him any more liquor. Very well, patrons, here are your drinks. The proprietor served them, pausing to gaze at Ashura for quite some time, seemingly curious as to why someone would bring a child to a tavern. Reishid disregarded the owner's scrutiny and inquired, Boss, may I ask why there are so many pirates on this island? Are you from overseas? They have all come from various places to participate in the death tournament of Hannibal. So, rest assured, they won't cause you any trouble. They're all preoccupied with the competition. The boss cheerfully explained that this island served as a supply point for the death tournament, and many pirates chose to stock up here before entering Hannibal. Grateful for the information, they thanked the boss and prepared to leave. Should we go take a look at this death tournament? Reishid proposed, believing it would attract some formidable opponents. I'm with you. Paduna and Ashura agreed without objections. The group decided to inquire with Hook about the island's location that evening. Reishid, regarding your last question, I've been thinking for a few days and suggest you recruit another companion. Some tasks cannot be accomplished by just the 2 of you. Paduna hesitated but ultimately decided to inform Reishid. Looking for new companions? Paduna, it seems the place you mentioned is quite perilous. Reishid's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it's dangerous. You must be familiar with Holy Land, Mary Geos. Just as Paduna finished her sentence, Reishid exclaimed, What? The residence of the Celestial Dragons. Why not just tell me to go steal from the Gora CI? Reishid's composure faltered at the mention of that location. Calm down. That item ISNT located within. It's on a cliff by the sea. We just need to retrieve something from there. You only need to keep watch while I fly up and grab it. Paduna explained, given the current capabilities of those 2, their attempt to venture into the Holy Land would undoubtedly lead them to be slaughtered like pigs. Let me ponder for a moment on whom I should seek. My plans have been utterly derailed. To ensure safety, I require at least 7 or 8 formidable companions. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. That accursed cat has summoned individuals devoid of loyalty. Those summoned cannot be expected to heed his commands immediately. I must seek allies who possess both strength and a sense of justice, or those with a more amiable disposition. After much contemplation, I still find myself at a loss for suitable candidates. They returned to the ship and inquired with Hook, who mentioned he had a way to enter the death match. If Lade and his companions wished to explore, they should do so, and thus they set sail early. That afternoon, they arrived at a bustling port, teeming with crowds. Hook, uninterested in the commotion, produced a phone bug and a coin. Lade, I shall refrain from joining you. Enjoy yourselves. The phone bug, dear old man, has taught you well. This coin serves as your ticket to the death match. Simply hand it to the tavern keeper here, and he will escort you that I shall remain in this sea area. Call for me, should you require assistance. Seeing Hook's intent to stay aboard, Lade made no further insistence and waved farewell. They proceeded to the tavern on the island, entering the realm of the death match. It turned out that the tickets for the death match were not as straightforward as simply presenting a gold coin, as in the theatrical version featuring Luffy. These coins bore markings in various places. Padona, why does that unnamed sword, the champion's prize, lack a grade? Has the organizer not appraised it before presenting it as a reward? Are you blind? The appraiser cannot ascertain its grade either. One can only judge its sharpness and craftsmanship, estimating it to be at least a 50 in quality. Moreover, the format of this competition has shifted from a sailing race to an arena-style contest. Did you not read the announcement carefully? Padona regarded him with disdain, while the latter turned away, whistling nonchalantly. That night, Lade and his companions found an inn and discussed the champion's prize within their room. Padona, you must know what kind of sword this is. Do enlighten me. Wait, be cautious. There might be ears lurking behind the walls. Speak close to my ear, yes, yes? No. Despite his incessant nagging, Padona ultimately revealed the truth. Azura, we must secure the championship. However, with only the two of us, it is far too precarious a powerful swordsman with a kind heart. There's our candidate. Padona, can I summon him in time? Lade exclaimed, his mind now consumed with thoughts of the champion's prize. It is possible, but are you certain you wish to do so now? Here in this room? Padona questioned, no problem. I assure you, this time there will be no significant disturbance. Trust me. Padona was left with little faith in Lade's assurances. Yet eventually, he opened the tent and stepped inside. Summon. A door appeared out of thin air. The door swung open. A swordsman with a high black ponytail, clad in a kimono and bearing a mark on his forehead, emerged. This individual was none other than the pinnacle of the anime Demon Slayer, the man who instilled a lifetime of psychological trauma in the villainous Kibutsuji Musen, Kaneki Yuya. Upon his emergence, Yuya was taken aback by his surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? It seemed he'd been on a quest to find Musen. Now, preparing to rest at the inn, he opened the door. Indeed. I must have taken a wrong turn, he mused. But when he turned back to exit, the door had vanished. Excuse me, have I wandered into the wrong room? My apologies. Please do not involve the authorities. I shall confirm the situation with the inn staff. Should there be any losses, I will compensate you. Farewell. As he spoke, he attempted to pull open a distant door, only to discover it was a handle he had never seen before, leaving the atmosphere quite awkward. True to his nature, Yuya was inherently kind-hearted, and Lade was the first to break the silence. Mr. Yuya, you have not erred. It was I who summoned you. The people here are in need of your assistance. Lade then recounted the events concerning Padona and Azura, even divulging spoilers about the latter parts of Demon Slayer. So in the end, I was unable to vanquish Musen. Poor brother, who now finds himself in such a state. Observing Lade's phone, Yuya displayed a look of resignation as he gazed at the images within. It is not as you think, Mr. Yud. It is precisely because of your existence that Musen has not recovered in nearly a century. The swordsmanship you pass down has been inherited by the Kamadu family for generations, and it is they who have ultimately vanquished Musen based on the sword marks you left behind. Your significance is monumental, Lade asserted. He then proceeded to show Yuya the various atrocities committed by the celestial dragons and the world government. It appears the people of this world also require aid. Are you willing to accept this, allowing me to contribute to this world in some capacity? Yuya expressed his willingness to join, but stipulated 3 conditions to Lade: no slaughtering of innocents, no bullying of the weak, and upon eradicating the world's malignancy, he must be returned to his original world. Lade did not respond immediately. Instead, he urgently summoned Padona from the tent. What is it? Without allowing him to elaborate, Lade pulled him aside and inquired. Can Ya return to his original world? Padona, adjusting his sleeping cap, answered nonchalantly. Once you complete your final task, the summoned character may choose to stay or leave. Then all is well. Lade smiled, extending his palm to Yuya for a pact. Azura, joining in the camaraderie, also extended his hand with a grin. Only Padona was left behind, reluctantly dozing off once more. What a troublesome cat, he muttered, casting a glance at the trio. Thus, the day of the swordsman Kaneki Yuya's joining Lade and his companions came to pass. On the day of the competition, Lade and his party were scouring various weapon shops. Unfortunately, when Yuya arrived, his weapons had been left at the inn's reception, leaving him empty-handed. Lade led the two in a frantic search for weapons. Everyone, it's really unnecessary. I can just use that wooden sword, Yuya suggested. Absolutely not, Mr. Yuya. That is merely a display model from the weapon shop, entirely devoid of any combat capability. We shall continue searching. We are bound to find something better. Lade voiced his anxiety. They had searched for days without encountering a suitable blade. With merely 3 hours remaining until the competition commenced, they remained empty-handed, while Zoro could stumble upon a cursed sword at random. Why was it that they could not find one? Were they truly going to allow Yuya to compete wielding only a wooden sword? They soon arrived at the last weapon shop on the island. The establishment was tiny, barely accommodating 3 people. Upon entering, cobwebs adorned the corners, and not a single weapon was in sight. This shop must be closed. Let's leave. Who says my shop is closed? The items here are only given to those destined for them. Just as Lade was about to depart, a frail voice emerged from behind the door. Upon seeing Yuya, the old man's eyes sparkled. Ah, swordsman, are you in search of a weapon? Alas, this shop does not possess anything suitable for you. Your strength is too great. There is no weapon on this island that can match you to do not waste your efforts. Observing the group preparing to leave, he added, however, there is something you might find useful. With that, he gestured towards the counter and exited. The group stood in bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. Should we just smash it? Brother, ASNT that a bit excessive. Should we really dismantle it and take it all? Yuya disregarded their chatter and approached the counter, extending his hand directly inside. Before Lade could speak, Yuya drew forth a sword sheath. What is this old man playing at? A sheath, Lade began, but Yuya interrupted. This is a fine item. I have a feeling it will come in handy. Thank you, good sir. Yuan bowed respectfully towards the elder before leading the bewildered duo away. Just before their departure, Leisure placed a bag of berries inside the shop. Ladies and gentlemen, the hardness of this sheath is quite remarkable, though I cannot ascertain what material it is forged from. However, I can assure you that an ordinary weapon would struggle to penetrate it. Let us proceed to the competition without concern, Yuan remarked, gesturing at the sword sheath in his hand with a smile. Observing this, the group fell silent and headed directly to the venue for the drawing of lots. In the distance, the elder, holding the bag of berries, gazed at the departing trio and sighed. Heaven truly favors the fortunate. Who would have thought that after so many years, I would once again encounter that man? At the competition venue, after Yuan and Azura drew the names of nameless underlings, the mood shifted for Leisure, whose expression darkened. He had drawn the frontrunner, the Fishman Willie, with a bounty of 20 million berries. If I recall correctly, this is only the first round that it's supposed to be this thrilling. As the countdown commenced, it was Leisure's turn to take the stage. When the two stepped onto the platform, the audience erupted in cheers and screams. Willie! It seemed the crowd was entirely there to support the opponent, though Leisure did have some supporters as well. Suit-clad lad, give it your all. We bet on you to last only a minute. Don't let us down. Alas, despite the encouragement, it appeared that many had wagered on how quickly he would be defeated. The shouts echoed, with bets ranging from a minute to 30 seconds, and some audacious individuals even betting on 3 seconds. This ignited a fire within Leisure. After all, he was the designated punching bag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet, it seemed that taking a beating was hardly a cause for celebration. Before he could ponder further, the referee announced the start of the match. Willie charged forward, swinging his meteor hammer while laughing. Kid, this is no place for you. Just lie down and accept your fate. Armament hockey, Leisure countered, blocking with a single arm. Is that all? You fishmen lack strength in your blows. Have you eaten? If not, enjoy this punch. A flurry of black fists rained down, a left jab followed by an elbow strike and a right hook. Boom! With a simple punch, Willie was sent crashing into the wall. Leisure quickly closed the distance, delivering elbow strikes, heavy punches, and jabs in rapid succession. Willie was unable to defend himself against the relentless assault. And as the blows continued, he lost consciousness. Wait, what? That's the lucky fishman Willie. He is not even able to fight back. The audience gawked in disbelief. A.S. Leisure's barrage neared its conclusion. He delivered a knee strike that was as swift as a shooting star. Willie's face was now unrecognizable, and his headgear had vanished. Ultimately, Leisure halted his punch just before Willie's throat. Choosing not to take his life, he turned and walked away. Weakness, to show such mercy to an opponent. I thought I'd found a worthy adversary, a shadow in the corner remarked. Captain, do not underestimate him. This brat can use armament hockey, likely a pirate from the New World, another smaller figure commented. What do you think of them? Padona whispered from Yuan Yi's embrace. Nothing much. Whatever my brother does is right. Though he may be a bit too lenient, he is worthy of following Azura, without a doubt. Was the most supportive of Leisure, and Yuan Yi smiled in agreement with his actions. Upon returning to the table, Leisure took a hearty swig of drink and began to vent. Why am I so unlucky? I faced this top contender Willie in the first round. Is that so? There are strong contenders here beyond just the two you know, Padona replied while resting her head. More than two? Who else is there? Leisure quickly discovered the answer as the second round's matchup revealed him facing Mishuru. What the hell? This is a conspiracy. Why are the organizers targeting me? It's fine, big brother, if you don't want to fight. I'll take that guy down, Azura declared, raising his axe to confront the opponent. Come back, Azura. Don't disrupt the rules. Leisure pulled Azura back. He then silently drank another cup, rising to the stage with a heavy heart. How unfortunate to have faced Willie first and now find himself up again so soon. Upon stepping on the stage, he saw that infuriating face, Mishu, the villainous user of the mushroom fruit, the exiled brother of Wapple. Hey, little brat, that first round was quite fierce. You must be a pirate from the New World. This nameless sword has drawn attention even from you. It seems it truly is a remarkable item. Mishuru sneered, worry not. I shall grant you relief. Rotating drill, with a swift movement, Mishuru appeared behind Leisure, launching a drilling attack towards his back. A thunderous roar ensued. What? How fast can he be? Crack. Leisure was caught off guard and sent flying. Big brother, Yuan Yi restrained Azura. This is his match. Do not interfere. Our matches are about to begin. Let us finish quickly and return a cheer for Leisure. The two figures made their way toward the competition area, their opponents already determined. The next match will feature the giant Bopi against Azura and the giant Bogo against Jigwa Yuan Yi, the announcer proclaimed with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, the battle between Leisure and Mishuru raged on. Massive proliferation, knee strikes, elbow blows, and sweeping attacks. Leisure faced multiple clones, taking down one after another, finally catching his breath. Poison umbrella dance. Mishuru utilized shave to create distance, launching a barrage of poisonous needles. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous onslaught left Leisure with no path forward. But he relied on his observation hockey to evade. He had yet to master the full application of armament hockey. Otherwise, he would have charged through the toxins without concern. Little brat, you can't touch me, Mishuru taunted. Here comes the bacterial path. A stream of bacteria surged towards Leisure, who casually swung his fist at Although he dispersed the attack, the scattered toxins rushed toward him. The toxins solidified, ensnaring Leisure and immobilizing him. Little brat, you've ingested my poison. Surrender to the snow spores. At a wave of toxic mist advanced toward Leisure. Big brother, are you all right? Azura and Yuan Yi, having dispatched their opponents, rushed to his side. Too late. Die now. Rotating drill. Mishuru's arm spun as he charged at Leisure. Move. Move, Leisure. Despite his mind being alert, his poisoned body could not respond, leaving him to endure the relentless assault. He had let his guard down. He had managed to evade all attacks, only to discover that Mishuru's bacterial path had an explosive follow-up he had never encountered before. This was a technique absent from his cinematic exploits. How infuriating! Now he found himself utterly immobilized. The only solution was to envelop his body in armament haki to temporarily isolate the toxins. Once he defeated Mishuru, there would be ample means to counteract the poison. Azura, feeling the urge to intervene, was firmly held back by Yuan Y.I.D. not act rashly. He is in grave danger. Trust him. Leisure began to transform, the proportion of blackness on his body gradually increasing. From his legs to his waist, and from his arms, it slowly spread to his neck. Mishuru observed this and declared, "It seems you cannot be spared." Massive proliferation drill, a relentless barrage of drilling attacks ensued. And Leisure coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Hurry, Leisure, you're almost there. Just a bit more to cover your chest and head. You want to succeed. Bacterial path, snow spores, countless AoE attacks rained down upon Leisure. Boom! A shadow emerged from the toxic mist, remarkably unscathed. "I was careless earlier. I've learned a valuable lesson from you. Though I am unsure where you learned shave, it's quite effective, and I shall adopt it." Fully armed with haki, Reishid was determined to reclaim his honor after enduring numerous blows. He utilized a shave technique to appear behind Muxalu, raising his hand, but a left straight punch followed by an elbow lift. A heart-wrenching elbow retraction and a raised leg. A hook kick. After a series of strikes, Muxalu felt as though his entire body had been displaced. This was unbearable. Facing another incoming punch, he preemptively transformed his body into a bacterial form, creating distance once more. "Phew, that was close, little brat," he remarked, but before he could finish a sentence, Reishid struck his face again. With his knees slightly bent, he coiled his fists, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed at Muxalu's face. Faced with a tempest of fists, Muxalu could only brace himself, arms wrapped around his head in a desperate defense that, "Stop hitting me. I forfeit. I'll release the toxin, just spare me." Reishid, however, remained deaf to his pleas. Believing it was too late for mercy, he must first be knocked down. Knee strikes, hook kicks, reverse punches, seizing his head to deny him any chance to speak. The black left knee, now bruised, collided violently with Muxalu. Has he fallen? Is he dead? Reishid lifted his foot to deliver a side kick. "That I'm dead. Just stop hitting," Muxalu shouted from the ground. "You can still talk? One more round for you. Are you dead or not?" You reawake yet refuse to answer. "Are you looking down on me? Take this punch." Despite having already knocked Muxalu unconscious, Reishid continued his assault. Outside the ring, Muxalu's subordinates could no longer remain calm. "Please, sir, stop. We can't buy his life." Upon hearing this, Reishid ceased his strikes and quickly approached them. "You owe me medical expenses. How much are you willing to offer?" "My lord, 30 million berries. That's all our wealth." "Ah, 30 million and that's all. Then there's nothing to discuss. Just carry his corpse back." Wait, we can negotiate. We have gems." One of his subordinates revealed a bag filled with gems and gold. "Aha! If you had shown me this sooner, I wouldn't have misunderstood. Come on, help my brother back." Reishid chuckled, pulling Muxalu up and dusting off his clothes, as if it were someone else who had beaten him to such a state. The audience, unable to intervene, simply watched in silence, knowing they were no match. "Haha, come on, brother. Someone's here to take you back. Rest well. Your health is important." Soon, Muxalu regained consciousness. Reishid guided him toward his subordinates. "Damn it, I need to go recuperate." "All thanks to you," Muxalu thought bitterly, but he dared not voice it, knowing it would lead to yet another beating. Thus, he feigned cheerfulness, saying, "Brother, you've worked hard. I'm heading home now. I'll definitely come visit you when I have the chance." "I'm always on the move. No worries. I'll certainly come find you. I heard your subordinate mention you were in a land of fire," Reishid said, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Muxalu cursed his loquacious subordinate in silence. His residence had been exposed. "I must pack my things and leave immediately." He forced a smile and replied, "Yes, brother, I'm in the land of fire. You're welcome to visit any time. We'll discuss that later. How did you learn the Marine 6 styles? Tell me about it." Reishid had learned that despite the high confidentiality of the 6 styles within the Marines, the world government had long been selling this knowledge. Muxalu, originally from Drum Island, had encountered it to some extent and, upon receiving the complete training notes, had been allowed to leave. "Everyone, I'm back." The group reassembled, awaiting the next round, during which they recounted Muxalu's past. "So that's how it is. He treated his life as if it were nothing. I hope not to see him again." Yuan expressed with some anger. "Calm down. Killing him won't solve anything," Reishid reassured. At that moment, two familiar shadows in the corner turned to leave. Captain Gasparity, what about the next match? Nides inquired. Forfeited. We are no match for such a foe. Nides, pressure the organizers to ensure these guys face each other later. Gasparity replied grimly, his subordinate nodding in agreement as he departed, that I cannot give you this knife. I still need it to trouble the Marines, Gasparity remarked, glancing at a group in the distance who were drinking. Reishid and the others remained unaware of the looming threat as they continued to eat and drink, awaiting their future adversaries. Finally, I can take a breather. Let's see who my next opponent is. Brother, here's the wine, and the list of the top 32. Ashura returned with the wine and also brought back the tournament bracket. Reishid took the items, ruffling Ashura's hair. Well done, Ashura. Now, let me see who is foolish enough to face me. Upon glancing at his opponent, he nearly choked. Yuan, he was equally startled. Oh, my next opponent is you, Mr. Reishid. He pointed at the bracket, which indicated Ashura against Nides. Reishid felt a pang of despair. He lacked the strength to fight Yuan E again. After all, it was their own kind fighting, and the one suffering was himself. I forfeit. In the final match, you should conserve your strength, Yuan E. Let us go watch Ashura's battle. Yuan E nodded in agreement, indicating they could go to his opponent has a bounty of 57 million berries, and he's one of Gasparity's subordinates. Reishid exclaimed, astonished by the bracket. Upon learning of his opponent's identity, Yuan E appeared perplexed. How formidable could he be? Reishid proceeded to share the information about the Gum Gum Man with him. According to the intel, he should be quite a challenging character. Yuan E nodded. However, had he truly defected from the Marines? This was a puzzle in Reishid's mind. After all, the theatrical version did not specify a timeline, making it hard to judge. Given his appearance, there must be an explanation for the dark horse in the tournament. Reishid was 100% sure he had not intervened. If this guy was involved, Yuan E, once you reach the finals, be sure to verify the authenticity of that knife. I suspect the prize has been swapped. He instructed Yuan E to leave Paduo behind to watch the money while he and Ashura approached the organizers. I forfeit. Reishid glared fiercely at the staff, leaving without a backward glance. Phew. Thankfully, this individual did not do anything. Otherwise, we'd die for nothing, one of the staff members remarked, with others nodding in agreement on the arena. Ashura and Nides were now prepared. Nides looked at the child before him with confusion. Was this the opponent the captain warned him about? A 9-year-old child? He should be the one to toy with the other. Ashura, however, was different. Having heard his opponent was strong, he prepared to test his mettle. The audience, seeing Ashura for the first time, gasped in astonishment. This child must be about 10 years old and has already made it to the top 8. Ignoring the comments from others, Ashura raised his axe with one hand, declaring to Nides, my brother says you have some skill. Your bounty is 57 million berries, right? Oh, little brat, since you know, why come at me? Ha, still wielding a stone axe. Should you be home with your mother? You talk too much. Let us see your axe. Ignoring Nides' provocation, Ashura lunged forward, swinging his axe at his opponent. Clang, Nides raised his claws to block, the tremendous force nearly forcing him to the ground. Damn brat, he exclaimed, then began to counterattack, sliding back to create distance from Ashura. And in the next moment, his iron claws lunged towards Ashura. Unfazed, Ashura evaded, questioning curiously. Is that all you've got? Put in a little more effort. After all, you're a pirate with a 57 million bounty. Upon hearing these words, Nides' face flushed with rage, and his hands moved with renewed urgency. You little brat, so eloquent with your tongue. Just wait until I catch you. Meanwhile, Ashura evaded with increasing ease, even closing his eyes in the process. Wow, look at how strong this kid is. The audience below gasped in astonishment at Ashura's prowess. Eagerly inquiring about his background, in a shadowy corner. However, Gasparati's expression darkened. This is troublesome. Oh, it's that brat. He spotted Reishid watching from the opposite side on the stage. Ashura, seemingly bored, remarked, is this it? Are you ready to meet your demise? Nides paused, momentarily halting his assault. What insolent little punk. You may be young, but you certainly have a big mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, Ashura removed his armor and tossed it to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to shatter. Fragments of stone grazed his cheek, and the blood on his face confirmed the reality of the situation. This kid had been fighting with such a burden from the beginning. Shedding his disdain, Nides assumed a defensive stance. Beast technique. Earth Tiger. A tiger-shaped shockwave surged along the ground towards Nides. Ugh, that's quite a force, he grunted as he crossed his claws in defense. Nides struggled to withstand the blow. Boom! The ground behind him cracked as Ashura appeared at his back. Before he could turn around, Ashura delivered a powerful strike, sending him soaring into the sky. Beast technique. Heavenly Dragon. Ashura hoisted his stone axe onto his shoulder, his entire body beginning to spin. Prepare yourself, Nides, as Ashura's whirling form drew closer to Nides' descent. He ceased spinning just before landing, wielding the axe with both hands, a vivid dragon silhouette shimmering along its blade. With an upward swing, Ashura aimed for Nides' waist. I must evade, or I shall perish. Nides desperately maneuvered his body through the air. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal hit, he still sustained injuries. Pooh! Before he could recover, Ashura struck him again from above. Boom! 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 Nides was once more sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he clutched his injured ribs, pleading for mercy. I give up. I surrender. Ashura, initially intent on delivering a final blow, noticed Reishid gesturing for him to stop from the corner of his eye. Naturally, he would heed his elder brother's words, sheathing his stone axe and donning his armor as he retreated, ignoring the crowd's cheers and the curses of the gamblers. Nides lay on the ground, gasping for the air of a new lease on life, marveling at his survival. Why did he spare me? Upon seeing his captain, he began to speculate. Perhaps a deal had been struck between the captain and Ashura. Meanwhile, Gasparotti's mood darkened. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from the opponent. With no other choice, he sought Reishid, hoping to spare his subordinate. After all, having just formed a pirate crew, losing Nides would leave him utterly isolated. Reishid's swift agreement was likely due to the substantial bribe of 100 million berry offered by Gasparotti. After all, it was merely the life of a subordinate in exchange for such a fortune. There was no reason to refuse. Mr. Reishid, our transaction is complete, Gasparotti said, forcing a smile as he shook Reishid's hand. Indeed, Captain Gasparotti, your care for your subordinate must be quite touching, Reishid replied with a knowing smile, departing with Ashura. The audience outside continued to chant Ashura's name. Ashura, you've become famous, Reishid remarked, patting his head. Yes, but it's no big deal, brother, that we should return. Mr. Yuan, he must be waiting long. Indeed, we should celebrate, though now we must carry back 100 million. That Gasparotti glared at the two departing figures, his fury boiling over as he overturned the table before him. Nides, too intimidated to speak, could only allow his captain to vent his anger. Let us depart, Nides. After releasing his frustration, Gasparotti finally spoke. Does he truly believe my money is so easily obtained? Nides followed silently behind. The subsequent matches were merely a spectator's affair for Reishid, who watched as Ashura and Yuan advanced to the finals. In the finals, they faced off against one another, while Reishid busied himself with notes on the 6 styles of Mr. Yuan, can you decipher what is written here? By the way, what are your plans for the finals? Ray, I cannot make heads or tails of this note. But will there be any tricks in the finals? I cannot say be cautious around Gasparotti. Understood, brother. Let us move ahead. Watching the two depart, Reishid found himself engaged in a silent standoff with Padona. Padona, it's quite inconvenient to speak quietly like this. Do you have any tools to assist? Or perhaps you could transform into a human. Hey, do you really think I'm Doraemon? Padona retorted, exasperated. Well, never mind then, Duppy, why the way. Why didn't I receive a reward for recruiting you on... Padona, seizing the opportunity with only the two of them present, Reishid pressed on. There's a reward, but I believe I mentioned that rewards are entirely random. Since you didn't receive a reward, it may have gone to the world government or other pirates. You insufferable cat. 3 days without a beating, and you think you can assign rewards to others? Reishid fumed. Think back. Did I ever say that random rewards were guaranteed for you? Padona squinted, lying on the ground. Yuval cat, don't play with words. I work hard to recruit allies, and you tell me the rewards could be given to someone else? TCH was the card you recruited, not given to you for free. The characters are selected by choice, so what do you want, a bicycle? The two began to bicker beneath the table. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Yuan, he was engaged in discussions with the event organizers. There is no need for a final match. He has forfeited the competition, that I wish to confirm that there are no issues with the prize. Correct? What? No way, you can't just play like this in the finals. Do you think this is your amusement park? The organizer retorted stubbornly. Your companion's previous forfeit has already cost me dearly. Do you intend to do this again? Either you leave, or you fight, as long as the match is completed. The prize can be revealed. Seeing the organizer's refusal, Yuan Yi simply stated that he would not continue without first seeing the prize. The organizer, now devoid of any weapons to present, understood that the weapon was likely in Gasparotti's possession. Their collaboration had never intended to hand over the weapon to anyone, a fact the staff were well aware of. At this juncture, he could only stubbornly refuse their demands, hoping the opposing party wouldn't suddenly turn violent against him. His response piqued Yuan Yi's suspicion. Indeed, something was amiss. Subsequently, he departed with Ashura, leaving behind a final remark. If we cannot see the weapon, we will not fight. That if you wish to avoid significant losses, you should promptly present it. The staff behind him collapsed to the ground, wiping their sweat, fearing they would be attacked. Upon returning, Yuan Yi informed Reishid of the situation. As suspected, Gasparotti has colluded with the organizers to create trouble. They likely intend to exploit the Navy for a black market deal. That guy is a former Navy defector. He is the only one capable of relaying information to the nearby Navy. Aside from us and that bacteria guy, no one here can match the Navy at that point. They will simply take advantage of the chaos to reclaim the weapon and plunder treasures from other ships. This way, they can not only recover their initial losses, but also make a substantial profit. Reishid analyzed that you're finally learning to use your brain. Quite impressive, came Padona's voice again. Ignoring him, Reishid pulled out a transponder snail to contact Hook. A brief explanation of the situation ensued. Hook inquired, so, what are you planning to do about that kid, Lei? Brother Hook, if things unfold as I anticipate, you should sail over directly. Reishid replied, I am eager to see which fool dares to challenge our pirate crew. He had initially refrained from leveraging his captainess reputation, but now that someone sought their demise, he could hardly be blamed. Just as he concluded his call with the transponder snail, Gasparus began to stir trouble. The organizers announced that the competition could not proceed due to all participants withdrawing. According to the betting rules, once the money was placed, no refunds were issued regardless of circumstances. Consequently, the pirates across the island were cursing the two who had forfeited. Those damned bastards, I never want to see them again. What if we do see them? Can you take them on? Those individuals are quite formidable, but I'm not afraid. We outnumber them. Given our losses, what do we have to fear? I saw them surrounded by a mountain of berries. We must seize them. Indeed, I just sneakily glanced, and there must be at least 300 million berries. If they could incite these desperate pirates just a little, they would fall for it. The organizers dispatched individuals to quietly follow at the back of the group, ensuring that once Reishid and his companions took action, their mission would be accomplished. However, at that moment, they were unaware that Gasparus had also set his plan into motion. Initially reporting the pirates' presence anonymously to the Navy, he then leaked information about the famed sword, prompting the Navy to dispatch elite forces to reinforce his plan. Meanwhile, at the G2 branch at sea, a slightly balding man was pondering over a cup of coffee. After a considerable time, he dialed the transponder snail. Beep beep. Hello, this is Colonel T-Bone. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Gomir here. Gather everyone aboard the ships immediately. Understood, Lieutenant Colonel. After hanging up, Gomir contacted headquarters to report the situation. The headquarters ordered an immediate departure, instructing that not a single pirate be allowed to escape. Upon receiving the command, Gomir set down his half-drunk coffee and made his way to the ship. We have received orders. The annual pirate death tournament is taking place nearby. Headquarters has commanded us to immediately engage and eliminate the pirates. All soldiers heed my orders. Surrender all transponder snails and prepare to depart in 10 minutes. Yes, all Navy personnel stood at the ready. At this moment, Reishid was entirely oblivious to the fact that they were fleeing with their arms full of loot. Pursued by a relentless horde of pirates, with this many people, it feels as if the entire island is hunting us. Gasparus, if I catch sight of you, we better speed up. We're almost at the dock. Reishid shouted, glancing back at the pirates in pursuit. Ha! Let the chaos reign. The more confusion, the better. What do you think, old friend? My plan is quite splendid. You stand to profit greatly. The organizer and Gasparas watched from a distance as the island descended into turmoil. Gasparas, how long until the Navy arrives? If we end up with nothing, we'll only be caught by them. Look over there at the dock. The organizer pointed toward the ship at the pier, the Whitebeard Pirates. Why are the crew of the Sea Emperor here? Gasparas exclaimed, realizing that their plan had unraveled. Suddenly, he recalled a face he detested. Could he possibly be from the Whitebeard Pirates? This was a dire situation. He might have provoked a significant problem. Now, both the organizer and Gasparas were drenched in sweat, unsure of how to proceed. Out at sea, Gumir and his team were advancing at full speed. Increased speed. The island is in sight. All personnel, check your weapons and gear as we prepare for our mission. Combat personnel, once we disembark, form ranks as quickly as possible. Colonel T-Bone, you will lead the charge and provide coordinates. Gunners, prepare waterproof ammunition. With commands being issued, the Navy executed their tasks with precision. In the distance, a lookout on the ship reported, Report, Whitebeard's flag sighted at the dock. Should we proceed? Everyone froze at the news. Gumir, the pillar of the G2, maintained his composure and spoke. Remain calm. Report to headquarters and request support. Everyone, continue preparations. The Hook's unexpected arrival disrupted all plans. The island's pirates, upon seeing the Whitebeard flag, instantly snapped to attention. The Sea Emperor, Whitebeard, what should we do? Run. As the pirates saw the approaching ship, the Fanny, they instinctively began to flee. Confused, Reishid wondered why they were no longer in pursuit. Could it be that Brother Hook had arrived? He gazed into the distance, where Hook was indeed approaching. Brother, they've all fled. What should we do now? Ashura asked. No worries. We'll board the ship and seek out that gummy fellow, Reishid replied. Before long. After Hook docked, the crew boarded the ship, and Hook emerged from the cockpit. Hey, Lei, what are your plans? Are you going to find Gasparas? Hook asked with a smile, shyly greeting Yuan. He marveled at how formidable Lei's companion seemed. Hello. I've heard from Lei that you are his friend. Yuan responded amicably. If possible, I would like to join you. Upon hearing Yuan, he expressed a desire to become part of his crew. Hook immediately agreed, clapping his hands in approval, and mentioned that a formal welcome ceremony would be hosted by his father, Whitebeard himself. Yuan, unfazed by such formalities, simply nodded in agreement, but he must still be nearby, plotting his schemes. I truly wish to see his expression now. Let us go, everyone. Time to confront that fellow and reclaim what is ours, Reishid exclaimed, eager for retribution after being pursued for so long. Gasparas and the organizer were in a state of panic. Their fear was palpable, especially upon hearing Reishid's booming voice in the distance. The organizer panicked. You dared to provoke Whitebeard's men? I must escape. Your mad scheme is yours to bear. I won't accompany you. He began to stride towards the dock. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was pierced through, a chill running through him. He barely had time to utter before he perished. Gasparas picked up a knife, disdainfully regarding his lifeless body. Humph, coward. Those fellows have no idea whether it's real or not, and they're already terrified. Collaborating with you has been the greatest shame of my life. With that, he departed with Nidus. Planning to observe the Navy's capabilities from the shadows, a new scheme began to formulate in his mind on the Navy's side. Their warships had docked, and all ground troops began disembarking. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The synchronized footsteps and the single-handed gun salute unmistakably signaled to the pirates on the island that they were the elite of the G2. That teams 1 and 3 will guard the ships. The rest follow me in combat formation, T-Bone commanded, leading the charge. Follow me. Eliminate all pirates. Roar. The united roar of the soldiers echoed, highlighting the stark contrast between the disciplined Navy elite and the slovenly. Greedy pirates, step aside. Don't block our path. Kid, do you dare speak to me like that? You seek death. Quickly, 300 meters to the left, pirate crew sighted. It's the North Sea Organ Pirates. Prepare to fire. The lookout will relay coordinates for bombardment. Fire. Quickly, open fire. Close combat personnel. Do not allow them to approach the gunners. Swish, swish, bang. The scene was a vivid contrast. Pirates fell in droves while the Navy sustained minimal casualties, with only a few dozen injured. Everyone, check your combat personnel. Team leaders, report casualty figures. Colonel T-Bone gasped, catching his breath. Meanwhile, in the distance, both factions observed the Navy's performance. Look at the Navy's coordination. Not bad at all. Brother Hook, the Navy's uniforms are quite appealing. Should we get some for ourselves someday? Reishid jested. Hook replied, If you like it, Lay, that's what matters. I doubt my father would care much about such things on the other side. Gaspar had already made his choice. Dennis, wrap up the knife. We're going to find that kid. Dennis nodded and stepped into the cabin, at which point Layid's ship had already spotted them. Brother Hook, that's the ship, the Saramantia, Layid said, pointing towards the vessel. He leaned so far over the bow to indicate the target that he nearly toppled over. Brother, don't lean out too much, come back in a bit, Ashura urged, straining to pull him back. All right, I understand. Turning the ship around now. It's quite rare to see a steamship, Hook remarked, gazing at the vessel with awe. Hurry, Nides, get everything ready. They're approaching, Gaspar exclaimed, his heart racing as he spotted the Whitebeard Pirates ship charging towards them. How could they have discovered them so swiftly? They weren't even prepared yet. I hope my plan succeeds. Why are the Navy so slow? Gaspar muttered anxiously, pacing back and forth, praying that the little brat wouldn't hold a grudge. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate was deaf to his pleas, for the annoying fellow truly stuck his head out from the ship. Oh, listen, this Captain Gaspar. Long time no see. What brings you here? Reishid inquired with a smile. However, to Gaspar, that smile was as sinister as a devil-esque the last time he had been coerced into paying a fortune to save his subordinate's life. And now he was being summoned to personally deliver a blade in Whitebeard's name. Yet if he could board Whitebeard's ship, it would all be worth it. Ha ha, Mr. Reishid, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gaspar replied, forcing a smile that what does Mr. Gaspar mean? Are you planning to confront us on our main ship? Reishid teased at how could that be? I saw that the organizers dared to attempt to steal this esteemed gentleman's blade. So, I came to return it. Gaspar stammered, his lips twitching. Confront them on a Moby Dick? He must be out of his mind, that little brat. But now he had no leverage against him upon seeing Hook. He understood Reishid's true intentions. For now, he just needed the plan to proceed smoothly. Returning the blade. Where is it? Reishid asked at that moment. Nides approached, holding a splendid sword box. Captain, I've wrapped it up, he announced. Finally, Reishid's party obtained the item they sought. Yuan took the blade and began to examine it. The sword was exceedingly long, with a blade that exceeded 10 inches, resembling a traditional katana. All right, Gaspar, what do you intend for me to pay for this? Reishid inquired, aware that he wasn't one to accept gifts without a price. It's not unreasonable to acquire the favor of the Emperor of the Seas with a blade. Gaspar replied. Fine, then when you reach the New World, you can seek me out, and I'll lend you a hand for free once, Reishid said. Gaspar was overjoyed. This meant he now had a safeguard for his future ventures into the New World. Satisfied, Gaspar bid farewell to Reishid. You go ahead, we'll handle the Navy here, Reishid waved as he said goodbye to Gaspar's ship. Allay, is it worth incurring such a huge favor for just a blade? Hook asked. Brother Hook, even you didn't catch on. I only promised to help him, but I never said I would resolve his problems, Reishid chuckled. The others were astonished. It seemed this guy had intended to take advantage from the start. This blade, Brother Hook, you must have never seen it before. It's one I encountered previously, he remarked, the fake Padona had mentioned. The supreme great blade, Shikizi-i Jinjong. This blade, known as the Heavenly Calamity Fire, was favored by Shakugan no Shana, measuring 13 inches long with a 2-inch handle. However, why it appeared among pirates and ranked among the supreme great blades was a mystery that perhaps only that cat could answer. Upon hearing this, Hook was stunned. There were only 2 of these supreme great blades currently known in the world. One belonged to their father, and the other was wielded by the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Now, a third had unexpectedly manifested before him. Pulling this man into their ranks was indeed a wise choice. This would greatly bolster their father's pirate crew. Hook felt immense joy inside, though his face remained shyly composed. Yuan caressed the hilt of the blade, and a torrent of flames erupted forth. The blazing fire surged indiscriminately outwards, engulfing the ship in a fierce inferno. The flames danced like a phoenix, showcasing their might. The fleeing pirate ships in the sea were soon enveloped in flames, igniting in a spectacular display. The commotion drew the attention of Navy. We have spotted the Whitebeard Pirates. Inform Colonel T-Bone to return immediately. We must capture these more significant figures, Gumier instructed the communication officer. The G2 Navy fleet began to converge on Layhid's position. Cannons already primed for bombardment. Boom! 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 The cannonballs accurately struck the path of the Fanny. With a resounding crash, the flaming phoenix in the sky incinerated the cannonballs mid-air. Well done, Yuan. Keep it up, we're preparing to make our escape. Layhid encouraged. Unfortunately, the Navy was unwilling to let them go so easily. 2 main ships and 1 G2 were flanking them. IT was Colonel T-Bone and reinforcements from headquarters. Lieutenant General Longzi, we have identified the Whitebeard Pirates. Should we initiate an attack? Of course we should. Our objective has always been them. All units, charge, commanded Longzi, the giant race lieutenant general, as he swung his weapon. In an instant, Layhid's ship was surrounded, forcing him to make immediate decisions. Ashura, you stay on the ship. If anyone boards, knock them down, he ordered. Yuan, you, and I will take one side each. Be careful not to take their lives. These Navy personnel are not inherently bad. Layhid instructed. Understood. Yuan replied, retracting his flames as he headed towards Gumier. Layhid, meanwhile, advanced towards Longzi. Lieutenant General Longzi, someone is approaching from the opposite side. Who is it? A third-class soldier on board reported, suddenly realizing he did not recognize Layhid. He hurriedly began to search through the roster of Whitebeard Pirates crew members, but after a long search, he found nothing in a need to waste time. As long as you know he is from the Whitebeard Pirates. That suffices. Longzi interjected, then charged towards Layhid, wielding his massive axe. Block. A black fist intercepted the giant axe. Armament hockey? This is troublesome, Longzi remarked, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, Yuan was having a much easier time, surrounded by Gumier and others. He danced among the blades like a skilled performer. The Navy's attacks merely grazed past him, while Yuan's blade struck precisely against the Navy personnel. Damn it, this red-haired brat keeps using the blade's back to humiliate us. One enraged Navy member exclaimed. Miguel chimed in, Don't think just because you're showing mercy that you can atone for your sins. Surrender and lay down your weapons. I can plead for you with headquarters. Yuan, he was baffled. Sins? He had no idea what they were talking about. Silently, he continued his assault against Miguel and the others on Longzi's side. Things were dire. He had no hockey himself and relied solely on the innate strength of the giant race. As a lieutenant general, he was now suffering greatly against Layhid's relentless assaults. Boom! The Navy headquarters ship began to crack under the barrage of Layhid's attacks. Damn it, bullets and blades are utterly useless. All non-hockey Navy personnel, fall back. You're not fit to participate. Prepare to engage the Whitebeard ship. Longzi commanded, though begrudgingly. It was a matter of necessity. All the Navy personnel charged towards Hook and the others, leaving the battlefield to Longzi and Layhid. Now it's just us, Layhid said, seizing the opportunity to attack without allowing Longzi a chance to respond. Try this. Armament iron elbow barrage. Clang, 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 crack. Longzi's massive axe splintered under the continuous assault. Your weapon is nearly gone. Do you still intend to fight me? Reishid gazed at the shattered weapon and declared, I am a Navy officer. Even without a weapon, you shall not escape. Following his words, Longzi resumed his assault. Reishid shook his head in response, his arm adorned with the black hue of hockey continuing to strike at Longzi. In a mere moment, the axe of this giant admiral was utterly destroyed. The shards of the axe scattered across the ground, yet Longzi, undeterred, raised his fist to continue the onslaught. Boom! Boom! In a short span, Longzi was knocked to the ground. Navy, you may leave. You cannot defeat me, if you persist. You may lose your life here, Reishid stated. Enough of your prattle. Since you are a pirate, I shall never allow you to leave alive. Save your sympathy, Longzi replied, still trembling as he stood up. Well said. A voice emerged from behind Reishid. Startled, he wondered how this person had approached without his observation hockey detecting him. Admiral Dalmatia, what brings you here? Longzi inquired, but a man donned in a spotted dog mask and a green suit appeared before them. He was indeed the admiral possessing the powers of the Inu no Mi, in its spotted dog form. I received a temporary order to provide covert support. After all, I am the closest admiral to you. Dalmatia replied, expressing a sigh after addressing Longzi. If only a third of the pirates worldwide were as capable as you, our Navy would not suffer so many casualties each year. After this lamentation, the spotted dog admiral quickly shifted to issuing commands. Longzi, leave this place and assist over there. He pointed towards Ashura and Hook, who were engaged in a bloody battle with the Navy. Once Longzi departed, he removed his coat and pointed a single finger at Reishid. Now then, kid, will you come back with me willingly, or shall I have to knock you out and drag you along? Considering your previous demeanor, I will give my all. Be cautious, he declared before charging at Reishid. Prepare to face my heavy finger gun. A black finger shot forward, aimed directly at Reishid. So fast. Shave. Boom, boom, boom. The deck was pierced by the finger gun. And Reishid couldn't help but marvel at the destructive power, realizing that if it were to strike him, he would likely be impaled. Though you can actually use the 6 powers. Did you learn that from Miguel and the others just now? That makes it all the more imperative that I do not let you go. After finishing his sentence, the spotted dog admiral increased his force and pressed on with the assault. Storm leg, dog strike. A beam of light surged towards Reishid, who narrowly evaded it, only for it to pursue him relentlessly. Ugh! Reishid felt blood welling at the corner of his mouth. The power was indeed considerable. It was clear the admiral was serious. So he decided to engage in close combat. Shave. Armament. Black fist. Spotted dog punch. Bang! 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 2 pairs of black fists collided upon the deck, the speed so astonishing that the remaining Navy personnel could only stare in disbelief. Hey, what kind of joke is this? This kid is actually keeping pace with the admiral's speed, one Navy gunner exclaimed. Those within the Navy capable of matching an admiral's strength were few and far between, typically seasoned warriors with numerous accolades. Yet this youth, appearing no older than 20, was truly formidable. All observing Navy personnel shared a collective sense of astonishment. Meanwhile, on the Faku, Ashura and Hook continued their fierce battle, struggling to contend with Longzi's sudden appearance. That giant's heavy fist. Longzi's massive fist came crashing down toward Ashura. Beast method. Earth Tiger. Ashura countered. Crack! Ah! Longzi cried out as his palm shattered. Huff! Huff! Hook! How many men do you have left? Ashura seized the moment to ask. Hook retaliated against a Navy soldier and responded, 20 men remain. We must push them back with all our might. Your stamina is running low, and our ship has sustained considerable damage. Hook remarked sternly as he observed Ashura hesitating. You harbor mercy for the Navy, but do they show the same to you? They fight to kill. Ashura. Ashura nodded in silence, no longer using the back of his axe, but opting for the blade instead. Ugh, this truly feels like the combat prowess of a child under 10. Shield soldiers. Forward! Where are they? A Navy officer shouted, yet no shield soldiers answered his call. Damn it, that individual possesses extraordinary strength. Prioritize attacking that middle-aged man. Longzi commanded upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Following his orders, the Navy began to concentrate their fire on Hook, increasing the pressure significantly despite Ashura's protection, resulting in Hook sustaining considerable injuries. This filled him with embarrassment, realizing that despite years of service under the Whitebeard Pirates, he was outmatched by a mere child barely in his teens. All right, everyone, continue the assault as planned, for justice. Longzi shouted, and all remaining Navy personnel responded in affirmation. TCH, Ashura, focus on the big guy. Don't mind me. Take him down first, Hook said with a fierce expression. Ashura nodded and charged towards Longzi. Meanwhile, Yuan remained effortlessly unharmed, avoiding any skirmish, Miguel and his group, however, exhibited clear signs of fatigue. Huff, huff, mysterious great swordsman, please show mercy to us, one of Miguel's subordinates pleaded. You must also harbor a sense of justice. Why not join the Navy? Miguel urged, join you. I have heard of your deeds from Reishid. Yuan replied, though many of you may indeed seek justice, you ultimately lack independence. The so-called world government does not align with my ideals. I cannot join you. I apologize. Yuan gently shook his head in refusal. Indeed, I was too naive to hope for reason from a pirate, Miguel said with a wry smile. You, who claim to embody justice, are quick to take lives, while that so-called evil pirate, Reishid, pleads for mercy. In my eyes, I trust that fellow more than you to bring about true justice. Yuan countered, brandishing his sword. Ridiculous. Do you even understand what justice is? Preventing you from returning to continue your wickedness is precisely what the Navy should do. T-Bone's crew interjected. Yuan, he replied, it seems we cannot communicate any further. Very well, let us commence. I shall take this seriously. Be wary, Navy. With that, he sheathed his sword and assumed an attack stance. Attention, everyone, Miguel called out. T-Bone shielded the Navy soldiers behind him. Suddenly, a massive fire erupted in the sky. Breath of the sun. Second form, crimson heaven. Swish, swish, swish. A series of deep red arc-shaped slashes raced towards the Navy. Miguel fell silent in the face of the impending assault. T-Bone, regardless of the outcome, take the soldiers and retreat. You are no match for him. With that, he roared and charged at Yuan, ignoring the calls from the Navy behind him. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a colossal figure crashed onto the Navy headquarters ships. Longzi, rendered unconscious. Ha. It seems as sure as battle has come to an end. Reishid chuckled. Longzi has been defeated. I must leave you with the spotted dog. Multi-heavy gun, the spotted dog, Admiral declared. Come now. Do not hesitate. Armament. Irony. Bang, 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 puffed. Reishid managed to block most of the successive finger guns, but was still struck by the last few shots. Damn it, another hit. If it weren't for my mythical Zoan resilience, I would have been taken down by this guy. Observing the disparity between his physical prowess and that of the spotted dog, Reishid realized that mastering the 6 powers was imperative. As he contemplated this, the spotted dog was not inclined to grant him any respite. Storm leg. Finger gun. Heavy gun. A tempestuous kick propelled toward Reishid, who instinctively ducked, but a blue finger gun was already aimed at his back. Feeling the imminent danger, Reishid thought, damn it, I can't evade this. Realizing there was no escape, he turned and raised his fist to meet the oncoming attack head-on. Armed color heavy iron strike at a critical moment. Reishid's armed color advanced further. The armed color on his left hand deepened a layer, and his raised fist collided with the swirling foot. Bang! Both sides were locked in a fierce contest, as if the outcome was about to be determined at that very instant. The roars from both sides seemed to serve as the final performance for this battle. While Reishid was still entangled in this struggle, Yuan, he had already discerned the victor. Among the standing Navy, apart from Gumir, only T-Bone remained. The rest of the Navy had all been rendered unconscious by the backs of their blades. Gumir's dual swords had shattered, yet his formidable willpower continued to sustain him. T-Bone was in no better condition. His weapon had long since vanished, and only a small fragment of his cape fluttered in the wind, while Yuan, he remained unscathed. What is the purpose of this? I have not taken the lives of your subordinates. There is no need for you to fixate on me. Yuan sighed. Your Excellency's mercy is greatly appreciated, but we are ultimately the Navy. To let you and your companions pass unchallenged would violate the principles of the Navy. Come on, Gumir and T-Bone declared simultaneously, once again assuming an aggressive stance. Sigh, Yuan lamented, raising his sword to utilize the flat of the blade. Breath of the sun, first form, dance. Moments later, the last 2 Miguel fell, rendering the G2 branch entirely devoid of combat capability. Upon returning to the ship, Ashura and the others were tending to the Navy personnel. Although they bore various injuries, none had perished. Subsequently, the 3 of them discarded all the Navy members onto the G2 vessel and set full sail to find Reishid. Big brother, we have taken care of it. Reishid, hurry up, we must leave. Mr. Reishid, do your best. Reishid knew without turning around that it was Hook speaking. It seemed he too needed to quicken his pace. Boom! The 2 combatants, locked in a fierce exchange, were suddenly propelled backward. Smashing through the railings, they exchanged glances, realizing that this battle would not reveal a victor in the short term unless an outsider intervened. Gummy Needle, from the shadows, a green long arm struck directly at Dalmesia. A sudden ambush that caught everyone off guard. Thud! You despicable pirate, you can only resort to ambushes. All his focus had been on the front, on the spotted dog admiral, and he had never anticipated an ambush. He knelt on one knee, clutching his blood-soaked abdomen. It is your own carelessness, Navy. We are pirates without a shred of goodness. How can you call us despicable? Gasparity strode over from a distance, wearing a triumphant expression. At that moment, Reishid's face remained impassive as he quietly approached the spotted dog admiral. He helped him up, and before he could speak, kick him onto his own ship. This series of actions left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Gummy boy, do you know where our greatest disparity lies? Reishid rhetorically answered himself. It is in our realms. The gulf between you and me, your actions only serve to bring shame upon you. What of pirates? And what of the Navy? The strong will always confront their opponents head-on, regardless of their affiliations. Those who rely on underhanded tactics can only spend their lives cowering in shadows, bullying the weak. With that, Reishid assumed an offensive stance. Now, it is time to demonstrate the disparity between us, that I will show you why I am a pirate of the New World, while you're only fit to play in the mud of paradise. Prepare yourself. Armed color iron fist. His black fist forcefully struck the green liquid. Gasparity's gummy attack was utterly ineffective, sent flying away. Thud. Why? I cannot trap you. Gasparity spat blood, incredulous. So you are still a Navy man. I truly do not understand how you have managed to survive without grasping the concept of hockey. Reishid replied disdainfully. I suggest you first comprehend the idea of hockey. Why are you here if you did not learn it well in the Navy? Hearing Reishid's taunts, Gasparity was filled with rage. I refuse to yield. Gummy needle. Enveloped in green spikes, he charged at Reishid. Naive. Armed color barrage. A flurry of fists rained down upon Gasparity like a machine gun. Broken shards of green needles littered the deck, and Gasparity collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, Impossible! Why are we, who are clearly comrades, at odds? Reishid picked up a tattered navy coat from the ground and draped it over him. Responding, I have taken your blade, which was originally won by Mr. Yuan, through his own merit. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Right now, I strike you not to see you fall further into depravity. You possess a powerful fruit. Do not squander it. Remember, the strong will always face those who are stronger than themselves. That he approached the gummy boy, continuing his lesson. Hiding in corners and employing underhanded tactics to bully the weak will only render you a mere insignificant being, unworthy of recognition. That if you truly wish to venture into the new world, it is best to remember what I have said today. That if you come to understand, bring it with you to the new world and seek us out. As if recalling something, Reishid paused, turned his back, and tossed him a badge emblazoned with a white circle, uttering those final words before departing. Everyone, take the Navy back to their ship and depart, Reishid instructed. Oh. Everyone began to take action. Why save me, you blonde brat? You are a pirate. The Navy will not cease the pursuit of you, the spotted dog admiral remarked. Enough chatter. Who you choose to pursue is your business. I could not care less that I have stated we have our own principles, Reishid replied. Watching Reishid and his party depart, the now conscious Miguel and his companions were filled with mixed emotions. What exactly were we here for? Is there truly such a pirate in this world? Some of the Navy had begun to doubt their own beliefs. Do not think too much. Such pirates are exceedingly rare. All right, everyone, prioritize caring for the injured and prepare to return home. We must report to headquarters and disperse, the spotted dog admiral commanded, leading Miguel and the others back to the ship to compile the information they had gathered for headquarters. That on the other end of the transponder snail, a serious middle-aged man remained silent for a long time before speaking. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Please return to your respective departments. I will report the situation to the higher-ups. After Miguel hung up, he began to question whether it was right to relay this information. The intelligence department at Navy headquarters convened a meeting based on the report. The leading officer held up the available information and spoke. Everyone, take a look at the photographs in your hands. We were careless. That I never expected that child to be a formidable force within the Whitebeard Pirates. We completely misjudged the situation. That I suggest we immediately revoke the previous bounty and reissue a wanted notice for this Reishid and his companions. One female Navy officer interjected. Who would have thought this kid is not what we expected? Colonel Mouse is in for a rough time. This incident is significant and will undoubtedly attract punishment from headquarters. A Navy officer in the front row expressed gleefully. Who told him to handle this matter so carelessly? He deserves to be punished. Another Navy officer with a notebook mocked. ATC, Reishid and his group continued their voyage, chatting and joking on the deck. Hey, Padona, this invisible headset can facilitate brain-to-brain communication. What black technology is this? How does it work? Reishid pointed to the headset on his ear, a reward for altering Gasparity's storyline. I've told you 100 times, Meowed, I have no idea how it works. The system just provided the finished product. Unless you want to dismantle it and study it, Padona replied disdainfully from the ground. Looking at Reishid, who had asked the same question countless times. Dismantling it was not an option. They had a limited supply, only 13 in total. The problem was storage. They found a box to safely keep the headsets and entrusted them to Yuan E for safekeeping. Fortunately, they only became invisible when worn. Otherwise, safeguarding them would have posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, Hook emerged from the navigation room, saying, Reishid, I need to pause here. The compass is acting up. He pointed to the permanent pointer on his hand, which was currently oscillating upwards. Could it be that we've reached the Sky Island? Yet we are still quite far from God's Island. Appiato. Where could this place above be? Reishid pondered internally, conversing with his comrades. Patton amused, since we don't know where we are, why not ride the current up and find out? After all, you know how to ascend. What is an updraft? Ashura interjected curiously. Reishid explained the methods and dangers of reaching the Sky Island to the two. Mr. Reishid, I feel it unnecessary for us to take such risks. Let's find a safer way. UNE spoke up. The collective resistance from his companions left Reishid a loss for words that he turned to Hook and said, Brother Hook, let's just proceed onward, without paying it any mind. Suddenly, a small current swept past the side of their ship. What is this current? All hands prepare to evade. Hook commanded sternly after observing the subtle changes on the surface of the sea. Ashura, hoist the sails. UNE, keep watch. Reishid, add power to the ship. As Hook issued his commands, a sense of urgency filled the air. Paduna, what is going on? Why is there an updraft here? Reishid's concern grew as he noticed Hook's serious demeanor. You re-asking me? Who else would I ask? Hurry up and move. Judging by that person's reaction, this could be serious. Paduna urged from the deck. The crew sprang into action, and the vessel gradually distanced itself. Just as they had begun to move away, a powerful gust of air erupted, leaving the ship unscathed yet shaken. Hook wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, Phew, that was close. If we had been a moment later, our entire ship could have been lost. Damn it, I should have been more vigilant about observing the sea before us. Nearly causing an incident is my fault. Hook apologized to his crew. Don't be so hard on yourself. Brother Hook, without your guidance, we wouldn't have made it this far, came the reassuring voice from the crew. This current's appearance may have been unexpected. I've encountered something similar before. Reishid then elaborated on the Sky Island and how to ascend to it. He fabricated a tale of having been there himself, embellishing the details, and Hook was convinced. The legendary Sky Island? You've actually been there? Hook marveled. Given the current situation, it seems this updraft will last for several days. What do you say, Brother Hook? There are islands nearby where we can restock our supplies. Shall we go take a look? Reishid tempted him. In no way. This is my father's ship. I can't risk it for my own whims. However, we do need supplies. So let's discuss this further, Reishid. Hook conceded, though he was still hesitant, despite his yearning to explore the rumored island. That night, in a tavern, the group sat in a corner, raising their glasses. Cheers! By the way, Brother Hook, don't you want to see it? Such an opportunity is rare, Reishid continued to coax. Absolutely not. Unless there's a compelling reason, it's best we avoid it, Hook replied firmly. From a distance, a pirate guffawed. Huh, who does this little brat think he is, dreaming such impractical dreams? Yeah, he wants to visit the legendary Sky Island that I've never seen anyone land on Baika Island in all these years. Another chimed in. Baika Island. This revelation stunned Reishid. How could Baika, which was supposed to be in the sky, still exist on the ground? If this is indeed Baika, it means it is Enel's homeland, the Baika that was once destroyed. To unravel this mystery, Reishid no longer hesitated and calmly declared, Let us go, as he strode towards the exit. Wait, where are you going, big brother? UNE and the others, after settling their bill, hurried after Reishid, confused by his sudden decision. To the sky, Reishid replied, pointing upward. This answer not only astonished his companions, but also amused the pirates in the tavern, whose laughter echoed throughout. Ha! This little brat is dreaming big. Hook, feeling the heat rise to his face from the ridicule, muttered under his breath. Reishid paid no mind to the mockery, prompting Hook and the others to catch up. Reishid, what is going on? Why did you react strangely upon hearing Baika? Brother Hook, do you know? The sky island I passed by is Baikar Island, Reishid explained. Now there are people on land using that name. Have you ever seen two islands with the same name? He queried. Perhaps the sky Baika has already been destroyed. Seizing the chance to visit Enel before he could obliterate his homeland, Reishid resolved to seek him out, also hoping to acquire some gold along the way. Could it be that Baika is Reishid's hometown, causing him such distress? Hook, deep in thought, concluded that if it was indeed Reishid's hometown, he would risk his life to go. After all, he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He could not stand idly by while his family faced danger. All right, I understand now. Reishid, let us prepare to set sail, Hook stated. Let us see what has become of your homeland. No need to say it, I understand. What has Brother Hook imagined now? Although he becomes serious when discussing crew matters. Which is admirable. It seems he has misunderstood something, Reishid thought with exasperation. Never mind that. Once we reach the Sky Island, we will surely have a chance to meet Enel. Let's not forget that the most crucial aspect of this journey is him. We need to extract his blood, Paduna reminded Reishid internally. Relax, I understand. Enel is no match for me now, Reishid casually replied, recalling how even a pre-hockey Luffy managed to defeat him at this moment. Paduna merely shot him a teasing glance without responding. By the way, Brother Hook, once we land, let us bring some soil with us. Dirt is a scarce resource on the Sky Island, Reishid suggested. Hook, taking precautions, took Ashura along to dig. They ended up with a ship full of dirt. Their expressions awkward. Brother, I asked you to bring some, not to prepare for a holiday on the Sky Island. Reishid exclaimed, exasperatedly covering his head. You said it yourself on the Sky Island, berries aren't the common currency. What if the island we reach doesn't accept berries? Hook countered, we don't even know how long we'll be up there. How will we feed everyone without these? The group slowly made their way to the ship. Preparing for departure, we're off, Sky Island. Here we come. Reishid and his companions shouted towards the sea as the entire ship soared in the sky on the rushing current. Oh no, we're going to fall. As they adjusted the sails, they noticed the ship rapidly ascending, but a few began to feel the effects of altitude sickness, their speech becoming sluggish. Wow, Reishid, it's just as you said, Hook remarked, his face flushed, the effects hitting him the hardest among the group. Reishid hadn't anticipated Hook's reaction would be so extreme. According to the original narrative, altitude sickness was only severe during battles. Paduna, why is this happening? Reishid inquired. Paduna remained silent, lost in thought. Not receiving a reply, Reishid wasted no time. Pulling the sails, everyone. Otherwise, we'll be dragged down. Fortunately, the tumultuous surge subsided shortly, and their ship reached the sea of clouds. Where an old iron gate obstructed their path in the distance, a group of winged individuals observed the scene and exclaimed, "We must report. Woe is us." No one is left to relay the message. We are doomed. Quickly tell those sea dwellers to leave. Hey, sea dwellers, you must leave quickly. This place is about to vanish, the leader shouted toward Reishid. Vanish? Could it be that Enel has acquired the fruit and intends to annihilate his own homeland? Reishid pondered, realizing he must confront him directly. Reishid, what is going on? Hook, having regained a modicum of strength, inquired, do not approach any closer, you denizens of the blue sea. Before he could finish his sentence, the sky erupted with thunder. Bolts of lightning cascaded upon them as if it were a torrential downpour. Stunned by the situation, the group stood frozen. What on earth is happening? Yuan, he was the first to voice his confusion. It is the work of a lightning fruit user. It must be Enel, answered Reishid, shedding light on their bewilderment, revealing that this avian individual had possessed a penchant for striking others even back then. Is this the work of a human? What does this fellow take life for? Yuan Yi exclaimed, his voice dripping with anger. Hook was taken aback, witnessing Yuan Yi's fury for the first time. The man seemed entirely mismatched with the pirates. His vehement disdain for evil making him more akin to a marine. Reishid appeared similarly perplexed. Could they possibly be undercover agents sent by the Marines? No, surely not. Reishid was the chosen one by their father. Though he didn't comprehend his father's reasoning, as a son, he would undoubtedly offer his unwavering support. Hook mused. Let us depart. We must prevent that scoundrel from advancing, Reishid declared, as the Fanny set sail. In a certain clearing of Baika, A man with large ears lay comfortably on the ground, savoring something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in disbelief, gazing into the distance. "What is it, my lord?" inquired a spherical figure behind him, clad in glasses. "Damn it. Why do blue sea folk exist in such a manner? I am a god." Enel muttered to himself. "Priests, I now bestow upon you the utmost authority to eliminate the intruding blue sea folk." "Yes, my lord." The figures behind him responded in unison, promptly advancing towards their target. Unbeknownst to Reishid and his companions, they were making their way towards Enel. "Reishid, are you certain this is the right direction? I can sense nothing of that individual's presence." Hook questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion, and he is definitely there. "I can perceive his aura," Reishid assured him. They were drawing close. Should Enel show himself, he would ensure to smash his vile head to bits. However, someone was unwilling to let them approach further. As a large shadow appeared in the sky, a man sat upon a great bird, flanked by two spherical entities, surrounding Reishid and his group. "Blue sea folk. Surrender your weapons, and we may grant you a swift death," the airborne man proclaimed. None other than Shura, the priest of trials. "Ah, no need for idle chatter with the blue sea folk. Send them on their way. And do not keep the Lord waiting." The priest of trials, Daegu, initiated the assault, while the priest of trials, Nirvana, and the priest of trials, Om, wasted no time in brandishing their weapons. "Oh dear, the harbingers of death have arrived." "Everyone, charge," Reishid commanded, selecting an opponent without hesitation, and the others reluctantly followed suit, shielding their heads. Armament hockey. Iron fist. Reishid's powerful fist collided directly with Om's massive sword. Boom! 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 The resounding blasts echoed, and shattered trees littered the vicinity. Om was dispatched in an instant, collapsing upon the broken timber, his fate uncertain. The sudden ferocity of the battle left the other three priests astounded. Before they could ponder further, a voice resonated from the heavens. "What do you take life for, acting in such a manner?" Breath of the sun, sixth form, scorching bone flame. Yuan E unleashed a barrage of fiery slashes, each striking Shura with pinpoint accuracy. The priest's pet fled in terror, soaring away without a backward glance, leaving the injured Shura adrift in the sea of cloud. As for Ashura, he was not so fortunate. Beast method. Earth Tiger, Earth Tiger, Earth Tiger. If you dare, do not evade. He roared, brandishing his axe towards Daegu. The tiger-like shockwaves relentlessly surged towards Daegu. Yet for Daegu, who possessed the ability of Kinbunchika Haki, such predictable attacks posed no threat. "Ashura, that spherical bastard possesses Kinbunchika Haki. Utilize your beastly instincts to discern his trajectory." Reishid advised Ashura from the sidelines. "Discern?" Ashura murmured, halting his assault and closing his eyes. "Oh, what an opportunity!" Surprise ball. Dragon ball. Daegu commanded his masked dragon to charge at Ashura. Boom! Boom! The dragon collided with Ashura, resulting in a violent explosion. "Ugh, discern." "Ah, I can't feel anything," Ashura cried out in agony. Daegu had no intention of waiting for him to recover. Impact. He thrust his palm against Ashura, the immense force sending both of them hurtling away. "Ugh, it seems I cannot get too close," Daegu mused, realizing that proximity also inflicted harm upon him. Yet against this child before him, the previous shockwaves would prove ineffective without close contact. That moment. Ashura began to reflect on the training grounds lessons, where the masked man had instructed him. "Listen, you little brat. Remember that the world's top figures all wield Haki. If you cannot master it, you must leverage your instincts as a beast to gauge your opponent's presence. That is your own Kinbunchaku," he had explained. "Kinbunchaku? What is that, teacher?" Ashura had asked, bewildered. "It is Haki, a means to predict your opponent's actions in advance." "How many times must I tell you? Do not call me master." The man had replied impatiently, delivering a light smack to Ashura's head. He continued, "You may not comprehend this now, but consider how the eagle in the sky captures its prey. The axe techniques you are learning must be honed through emulating beasts. Heaven and earth are the most fundamental, yet challenging to master. In the beast method, beasts can merge and amplify their attacks, yet heaven and earth cannot." Ashura gazed at the eagle soaring above, lost in rare contemplation. Back on the sky island, a hawk also observed him, and in an instant, Memories of his numerous failures in the beast method resurfaced in Ashura's mind. The fledgling hawk carved through the air, gazing at the pure white clouds above, its sharp talons poised to strike. Harmonizing with the rhythm of its wings, the golden light flickered in Ashura's eyes. Beast method. Golden eye eagle strike. Oh, the momentum has shifted. Impact. Daegu felt an intense unease that compelled him to cease his idle observation. This time his hand did not rest upon Ashura. The growing anxiety surged within him. The subsequent waves of attacks from Daegu were effortlessly evaded by Ashura, who grew increasingly adept at dodging. Soon, he began to counterattack. The golden eagle ascended from the ground, synchronized with the rhythm of Ashura's movements, striking directly at Daegu. In that moment, Daegu understood. This child had grasped Kinbunchaku after merely a few exchanges. It was truly terrifying. He must not be allowed to live. Daegu distanced himself from Ashura, commanding the masked dragon to launch a ranged assault. At that moment, the stone axe in Ashura's hand began to transform, the entire axe head turning a blood-red hue, gradually spreading. The stone upon the blade faded, vividly depicting the images of a dragon and tiger, while the other side showcased a fierce golden eagle. This is the transformation the master spoke of regarding the axe. Ashura marveled at the weapon in his grasp, disbelief etched upon his face. With that, he turned to face Daegu, fully capable of perceiving all incoming attacks. He dodged the explosions, evaded the shockwaves, and Daegu's strikes failed to land even once. Reishid and Yuan, he observed, astonished. What a genius of battle! Hook, brother, are you not yet finished? Are you not courteous? Though I acknowledge it is quite embarrassing. There is no need to say it to my face. Hook continued to grapple with Nirvana, facing an opponent whose speed and punch were augmented by the wind shockwave, each time he attempted to strike down his foe. Nirvana would swiftly evade with a sudden burst of acceleration beneath him, compelling Hook to hasten his resolve to defeat his adversary. Meanwhile, Nirvana silently cursed. Damn blue sea folk. Why are they so powerful? This is not his domain to trespass. What to do? The next moment, everyone stood dumbfounded as they witnessed Ruta flee. He ran away. Even his ally Daegu was left stunned. Hey, surely not. What a joke. I must flee too. Just as he uttered those words, a figure lunged at him from behind. Where do you think you are going? Ashura teleported behind him. This is the end. Beast method. Golden eye eagle strike. The golden eagle manifested behind Ashura, resembling his very incarnation. With a swift turn at a 45-degree angle, it struck down towards Dawoo's head. You must move! You must move! In a life-and-death moment, Dawu forcefully twisted away, just in time to evade the attack. But before he could react, the eagle's talons redirected and struck his chest, causing crimson blood to spurt forth. This time, the attack will not miss, Ashura murmured, gazing up at the eagle in the sky. Behind him, Dawu collapsed in a pool of blood. At this point, all four of Enel's priests have been defeated, so you have failed, yet you still dare to return alive. Inazuma. Enel, witnessing the returning Nirvana, lifted his head and unleashed a lightning spear that sent him crashing into the wall. Leaving his fate uncertain, he had observed the battles of the priests through his mind network with keen clarity. Humph, it seems this golden-haired lad is their leader, he mused. Just wait, you will regret coming here. I am a god. Once again, Enel activated his mind network and sensed the movements of Reishid and the others, then reclined in his seat, leisurely consuming fruit as he awaited their arrival that moment aboard the ship. Reishid, are you truly confident? Hook asked with concern. Upon learning that Enel was a natural-type lightning fruit user, he became anxious when he heard Reishid intended to confront this formidable opponent alone. That it's fine. Brother Hook, that I also wish to test whether I can indeed defeat a natural-type powerhouse. Reishid replied with a smile. Having chosen the path of a pirate, in the future, he would face 3 admirals, each of whom possessed nature-type abilities and were extraordinarily strong that if he couldn't handle Enel, how could he hope to confront them? He sensed that Enel's aura was growing ever stronger, and his mastery of observation hockey should surpass his own. Enel's mind network, combined with his fruit ability, had likely enveloped the entire island by that point. What he could rely on was his own armament hockey and his fruit ability. Very well, Reishid, we shall wait for you here. However, should you find yourself in peril, we will undoubtedly come to your aid. Hook declared, pondering that Reishid seemed intent on resolving the issues of his homeland alone. Reishid nodded and disembarked, gazing up at a grand palace ahead. His target, Enel, resided within. Pardona, I just need his blood, right? And then what? You should retrieve it first before asking. Pardona replied tersely, a friendly warning. This fellow may not be as you imagine. Reishid fell silent for a moment, pondering her words before stepping into the palace. Shortly thereafter, a figure materialized before him. It was Enel. A blue sea dweller. You have finally arrived. Are you here to challenge my existence? Enel asked with a smile while holding an apple. Challenge? You overestimate yourself that a natural type user dares to call himself a god. Have you eaten? If not, come and take a punch from me. With that, Reishid manifested his armament haki and, in a flash, moved behind Enel, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated as the area where Enel stood was shattered, engulfed in thick smoke. Where was he? Reishid immediately activated his observation haki to locate Enel, Blue Sea Dweller. I hear your comrades call you Reishid. Care to guess who will perish between us? Enel's lightning form appeared in the air behind Reishid, grinning. Damn, this guy's observation haki is so strong. I completely failed to keep up with his speed just now. Reishid scratched his head in frustration. If Enel were so easily subdued, the lightning fruit would not be hailed as the strongest of the natural types. Enel transformed back to his normal form. Standing before him, that punch you threw earlier was quite dangerous. How did you manage that? Reishid chuckled as he approached. Oh, you want to know? Simple. Defeat me, and I'll tell you to that moment. The two were nearly face to face. The proximity suggested either a kiss or a fight was imminent. Inazuma, armament haki, iron fist. In an instant, both launched their strikes simultaneously. Reishid was forced back several steps, while Enel was sent flying into the sky. Reactivating his elemental form. Left? No. Right above? Ugh. Reishid was once again ambushed, his movements becoming sluggish. Enel is surprisingly powerful. How did Luffy defeat him back then? Reishid murmured to himself. Did he truly need to resort to using his fruit ability? Still lost in thought, Blue Sea Dweller. You haven't answered my question yet, Enel remarked, refraining from pressing the attack as he continued to inquire. Thirsty, Reishid retorted, executing a side kick imbued with armament haki towards Enel. Oh, how frightening. Enel effortlessly dodged the attack, having predicted it in advance. Damn, all my attacks are being read. I can't hold back any longer. Confirming that no one else was around, Reishid's upper body morphed into a beastly form. Two blade-like appendages sprouted from his arms, while the lower half transformed into hooves, gripping the ground with the shape of a mythical beast. Now, Reishid had become a divine beast. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing even Enel to momentarily lose his trademark smile and regard Reishid with a serious expression. This moment, the so-called god of the lightning fruit faced off against Reishid, who bore the power of a mythical beast. In an instant, both sprang into action. 30 million volts. Lightning beast, judgment, blade. The clash of the lightning beast and the light blade ensued. This time, Reishid did not retreat an inch. Enel, however, suffered the consequences, being knocked back several steps with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Considerable strength. I underestimated you. Enel, rarely serious, regarded Reishid with newfound respect. 60 million volts. Lightning Dragon. Enel struck his drum, unleashing a torrent of lightning dragons that wreaked havoc, demonstrating the destructive power of thunder around Reishid. It has begun, Enel proclaimed in declaration. All flash and no substance, Reishid retorted, countering the lightning dragons with his armament haki blades. Boom! A colossal roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth as Enel, seeing the lightning dragons fail to connect, quickly retaliated. Unforgivable, divine judgment. Energy began to build at his wrists, and thunder rumbled from the sky. Faced with such an extensive area of effect skill, Reishid could only evade as lightning rained down around him. In the distance. Enel continued to gather strength for a potentially fatal strike. What to do? He pondered, just as a lightning spear from Enel shot towards him. With no time to think, Reishid's upper body underwent a transformation, his arms reshaping into blades as the scale mode activated. Ugh! Upon absorbing Enel's lightning spear with the scale, both sustained damage and staggered backward. Enel, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "What kind of ability is this? Why am I also taking damage?" Reishid's objective was achieved. As long as Enel hesitated to engage him directly, he could force the battle into close quarters, ensuring his own invincibility. Switching modes, he transformed the scales into a hammer. Soru, Reishid instantly appeared before Enel, wielding a massive hammer aimed directly at his forehead. Enel unexpectedly met the attack with a condensed lightning spear. Starlight, brilliant. Lightning spear, boom, boom, boom. What the hell? When did Enel acquire such formidable martial skills? Isn't he's supposed to be just a fruit user? Reishid thought, his hand trembling as he questioned his very existence. Blue Sea Dweller, haha, you cannot defy a deity. Enel continued to espouse his divine rhetoric. Ha ha ha. A deity? This world has no need for gods like you. Reishid scoffed in reply. Tisich, such an impudent wretch cannot be spared. Enel waved his hands, summoning a lightning spear to his grip. Now, let the insolent one experience the despair of the divine. Lightning Dragon Spear. With a mighty shout, Enel swung the dragon-patterned spear, almost sending Reishid away. This really Enel? Relying solely on his fruit ability. Enel, just you wait. I'll be back shortly to send you flying. Reishid's voice boomed as he reprimanded, causing his pace to quicken further. Enel, taken aback by Reishid's unpredictable tactics, let out a furious laugh, conjuring lightning once more to pursue him. Such sacrilege against the gifts bestowed by the divine shall meet with annihilation, he proclaimed, striking his drum once again. 30 million volts of lightning beast punch. It was a dire situation. He realized he could not withstand it with a single hand and would have to endure the impact. With this thought, Reishid prepared to absorb the blow with his back. Beast Art. Earth Tiger, Scorching Bone Flame Sun. Yuan, E, and Azura arrived just in time to intercept Enel's attack. Ditto. Two more from the East China Sea. You are testing the patience of the divine repeatedly, Enel growled, his gaze turning even more ferocious as he relentlessly directed his assaults toward the duo. Mr. Yuan, E, Azura, just hold on for a moment. I will return shortly. Reishid urged the two while also calling out for Padona. Dead Cat, where are you? Hurry up or Brother Hook will see. When will you ever change your reckless nature? It's not like I can't handle it. Padona appeared absurdly, riding a flying carpet above Reishid. He glanced at the blood on Reishid's hand and said, All right, do you need to rest? You might fail otherwise. No need. Azura and the others are still holding their ground outside. I'm a Zoan-type ability user and recover swiftly, Reishid replied, refusing the offer as he sat on the ground, extending his bloodied palm. Sigh, fine, Padona conceded, his wings glowing brightly as Reishid suddenly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in a coliseum reminiscent of ancient Rome. If Azura were here, he would undoubtedly recognize this as a training ground he had visited before. Before him stood a colossal, unicorn-like beast. With a mighty roar, it summoned bolts of lightning from the sky, striking towards Reishid. The devastating lightning rained down around him, and the debris hurtling toward him served as a stark reminder of the potential injury he could sustain. What the hell? Reishid cursed as he dodged the falling bolts, seizing a massive hammer to charge at the beast. His hammer only left slight marks upon the creature's hide that in the distance. A man on a mountaintop exchanged silent glances with Padona. Phew, this creature is tough, Reishid thought, feeling the urgency of the situation he had already delayed too long. Azura and the others were still battling outside, and he could not afford to hold back any longer. He coated his hammer in armed color, Starlight Hammer Strike. The orb of explosive light transformed into a crimson hue. Reishid slammed the hammer into the beast's leg, the explosive sound echoing as the beast howled in agony. After the orb detonated, the black hammer redirected, beginning to strike the creature's head. Reishid's entire body took on a rigid form as he exerted force, hammering down with precision. A second strike generated by twisting his waist, followed by a third strike launched from the air. After enduring this entire sequence of head massages, the beast desperately charged with its horns, causing the ground beneath to collapse. Observing the surrounding environment, Reishid wasted no time sprinting towards the high slope. Upon reaching the summit, he leapt again, delivering another strike to the monster's head. A slope? A hammer? A monster? The DNA had stirred. Reishid thought, determined not to let the creature's head remain intact and ready to take flight. Without hesitation, he began charging towards the beast once more. His hammer, glowing as it absorbed energy, as the light around his hammer shifted in hue. Reishid spun his entire body, gathering energy before delivering another heavy blow to the beast's horn. The explosive orb detonated upon impact, sending a thunderous roar through the sky, accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke. The massive figure staggered, covered in wounds, with broken antennae and a mangled hoof, now battered and bruised. It cast a deep glance at Reishid before unleashing another furious roar. The sky darkened again, the clouds thickening as thunder rolled ominously. The beast began to emit a blue light, as if performing some arcane ritual with the lightning above. Sensing the impending danger, Reishid rushed to strike once more, hoping to interrupt its perilous actions. His instincts screamed at him. If he did not act now, trouble would surely follow. He struck relentlessly at the creature's head. But the beast stubbornly withstood each attack, its roars growing louder. This is bad. I can't break through. Reishid realized, watching the lightning continuously surge into the beast. He understood he could no longer halt its transformation. Immediately, he activated his balance mode, raising the scales before him to face the beast. Roar, roar, roar. With one final bellow, a colossal shockwave of lightning erupted around the beast, sending Reishid tumbling away. He quickly recalibrated his injuries, rising to observe the creature before him, which had transformed completely. Its body was now infused with chaotic energy, with broken horns and hooves replaced by crackling lightning, its wounds entirely concealed. It seems this creature can utilize the lightning from the sky for a brief restoration. This is troublesome, Reishid murmured. The beast stole a glance at him, targeting him with its electric horn for an assault. The ground beneath him shattered under the force of the unleashed lightning. Reishid raised his scales once more. Intending to absorb the damage and retaliate, he gambled that the current state of the beast would be unable to withstand his counterattack. Roar! Puffed! The impact sent Reishid crashing into a wall while the beast suffered damage, its horn cracking again. Both combatants found themselves in a temporary standoff. With Reishid slowly emerging from the wall, to his surprise, the beast still lived, albeit wary of him. After regaining some strength, Reishid gripped his hammer and resumed his offensive. In the distance, Padona and Acho were sipping tea and conversing. Acho, what do you think of that young man, the leader of Azura? Not much. His foundational skills are weak, and his footwork lacks solidity. No matter how many techniques he possesses, they are merely fleeting, Acho replied dismissively. Hey. Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you, practicing with a single act for 20 years before emerging? Padona chuckled, lifting his teacup. It's about time I prepare to head down. That kid is nearing the end. With that, he left Acho behind and summoned a small helicopter to depart. Meanwhile, Reishid was engaged in the final battle with the beast. His clothing in tatters and his body marred with wounds of various sizes. The silent testament to the difficulty of his struggle propelled him to approach the beast with reckless abandon. He opted to exchange injuries, using his shield to absorb damage while retaliating with his hammer for continuous output. Looking at the beast, he noted that it was completely devoid of intact flesh. Its torn wounds and severed limbs signaling its final moments. It let out the loudest roar to date, channeling countless bolts of lightning into a unicorn form as it charged towards Reishid. Come, balance mode. Reishid raised the scales once more, a fierce expression on his face. Come, let us see who falls first. The violent lightning enveloped Reishid entirely. Both he and the beast let out anguished cries. The creature collapsed, unable to rise again, while Reishid gazed at the nearly lifeless monster and raised his hammer to deliver the final blow. It seems you have succeeded. Now you simply need to place your scales atop its corpse, and you shall obtain the power you seek, Padona interjected. However, be wary. During the absorption process, the Shieji within you will battle the Kirin, and you must assist the Shieji to acquire the abilities more swiftly. Leakside nodded silently and began to absorb the power of lightning. In an instant, the force surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his internal organs, an endless cycle of destruction and regeneration. He summoned his own fruit abilities and armed color to combat the raging thunder within. The mythical Siege within him and the external Qilin locked eyes, each vowing their dominance, before they immediately clashed. That moment, Siege held the upper hand, bolstered by Leakside's arm color, enabling it to disregard Qilin's lightning in its assault. Meanwhile, Qilin, armed only with Enel's heartnet ability, struggled to inflict any significant damage. Their internal struggle raged briefly before reaching a swift conclusion, upon Siege's final roar that tore through Qilin's throat. Leakside felt a powerful energy coursing through him, his damaged organs rapidly healing, and his form transforming. But a layer of scales began to envelop his exterior, his body expanding visibly, while his hues shifted towards a pale azure. His wrists, neck, and ankles sprouted white mane, and his fingers morphed into sharp claws. With a thunderous roar, Leakside unleashed his fury, the sky reverberating with thunder as lightning erupted from within him, leaving scorched earth in its wake. His gaze fierce and predatory. That moment, Leakside completed his metamorphosis. The Siege fruit had manifested into the form of the Thunder Qilin. With a sigh, Leakside returned to his original form, seated on the ground, seeking to recover his strength. His immediate concern was to leave, for a more formidable foe awaited him outside. That you've taken quite some time. That lad outside can't hold on much longer. Pajuona appeared behind Leakside with the doorframe in hand. Your current Thunder Qilin form possesses most of the Thunderfoot's abilities. The next step is to see how you develop them. Understood. How is that Ashura kid faring? Leakside inquired. Not too problematic. After all, it has only been half an hour. Pajuona replied. But you must hasten your departure. Have you devised a strategy to counter Enel's observation hockey? No. With such a vast range and potent perception, I can't be certain I can overcome him. Leakside replied curtly. Another question. Explain the situation with Enel. What in the world is with that outrageous physical prowess? What the hell did you do? Where's the issue? It's clearly your own lack of skill that's to blame. After training under Whitebeard for so long, you can't even best an Enel. Pajuona scoffed. In your current form, you've inherited part of Enel's observation ability. If you can't win, I suggest you buy some tofu and throw yourself against it. Enough of your banter. I'm off, Pajuona. It's time to show that Sky Island fellow a thing or two. Leakside declared seriously as the duo opened the door and vanished from the arena, a masked man in the distance. Sipping tea, remarked, I hope to see you soon. Returning to Enel's side, the palace lay in ruins, reduced to rubble, as three figures faced each other. Enel and Yuichi appeared relatively unscathed, while Ashura was visibly exhausted, his attire singed and his body twitching sporadically from numerous electric shocks. Ashura, are you holding up? Yuichi asked amidst his duel with Enel. The latter trembled, but asserted that he could still endure. Sea Dweller, you're considerably stronger than that last boy. Why do you serve under him? Embrace the divine, Enel taunted, brandishing his lightning spear as he clashed rapidly with Yuichi. The latter's relentless blade swings spoke volumes of his resolve. Yanghua slash. Oblique's sun turn. As the two strikes were executed, Enel swiftly elementalized, retreating from the immediate danger. The man before him radiated a palpable threat, excitement glimmering in his eyes, just as he prepared to retaliate. A bolt of lightning suddenly surged towards Enel from behind. Puffed. Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the approaching figures of Leakside and Pajuona. Yuichi, Ashura, you've done well. Leave the rest to me. Leakside declared, immediately vanishing from his spot to appear behind Enel. Empowered by the Thunder Qilin, his speed multiplied several-fold, astonishing all present. Thunder Qilin. Iron Fist. The blue-black Iron Fist struck Enel's back, its velocity preventing him from elementalizing. Taking the hit, Enel pivoted, wielding his lightning spear in retaliation. Thunder B Spear, Thunder Qilin. Iron Knee. Boom, boom, boom. The spear met the black knee in a cataclysmic explosion, the resulting shockwave forcing everyone nearby to stagger back. As the dust settled, Enel and Leakside momentarily disengaged, gasping for breath. Enel questioned, Huff, what has happened to that Sea Dweller? The disparity is astonishing. Take a guess, Leakside retorted, launching another strike with his hammer. Thunder Qilin. Celestial Dome. The massive hammer, glowing with lightning, transformed into a colossal Qilin, surging forth at Enel's direction. 0.60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel summoned his own gigantic thunder dragon to counter. Roar, roar, crash, crash. The summoned Qilin and thunder dragon collided fiercely. Both manifestations of lightning clashing in primal combat. Neither side yielded an inch. Observing the stalemate, both warriors prepared their next moves. One conjuring a lightning spear, the other coiling his fist. However, the outcome remained elusive. Leek's side sought Enel's elusive form, yet he could not locate his adversary. Sensing an urge, he abruptly glanced to his right. Sure enough, there stood Enel, radiating with lightning. The two locked eyes in silence, and Enel initiated the assault. You've begun to keep up. It's impossible for mortals to defy the will of the divine. Enel panicked, amassing power in haste. Thunder descend. Massive thunderclouds surged downward, their presence formidable. The rampant energy pierced the heavens, targeting Leek's side directly. Confronted with the oncoming onslaught, Leek's side's expression hardened as he grasped his hammer once more, twisting his body to channel all his strength into this singular attack. Thunder Qilin. Home run. The colossal Qilin hammer collided with the descending thunder, causing the ominous clouds above to dissipate. A potent azure Qilin shot skyward, accompanied by the roar of thunder, revealing glimpses of sunlight. The most powerful strike shattered Enel, who collapsed to the ground, utterly drained from the relentless battles preceding. The final blow's aftermath left him bereft of any means to retaliate, the home run's vast radius striking his abdomen. Lying silently, he murmured, "Sea Dweller, you have triumphed. Come, deliver the final blow to this divine being." Ha ha, become the God Slayer. Enel lay there, arms spread wide, eyes closed, laughing heartily as he prepared for his demise. Yet, after a prolonged silence, he received no final strike. Exhausted, Leek's side settled beside him, stating, "Divine, you are far from it. I know more than a handful of individuals who could easily ensure your defeat. How about joining me to witness the vastness of the sea outside?" He extended an invitation. Enel, taken aback by the absurdity of his statement, retorted, "More than 10 people could ensure my defeat. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't assume your victory grants you the liberty to mock me so freely." He seethed, unable to fathom that anyone could surpass him. "Fine, believe what you will. By the way, I've heard that Sky Island folk have an obsession with land. What about your dreams?" Leek's side inquired, now reclining on the ground. Enel paused, clearly caught off guard by the question. After a lengthy silence, he began to respond. "What do you understand? On this island, land is the rarest commodity. My dream is to possess infinite land upon the moon. One day, I shall construct a colossal warship to reach the moon," he declared, only to later ponder why he had shared so much with the other. "Shipbuilding. Do you even know where the best place to build a ship is? How many years do you think it would take you to craft one?" asked Reishid. Enel shook his head. "How would I know? Surely you aren't expecting me to divulge that information." He chuckled mischievously, as though they were long-lost friends to me. "You hold me in far too high regard. Seven Water City is the finest shipbuilding location. The best vessels in the world are constructed there." Reishid gazed at him in disbelief and replied, "So, why not join us in Seven Water City? With your abilities, you ought to seek fame and recognition on the high seas, rather than lingering here on this empty island as a minor deity. Am I simply mooching off you here? Is it any of your business? Honestly, please, I am quite fearsome. Just look at the people I have slain before you." Enel retorted, his ire palpable. All right, I understand you are formidable, but why resort to killing this group of people? You must understand, if you spend your life only fighting the weak, you will never rise to greatness. Do not squander your potential, Enelu, Reishid admonished earnestly. "What do you know? Every child here mocks my large ears, and the adults scorn me as a parentless wretch. Their eyes are filled with disdain, as if I have no right to exist." At this point, a rare aura of menace enveloped Anelu's countenance. In that moment, I vowed to myself that I would become powerful and trample them underfoot, making them feel my suffering. I want the entire world to tremble before me. As Anelu spoke passionately, he inadvertently jarred his wound, forcing him back to the ground. Later on, by a twist of fate, I found myself in a temple that I was utterly famished. I ate whatever was on the table. I quickly lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I possessed such abilities. Once Anelu began his tale, he could not restrain himself, and continued to lament to Reishid. It took me 2 years to develop my abilities to this extent. And then I returned to Baika, finding 4 vagabonds as my subordinates, which are the priests you encountered. Unfortunately, we ran into you today. Otherwise, we would have already departed, he finished with a bitter smile. Reishid listened quietly before inquiring. So, what do you plan to do now? Are you leaving or not? Anila haughtily replied, now? My face has been beaten to a pulp. What would I stay in Baika for? I intend to go to 7 Water City to build ships. Don't think for a moment I will follow you. I want to see if the outside world is as you described. Just wait. One day, I will defeat you. Upon hearing this, Reishid burst into laughter. Ha ha. Well, do wait until you can best me before returning to the ship. And one more question, Anilu. Do you know if there's much gold on this island? Gold? Anilu was bewildered, as he had yet to commence building his own ship. To him, it was as inconsequential as scrap paper. After a moment's thought, he replied, there might be a little. A few years ago, we acquired some during a trade with Apaya. Why do you want that useless stuff? Having received his answer, Reishid did not respond, but instead prepared to return to the ship, simultaneously notifying Hook to ready the soil on the fanny. What? Kid Reishid, you intend to take that fellow with you? Hook exclaimed, perplexed. There's no other choice. Brother Hook, we cannot allow him to remain here, considering his animosity with the island's inhabitants. They would surely kill him. Reishid explained, he will only accompany us to 7 Water City to build ships. First, we need to transport the soil to exchange for gold. Hearing Reishid's words, Hook found it difficult to argue that if Kid Reishid could handle it, he would go along with it, and he promptly took the lead, shouldering the soil boxes and charging ahead with Reishid. Subsequently, after a series of mutual concessions, both parties successfully negotiated, with Reishid exchanging an entire shipload of soil for a hefty 4 tons of gold. The inhabitants of Baika Island had intended to host a gathering for Reishid that day, but under Anilu's penetrating gaze, they ultimately refrained. Upon departure, Anila took his 4 priest subordinates along, which only exacerbated the cramped conditions of the small boat. Move a bit further back, Shura, call for the 3 Zhang birds' wings, and tighten them a little more. Such dialogues echoed throughout the vessel, and after various preparations, as Hook declared the voyage to commence, everyone fell silent. The Fanny set sail, following the current downstream, while Patadna observed his system interface alter Anilu's future trajectory to receive rewards. This caused him to pause momentarily. Then he gazed at Reishid and murmured to himself, should I inform him? Perhaps it's best to keep it to myself. If he learns the reward is bestowed upon the world government, he might very well capsize the ship in a chamber on the Red Earth continent. 5 elderly men were engrossed in managing intelligence and documents. Their voices resonated within the room. Boss, pass me the session's court records. The speaker, with a mane of white curls and a fluffy white beard, donned a flat hat and bore a scar on his left cheek. He was none other than Alexander Milran, one of the 5 elders responsible for legal matters pertaining to the world government. Boss, bring me the report on suspected ancient weapons. Another man, clad in a deep blue suit with long, straight white hair and a lengthy beard, was Don Quixote Duran, tasked with addressing historical issues. Quit dawdling. Boss, I need the data for the P0 assessment, chided a man in a deep red suit, lacking a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, bearing a scar on his chest. He was Giovanni Gronchi, responsible for organizing the P0 unit. Boss, I need the speaking materials for the World Conference, said a man in a dark green suit, balding yet sporting 2 distinct mustaches, a birthmark on his forehead. He was William Peter, in charge of foreign affairs and various political events for the world government. In a corner, a bald man in a white robe with glasses, eyes shut in repose, spoke in a barely audible voice. What about the data on the Navy and all military affairs? He was Spencer, one of the 5 elders, overseeing all military matters. The moment their discussions concluded, a robust man swiftly delivered the requested documents to each corresponding table. His garments seemed to be bursting from the strain of his muscles. He was Boss, the dedicated secretary to the 5 elders. This was the routine each day, once the 5 obtained their materials. They waved him off, signaling he could leave. Boss remained silent, bowing before quietly retreating to close the door, standing in place with a composed demeanor. Soon after, the room was filled with their exchanges once more. Is there still no news from P4? What on earth is Spandam up to? Duran inquired, turning to Gronky, who frowned in response. It likely isn't that simple. Acquiring the blueprint from Tom will require some effort. He is currently constructing a sea train and appears to have a good relationship with his apprentice. Use this to pressure him and see if he has any family, Milran suggested. Agreed. Revote that I will give that guy instructions. By the way, Spencer, have Grieford accompany you. Duran stated. Oh, do you think highly of that young lad? Spencer looked up at him. Humph. Among the younger generation, he possesses some strength and is obedient, Duran replied with a smile. All right, I will issue the order for him to depart immediately. Spencer responded with a grin as well. In 7 Water City. Brew, 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 brew. The phone snail was answered. Yes, yes, understood, my lord. I will act promptly. That a long-haired man was on the phone. Seated behind him were 5 masked figures silently observing his every move. After an undetermined length of time, click, the phone snail was hung up, and the long-haired man's demeanor shifted instantly. Humph. Well then, everyone, the Lord has issued the highest directive. You are to follow me. This man was Spandam, the leader of P4. However, before we proceed, we have been assigned a tale. Vayu, you go and fetch him in the corner. A masked man clad in a fur coat nodded and exited the room. The echoes of Spandam's tirade, filled with accusations of sending someone to claim credit, lingered in the the docks. Throngs of people gathered, their eyes fixated on a ship laden with gold. Among the crowd were those filled with envy as well as ill intent. Upon sighting the ship's flag, they vanished as if confronted by a specter. Aboard the vessel were Raid and his companions. The moment Inalu arrived at Water 7, he promptly set out to locate a shipwright, having been forcibly gifted 2 crates of gold as repayment beforehand. As he watched Inalu's retreating figure, Hook finally spoke up. Hey Raid, are you planning to recruit him by showering him with gold? Brother Hook, you're thinking too small. Even if he doesn't join us, with his strength, he will undoubtedly make a name for himself on the seas. If he doesn't become a crew member, at the very least, he'll be a friend, Raid replied, wrapping an arm around Hook. Having an ally is certainly preferable to gaining another enemy. Subsequently, the group left Yuan E to inspect the ship while they, along with Ashura and Hook, made their way to the pawn shop. The sight of the Whitebeard flag facilitated an exceptionally smooth process. Raid merely had to sign documents repeatedly. Half an hour later, he had successfully exchanged all his gold for a check worth 12 billion berries issued by the World Government Bank. After leaving the premises, the trio meandered through the city, evading their pursuers until they finally discarded their disguises and departed. The bank staff actually thought they could follow us. Let them wander in circles for a while, Ashura said, his hands cradling his head. Raid affectionately ruffled Ashura's hair, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze to the distance that I in the crowd. 2 figures caught his attention. One was extraordinarily burly, while the other, a middle-aged man clad in armor with brown hair, stood out remarkably. Raid's smile faded. It appears our journey may not be as tranquil as anticipated. Following Raid's gaze, both Hook and Ashura turned to inquire, Big brother, what are you looking at? Oh, it's nothing. We should hasten to procure supplies and seek a shipwright to tend to our own vessel. Raid responded, urging the 2 to move quickly. Ashura, ever the curious one, interjected, Big brother, that person earlier was quite strange. What was that on his head? It looked as hard as stone. That's hair gel that he slicked back his hair with it, giving it a stiff appearance. Raid replied, his tone indulgent. He then resumed, speaking internally. Yuan E, can you hear me? Paduo, you rascal cat, come out. What's up? I've encountered 2 formidable individuals at the market. It seems we must exercise caution while in Water 7. Ashura will accompany Brother Hook for shopping, Raid relayed. Paduo, I hope you're not about to tell me that my share of the reward for Baika is once again absent. Is the target the world government? Be honest with me. Well, how should I put it? There are always unexpected developments. Wouldn't you agree? Paduo's lips twitched slightly. I have something I must say to that cat. Someone interjected. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Apologies came swiftly, prompting a chorus of playful teasing from the group. After exchanging greetings with Mirage and his brother, they prepared to set off with Raid, ignoring the declaration of war from Natsu and Gray behind them. Raid cheerfully suggested that they could spar upon their return. He opened the guild's grand door, and as they stepped inside, they vanished from the sight of the guild members bidding them farewell. "Everyone, I'm back. This is our new comrade, Jeremy," Raid announced to the group. With the fourth member now present, introductions were made, but Raid soon discovered a pressing issue. Mirage was unable to utilize her magic due to her inner demons. It seemed as though her magical power had been sealed upon arriving in this world, rendering her incapable of even basic spells. This revelation caught him off guard. "Did I slow you all down?" Mirage added shyly. "But before coming here, I did manage to procure some magical items from the guild, so I still possess a degree of combat capability." "Worry not, Miss Mirage, I recall your experience in guild administration. You should be able to handle our supply issues. I believe you'll soon overcome your inner turmoil and regain your true strength," Raid reassured her. "How about this, Mirage? You'll accompany Shimo and me. When Hook mentions it, simply refer to me as an old friend." The two nodded in agreement and followed Raid toward the city center, where Hook and Ashura were busy shopping. "Brother Hook, how are things? Allow me to introduce my two fellow townsfolk." While Raid was still exchanging pleasantries, not far away, in a hotel, Spandam greeted a newcomer with a dismissive tone that, Greffrey. "Welcome," he said, feigning enthusiasm. "First, remove your armor and don a cloak. Here, you must adhere to my commands." Greffrey remained silent, grabbing the cloak from the bed and heading to the bathroom. "Tish, another mute," Spandam muttered, as the onlookers behind him regarded the weakling with disdain. When Greffrey emerged from the bathroom, Spandam tossed him a mask. "Let S go. It's time to trouble that fishman." The group silently followed behind him. As the two factions continued onward, they unexpectedly crossed paths at the market exit, despite their masks. Raid and Hook instantly recognized the identities of the individuals before them. "Raid, that group must belong to the P organization. What do you intend to do?" Hook inquired. Raid shrugged, remaining silent as he led his companion straight through the group. Spandam felt insulted. What does this brat mean? Is he seeking death? He reached for his gun, but one of his companions stopped him. "Focus on the mission," the companion said, lowering his hand. Spandam, thwarted, merely scoffed and turned away. "From the looks of it, they're after the blueprints in Tom's possession. We need to find him to repair the ship. Shall we go create some trouble for them?" Raid proposed. "I have no objections. After all, the world government isn't exactly virtuous." Ashura concurred. "I'm with you, Raid," Hook affirmed. They first prepared to return to the ship and set sail for Tom's dock at the shipyard. Tom was instructing Iceberg and Frankie, both of whom were deep in thought as they observed Tom's absurdly adept handling of various tracks. Tom laughed heartily, playfully ruffling the boys' hair, while Coco Roro was preparing lunch for them. This harmonious scene was abruptly interrupted by the unwelcome presence of Spandam, who appeared with a disdainful smile that, "You must be Mr. Tom. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. "Who are you? If you require shipbuilding services, seek another. I am currently preoccupied with something of great importance," Tom replied calmly, returning to his work without acknowledging Spandam further. Feeling snubbed, Spandam awkwardly lowered his hand and watched as Tom and his companions continued their tasks. Waiting until afternoon when Tom took a break to approach him again. "Mr. Tom here," he said, handing over a towel. Tom, unable to ignore the gesture, accepted the towel and waved Iceberg and the others back. Sitting atop a crate, he inquired, "What brings the esteemed members of the world government here? My sea train will be completed in a few years." "Not at all. The world government has great faith in your abilities. We are not here regarding that matter," Spandam replied, a hint of malice in his tone as he gestured toward the sea. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" I'm afraid I don't grasp what you're insinuating. My age is catching up with me, and riddles elude me." Tom laughed, dismissing Spandam's implications. Spandam's expression darkened. "Mr. Tom, your feigned ignorance is quite troublesome." He cast a sidelong glance at Iceberg and the others who had departed. "Such a friendly mentor-student relationship. I assent to it. What are you implying? Have you considered the consequences of your reckless actions?" Tom spoke with a hint of panic, a look in his eyes that did not go unnoticed by the other party. Spandam, being quite astute, chose not to press further, calmly stating, "There is no need for alarm. Mr. Tom, after all, we are representatives of the government, adhering to proper protocols. We shall see you tomorrow." With a meaningful glance, he departed, leaving Tom alone on the wooden crate. May I inquire if this is Mr. Tom? Upon hearing the question, Tom looked up to see a golden-haired young man, part of Reishid's group, that he was not in the mood for idle chatter, and simply replied, "Is there something you need? If not, I kindly ask you to return tomorrow." Reishid, noticing Tom's displeasure, nonchalantly responded, "Oh, nothing urgent, we can discuss it tomorrow. However, I would like to leave our ship here. If that is acceptable, it's quite hard to find this place." We searched for a long while to arrive. Tom perked up slightly at the mention of the ship. "What is the matter with the ship? Is there a problem?" "There is no issue. We merely wish to perform some maintenance after our voyage past Sevenwater." Reishid explained, gesturing towards the vessel. You seek to maintain your ship? Very well. It can stay here, and we shall begin our inspections tomorrow. With this understanding, Tom relaxed and smiled at the visitor. After exchanging pleasantries, Reishid prepared to take his leave, a scene observed from a distance by Spandane. It's that young man again. "Let us go greet him," he said, leading his entourage to block the path. "Well, if it isn't that arrogant little brat from before." "Do you know who we are?" Spandane taunted, exuding a bravado starkly different from his earlier demeanor when he encountered Tom. "Tisich, what does the world government have to do with me?" Reishid replied dismissively. Spandane's anger flared at this insolence, surprised that Reishid disregarded the world government entirely. "You dare provoke the world government? You have quite the nerve. P4, take care of him." "That is an order," at Spandane's command. Several masked figures discarded their cloaks and revealed their true identities, charging at Reishid. Yuan, E, and Ashura led the charge, with Shang Qiao and Mirage closely following. "Humph, looking for a fight?" Reishid scoffed. "What about those P4 behind you?" In response to the provocation, the group did not wait for further orders and assumed combat stances, the tension poised to erupt in a battle. "Hold it. I have not given you the order. Do you intend to rebel?" Spandane suddenly changed his tone. "Forget it. We have more pressing matters." With that, he impatiently led his group away, stopping in front of Reishid to utter, "Here, as a piece of advice. Don't corner yourself on this path. I have a feeling we shall meet again." Once he finished speaking, he vanished from Reishid's sight. That on their way, he continued to grumble, seemingly venting his frustration onto his subordinates. After a moment, he turned to a middle-aged man with a scarred face behind him. "Punlin, how are those individuals in terms of combat ability?" Punlin pondered for a moment before replying. "The golden-haired leader is quite formidable, and the black-haired swordsman is also strong. The rest, however, are rather average and can be dealt with easily." Satisfied with the response, Spandane smiled with confidence. "Good. Then I can rest easy that I hope these individuals are wise enough to back down. Otherwise, they shall meet their demise." The expressions of the five behind him varied. Reflecting their own thoughts, Reishid paid no attention to the earlier encounter and found a tavern where they celebrated before retreating to their rooms for rest. Later, he summoned Yuan, E, and the others to his room for a brief meeting. "Has everyone arrived? I would like to know your thoughts on the so-called P4 incident today," Reishid inquired directly. "There are two individuals we should be cautious of, the scarred face and the brown-haired man. They will be quite troublesome," Yuan E assessed. "And that muscular fellow seems to be on par with me," Ashura added. Reishid nodded, noting that they could handle the three of them, but he turned his gaze towards Shang Qiao and Mirage, the latter appearing somewhat anxious. "I feel they are strong, but please rest assured, I will give it my all," Shang Qiao vowed, patting his chest, only to accidentally knock over a cup on Reishid's table in the process. "I will find a way to hold off the only woman among them," Mirage offered, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Though they had somewhat identified their targets, Reishid couldn't help but wish for Enel's presence at that moment. He missed the one with the large ears dearly. "All right, our plan for tomorrow is simply to maintain the ship and depart thereafter. Conflicts with them should be minimal." After the meeting adjourned, Reishid sat alone by the window, lost in thought. Pajuona, observing him, waved his hand, summoning his pajamas as he retreated to his small room in the air to sleep. The next morning, Reishid led the way out of the door and found that everyone was also emerging simultaneously. "Oh, everyone is up so early," he remarked. "Hi, Reishid. I barely slept. You know, we had a run-in with the world government yesterday. It's best to resolve matters quickly and head to our destination," Hook replied nervously. The group began their morning routines and decided it would be wise to have Hook remain in the room with the telephone beetle, just in case. Reishid and the others set off towards Tom's dock. However, They were taken aback to see Spandane and his group had arrived even earlier, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument with Tom. Before they could approach, they witnessed Tom being struck down to the ground by a punch. "T.C. Tom, I was giving you a chance, but since you refused, do not blame us," Spandane shouted angrily. "Vayu, keep an eye on him. Punlin, Saligant, Guffride, go capture those little brats." Tom, pinned to the ground, struggled and exclaimed, "You bandits! I assure you, I will never hand over anything to you executioners." Just then, he was struck down again by Vayu. As the group prepared to engage, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Oh dear, it seems we have arrived a bit late." "Mr. Tom," Reishid said with a smile, surveying the scene. "Ha. You're seeking death, aren't you little brat? Last time I gave you a chance. This time, don't blame me. Eliminate them while we still have the element of surprise." Spandane commanded, then ventured alone towards Tom's cabin. The others quickly found their respective opponents. "P4 Vayu, please, allow me to demonstrate," the man declared, drawing two bone swords from his waist, his body transforming as he added, "I am a Zoan-type ancient species, the swift sword tiger. Prepare to die." Shang Qiao trembled at the sight. "I am Gant, at your service," said a man with a face full of scars, whistling as he donned his skeleton-themed armor. A skeletal horse galloping from afar. Upon mounting the horse, he drew a great sword, proclaiming, "My steed, Kagamu, is a skeletal existence born from the horse fruit, skeleton horse form. Come forth, my lord." Ashura brandished his axe, ready for confrontation. "How could such a beautiful sister become a pirate? I suggest you surrender, dear sister," a yellow-haired woman chirped, smiling broadly. "P4 Sally, I truly despise fighting." Mirage looked on nervously at her. "Fishman, do not move. You are covered in wounds," said a somewhat dim-witted man, revealing himself as P4 Nuru, an axe fruit user, his hands transforming into axes directed at Tom. Yuan, E, and Guffride stood at a standoff, neither uttering a word. "Oh, dear. It seems it's just the two of us now. I am Reishid. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Punlin regarded the familiar Reishid with some exasperation, but returned the greeting nonetheless. "P4 Punlin, please." Reishid and Punlin exchanged the first blows. And at the sound of the signal, everyone launched into battle simultaneously. Bang, bang, boom. Reishid's armament-hardened fist struck Punlin, sending him flying. Despite embedding his feet into the ground to slow his retreat, he was propelled half a street's length into a wall. Astonished, he gazed at Reishid, who had only taken 3 steps back, exclaiming, "Cough, cough. Well done, young man. It seems I must take this more seriously." Upon uttering these words, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a black shockwave from one of his fingers. The gun-finger revolver directed towards Reishid. "Thunder Kirin, Thunder Palm," Reishid countered, sweeping his hand to meet the attack, resulting in a violent explosion of force between the two assaults. The shockwave propelled Reishid backwards several paces. Yet he smiled at his opponent. "It appears your prowess is not as lacking as I initially thought." With that, he rearmed himself, preparing for close combat. However, Punlin had different intentions. He swiftly distanced himself, executing Storm Foot, shotgun. A barrage of blue shockwaves erupted like pellets, forcefully halting Reishid's advance. Subsequently, he opened his hands once more. "Now, guess where this is coming from? Gun finger, revolver." "How bothersome," Reishid retorted, his hands coalescing into a thunderous hammer. Deflecting the incoming attacks as he closed the distance, he finally cornered Punlin into a tight spot. "Let us see how you evade this." Thunder Kirin, Iron Fist. Once in close range, Reishid relinquished the hammer, opting instead for his preferred style of hand-to-hand combat. Cornered, Punlin could only retaliate with his armed color. While his combat skills surpassed Reishid's considerably, he was vastly outmatched in terms of armed color mastery and stamina. Reishid's relentless assaults came like a tempest, while Punlin, a seasoned warrior, evaded and occasionally parried the unavoidable strikes. As the rounds continued, from 10 to 30 to 80, Reishid began to notice Punlin's counterattacks increasing, until eventually he could no longer evade and had to respond with his own body. Punlin started to breathe heavily. The vigilance in his gaze had been replaced with a sense of impending danger. "Oh, I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable," he remarked, attempting to engage Reishid in conversation, hoping to discern a weakness. Internally, he cursed, "Why does this wretched lad possess such strength yet remain unknown?" Reishid merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage. Thunder Kirin baseball bat. His dark left foot swung like a bat towards his opponent. Upon witnessing his attack narrowly avoided, he reached out to grasp Peng Lin's head. Thunder Kirin dominant slam. He drove Peng Lin's head forcefully into the ground. An unfamiliar mode of attack. Too bad it's still insufficient, Peng Lin said, wiping the corner of his mouth with excitement. You have a remarkable talent for combat. But ultimately, you stand as an enemy of the world government, and thus must be snuffed out in your cradle. With that, he tore off his outer garment, his armed color enveloping his body as he assumed an attacking stance. Fingers beckoning Reishid to come forth. Thunder Kirin iron fist. Gun finger grenade. Boom! Boom! The collision of their techniques resulted in both sustaining damage from each other's additional attributes. Peng Lin's body convulsed with electricity, while Reishid bore burns. Both retreated a step before engaging in close combat once more. Abandoning their ranged abilities, it seemed both were intent on determining the outcome through martial prowess in a mere span of minutes. They exchanged 50 blows, and as Reishid kicked Peng Lin to the ground, in the distance, Yuan Yi and Jeffrey were embroiled in a fierce battle. The clash of thunder and fire rendered the figures of both combatants nearly invisible. The air filled with the sounds of clashing swords. Yuan Yi's mastery of the sword tormented Jeffrey, who, despite the appearance of parity, was acutely aware of his struggle to withstand the onslaught. Each strike aimed at the same spot, revealing Yuan Yi's confidence and intent, which shamed Jeffrey. He roared, his famed blade, thunder, once more emitting a blue flash as he executed rapid, teleporting slashes. The repeated diagonal strikes formed an array of sword energy that encircled Yuan Yi. Holy Temple unmatched thunder flash strike. This blow encompassed the majority of his strength, a final attempt to determine the victor against Yuan Yi. In response, Yuan Yi employed his head dance with incredible speed, shattering all the sword energy in an instant. Facing Jeffrey, he calmly stated, "It's over. You have already lost." Witnessing his grand technique dismantled so effortlessly, Jeffrey's eternally stoic expression finally shifted. It was as if he had glimpsed beyond life and death as he addressed Yuan Yi. "I am not yet down. Our battle is far from finished." Yuan Yi nodded. "Very well. Let us continue." Both engaged in a swift dash towards one another, their weapons clashing, sparks flying as neither would yield, locked in a stalemate. Thunder Kirin full-scale home run. Reishid delivered a powerful strike, sending Peng Lin crashing to the ground. "Cursed beast-type mythical creature. Who are you? With such strength, you should not be nameless in Water 7, Peng Lin inquired as he rose. You're still standing. Then I must have held back too much. Rest assured, my next strike will surely bring you down, Reishid declared, confident that another blow would devastate his opponent. Just as they prepared to launch their next strikes, two thunderous booms interrupted their battle. It was Kamishiro and Tom, lying in a pit. Meanwhile, Mirage was struggling with the guild's magical ring artifact, evidently on the verge of collapse. "Apologies, everyone. My fantasy killer cannot reach him." Yuan Yi, we must advance. Reishid and Yuan Yi aimed to provide support. They were intercepted by Peng Lin and Jeffrey, who instinctively blocked their path. Not obstruct us. You shall not pass. With perfect coordination, Peng Lin and Jeffrey stood in their way. Their techniques collided once more as Vayu and Ioru prepared to deliver fatal strikes. Suddenly, two figures appeared from the sky, overshadowing them. "What do you intend to do?" "Hey, Reishid, this is quite embarrassing," that a fiery blast from the Phoenix and a thunderous projectile from Enel sent Vayu and the others reeling away from Kamishiro and Tom. Looking up, they were met with the unexpected arrival of Marco and Enel. "Why are you here, Captain Marco?" "Enel, did you not go to build ships?" Reishid exclaimed, astonished by their timely assistance. Marco, flapping his wings, replied, "Old man feared you might be in danger. So he sent me along, but once you took to the skies, I lost track of you. After flying over the sea for several days, I finally located you, only to find you battling the world government." Does a god need to report to you?" Enel retorted, adopting a haughty demeanor. "Fine, do as you please," Reishid responded, exasperated by Enel's attitude. However, with their presence, the tide of battle had shifted significantly. "Why is the captain of the Whitebeard First Division here?" "Could it be As this thought crossed his mind, Punlin immediately retrieved a transponder snail and dialed. Moments later, the transponder snail transformed into a lewd visage. "What is the matter, Punlin? Have you resolved the situation?" On the other end, Spandam was leisurely sipping tea outside Tom's workshop. Recognizing his superior's demeanor, Punlin knew he was simply slacking off, but he urgently exclaimed, "The situation has changed. We must reconsider our strategy. They are not mere nobodies. They are members of the Whitebeard Pirates." Spandam, caught off guard, spewed his tea, eyes wide with surprise. "Whitebeard, how do you know their identities?" Before he could finish, the voice on the other end continued. "Marco, among the reinforcements that just arrived is an unknown lightning fruit user, and the other is indeed Marco. Cease hostilities. I will report to the higher-ups. You all retreat for now. We will meet at the designated location." Spandane hung up the phone with remarkable haste and set off towards the inn with fervent determination. Though consumed by intense fury at that moment, he understood that it was not the time to cast blame upon his subordinates. Their future retribution would undoubtedly be warranted. The icy figures outside the door began to pound against it. Their intentions clear, and without hesitation, they rushed towards Tom with utmost urgency. With a click, the phone call on Punglin's end was terminated, prompting him to shout at his team, "Enough! Cease all combat and assemble immediately." Gant and the others swiftly complied, positioning themselves behind Vanlin. Thinking of escaping, "Stop them!" Reed, eager to pursue, was restrained by Marco. "Hold on. Kid, let us see what they have to say before making any decisions." Observing the scene, Enela scoffed, "Tisich, how boring that I'm out of here and transformed into lightning departing the scene. Indeed, Marco, we may have a misunderstanding. While you serve as subordinates to the Emperor, I doubt you wish to engage in conflict with the world government." Punlin attempted to dissolve the tension, hoping to bring matters to a close. "Punlin, is it you expect to grasp the situation with a mere sentence?" Marco clearly had no intention of letting this matter slip by. "What do you intend to do?" Punlin inquired. "Although you're the first division, merely wielding that title will not suffice to halt the world government's actions." "Of course, but do you not think it a bit naive to believe that the world government will simply allow you to obstruct us?" Marco unleashed his phoenix abilities, soaring into the air, seemingly prepared for renewed conflict. Gazing towards the sky, Marco considered the previously vanished Enelu. Vanlin decided it prudent to retreat. "Humph, what a sea emperor! Let us negotiate any reparations you desire. We shall return tomorrow with our commander to discuss further. Farewell." With that, he turned and left. Reed, witnessing their departure, found himself powerless to stop them. Both Shank and Tom were already injured, and it was best to ensure their recovery first. Mr. Tom, a voice from afar belonged to Fram, who hurried towards them at remarkable speed, a rocket launcher slung over his shoulder, while Iceberg and the others waved frantically behind him, attempting to halt his advance. "Let go of Mr. Tom, you band of pirates." Upon seeing the situation, Fram wasted no time and aimed the rocket launcher at Reed and his companions. The sight of the rocket launcher aimed at them rendered everyone speechless. "Hey, are you out of your mind? We saved Tom. The ones who injured him are those scoundrels from the world government." Ashura exclaimed, exasperated. "Humph, my eyes are not deceiving me. It is clearly you lot. Your people were at the entrance of our studio." "Weren't they?" Fran countered, still unconvinced. "Shut up, you brat." Tom attempted to retort, but the movement caused him to collapse once more. Observing Tom, Iceberg hurriedly assisted him while scolding his young apprentice. "Fram, stop this nonsense, my apologies." "Everyone, we cannot entertain you any longer, Doe. It's quite all right, we will return later. We entrust our ship to you." Reed waved his hand dismissively. "Cough, I apologize, young friend, for delaying your time due to my circumstances." Tom, supported by Iceberg, rose to express his regret. His impression of the Royal Pirate crew diverged significantly from what he had heard, piquing his interest. "It's no trouble. I genuinely wish to meet Mr. Tom, the Pillar of Water 7. Reed assisted Tom while conversing, guiding him back to the studio. Fram, finally grasping the situation, hurried forward to apologize, to which Tom responded with a smile, saying nothing further. After bidding farewell to Tom, Reed returned to the inn alongside Marco and the others. The atmosphere was no longer as jubilant as the previous day. Marco and Hook offered consolation. "Come on, kid, don't be so down to your age." You've already faced P4 head-on. What is there to be upset about? Marco, you need not involve yourself in the matters ahead. I shall reclaim my honor myself. Reed gritted his teeth, determined. Huh, that's the spirit. No wonder Dad has his eye on you. This time I'll just sit back and watch, Marco chuckled, patting Reed on the shoulder. After escorting the two back to their rooms, Reed summoned Padrona. I seek to become stronger. Is there any method to achieve this? What rewards are available from this summoning? Let me take a look. There is an evolution scroll for the training ground, the same one Ashura uses, and a random reward box. Padrona replied, thoughtfully. Is that all? Are you saying that the system has taken all the benefits for itself? Reed fixed his gaze on Padrona. Huh. This cat is not taking any cuts from the system. Padrona retorted, seemingly offended. Reed did not dwell on it further and retrieved the two rewards. The Arena Evolution Scroll, which allows both summon characters and the host to enter the training ground. And the wooden box containing a random reward. Oh, not bad. An Arena Trial Scroll, valid for 1 month, Padrona exclaimed upon seeing the rewards. Moreover, using this scroll in the arena equates to 1 day in the outside world. Without hesitation, Reed activated the internal communication, summoning all summoned characters to his room. After expressing his intentions, everyone agreed to enter the training ground. I will certainly train diligently and not hold anyone back. Shanks stated earnestly, as he had been the first to be defeated in the earlier battle. Even Mira Jane had struggled despite the assistance of her ring magic. Ashura produced the arena admission ticket, saying, Brother, let us go and see who improves the most. His perpetually optimistic demeanor left Reed both amused and exasperated. With that, the group vanished from the room, and 5 doors appeared in the arena, each labeled with their names. All right, everyone, you may proceed. Whatever you wish to practice, simply think it, and the arena will arrange the corresponding training for you. Padrona floated in the air, addressing the group. Very well, everyone, we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Reed was the first to open a door and enter. Following him, Ashura, Shank, and the others followed suit. In a flash, Reed found himself face-to-face with a silver-haired man in a blue suit. The man gestured with his left hand, lowering his body as he addressed Reed. Excellent. Come on, kid. This was Li Chaolan, a classic character from Tekken 7, renowned for his formidable close combat skills and striking appearance, famed for his powerful kicks and fists. Earning him a nickname, Don't Mess With Me. Reed assumed a combat stance, coating his arm with hockey, and charged forward. The two engaged in a primal exchange of blows. Whoa! A series of 4 light kicks followed by a heavy kick sent Reed crashing out of bounds. Boom! 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 Struggling, Reed finally emerged from within the wall, having been sent flying by the same move for the 6th time. What the hell? Is there really such a disparity in skill? As he was in the arena, Reed had suppressed his fruit powers, aiming to hone his physical techniques. However, without the support of his animal-type superhuman stamina, battling against such close combat experts meant he was often at a disadvantage. Rising once more, he charged ahead, only to be thwarted again by Li Chaolan's provocative low kick, sending him sprawling once more. This time, he devised a counter. Leveraging the momentum, he spun in midair, delivering a side kick to Li's waist. Although it did not inflict significant damage, it earned him Li's recognition. Not bad. In just a day, you've already devised a counter. Indeed, Li had trained Reed relentlessly for 2 full days, taking into account breaks for meals. He had endured nearly 12 hours of high-intensity training. Next up, it's time for advanced teaching. From now on, I will no longer hold back. Think of how to counter my moves, Li announced, shifting his approach. A series of heavy punches followed by an aerial backflip kick caught Reed off guard. Smack! Another heavy kick sent him tumbling to the ground, and a barrage of heavy punches rained down upon him. After enduring dozens of blows, he finally managed to roll away, only to be met once again by Li's blue trousers. A sweeping kick sent him flying, and a series of light punches followed, culminating in a 5-hit kick combo. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, Reishid was sent flying and lost consciousness. Li, unfazed, sat down as a tea table suddenly materialized behind him. You've worked hard. Have some of your favorite pu'er tea. Padrona reappeared. Huh, it still tastes just as it did before, Li responded, as if he had known Padrona for ages, expressing concern for others like an old friend. Humph, you remain as prideful as ever. You haven't changed a bit in these hundreds of years. Don't worry, They are far better off than this brat, Padona replied calmly while sipping his tea. After an unknown duration, Lee finished his tea and said, "All right, this brat should be waking up soon. Quickly step aside. Cat, don't hinder me. Tisich, I'm leaving. Time is of the essence," Padona remarked before vanishing. With a throbbing head, Reishid slowly sat up. Awake? After half an hour of rest, we continue with the meal. Lee gestured toward the dining table behind him and then leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, Kamatachi was being pressed against the wall by a burly man who was raining down rapid, blue-glowing punches upon him. "What's wrong? Aren't you the braggart? Fight back!" The man scolded that Mr. Taida. "Please slow down." "There are too many," Kamatachi replied timidly, but was greeted with even more forceful blows. This all you can take. That arrogant brat wanted to be my disciple when he first arrived. Now, muster the courage to show me your resolve." Taida Buna declared, his fists glowing even brighter as he delivered 3 heavy punches to Kamatachi's abdomen. "Yes, I will." "Oh." Before he could finish, Kamatachi was struck by 3 punches, clutching his abdomen in agony. "Don't get distracted. Continue," Taida insisted, showing no mercy as he continued his assault. Struggling to hold on, Kamatachi's right hand, holding the fantasy killer, finally reacted. A punch landed on Taida's cheek, causing him to feel an unfamiliar force that made him more alert. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with a powerful strike, knocking Kamatachi unconscious. "Phew, this brat's strength is quite intriguing," Taida mused as he looked down at the fallen Kamitachi. In a different room, Yuan-E opened the door only to find it empty. He was unaware of how to enhance his abilities in that regard. Thus, he sat cross-legged to rest. Not long after, he heard other voices in his mind. "Don't you want to see what powerful beings exist outside? The boy who summoned you is too much of a nuisance. Why not eliminate him?" Yuan-E suddenly turned around, spotting a shadowy figure in the dim corner. The shadow continued, "Your early strength has led to unusual emotions now. Hasn't it? Isn't it curious how strong the peak of this world truly is? Does your presence here hold any significance?" The shadow drew closer, and when it whispered in Yuan-Yi's ear, he was astonished to find that it looked exactly like him. "What are you so surprised about, Yuan-E? I am you." The shadow landed gracefully, drawing a blade directed at him. "Witness the gap between us, despite our similar strength." With a swift movement, the shadow struck. Yuan-E didn't even draw his sword. A massive flame slash surged toward him. There was no time. The sheath blocked the attack. Clang. "Nice reflexes, but it seems you've forgotten that I am also you." Breath of the Sun, 7th form. Sunflower Blossom. The shadow taunted. "I can do that too." It began to change its techniques. Breath of the Moon, 1st form. Dark Moon, Night Palace, a speed so fast that the blade was nearly invisible, cleaved through the air, leaving crescent blades in its wake. Yuan-E barely dodged the attack, yet the blade still sliced through his clothing. "How about that? I can do what you can't." "Heh, is that all you've got?" Yuan-E rarely took anything seriously, but now his eyes burned with fury. "How dare you use that technique against me?" He swiftly drew his sword, closing in on the shadow as their techniques rapidly shifted from the sun and moon breaths to the 5 elemental breaths in an unending cycle. The battle raged on. The shadow grew increasingly indifferent, while Yuan-Yi's fiery determination intensified. Meanwhile, Mira Jane stood in anguish. This was the site of her heart's torment, and now her brother faced danger once more. This time, the one who would strike was Lee Sana, her deceased sister. "No, Lee Sana," Jeremy cried as he leaped forward, intent on sacrificing himself to save his kin. Yet the opponent's fist did not descend, feeling a wetness on her face. She opened her eyes to see both siblings in tears. "As so many years have passed, Mira Jane. Have you still not let go?" They grasped Mira Jane's hands, as if facing certain death. "Wake up, Mira Jane." The two pushed her away, uttering one final plea, not be bound by the past. Bravely step into the future." Awakened from her trance, Mira Jane found herself staring at a hooded figure. "You shouldn't have awakened. It would have been better if you had perished in this environment." "Kurom, the skeleton, I look forward to your guidance," she declared, wielding a trident. "You should not jest with your family and me." A dark magic circle appeared above her head. She screamed as dark cracks began to form on her face. The surrounding rocks shattered and floated into the air. Once the magic circle dissipated, her appearance transformed completely. Floating hair, her signature cowlick, demonic claws, and a pair of wings and a tail. She had become the demon of destruction. Satan's soul, transformed, Mira Jane's demeanor shifted dramatically. Vanish, she uttered calmly, yet her attack was ruthless. Dark maelstrom. Countless dark hands reached out toward her opponent. As the skeleton barely launched an attack, innumerable tendrils struck her. The trident in her hand snapped, and she was shocked to find her opponent had vanished. A cold snore from behind alerted her, and she realized the figure was now behind her. I have no choice. I must utilize what Lord Kai left behind. The skeleton's eyes shifted as they transformed into the number 4, strengthened for close combat. She charged forward again. Dark fireworks. Mira Jane wasted no words, gathering her dark power. Raising her hand, she unleashed it toward her adversary. Boom, boom, boom. After just 10 exchanges, the skeleton showed signs of defeat. Super torture flash. Mira Jane pressed her hand against the skeleton, and the continuous flashes of light made her question her very existence. Lord Kai, I seem to be unable to defeat her. A voice echoed in her mind that you've done well. Nagi, leave the rest to me. The skeleton, now glowing red, retreated as the air filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, Rokudo Kai appeared, casually holding a trident that IT seems taking on 2 opponents is somewhat challenging. 2. Mira Jane found it peculiar, but the answer soon became clear as a weary Yuan E tore open a rift in space and stepped through it. Yuan E, you are faster than I anticipated, Rokudo Kai remarked. Observing the 2 prepare for battle, he hastily raised his hands in surrender. I cannot contend with you both. This lady has just broken her seal. Why not let you 2 spar? I will not interfere. Provisions will be arranged daily. I'll see you in a month. Rokudo Kai vanished. The 2 exchanged glances, and Yuan Yi's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Come. Mira Jane, though curious, engaged in the fray. The clash of dark magic and blazing swordsmanship ensued. No one could fathom what had transpired within Yuan Yi from that day forward. Whenever he encountered a formidable opponent, he would lose control as he did today. IT felt as if the current Yuan Yi had developed emotions akin to those of a human. Mira Jane reflected, her grip on her power tightening. This is it. The clash of strength, a spark of determination ignited in Yuan's eyes. Interesting. Continue. Mirage also smiled as he persisted in the battle. This moment, Pajuona was observing from a corner. Things are progressing swiftly here. You must hasten your growth. Otherwise, your subordinates will surpass you. Time passed quickly, and a month flew by in the arena. Reishid had changed his attire countless times. Fortunately, Lee, being a connoisseur of suits, possessed an endless array of them in his wardrobe. Useless. Lee, I have grown weary of your attacks, Reishid remarked as he seized Lee's leg and slammed him repeatedly to the ground. Li swiftly utilized his captured leg to execute a spinning kick. Liberating himself, and upon landing, launched an uppercut in an attempt to initiate a combo. Unfortunately, Reishid had already deciphered his intentions. He intercepted Lee's punch with both hands and immediately countered with a series of 5 kicks that sent Lee crashing to the ground. Sweeping him as he attempted to rise, he then unleashed a powerful punch that shattered Lee's defenses, a technique he had mastered thanks to his previous study of E and Iron Fist tutorials. Had it been a formidable demon, he might have found himself subjected to a month of relentless punishment. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Lee chuckled, "Excellent. It's finally becoming interesting." With that, he began to employ light kicks once more. Eyeing the now serious Lee, who was helpless but to raise his arms to protect his face, the 2 resumed their probing exchanges, and under Lee's astonished gaze, a gust of wind began to swirl beneath his feet. In another room, after a month of unwavering effort, Shang Tiao had earned Tai Da's recognition. Under his tutelage, Shang Tiao had progressed from merely channeling his will to being able to execute most of his techniques. Tai Da was pleased with Shang Tiao's advancement, and after sparring for a while, he called a halt to their training. "All right, you little rascal, I've imparted all I can in this month. Go find your teammates and impress them." Master, I can't bear to part with you." Shang Tiao clung to Tai Da's thigh, only to receive a punch to the head. Holding his head, he looked at Taida full. How many times must I say it? I can no longer leave this place. Only a fragment of my soul remains within this arena. Taida lamented, then disregarding Shang Tiao's struggles, he kicked him out the door. Ha! This kid is amusing. Li Chaoling approached and greeted him. So, have you sorted everything out? Taida inquired. We have taken care of everything except for that Reishid fellow, Li replied. Behind him, Lu Dao and the masked one silently sipped their tea. Ha! We can't concern ourselves with his presence. Let us go eat. Taida chuckled as he ushered the group away at the arena's exit. Reishid was engaged in jovial conversation with others as they awaited Shang Tiao. Suddenly, a figure landed in a rather undignified manner. Shang Tiao, how is it that you manage to astonish me every time you make an entrance? Reishid remarked with a smile, helping him up that, well, it's a long story, and everyone has been waiting for so long. Shang Tiao rubbed his head as he spoke. It hasn't been that long, Shang Tiao, but we must be off. Yuan smiled as he pulled him toward the exit. The following day, in reality, Marco and Hook exchanged greetings in the hall. Good morning, Captain. Hook, carrying breakfast, greeted it's you, Hook. Where are Reishid and the others? I didn't see them at dinner last night. Marco glanced at the empty space behind him. I don't know. They were absent at dinner. Perhaps last night's event affected them. But we can't skip meals. Hook pointed to the tray, saying, I'm preparing to bring them breakfast. Just then, voices echoed from upstairs. Leading the group was Reishid, now dressed in a suit identical to Li Chaolong's, along with others. Sensing their presence, Marco was momentarily taken aback. How had they grown so much stronger in just one night? Hey, big brother Hook, Captain Marco, you're all up so early. Reishid approached to greet them. Good morning. We were just looking for you. We didn't eat dinner last night. And how could we skip breakfast? Hook responded, leading Reishid and his entourage to the dining table to enjoy their meal, while Marco watched solemnly from the side. After breakfast, Reishid stretched and said, Captain, today let us handle things on our own. All right, understood. I'll one tea accompany you, Marco replied. Once the group departed, he returned to his room and pulled out a snail phone, beginning to contact Whitebeard as they stepped outside. Okay, everyone ready. Let us go find a venue. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, all donned suits and sunglasses, resembling a group of gangsters, the dock. Tom was up early as usual, tending to Reishid's ship. This is indeed a fine vessel, just as he was performing maintenance. An unwelcome voice interrupted him. Mr. Tom, your actions are causing us considerable distress. Spandane appeared, his face devoid of the previous respect. Now, there are no 4 Emperor's crewmates here to protect you. Suddenly, behind him, Pomlin and others stepped forward, ready for confrontation. They're here. Before he could inquire, several figures in the distance caught everyone's attention. The fluttering ties signaled their arrival. It was Reishid, who removed his tie and rolled up his sleeves. Smiling as he asked, Is this the attitude of the world government? Spandane, feeling relatively secure as he had not yet encountered Marco, arrogantly replied, Humph, a mere brat dares to negotiate. Call your superior out. Ha! This nauseating laughter caused others to frown. And Reishid stepped forward, speaking with a low voice. A coward who only knows how to hide behind others dares to converse with me. Since you have no intention of resolving this peacefully, let us see what happens if I lose. I will leave. Pomlin remained silent, simply casting a questioning glance at his superior, to which Spandane readily agreed. All right, kid, if you win, we won't trouble Tom anymore. He believed his side would easily prevail. Had it not been for Marco and that mysterious figure with large ears, at least 2 of Reishid's group would have been eliminated in the previous battle. Very well, this fight will be one-on-one among us. I'll take on the 2 of you, and the big guy and Pomlin can face off together. After Reishid made this proposal, he turned to Tom and said, Mr. Tom, please keep an eye on that annoying fellow. We'll handle the rest. The battle was about to commence, and Yuan found himself facing an old adversary. Mirage squared off against Sally, while Gant and Ashura's eyes were filled with combat spirit. Vayu faced his previous underling with apparent ease. With Li Chaolong's signature 5 consecutive kicks, Nira was sent flying, leaving only Pomlin to withstand the onslaught, witnessing the transformation of his opponent in just one night. His unease intensified. He could not help but glance at his teammates. The sight before him shattered his composure as he roared, What kind of joke is this? Currently, All CP4 members were being completely overwhelmed by the opposition. Just yesterday, Shang Qiao and Mirage had struggled to hold their ground. Yet today they were dominating their foes. A.S. doubts clouded his mind. Pomlin's marksmanship with his revolver faltered. "Hey, are you even focused while fighting me?" Reishid unleashed a full sequence of attacks on Pomlin, landing numerous punches that left indelible marks on his body. A mouthful of blood was expelled as Pomlin's expression darkened, and he bellowed at his teammates. "Niru, what are you doing? Hurry over!" The individual who had been summoned, the simpleton Inai Yuluo, finally rose to his feet. Together they endeavored to withstand the relentless onslaught from Lushida, which surged forth like a mighty tide. In the distance, Milajia effortlessly evaded Sa Li's attacks. The petals of the cherry blossoms, akin to a cascade of blue light, exploded in the air, while Sali incessantly sought her elusive shadow on the ground. Yet, the paper drawing had scanned the entire area and failed to locate the opponent's presence. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, expressing gratitude. "I must thank you all. Your arrival has liberated me from my shackles." Above Milajia, a dark magical circle materialized. Qian Shaoya, the demon absorbs the soul of Satan. "Now, let us continue." Dark abyss. Countless dark claws surged forth, and Sali found herself unable to evade. All the claws struck her, sending her crashing into the ground, a single blow sufficing to obliterate her. The devilish shadow loomed above, yet failed to deliver a fatal blow. Milajia landed and released her state. She gazed at the others with concern, stating, "I wonder how everyone is faring." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu, who had previously exhibited a dismissive demeanor, was now astonished as he defended against Shang Tiao's assault. He silently marveled at how this individual had transformed since yesterday, and the speed of that blue fist left him no room to evade. With this thought, he positioned his dual-boned swords in its formation. The sword-slicing tiger's strike had barely unfurled when a pair of blue fists met it with unyielding force. Shang Tiao, lifting his head with a grin, declared, "Ha, I've caught you." With that, he pushed him away. The Holy Fist's consecutive strikes, the destructive fist's super heavy punches, drove his opponent back, and with a rhythm sway, he once more struck at Yu from behind, landing blow after blow. Bang, bang. Yu's back was instantly marked with 3 fist-shaped depressions. The immense impact causing him to hesitate momentarily to, as the saying goes, a step slow leads to being slow in every step. Henceforth, he was perpetually led by Shang Tiao. Under Shang Tiao's relentless swinging and diving punches, he was gradually forced out of his animal form by the chaotic onslaught of the fantasy killer. By the time he fell, he had yet to find an opportunity to counterattack, to end the distance. Several members of CP were somewhat alarmed at the exaggerated strength of their adversary. Those still engaged in battle found themselves at a disadvantage. Ashura was also nearing the conclusion of his battle. Wielding his axe with remarkable skill, the knight Gante, engaged in combat with him, found his speed utterly lacking. When cavalry lacked speed, they were easily trampled. His initial targets were the horse's hooves, belly, and chest. Each of the steed's weak points marred with wounds. Unable to bear witnessing his mount suffer further injury, Gante resolved to dismount and engage in close combat. However, upon dismounting, he began to regret his decision. Against Ashura, who had grown up in the wild, his meager close combat skills were utterly insufficient. The attacks from a youth before him were absurdly fierce, and soon he was covered in wounds. It has time to end this. Beast magic, black rhino charge. Ashura raised his stone axe, and at that moment, a shadow of a black rhinoceros clung to him. The axe's surface bore dragon patterns as he executed his newly learned technique. The dragon's wrath and beast magic, twin skills overlaid. The roar of the rhino mixed with the dragon's cry momentarily dazed Gante. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself airborne. A visible wound adorning his chest. Moments later, a tremendous impact erupted from the sea as Gante lost consciousness, floating atop the waves. Hey. What kind of joke is this? Spanda, his previous ease replaced with alarm, barely had time to act before 2 dark figures suddenly hurtled towards the ground beside him. Dust swirled through the air, and when he finally discerned the figures within the crater, he was taken aback to see Niu Luo and Fanlin. Observing the only remaining combatant, Gufu Leda, he hurriedly roused Niu Luo and Fanlin. Let us go. Quickly take the unconscious ones with you. It seemed he had little desire to concern himself with the ongoing battle involving the temporary workers. What the hell? Is this how you describe weaklings? Fan Lin retorted, preparing to settle accounts with Spanda while hastily gathering the unconscious individuals to flee. Spanda, addressing Fan Lin with fervor, insisted that their immediate priority was to escape. Understood, but Fan Lin's words were cut short by a superior. Are you suggesting you bear this responsibility? If you don't take the blame, will you shoulder it yourself? Spanda urged him to make a swift exit. Fan Lin looked back at his fallen comrades and the still fighting Gufu Leda, making a choice to carry his downed allies and flee. Hey, do you all treat us like air? Lushida appeared before them in a flash. Fan Lin shielded his teammates, inquiring, what do you want? He was utterly perplexed as to how a group could become so extraordinarily powerful overnight. Escaping was the best course of action. What do I want? That's simple. Come, take a seat. Lushida gestured to a nearby wooden crate, pulling Fan Lin over for a hushed exchange. Fan Lin's expression soured significantly, and after much contemplation, he reluctantly nodded. Haha, very well. You may leave, but do not forget our direct transaction, Lushida remarked, patting his shoulder before permitting them to depart. What does that fellow want? Spanda inquired. He desires Gufu Leda's people, Fan Lin replied, his countenance grim. Does that scoundrel intend to do something with that swordsman? Whatever, let him have it. After all, he was merely sent as a temporary addition. Spanda remarked, remember, the true culprit behind our failure is that swordsman. Ensure that the others keep their mouths shut. He had previously been troubled about how to report to his superiors, but now he had a ready scapegoat. As for Tom, it was a joke to think he would escape unscathed. If he refrained from acting, there were plenty of others to deal with him. Once CP4 had distanced themselves, Lushida turned his gaze back to the ongoing combat between Yuan, Yi, and Gufu Leda. Amidst the clash of blades, the two figures continued their relentless exchange. Clang, slash, slash. They paused momentarily. Gufu Leda's armor was nearly shredded, while Yuan, Yi bore only 2 superficial cuts on his sleeves. Gufu Leda, if you don't take a breather, your superior has already abandoned you. Lushida approached with a flask of wine, and Yuan sheathed his sword, signaling his intention to cease fighting. After such a tumultuous encounter, Gufu Leda was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. With a head full of inquiries, he sheathed his sword and found a crate to sit beside Lushida. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a deadly struggle. Now, they were engaged in a ceasefire over drinks. After several rounds of drinks, Lushida finally posed a question. Old Gu, how did you come to join the world government? You seem like you were parachuted into CP4. Mr. Lei is quite interested in the world government. Indeed, I was temporarily assigned to CP4 as a combat asset. However, I do not belong to the CP organization, but rather. Gufu Leda began to shift the topic that it was perhaps best not to delve into this matter. You've touched upon a crucial point. Aside from the CP organization, does the world government encompass other factions? Lushida pressed, his curiosity piqued. Mr. Lei, you underestimate the world government. If it relied solely on the Navy and the CP organization, how could it maintain such stable dominance? Gufu Leda replied with a laugh. Dominance, indeed. They firmly grasp their power and continually drain the resources of local nations to fortify themselves. Lushida continued to inquire. Old Go, I heard from friend that the organizations of the world government train orphans from a young age to serve them. Is this true? For the most part, yes, that it seems Mr. Lei's friend is quite astute. Gufu Leda acknowledged, his expression turning serious. The world government occasionally seeks talent overseas. I am one such individual, bound to serve as a means of repaying their kindness. It seems that kindness is substantial, Lushida remarked. Choosing not to press further, he handed the flask to Gufu Leda, asking, Your swordsmanship is quite exquisite. I wonder how you honed such skills. In response to Lushida's diversion, Gufu Leda smiled and replied, I have been practicing swordsmanship since I was 5, enduring the elements for over 30 years to achieve my current level. Though I cannot compare to the swordsman beside you, talent is indeed crucial. Is that truly acceptable given our adversarial relationship? What does it matter? As long as you do not annoy me, and that Fan Lin also remains agreeable. Reishid chuckled as he responded, I harbor no disdain for the strong. Rather, it is regrettable that you toil for a worthless faction. He laughed heartily. Indeed, it is rare for anyone to openly curse the world government to their face. After clinking glasses with old Gu, Reishid rose, stating, I have had my fill of drink. Since Mr. Lay does not intend to take my life, I shall remember this kindness. However, I must now return to the world government to report. Very well. One last question. Reishid gestured as he regarded the other man. Was the matter concerning Zephyr orchestrated by them? Mr. Lay, do you not already possess the answer? Old Gu replied before vanishing from the dock. Rek, what is the grand spectacle you are orchestrating? Yuan, he inquired. Reishid leaned closer to whisper in his ear. I have my own intentions. A distance. Tom, unable to hear their conversation clearly, nonetheless understood that the group before him had rescued him. Exclaiming, Mr. Lay, I am immensely grateful for all you have done. I find myself unable to repay such kindness. He proceeded to introduce his project, the Sea Train, to the others, promising to construct a fine ship for Reishid free of charge and enthusiastically inviting them to stay for a meal. At that moment, he glanced up to see a group of figures in the distance waving to signal their arrival. The newcomers were none other than Flam and Ice Mountain, who had also come over. Mr. Tom, Flam began. All right, add a few pairs of chopsticks. I wish to share a drink with my friends. Tom readily led the others to a clear space to begin the preparations. The dock had already been tidied up by Reishid and his companions. So Ice Mountain and the others merely exchanged puzzled glances before starting to arrange the tables. The entire dock was spotless, yet during the process of preparing the meal, Flam discovered remnants of debris in a corner of the dock. Considering the events of the past few days, Flam formed a rough conjecture and found himself reassessing his view of pirates for the first time. Abandoned by his parents as a child, he had never understood how to interact with pirates. Now he simply placed lunch in front of Reishid, sat down next to Tom, and occasionally pretended to glance around. Reishid, unbothered, carried a tray over to Tom. And soon everyone began to eat together. The atmosphere was filled with joy, and the faces of the group radiated happiness. However, in the distant inn, the atmosphere was decidedly less cheerful in the oppressive silence. Everyone looked at their superior. What is it? Have you all lost your tongues? Spandon's expression was grim. Just moments ago, the report he submitted had been rejected. He had also learned that Jeffrey had submitted his report before them. Now, Spandon's entire plan was in disarray. His mind raced at high speed as he began to write furiously. After a while, he looked up at Van Lin, the subordinate who had followed him since childhood. With just a glance, the latter understood and spoke up, Gentlemen, given the circumstances, we have no other choice. If the higher-ups discover the truth, what will become of us? He then took the document, glanced at it, and began to explain its contents and how to coordinate their testimonies. The others exchanged glances before unhesitatingly pressing their fingerprints onto the documents and bowing deeply to their leader as they turned to leave the room. Upon closer inspection, the document clearly stated the denunciation of an internal traitor within the world government, complete with the signatures of all CP4 members. Van Lin pressed his fingerprint onto the report, then crouched down to hand it to Spandane. Spandane accepted it expressionlessly, then pressed his fingerprint onto the cover and said, Tell me, Van Lin, how long have we known each other? 15 years, I believe. The other man did not look up in response. Returning to you, sir, it has been 15 years and 6 months, he replied, meticulously reviewing the document for final modifications. Spandane handed him a letter and stated with a grave expression, tinged with a hint of fatalism. Remember, after delivering the document and the check to that individual, we must shift all blame onto him. If we fail, well, I trust you know what that means. Yes, sir, this decision was made solely by me. No one else from CP4 was involved. I managed everything myself. With that, Van Lin caught the document in both hands and vanished from the room. Spandane glared at the distant sea, muttering furiously, Damn Whitebeard Pirates. Just wait until I find an opportunity. After bidding farewell to Tom and his companions, Reishid rose to rendezvous with Marco. Outside the inn, Marco was engaged in a conversation with Hook. Hey, Brother Hook, Captain Marco, I am back. Reishid greeted them with a smile, updating them on the situation. Marco returned the smile, saying, It seems you have everything sorted. Rek, there is still a mountain of matters to attend to back at Pop's place. Without waiting for Reishid's response, Marco unfurled his phoenix wings and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Is he in such a hurry? Reishid remarked as he looked at the dissipating clouds. The dock in Water 7. Reishid sat on a mooring post, conversing with Tom. Mr. Tom, I have a word, he said, pulling Tom aside to offer some counsel. This is not a viable solution, even if your sea train becomes operational. The world government will still pursue you as long as you possess that item. How do you know this? Tom's voice faltered, while Flam's expression shifted as he interjected. I knew your pirate objectives aligned with that. Didn't I? Reishid chuckled. What do you think I am here for? Just a friendly reminder. Possessing such an object will only hasten your demise. You ought to burn it for your own good. With that, he ruffled Flam's hair and bid farewell to the group, instantly teleporting to the deck. Tom and the others waved goodbye, except for Flam. After a prolonged silence, Flam finally smiled at the pirates, running along the shore while shouting, "Thank you for your help. I'll assist you with shipbuilding in the future." Tom beamed at him, and Ice Mountain added, "It's the first time I've seen him smile at outsiders." As they gradually departed from Water 7, Reishid and his companions engaged in a lively game of mahjong on the seed. I refuse to believe it. I shall win big. No way. It's my turn. Gah, great 3 dragons. Yuan Yi, have you been cheating this whole time? Reishid lamented as he surveyed Yuan Yi's hand. Suddenly, a crack of thunder split the sky, striking precisely on their mahjong table. Zzz, boom. A tremendous force swept across the deck. Ha! Enalu, well done. Gentlemen, this round is forfeit. Reishid chuckled as he threw an arm around the newcomer. The latter, seemingly unamused, brushed him off. Hey, what do you mean? I haven't even finished building my ship, and you're already leaving? He replied, his tone resembling that of a disgruntled partner. We have matters to attend to, and you are planning to set sail in search of strong foes, right? We're not headed in the same direction. Reishid wiped the sweat from his brow. Humph. You're the one who tricked me into coming down here, and now you're telling me to go find them on my own? Analyst scoffed. Wherever you go. I'll find you later, Cocoa Village. Anilu vanished in a flash of lightning after receiving the answer, his voice echoing in the air. Understood? I will come looking for you then. Take me to meet the strongest man in your blue sea. The group fell into silence as they gazed at the fleeting lightning in the sky. Wreck, what exactly did you do to him? I swear, I did nothing at all, as Reishid faced the scrutinizing gazes of his companions. He could only continue to explain that he had no other relationship with that big-eared fellow. Just then, a rather plump seagull swooped down in a diving manner towards the deck. In the midst of the group's bewilderment, it landed heavily on the deck. Well, this bird has a rather unique way of delivering messages, Reishid remarked, staring at the bird in disbelief. Hook seemed unfazed. He retrieved a paper from his satchel and stuffed some money inside while explaining. This is our pirate crew's official messenger seagull. It has been delivering messages reliably for 3 years. The seagull, having completed its task, brushed against Thork and soared away at remarkable speed towards the horizon. Jeremy picked up the newspaper, and 4 bounty notices fell out with a rustle. Prominently featured were the photographs of Lycid, Yuan E, Azura, and Thork. Later that afternoon, aboard the Moby Dick, a similar scene unfolded as the seagull swooped down. Gulalala, this little orb always manages to come up with something new, chuckled Whitebeard, holding his jug of liquor while observing the seagull's impressive dive. Old man, you shouldn't drink so much. Brother Marco specifically asked you not to. Jozu interjected weakly from the side. The latter remained unfazed and countered. This wine is a miraculous remedy for injuries. How could I possibly refrain? At that moment, Izong displayed the newly arrived bounty notices, stating, "Old man, hold off on the drinking for a moment and take a look at these. The Dark Iron Fist Lycid, bounty of 83 million berries. The Beast Azura, bounty of 31 million berries. The Sun King Yuan E, bounty of 59 million berries. The Navigator Thork, bounty of 4 million berries." Whitebeard, upon gazing at the bounty notices, burst into laughter. Gulalala, it seems this lad is beginning to make a name for himself. Let us host a banquet, children, to celebrate Lycid's first bounty. Everyone raise their glasses in a toast. Old man, you've had quite enough. You switched to the big jug just now. Marco, who had just returned from a flight, was fervently attempting to dissuade his captain from further indulgence. Time passed, and after a raucous celebration, Marco followed Whitebeard back to his quarters. Whitebeard, now devoid of his jovial demeanor, inquired with concern. So, the world government has begun to take notice of him? It's still uncertain, but the likelihood of the world government preemptively reinforcing their forces is quite high. Marco recounted his encounter with Lycid. Indeed, a troubling matter, Whitebeard mused, resting his forehead in contemplation. The Shieji fruit. Alas, if the world government confirms this, it could be quite problematic. Sigh, let us conceal this for as long as we can. Whitebeard, abandoning his thoughts, resumed drinking from his jug. Old man, here you go again. You've exceeded your limit for today. Marco remarked as he tugged at one end of the jug, initiating their usual banter. Meanwhile, aboard the Fanny, Lycid and his companions found themselves deep in thought as they gazed at their bounty notices. Why am I not on here? I fought just as valiantly, shouted Shang Tiao, sprawled on the deck in despair. Jeremy, attempting to console him, replied, It's all right, look, I'm not on it either. Well, at least the photo is quite clear. Yuan Yi remarked, nodding in satisfaction at his bounty notice that, who did this sweet little number? Lycid exclaimed, pointing at his picture, which depicted him being repelled by a spotted dog. Laughter erupted among the group as they shared a villainous chuckle at his expense. We shall soon reach the 16th branch. That mouse of a colonel will know what pain truly is, Lycid declared, crumpling his bounty notice and crushing it underfoot with fierce determination. Calm down, Lycid. At least your bounty has increased. Thork attempted to soothe him, glancing at the notice on the ground. Hearing this, Lycid seethed with even more anger, wishing to fly to the 16th branch and unleash his wrath upon the mouse. Gazing at the sky, he asked, Thork, how much longer until we arrive? I can hardly contain my excitement. Lycid rubbed his hands together in anticipation, only to learn that they still required 2 more days. He slumped to the ground, resembling a fish out of water. Cheer up, Lycid. Shall we play another round? Yuan Yi suggested, pointing towards the mahjong table. Feeling a flicker of hope, Lycid sprang back to life. This time, I will win back my money. His eyes sparkled with determination. The following day, Lycid sat expressionless at breakfast, his empty wallet on the table telling the tale of yesterday's misfortunes. Yuan Yi, you're so ruthless. I want to even have money for food. Azura comforted him. Brother, you lost all my money yesterday. No worries, Mr. Lycid. You can repay your debts slowly. Jeremy chimed in with a smirk. Lycid clutched his chest and fell over, eliciting laughter from those present. That moment. Thork was in the cockpit, eating while saying, Enough of this. Lycid has lost all night and is still wailing. We are almost at our destination, within the naval branch. Colonel Mouse busied himself with paperwork, issuing commands to the Marines outside in a composed manner. The Marines outside quietly exchanged remarks. I never expected the colonel to appear so lackadaisical upon arrival. Now that we're at the branch, he is immediately addressing the security of the surrounding islands. Indeed, while the colonel claims to seek additional side ventures, it seems he is merely testing us. Hearing the guards discuss this, Mouse caught every word, merely snorting in response as he continued writing. He recalled the moment he had just arrived at the branch when Lycid's bounty notice had already been distributed to all naval departments. Upon seeing the bounty amount, he was left utterly bewildered. If his maneuvering led to this outcome, he would surely become a laughingstock among the Navy. For a considerable time, he had worked diligently, striving to salvage his crumbling fate through performance. Remarkably, he managed to regain the loyalty of his first batch of trusted subordinates and instilled confidence in the island's residents that a capable Navy had arrived, just as everything seemed to be operating smoothly. The branch's lookout raised the alarm. The shrill sound of the alarm caused every Navy personnel in the branch to halt their activities. Mouse furrowed his brow, picking up the transponder snail on his desk. Hello, lookout tower. Is there a pirate attack? Who are they? Report. The assailants of the Whitebeard Pirates. What? The mention of the Sea Emperor Whitebeard caused Mouse to slump into his seat, his subordinates failing to notice as he muttered to himself. We're doomed. It can't be that kid. Can it? He is a New World pirate, but has such a small mindset. After being urged by his subordinates, he regained his composure, trembling as he made his way outside and instructed the smallest marine. Take this transponder snail and leave the branch. Request assistance from headquarters and do not return under any circumstances. The young marine shook his head in tears, not allowing him time to react before handing him over to a fellow subordinate. Take him away. Immediately request assistance from headquarters. The fear in his voice was sharp, leaving the veteran Marine momentarily stunned. Despite their evident fear, they remained steadfast at their posts. Worthy of following. The veteran saluted him solemnly before dashing away without looking back. Prepare the defenses. You all go first. Yes, Colonel. As everyone departed, Mouse crouched on the ground, repeatedly slapping his own face. I told you to stop pretending to be a hero. Now look what you've gotten yourself into. Mouse, you haven't even earned your retirement yet, and you're already facing your end. Enduring for a moment only leads to greater loss. Taking a step back only breeds more anger. With that thought, Mouse adjusted his attire, steadying his trembling hands. At this point, there was nothing left to fear. It was time to act. He arrived at the soldiers' assembly area, where chaos reigned. Some were searching for weapons, others for pants. And a few even contemplated bringing along a leader to throw. Look at you all. Do you even deserve to be called Navy? Upon hearing their colonel's voice, everyone froze. Mouse stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Remember, you are Navy. Whatever happens, do not panic. He approached one of the Marines leading the chaos, helping him straighten his uniform while continuing to educate his subordinates. If you all collapse like this, what will happen to the citizens on the island? Think about it. After being chastised, the Marines gradually calmed down, filled with remorse, regret, and shame. Yet at that moment, they all looked to their colonel, their eyes filled with resolve. Seems like you've all regained your composure. All midshipmen, regroup your teams immediately. Quickly. Yes, the Marines began to function with newfound order. Meanwhile, Mouse wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, you all must hold your ground. My pension relies on you and the islanders. At the dock, Leakside sat at the bow of the ship, gazing at the assembled Navy personnel, and sighed in astonishment. He never expected the 16 divisions of the Navy to exhibit such remarkable discipline. Well, Leakside, after all, they are the Navy, and the welcoming ceremony is indeed quite lively, Hook remarked, emerging from the cockpit and twisting his body. This is close enough. Go ahead, Leakside. The latter nodded and jumped off the ship alongside the others. Upon seeing Leakside and his companions land, all the Navy personnel immediately raised their weapons. Don't move. This is the Navy division. Pirates are not allowed to step foot here. A lieutenant shouted, brandishing his sword at Leakside and his group. However, his trembling hand betrayed his fear, and Leakside nonchalantly held his hand against the sword's tip. I am only here for one person. The rest of you may leave. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Navy personnel stood before him, replying in unison. If you wish to capture Colonel Mouse, you'll have to step over our corpses. Leakside was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! You all are quite amusing. Please, do make your move, but remember to only injure, not kill. The four companions nodded and began their assault, with techniques like the round dance, beast law, earth tiger, shattering fist, and brutal flash. The Navy personnel outside the dock fell like dumplings into a boiling pot, one after another. Soon, apart from Leakside and his 5 companions, everyone else at the dock lay incapacitated. Leading them was Mouse, who observed Leakside's group approaching from a distance. When will reinforcements arrive? He inquired, tilting his head toward his lieutenant. There has been no response from headquarters thus far, the lieutenant replied. After scratching his head, Mouse steeled himself and approached. Don't think that just because you resemble Whitebeard, I will be intimidated. It would be wise for you to leave now. But, oh really? I might have believed that if you weren't cowering behind your lieutenant. Colonel Mouse, Leakside retorted, pointing at Mouse, who was indeed hiding behind his I'm used to it. Ahem. Let us start over. Mouse coughed, stepping to the front. His demeanor was that of someone walking to their demise, which elicited laughter from Leakside and his companions. Clutching his belly, he chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Seems you're not entirely despicable after all that. This. Mouse suddenly leaped several meters into the air. What the hell are you saying? How dare you slander my name without cause? If you have the guts, let us settle this in a duel. We'll wager on it. Leakside was initially stunned, but quickly had his hand grasped by a companion. Fine, it's a deal. Double happiness. Oh no, Mouse thought. How did I end up challenging him to a duel? My excitement. Glancing back at the Navy personnel rallying behind him, he could only grit his teeth and proceed. Mouse was the first to act, raising his sword and charging forward, shouting, With a barrage of arm strikes, Leakside pinned Mouse against the wall and unleashed a flurry of blows. Countless stars swirled around Mouse's head. Faced with the overwhelming disparity in strength, every time he attempted to lift his head, Leakside would rain down a dozen punches to his face. After several minutes, Leakside clapped his hands and exhaled. Ah, the conflict is resolved. Mouse, do your best. Next time, keep your eyes open. He helped Mouse to his feet, adjusting his clothing as he spoke. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as I am. Do take heed when the bounty is posted next time. Colonel, why has it come to this? What do you understand? The colonel would rather take a beating and lose face than let us down. Colonel, I understand now. I will swear to follow you to the end. The surrounding Navy personnel were increasingly imagining the scenario, and Mouse's followers inexplicably multiplied. Ignoring the strange remarks from the Navy, Leakside hoped that today's actions might instigate some change in Mouse, perhaps allowing nearby islands to fare a little better. He glanced at the time and realized it was almost noon. The mess hall is right here. I want to hold back. With that, he headed toward the dining area. You bastard, just because you're a strong pirate, does that give you the right to humiliate us? All the Navy personnel raised their weapons in unison, aiming at Leakside. Meanwhile, a warship gradually approached from the distant sea, its size suggesting it was at least of the admiral rank. While Leakside was still enjoying his playful banter with the division Navy personnel, on the far-off warship, a man draped in an admiral's cloak lounged in a chair, observing the division. Zifa-sensei. Weavy received word from the division. A woman with wavy, ocean-blue hair announced, I sense the situation, Zifa replied, removing his sunglasses akin to those of a squirtle and taking the document from mine. Truly, an interesting pirate. Let us set sail to meet them. Yes, Zifa-sensei. All the Navy personnel responded loudly. Inside the division, a group of Navy members were dragging Leakside, but this did nothing to hinder his feasting in the mess hall. Pirate, what do you want with our colonel? And now you wish to eat for free? Leakside, with a nonchalant expression, replied, I've paid. Just look at how delighted the mess lady is with my payment. Hey. When the Navy turned to look toward the kitchen, the lady was sitting on a stool, beaming as she counted the money. Aunt by Niao, what are you doing? How can you accept money from a pirate? The leading lieutenant rushed over to reprimand her. Unfazed, the lady simply replied, he has given far too much. Amidst their bickering, Leakside suddenly sensed a danger from behind. Instinctively, he raised his armed fist and swung backward. Boom! The wall behind him exploded, and a robust figure swiftly seized his arm. So fast! I only realized it when he was right in front of me. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Wonderful! It's Admiral Zifa! The Navy erupted in cheers at Zifa's arrival, while Leakside and his companions wore grim expressions. Oh no! The legendary admiral who doesn't kill. Leakside attempted to strike up a conversation. I am no longer an admiral. Merely a humble instructor, Zifa corrected sternly, gazing at Leakside and his companions, who had drawn their weapons. He appeared remarkably calm, casually picking up litter as he spoke. I have heard of your exploits. Although we belong to different factions, I must thank you for your actions. With that, Zifa tossed aside his coat, revealing his muscular upper body. Shall we step outside to chat, Leakside? Is this really a chat? It feels more like you intend to kill me, Leakside thought to himself, but instinctively followed Zifa outside. As he walked. He gestured for his companions not to intervene. Do you really believe you can defeat me with such confidence? Zifa clenched his fists. Come now, don't be so excited, Leakside replied, removing his coat. Hearing Leakside's response and witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, Zifa's resolve hardened, his fists clenched. This brat is just like that pouting kid. Observing Zifa's face darkening, Leakside began to panic. Could it be that today is just one of those days for him? Before he could ponder further, Zifa launched an attack from above. Boom! 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 With no flashy maneuvers, just a single arm strike. The sheer power left Leakside dumbfounded. Oh dear, Zifa must be having a rough day today. He thought to himself, Zifa, you should drink some warm water these days? Zifa, bewildered by Leakside's words, did not relent. What are you babbling about? He raised his hand for another strike. Iron fist heavy strike, Cheelin 5 kick. Bang, bang, boom. In their initial encounter, Leakside was sent flying with a single blow. the gap in their strength so vast that he barely managed to land 2 kicks before leaving a massive fist imprint on his abdomen. "Oomph, such poor martial arts, relying solely on your fruit powers, are you?" Zephyr scoffed. "Damn it, bring it on." Reishid sprang to his feet, fully armed, and charged forward. Your understanding of the armament hockey so limited. Zephyr effortlessly deflected all of his attacks with a mere hand. With a swift counter, he delivered a powerful punch, sending Reishid flying once more. Goodness, is the Admiral truly that formidable? Reishid struggled to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. He had anticipated that his martial arts would at least provide him with a fighting chance. Zephyr's display had utterly shattered his expectations. As he reflected on the battle, he realized that nearly every one of his strikes had been completely countered by Zephyr, whose attacks landed with the utmost simplicity. Could it be that the chasm between us extends beyond armament hockey to the very realm of observation hockey as well? Observing Reishid lost in thought, Zephyr remarked, "You still have a long way to go, kid." With that, he advanced once more, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Reishid with no means of evasion. After enduring over 50 blows, he began to distance himself, recognizing that continuing this way was futile. He then attempted to utilize observation hockey to sense Zephyr's attacks. Yet each time, Zephyr's fists found their mark upon his head with uncanny precision. What could be the source of this perplexity? Unable to comprehend, Zephyr chuckled. "What's the matter? Can't figure it out?" Encouragement erupted from the surrounding navy as they waved towels and clothing in support. Even the mouse, assisted by his subordinates, joined the fray. "Hey, you bunch of bastards!" Reishid shouted angrily at the surrounding navy. "Especially you, mouse. Just wait until I deal with you. In front of me, who do you think you can touch?" Zephyr had instantaneously appeared behind Reishid, glancing at the fist looming above him. Reishid wiped his brow and said, "Could you go easy on me?" No sooner had he spoken than the dark iron fist struck his head. Stop hitting my head." "You're still hitting." Observing Reishid's plight, Ewan pressed down on Ashura, saying, "Calm down, he's not going all out." Utagawa also urged, "Ashura, don't be impulsive. Trust brother Reishid." Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were attempting to pacify Ashura, a figure came hurtling toward them. Ouch, ouch. Reishid emerged from the rubble, rubbing his head. "Brother!" Ashura rushed over, grabbing him. Though he said nothing, the concern in his eyes was evident to all. "Don't worry, this old man isn't trying to kill me." Reishid assured him, patting his head. "Just treat it like regular training with the old man." After giving Ashura a reassuring look, he used a flash step to charge forward. Commendable courage, but alas, lacking in intellect. Zephyr laughed as he countered Reishid's advance. With armament hockey, boom, boom. Zephyr effortlessly interrupted his attacks with 2 punches. From his perspective, Reishid's strikes transformed into intricate lines, each varying in color, allowing him to discern the most probable trajectory of the next attack. As Reishid unleashed a series of punches, Zephyr marveled. This kid's attacks grow darker with each strike. Calmly intercepting his blows, Zephyr's view shifted, revealing multiple data points on Reishid's body, targeting the area with the highest value. He significantly increased his chances of landing a hit. Yet to his surprise, that data continued to diminish. The two battled from noon until dusk. At this point, Reishid was beginning to tire, half squatting and panting. Noticing Reishid's labored breathing, Zephyr halted his advance. "Phew, that's enough for now." Zephyr withdrew his fists and stepped back. Nearby, I offered him a shirt and some spray. "Teacher Zephyr," the medicine as he dressed Zephyr, he handed over the vial. "Hey, did you come over to beat me up?" Reishid inquired, looking at Zephyr. "Humph, you think I wanted to?" Zephyr replied nonchalantly after spraying the medicine. Watching Zephyr leave, Reishid impulsively called out, "Hey Zephyr, how about we grab a drink tonight?" Taken aback, Zephyr paused briefly before responding blandly. "You brought it up? Fine, find a place and invite everyone nearby." He picking up the tab. "What? All the Navy and residents from the nearby island?" Reishid thought of his already depleted wallet and the enthusiastic Navy. He turned his hopeful gaze toward Ewan and the others. Cough. "Reishid, don't look at me. Even if I lent you money, I couldn't cover that many people. Oh, it's fine. I can offer low-interest loans." Brother Reishid, you're not planning to borrow from me again, are you?" "Brother, how about we talk to Brother Hook?" Suddenly, Reishid recalled someone. Wait, the mouse still owes me money. No, that's not the issue. He gazed thoughtfully at the Navy, but already paired off and departed. I boarded the ship with Zephyr before speaking up. Teacher Zephyr, why are you teaching someone who is clearly a pirate? Why teach him, you ask? Zephyr replied with a smile as he donned his sunglasses. Haha, consider it a favor returned. After all, he has encountered the Navy twice without ever going for the kill. After accepting a drink from Binns, Zephyr continued, it's possible he approached me with ulterior motives. But while teaching him, I felt the shadow of Borisolino that I couldn't bear to see such potential wasted, and he is more diligent than that brat. In our earlier encounter, I discerned that he is not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would so carelessly invite all the Navy to a banquet? With that, Zephyr gazed into the distance, contemplating the branch, hoping this young man wouldn't disappoint him. Meanwhile, in the branch, the mouse was already sporting a bruised and battered visage. Reishid, eager to retaliate, was restrained by Ewan. Let me go, Ewan. I'll give him 2 more punches. You were the one laughing the loudest, right? Come over here. The lieutenant, having spent time getting to know Reishid, cautiously helped his superior to his feet, saying, Colonel, don't worry. I can tell this kid is different from ordinary pirates, he whispered into the mouse's ear. We'll take our revenge tonight. We'll eat him out of house and home. The mouse's eyes gleamed suddenly. Good idea. Hit me. Just wait until I devour you, sensing the hostile gazes of the surrounding Navy. Reishid felt a sense of foreboding and hastily contacted Hook. After a long silence, the other end finally spoke. Understood. I'll come and cover the tab. Hook was seething with the desire to strangle him, recalling how he had slapped his chest, swearing he wouldn't spend the money when he had given it to him. Now, he hadn't even returned, and already he was dipping into his little treasury. That night, an extraordinarily harmonious scene unfolded on a nearby island. The Navy, pirates, and civilians gathered together for a grand feast. Zephyr raised his glass first, declaring, Everyone, today there are no distinctions between Admiral and Colonel. Drink freely. Tonight, the bill is on our young master Reishid. Let us hear some applause. Pushed to the forefront, Reishid could only grit his teeth and comply. As he sat down, his eyes bore into Zephyr with intensity. I'll remember this disrespect. You brat, if you're not satisfied, come and hit me. Their gazes clashed like lightning, even from opposite ends of 2 tables. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as attendees felt the unusual energy between them. Prompting everyone to make light conversation, as the festivities reached a fever pitch, people lined up to drink and boast. In a corner, Reishid and Zephyr shared a drink. Zephyr, why don't you arrest me? Arrest you? Have you killed any civilians or Navy personnel? Zephyr glanced over and replied, How ironic that I, whose family was slain by pirates, would refrain from arresting you, that I even attempted to teach you, hoping I wouldn't regret it later. Hearing this, Reishid seethed and smashed the jug to the ground. That you've beaten me from start to finish, and you call that teaching? His excitement grew with each word, to the point where it seemed he could summon rain upon Zephyr's head. Is your only skill taking hits? Have you learned nothing? Zephyr wiped the sweat from his brow and shot him a sidelong glance. Foolish boy, think for yourself. Watching Zephyr stand up and depart, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Hey, old man, is your method of attack related to your observation hockey? Oh, so you're only just realizing it now. With that, he delivered another punch to the boy's head. Damn it, you old geezer. Stop hitting my head. This is my unique observation hockey, and currently, only I have mastered it, so ponder it well. With that, Zephyr rose and left, saying something to the waiter as he did. After pondering for a long time without an answer, Lycid scratched his head and called the boss to settle the bill. What? 30 million berries. Why don't you just rob a bank? Actually, the bill is only a few million. The Admiral ordered a lot of takeout, and this is the note he left for you. Lycid snatched the note, and upon glancing at it, he was infuriated. Hey, you little brat, how can a bill have such a small change? I helped you wipe it clean. No need to thank me. Lycid was fuming, but he paid the bill anyway, only to be stopped by the boss before he could leave. What? You wouldn't dare tell that old man what else he packed up, would you? The boss pulled out a sealed book from his pocket and said, How could I? Admiral Zephyr asked me to convey his congratulations. You have passed his final test, and this is what you need. Lastly, he thanked you on behalf of the island's impoverished children for your food and tea that moment. Zephyr was directing the Navy to prepare. Teacher Zephyr, we are in position, Ian reported as he rushed over. All right, let us take a stroll around the nearby islands. With a grand gesture, Zephyr sat down nearby, on the shore. Lycid, who had just arrived, could only see Zephyr's retreating figure. You old man, you owe me a huge favor. Lycid held the already open book. The cover boldly stated, Optimal Route. Lycid sat cross-legged on the ground and opened it. Finding the introduction stated, cultivating this technique requires exceptional talent. The first element of the observation hockey is to calculate all possible offensive and defensive attacks in an instant. Later, one can choose through colors, with difficulty represented by blue, yellow, red, and black. That I am not proficient in armament hockey, so I advise starting from the basics. Instantly compress the hockey into one point and release it. Closing the book, he gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, That old man truly holds me in high regard. He then tucked the book away and joined Hook and the others. After giving a sum of money to the hotel owner, Lycid and his party embarked on their journey back. Just as they were on their way, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at Cocoa West Village. As the pirate ship docked, alarms blared across Cocoa West. Quick! Pirates are coming! Everyone grab your weapons and prepare for battle. Taking the medicine box, Naka rushed into the village after giving a few instructions to the villagers. Belmare, you must take Nami and Nojiko and leave. A nearby IGN was desperately trying to persuade her. Belmare tied up her long crimson hair, handed the two children to IGN, and after lighting an incense stick, spoke, IGN, I am a Navy officer, and as long as I am alive, I cannot stand by and watch pirates wreak havoc on the island. With that, she grabbed her gun and dashed towards the dock. While IGN was left agitated on the dock, a group of fishmen disembarked. Captain Willie, we finally survived, one of the fishmen exclaimed. Among them was Willie, who had escaped from Hannibal. Phew, boys, let us use the people of this island to celebrate our survival. Oh. The fishmen raised their weapons and cheered, preparing to begin their slaughter of the island's residents. Despicable pirates, we will not let you step into the village. A young man trembled as he raised his blade. Ha ha! How laughable that humans still wish to stop us. Boys, slay them. Willie stepped forward and knocked him down, leading his crew deeper into the village. The islanders were no match for them. Just as chaos erupted on the island, two ships appeared on the distant sea. Hey, you little brat, why are you following us? That is what I should be asking you. I've been tailing you since last night. Lycid and Zephyr accused each other from their respective ships. Suddenly, they both turned their gazes towards the island. Little brat, old man. They simultaneously looked at each other. Nodding, they turned and headed towards Cocoa West Village on the island. Willie sat at the center of the village, relishing the stolen feast. Humans, you truly are unaware of your impending doom. With that, he dragged a person by the hair. Despicable. Just as Belmare was about to rise, her shoulder wound caused her to collapse once more. Boss, this woman seems to be from the Navy. A fishman under him remarked. Yes, that annoying smell of a Navy officer. Hey woman, answer me. Willie approached her, lifting her with one hand a question. Cough, cough. I'm indeed a Navy officer. Belmare coughed out blood in response. Ha ha ha. Good. Then let the festivities begin. Bind her. Willie excitedly commanded his subordinates to tie her to a stake. Watch closely, foolish humans. Resisting this woman will be your fate. With that, several fishmen brandished their knives and began to stab Belmare. The intense pain made her scream. As the other villagers witnessed this scene, their eyes reddened, and everyone grasped their weapons to retaliate. Ignorant fishmen prepared for slaughter. Just as they were about to deliver the final blows to the weak islanders, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance that a throng of people surged towards them. Lycid was at the forefront. Upon sensing the situation on the island, the fury in his heart could no longer be contained. The pressure of the divine beast began to emanate from the dock. The immense pressure caused many on the dock to lose consciousness. Oh, Conqueror's hockey, Zephyr remarked, observing the fainted Navy recruits. Ian and Binns, take care of the unconscious recruits. Yes, teacher Zephyr. The two began to carry their fellow recruits onto the ship. Meanwhile, on Lycid's side, Hook, unable to hold back, said, Lycid, calm down. Hearing this, Lycid restrained his aura and turned to apologize. Sorry, Big brother Hook. Aye, it's fine. Go do what you want, Hook said, placing a hand on Lycid's shoulder. Without hesitation, leaving Jeremy and Yuan to keep watch. Lycid rushed towards the village with Ashura and Kamatachi. You little brat, have you forgotten about me? Zephyr soared past from the side, leading the charge. Old man, wait for me. Lycid quickened his pace to catch up. At this point, all the fishermen on the dock had collapsed, losing consciousness. What is going on? Someone go check. Willie frowned and pointed at one of his subordinates. The unfortunate fisherman called out, reluctantly ran towards the dock. But before long, a shadowy figure flew back at the speed of cannonball. Willie had no time to react before the figure crashed into the ground before him. Boom! 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 Willie looked into the pit and saw it was the fisherman he had summoned earlier. He lifted his head to see two figures, one large and one small, approaching slowly, still arguing about something. You little brat, what are you doing here? Old man at your age, it's time to go home and rest. Willie stood in a daze as he watched the two individuals walk past him. You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? He muttered, Oh, the old man thinks I'm afraid of you, that we have 3 people on our side. Just then, Laidhade spotted Willie, and a nearby villager, seeing Laidhade's excitement, exclaimed, The Navy has finally arrived. They've killed many of our villagers. No sooner had he spoken than 2 murderous gazes were fixed upon Willie. A cold sweat broke out on Willie's brow as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Without uttering another word, Laidhade and Zephyr sprang into action simultaneously. A powerful punch and a mighty hammer struck Willie squarely on the forehead. I hit him first, you old fool, you little brat. Are you trying to take credit from the Navy? The two withdrew their attacks, and Willie had already lost consciousness. Hey, remember, it was the Whitebeard Pirates who saved you. Not the Navy, Laidhade remarked to one of the villagers. His words incited another uproar among the villagers. What? More pirates? Everyone quickly grab your weapons. Yet one young man protested. But he just saved us. No, he is a pirate. Zephyr refrained from intervening and instead found a crate to sit on and watch the chaos unfold. But don't slap my face. Kid, if you hit my head again, I'll lose my temper. Laidhade shielded his head. Feeling quite dapper moments ago, now reduced to a state of utter disarray. What should we do, Azura? Shang Tiao and I are caught in this unwarranted disaster. He pleaded, cradling his head. What to do? Run, Laidhade urged, dragging the 2 of them towards the exit. Old fool, are you still watching the show? Laidhade pointed at Zephyr, who was now clutching his stomach in laughter. Haha, sorry kid, it's just too amusing. Zephyr eventually managed to calm the agitated villagers. Ahem, everyone, please remain calm. I am Admiral this proclamation. All the villagers fell silent. Laidhade watched as the villagers smacked their heads in disbelief. How absurd! He had come to their aid, and this was their reaction? Fuming, Laidhade prepared to leave with his companions. However, with Zephyr's explanation, the villagers understood the situation and rushed to retain them. We're so sorry. Young man, please don't go. We have a bonfire party tonight. Uncle, don't leave. A child, teary-eyed, tugged at Laidhade's sleeve. Exasperated, he scratched his head and relented. All right, I'll stay. You old fool, just watching the spectacle. Why don't you join the Navy? Then you wouldn't be misunderstood. Zephyr, unusually, placed a hand on Laidhade's shoulder and suggested, Get off, I don't want that. Laidhade promptly swatted Zephyr's hand away, wondering if the old man had developed an interest in him. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to instinctively step away from Zephyr. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Zephyr promptly delivered a punch to his head. You little brat, what are you thinking? It's because I value your talent. Otherwise, how many would I bother to recruit? In the midst of their banter, the trembling mermen in the corner cast fierce glares at the villagers. However, before they could act, Laidhade and Zephyr had already sensed their intent. Iron Fist Strike. Cheelin 5 kicks. Sacred Fist Combo. Earth Tiger. Crack. Thud. Boom. The group swiftly dispatched the merman back into the corner. Who else wants a move? Zephyr approached, fist clenched. Laidhade and the others glared menacingly at the merman. This moment, the mermen dared not stir. Cowering in the corner with their heads buried, Belmel, Akin, clutching 2 children, stared at the fallen figure of Belmel, at a loss. Observing the fallen around him, Laidhade furrowed his brow and inquired of Zephyr, Hey, old man, do you have a doctor on your ship? You little brat. You're the one who knocked them all out with your conqueror's haki, Zifa responded, delivering yet another punch to Ladehade's head. Is it my fault again? It is not my fault they're weak, Ladehade complained while cradling his head, thinking to himself, it seemed he needed a ship doctor. There was no time to waste. He couldn't just bring someone out in plain sight. Fortunately, Ladehade's oppressive aura was not overly strong, and soon the Navy recruits began to regain consciousness. Understood, Teacher Zifa. The ship's bends, after receiving orders, hung up the transponder snail. All doctors, gather. There are many injured on the island. Now is the time to showcase your skills. Assemble and follow me. Yes, both veteran doctors and trainees began to organize their medical kits. Shortly, Benz arrived with a team. Reporting to Teacher Zifa, 20 doctors are in position. Zifa waved his hand, signaling them to proceed with the treatment promptly. After the situation was resolved, Zifa stopped Ladehade, who was preparing to leave. What's wrong? Does this little brat not want to spend time with me? Zifa asked, puzzled. Everything is settled. Why should I stick around? Ladehade mumbled while still protecting his head. Speak up. Who are you addressing? With that, Zifa delivered another punch to in the distance. Ein and Benz were conversing quietly. It's rare to see Teacher Zifa like this. Indeed, the last time he was treated this way was by Admiral Kazu. They watched the playful exchange between the old man and the youth, finding it oddly harmonious. Azura and others looked on in speechless disbelief. Wow, Brother Ladehade, who would have thought you could bond with the Navy like this? Shangqiao remarked in amazement. Well, in every sense of the word, Azura replied, observing the playful banter with a mix of admiration and concern. Ultimately, Ladehade collapsed to the ground, and Zifa, looking down at him, asked the question he had been pondering. You little brat, what do you intend to do? A pirate saving civilians. What is wrong with that? I'm going to walk the path of the Navy. Leaving them with no escape. Ladehade retorted defiantly. Zifa stared at his nonsensical answer in disbelief before rising to leave. Before departing, he turned back and said, I plan to stay here for a few days. If you have any questions about your studies, feel free to ask. Old man, are you planning to formally teach me? Ladehade shouted after Zifa's retreating figure. This bold proclamation left the Navy personnel present utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. What a kid! As expected, Zifa could no longer control his rising blood pressure. He rushed over and delivered a punch. You little brat, call me teacher. Although the Navy personnel had anticipated this outcome, they were still taken aback. Zifa was taking on a pirate as a disciple, and under Whitebeard's banner. If this leaked out, it would surely cause an uproar throughout the Navy. No, we must keep this secret buried. This thought crossed the minds of every Navy member simultaneously. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to them, a masked man was quietly observing everything from the sea. Humph. Zifa, you're courting death. Don't blame us for what happens next. Judging by his attire, he was undoubtedly from CPZO. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sea, dialing his transponder snail while heading towards the world government. Thus began Zifa's teaching journey. It was evident that his instructor was a top-tier powerhouse, but alas, he was not a good teacher. Start from the basics. At that moment, Zifa cradled a child in his arms while educating Ladehade. On the island, he did something unexpected. He took Noki Gao as his adopted daughter. He provided no explanation, leaving everyone bewildered. Only he understood that upon seeing her for the first time, it felt like he was looking at his past child. Belmel wholeheartedly agreed. With an admiral backing her, future pirates would think twice before setting foot on the island. However, Ladehade's desire to hoist a flag was rejected by the people of Orange's Island. The village chief, leaning on his cane, explained the reasoning to Ladehade. Distant guests, we sincerely apologize for our actions. The Navy frequents here. If they discover this, we could face dire consequences. Upon concluding his words, he unexpectedly discarded his cane and knelt down in a gesture of supplication, seeking forgiveness. Perhaps, in the context of a village, he appeared rather cowardly, yet Ladehade held a certain admiration for him. For the sake of the village, one could forego all semblance of dignity, and he hurriedly assisted the old man to his feet. Fear not, elder. I'm not so petty as to hold a grudge. Ladehade jested at tea that moment. A mouse, engrossed in administrative affairs, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who dares to insult me? An old soldier promptly draped a coat over him. Colonel, You are still injured and must take care to keep warm, but I wonder how things are faring with General Zifa, the soldier remarked, handing over a document. The pirates mentioned by Master Zifa yesterday have been dealt with splendidly. Though there is one individual I suspect you may not wish to see. The mouse glanced at the document and leapt up in alarm. Good heavens! Why is it this rascal again? The following day, on Orange Island, as Reishid concluded his training and prepared to rest, he felt as though someone had seized his backpack. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Nami, cradled in Aji's arms. Tugging at a flag, "Nami, that is not a toy for you. Release it at once." Aji, beside himself with worry, implored. "Huh, Mr. Aji, fret not. She is but a few years old," Reishid replied with a grin. However, when Nami seized the flag and smeared it with mud, his smile froze. "Calm down, brother." Ashura and Akia desperately tried to restrain him. "Let me go, this little brat is driving me mad." Reishid fumed. "Come now, Mr. Lei, remember you just called Nami a child." Aji chimed in, attempting to intervene. I retract that statement." Reishid suddenly felt a tug at his back. "Cough. You little rascal, still so unruly. You can continue your training," Zifa observed quietly as Reishid was dragged away. Hook and the others paid him no mind, turning their attention back to negotiating with the shopkeeper. That evening, after Reishid explained the situation, the group seized the opportunity to disembark and rest at Elder, these oranges are delightful. Do you have a plentiful supply? Hook, after a day of exploration, was pleasantly surprised to discover that the quality of the oranges here surpassed that of the New World. Thus, he began to engage in casual conversation with every shop owner, aiming to establish a supply line. They conversed from morning until noon, barely concluding their discussions. Upon returning, Hook and the others found Reishid sporting a bruised visage and promptly burst into laughter. "Hey, what is so funny?" Reishid retorted, covering his swollen face in indignation. Ashura produced an egg to help alleviate the bruising. "This technique is quite difficult to master," Reishid lamented. "Lei, I have also gleaned some understanding from this text," Yuan-E remarked, glancing at the book on the table as he reminisced. "Oh, right, it's called the Line of Void. How could Yuan-E possibly know this? Tanjiro is not from his era. What on earth is happening?" "I must inquire further." He cast a sidelong glance at Padna, who still lay feigning death. Yuan-E, how is this achieved? Reishid pondered, realizing he seemed unable to grasp IT. IT requires an exceptional sense of smell. However, if you hone your instincts, you can attain similar results, Yuan-E explained, patting Reishid's shoulder. Half a month swiftly passed. Reishid and Zifa prepared for their farewell at the dock. "Farewell, old man. You little rascal. How many times must I remind you to call me teacher?" Witnessing the teacher-student duo squabbling again, everyone else simply let them be. The two only ceased their bickering when they noticed the islanders emerging. Observing the smiling faces of the residents filled both men with a sense of purpose. "It has truly time to part. You understand what I mentioned earlier, don't you, Master Zifa?" Reishid called out, casting a final glance at Zifa's retreating figure. Well, it's good that you've acknowledged it. I have no regrets now," Zifa replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing. "Since you have conceded, I have but one request. Under no circumstances should you take the life of a Navy personnel as he boarded the ship." He tossed a bottle of liquor in Reishid's direction. "Of course, if they attempt to kill you, then that stipulation is void." Watching Reishid wave farewell and gaze at the departing vessel, he adjusted his glasses. "Let us hope matters do not unfold as that insufferable brat predicts. Do not let me down, world government," he mused, still wearing a smile as he bid farewell to the residents. Just the night before their departure, Reishid sought out Zifa privately. "You old fool, I have something to discuss." Reishid knocked on Zifa's door, clutching a bottle of liquor. Zifa regarded him quizzically. "Speak, you little rascal. What is so grave? It concerns you, and it is quite significant," Reishid declared with uncommon seriousness. "What matter?" What is it?" Zifa inquired as he watched Reishid produce a recording bug from his pocket. The recording contained a conversation between him and Old Go. After a prolonged silence, Zifa finally spoke. "You little rascal, how many are aware of this matter?" "Aside from the parties involved, Old Go and myself, only Yuani knows. No one else is privy to this," Reishid replied earnestly. "Do you realize I ought to eliminate you to keep this quiet. Zifa polished his glasses, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Oh, old man, are you truly considering silencing me? Reishid observed him with a smile, though he was already on guard. The atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence as both men contemplated. The old man, Brat, is waiting for me to speak first. Ultimately, neither chose to break the silence. They simply raised their cups and continued pouring drinks. The two intoxicatedly collapsed to the floor, liquor spilling everywhere. Hick, old man, are you really not going to? No need for further discussion. I will not. Hearing Zifa's resolute response, Reishid merely chuckled and changed the subject. Understood, old man. We depart tomorrow, not if you don't leave. You little rascal. What do you intend to do? I've taught you all I can. Zifa turned slightly, stating, what I have imparted is merely theoretical. The rest you must explore through practical experience. Reishid nodded, preparing to take his leave. Well then, old man, I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, the villagers will certainly celebrate my departure, and I am unaccustomed to such attention. I leave that to you. With that, he stood and exited, leaving the room with Zifa's parting words echoing. At this juncture, will you finally deign to call me teacher? On the surface of the sea, Reishid sat at the bow of the ship, grinning as he glanced at Zifa. When he first arrived, it was he who had been detained by the villagers while Zifa observed. Now, the roles were reversed. Ah, old man, may you soon come to see the true nature of the world government. That moment. Hook approached after hanging up the recording bug. Reishid, we must return quickly. There are significant matters to announce on my father's end. Significant matters? That seems improbable. It is only the year 1507. What could be so pressing? No, wait. Could it be that my existence has precipitated these events? With this thought, Reishid rose and declared, understood, Brother Hook, let's prepare to set sail. The fanny ship surged across the waves at remarkable speed, heading toward the new world that on Orange Island. Zifa smiled as he watched Reishid's ship depart swiftly. This lad, is there treasure ahead to warrant such haste? Ha ha ha! Just then, Belmare and Aji approached with Nojiko and Nami in tow. Master Zifa, greetings. Nojiko, hurry and greet your godfather. The mere few years old Nojiko could only manage a smile and a few simple words. Yet, upon hearing the term father, Zifa's emotions became somewhat tumultuous. He expressionlessly lifted her into his arms, finding a flicker of peace within his feet. Nami, draped in the Whitebeard flag, tugged at Zifa's shoes, extending her arms for a hug. Ha, Nami, come here. Zifa scooped up both children simultaneously. The atmosphere brimmed with warmth, yet in the shadows a figure lurked, brandishing a recording bug. Humph, the Whitebeard pirate flag. Let us see how you wriggle out of this one. Zifa, in the corner, another CP0 member emitted a disdainful sneer. Mission accomplished. We should take our leave. In an instant, two figures vanished into thin air, their speed so remarkable that Zephyr remained oblivious, as he was not perpetually utilizing his observation hockey. Suppressing the unease within, he continued to amuse the two girls. All right, it is time for us to depart. Zephyr handed Nami and Nojiko over to AGN, and then the entire team exited. Hurry up, Willie. Are you looking to get yourself killed with all this dawdling? Ein was not one to be lenient with ferocious pirates, wielding his knife and striking the prisoners forcefully. Beside him, Benzi was also ushering a group of fishmen onto the warship. Zephyr was the last aboard, where he gathered the Navy personnel to address them. Cadets, this extracurricular activity is intended to allow you to experience the life of a Navy officer. Upon returning, you will be faced with the monotony of training. So prepare yourselves in advance. Now, Benzi and Ein, you shall lead the guard over the prisoners that we are setting sail. Understood, Captain Zephyr. The two saluted in unison, acknowledging the command, as they watched the warship sail away. The village chief remarked, what a fascinating mentor-student duo. Indeed, village chief, a marvelous combination of pirates and Navy. By the way, before we leave, Mr. Lay's subordinate wishes to trade with us. That a young man brought up the matter, and the village chief agreed upon hearing it. If Mr. Lay's offered price is fair, we shall prepare the finest oranges. Very well. The surrounding villagers echoed in agreement. In the distant Mary Geos, Spencer inquired, is what you say true? Yes, my lord. The images have been transmitted back. This time, the evidence is irrefutable. Zephyr cannot escape. The leader of CP0 knelt as he responded. Excellent. We have finally found our opportunity, Spencer exclaimed, adjusting his glasses with excitement. For so many years, we have been unable to eradicate Zephyr's influence within the Navy. His companion, Grongi, suggested he must not be allowed to remain in the Navy. How about we push him into Impel Down? Agreed. Very well. I shall personally contact Magellan. He rose and addressed the individuals in the corner. Your task is to head to Impel Down and stand guard. The three individuals in the corner stood up and departed. Before leaving, the striking red and white coat caught the eye. The final man donned armor with a blue cape, wielding a colossal sword. Oh, you actually convinced that lord to send them out? Milran exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the trio. Aha, it seems that matter concerning that lad is indeed true. Peter teased from the side. In the New World, Whitebeard and his crew were reveling at a banquet. Prominently displayed on the wall were the bounty posters of Lycid and his companions. Kieran Lycid, bounty of 270 million berries. Beast Ashura, bounty of 81 million berries. Swordsman Yuan, bounty of 130 million berries. Devil Jeremy, bounty of 50 million berries. Blue Fist Kamatachi, bounty of 39 million berries. Navigator Hook, bounty of 5 million berries. As they gazed at the bounty posters, the captain of the crew cheered. Wow, that kid Lycid has impressive skills. It hasn't been long, and he has already become a formidable pirate worth over 100 million. Marco chimed in. Indeed, he was once a child who couldn't last a few rounds against me, and now he has reached this level. Yes, he has begun to showcase his strength, Whitebeard remarked, sipping his drink with a rather indifferent smile. Father, is something the matter? Joz asked, concerned about Whitebeard, assuming he was unwell. Gulalala, what could possibly be wrong with me, Joz? I'm merely enjoying my drink. Whitebeard lifted his cup and poured it down his throat. Father, there are people outside who wish to see that kid Lycid. A crew member rushed in to report that, oh, what trouble has that kid gotten himself into this time? Who knows, old man? Let's go take a look. Halta and Fossa teased from the side. All right, let's go check it out. Whitebeard rose, leading all the captains out. I could tea that moment. Enel sat on the deck, observing those around him. These people are so weak. Could it be that Lycid is deceiving me? He pondered with suspicion. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over him. Prompting him to look up, Whitebeard stood before him, gripping his Tsongyin Xie. Gulalala, so it's you who seeks the kid Lycid. Yes, this kid has deceived me. All the captains felt goosebumps rise, exchanging glances, whispering, what has the kid done? He can't be serious, can he? Upon hearing this, Marco felt a sense of foreboding, as he was usually closest to Lycid. Gulalala, what did he deceive you about? Whitebeard promptly interrupted the murmuring of the captains. Where is Kakoja village? I have been searching for almost a month without any luck. The others looked at him, speechless. Additionally, he mentioned that there are beings stronger than him at sea, but it is all a lie. I have fought my way from Water 7 and have encountered no formidable foes. He grew increasingly agitated, nearly shouting in Whitebeard's face. Gulalala, do elaborate. Whitebeard wiped his face and inquired, after gaining a full understanding. Whitebeard unleashed his conqueror's haki. The red and black lightning brought forth a tempest in the sky, leaving Enel in shock. Gulalala, the kid is talking about me. As a guest, you may strike first. Thunder Dragon Spear. Without further ado, Enel launched an attack, thrusting his lightning spear towards Whitebeard. Clang, the spear shattered before it could even touch Whitebeard. What? Again, 600 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel struck the copper drum behind him once more. The thunderous dragon roared forth, only to be dissipated by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki once again. Gulalala, is that all? How dull, Whitebeard remarked, frowning as he raised his hand, the sound of shattering resonating in the air. Shatter, tremor fruit activated. A white fist of light surged toward Enel. With no finesse, Whitebeard's sheer power and haki felled Enel with a single blow. Is this truly the strongest man of the Blue Sea? This was the last thought that crossed Enel's mind before he collapsed. Take him back first. Hook said they would return in a few days. Let us commence the banquet. Whitebeard handed his blade to Marco and turned to leave. While the other captains began to prepare for the feast, Atmos remained behind, dragging Enel along. 3 days later, on the sea, a small boat sped toward them at an incredible pace. Something seems off. Captain, take a look. An unnamed crew member observed the approaching Fannied It's our people. No worries, continue your patrol, Mio said, surfacing from the water. On board, Lycid was speaking to a girl about 10 years old. Robin, how many times must I tell you? Don't call me uncle. I'm only 18. But Mr. Lay, you look quite old, she retorted. The moment the words left her mouth, laughter erupted throughout the ship. Even the usually serious Hook struggled to contain his amusement. Huh, don't be upset. Lycid, Robin is still young and should be understood. Understand? Nonsense. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, Lycid exclaimed, grabbing a barrel of liquor, preparing to strike. Big brother, calm down. It's not worth it, Ashura quickly intervened. Kid, stop fooling around. We're almost there, Hook pointed to the distant Moby Dick. After the commotion, they finally arrived at the main ship. Lycid felt an unsettling vibe from the gazes of the captains. What else with those looks? Hey Marco, why are you standing so far away from me? Upon hearing this, the others moved even farther away, pulling Hook aside to ask him something. This has left Leakside even more bewildered. What on earth are these people up to? Ignoring them, Leakside strode directly towards the banquet hall with his companions. Upon entering the grand hall, Whitebeard raised his cup and immediately waved to indicate his presence. La la la, the little Thunder Kid has returned. You all are starting to become great pirates now. That Whitebeard's gaze fell upon Robin, who appeared somewhat puzzled. What's this, little Thunder? Oh, nothing much. I happened to encounter the old man on the road. And he was nearly starving, so I brought him back. Yes, Leakside said this. Robin behind him shot him a disdainful look, thinking to herself, clearly, you dragged me off the moment you saw me. However, she was also quite eager to observe the legendary Emperor of the Seas character. Ever since the events at Eni's lobby, she had grown accustomed to keeping her thoughts to herself. Leakside and his companions glanced at the bounty notices plastered on the wall and soon learned of their current bounty amounts. Oh, I finally have a bounty, exclaimed one of them, brimming with excitement. The others remained relatively composed. Once they settled down, Whitebeard inquired, by the way, little Thunder, someone has been looking for you for quite some time. Would you care meet them? Looking for me? Who is it? As Leakside turned to see the visitor, he understood immediately. What the hell, Enel? What are you doing here? Humph, how can you ask? I've searched for Cocoa Village for over half a month and still couldn't find it. Water 7, with so many people around, couldn't you just ask them for directions? I did ask, but shortly after, I got lost. After spending so many years on Sky Island, do you think I know my way around? Watching the two, all the captains bore expressions of, as expected. Meanwhile, Thatch beside them looked on in shock at the exchange. All right, Little Thunder is now one of us, Whitebeard proclaimed, delivering the shocking news. Hearing this, Leakside and the others stared at Enel in disbelief. What are you staring at? Is there a problem with me joining? Enel said, calmly munching on an apple from Leakside's table, I'm just temporarily staying on the ship. Don't read too much into it. Once I defeat Captain Whitebeard, I'll be leaving. Though he remained as arrogant as ever, he now appeared relaxed enough to drink with the crew. Observing the transformed Enel, Leakside felt he was no longer the same boy who once claimed to be a god. It seemed the old man had knocked some sense into him, which was a good thing. Leakside welcomed his addition. The other captains began to whisper among themselves. See? I told you there was something going on between Little Thunder and him. Who would have thought that someone who looks so bright and sunny could be like this? One should not judge a book by its cover. It seems you all need to be cautious. Izong, don't think you're any less dangerous just because you resemble a woman. Leakside felt the prying gazes of the captains and their hushed conversations. He felt a bit uneasy. While several captains continued their discussion, Whitebeard announced another significant piece of news. Now, let me say this. Little Thunder will become our second division captain. This time, several captains looked at Leakside in astonishment. Leakside himself was equally dumbfounded. What? I'm a captain now. The second division at that? I can't accept this. Those who became second division captains in the original story all ended up dead. Just as Leakside was about to refuse, Whitebeard decisively declared. It has settled. He then raised his cup. Let the celebration begin. Instantaneously, all the captains began to toast, and Leakside could only reciprocate the toasts. Goodness, this old man's whimsical ideas or something else, he internally sighed before raising his cup with the other captains. Congratulations, Little Thunder. Come, drink a few more cups. Several captains flocked to Leakside's table to offer their toasts, while others celebrated with their crew members. Meanwhile, Robin, left somewhat neglected, quietly sipped water, having grown accustomed to such treatment over the years. La la la, little girl, why aren't you joining them? Whitebeard noticed Robin and approached her. Seeing Robin stumble over her words, Whitebeard chuckled. Since we are all children of the sea, you are one of us now. Soar across these waters under my name. Become my daughter. The crew members nearby chimed in, urging her, come on, child, agree to it. Call him father. Robin, seeing this, nodded in agreement. She gazed at Leakside and thought, another pirate crew to join. But this time it's Whitebeard's. I wonder if this could become my haven. I also wonder how much this man knows about me. She noticed how Leakside merely exchanged a glance with Whitebeard, and the latter immediately offered to adopt her as his daughter. After a burst of celebration, once the banquet concluded, Leakside specifically sought out Thatch and Sachi. Captain Sachi, as you know, I've just become the captain of the 2nd Division. And I'm in need of personnel. I would like to have Brother Thatch join the 2nd Division. What do you think? Leakside straightforwardly requested. Sachi paused for a moment before asking, I have no objections. Thatch, do you agree? Thatch, unsure, shyly replied, Captain, you decide. Thus, with Sachi's approval, Thatch officially joined under Leakside's command. In Whitebeard's quarters, he held a bounty notice featuring Robin's image, Ilala, the daughter of the devil, with a bounty of 70 million. The Navy is truly going backwards. He glanced out the window at Robin, who was engrossed in a book. I wonder if Little Thunder knows her true identity. However, judging by the look he had during the banquet, he must know something. That Robin's presence sparked his curiosity. What kind of existence could warrant such a high bounty? The level of the bounty far exceeded that of the infamous Lin Lin from back in the day. His curiosity only grew. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku was still in his office, attending to official duties. Knock, knock. Come in. Marshal, there are CP0 agents outside who wish to see you. A sailor saluted and reported, Oh, the government officials are looking for me. Let them in, Sengoku replied without looking up, continuing to handle his documents. After a while, a masked CP0 agent entered, holding a file. Long time no see. Marshal Sengoku, I trust you're well. So, what urgent matter brings you here at such a late hour? Sengoku finally looked up at the visitor. It's nothing serious. Why don't you take a look at this first? The CP0 agent handed over the document, observing the overly polite demeanor of the CP0 agent. Sengoku felt a twinge of unease that soon solidified as he opened the file. Is this information accurate? How many people are aware of this? He asked, removing his glasses. Rest assured, besides the 5 elders, no one else is currently aware, the CP0 agent replied in a mechanical tone. What do you want? Surely it can't be as simple as presenting me with a document. Sengoku pressed, you'll find out in due time. That esteemed person will provide you with instructions, the agent said, leaving behind a special transponder snail before exiting. Alone in the room, Sengoku massaged his temples in frustration. How did Zephyr manage to create such a colossal mess for me? Just then, a head with a dog hat poked through the door. Hey Sengoku, I brought you some new tea. Hurry up and get the rice crackers out. The newcomer was Garp, cheerfully holding up the tea leaves. Oblivious to Sengoku's increasingly dark expression. You rascal. Is this the place for you to have tea, Carp? He slammed his hand on the table, scolding. All right. Don't take it to heart. I understand you're feeling down. Carp naturally patted his old partner's shoulder and poured him some fresh tea. Then, with practiced ease, he opened his storage box and began to enjoy some senbei. Damn it, Carp, that's my senbei. Sengoku's furious roar sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers outside. Half a month swiftly passed. Tea this moment. Reishid was aboard a ship, once again heading towards Water 7. He had communicated with Mr. Tom regarding the retrieval of the ship he had ordered, accompanied by all his companions and newly recruited subordinates. Several large vessels set sail simultaneously. This time, lacking powered ships, they had to make a considerable detour from Fishman Island back to Water 7. The Hook led a reconnaissance vessel ahead, while Reishid and Yuan took command of 2 supply ships in the rear. As everyone was busily engaged, Padu Na unexpectedly bubbled up. Have you forgotten something? You mentioned going to Mariewa. I remember that. Reishid's calm demeanor infuriated you think you've become strong now. With that, it began to rain artificially upon Reishid's face. BB, what are you thinking? Now that you possess some ability, you're starting to get cocky. Aren't you? Have you forgotten how you were back then? At this, Reishid was taken aback. Yes, when he first arrived, he had begged and pleaded to return. But if he truly went back now, would he really be able to part with all his abilities and companions? He couldn't bear it. When the time comes, you could discuss it, it said. The real issue is, Haven T, you notice that you've made no progress at all in these past 2 weeks? UV hit a bottleneck. Reishid scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. In the past fortnight, he had made nearly no progress. Whether it was with his hockey or devil fruit abilities, he seemed to have hit a wall. I don't know how this happened. Because you've become complacent. You think your current level is sufficient for survival, that you're like a player in an RPG game who, tired of playing, starts to idle you understand? Padu Na continued. Adjust your mindset. Don't wait until your companions suffer casualties before you wake up to reality. With that, it left Reishid standing there. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over from a distance. Report, Captain. Mr. Hook's reconnaissance ship has encountered the Navy. What is going on? Take your time. Don't rush, Reishid reassured, patting the soldier's shoulder. Magma just erupted on the reconnaissance ship? Magma. This is bad. It's a Kainu. As Reishid sprinted toward Hook, he issued orders to his subordinates. Everyone, head to Water 7. Abandon any entanglements with the Navy. He then activated the team as communication. Everyone, he got a big shot on our hands. It's Admiral Akainu. Oh, an Admiral? Yuan unsheathed his sword, polishing it in Admiral. Indeed. Ashura and Shangtiao excitedly drew their weapons at Then I'll go take a look. Mirage activated her magic on Hook's ship. Akainu had already subdued all the crew members. Sakazuki, what about these pirates? Ghost Spider inquired, gazing at the subdued pirates. Need I say more? Without devil fruit powers, eliminate them all. After dealing with them, we'll pursue those others. Whitebeard's men are nothing special. Akainu coldly remarked, surveying the pirates on the deck. Wait, they're just pirates. Hook, struggling to rise, attempted to voice his thoughts. What do you mean, just pirates? They are still pirates. Akainu swiftly pinned him down against the deck. Oh, no wonder you seem so familiar. It's you. Akainu recalled something upon noticing the mark on Hook's neck. If recalling a past event, Hook began to struggle desperately, mumbling something under his breath. What a pity you chose to become a pirate. I'll personally send you on your way. With that, Akainu's magma surged in his hands. Dark Dog, Brother Hook, stop, Navy, Captain, come quickly. The recently subdued crew members erupted in rebellion. Soon they were pressed down against the deck. As for the captain, he has probably long gone, the Navy sneered, pointing at the fleeing ships. This is what pirates are like. Ridiculous, captains. No, that's impossible. The Navy saw the crew bow their heads and forcefully lifted their faces. Prying open their eyes. Look at this person. He's the beginning. You'll all follow him soon. Remember, in your next life, don't reincarnate as a pirate. There's no good ending. The crew could only watch helplessly as the magma fist was about to descend upon them. Suddenly, the weather changed. Dark clouds gathered. The sound of thunder crackled in their ears. Thunder Kirin, baseball bat, a lightning-infused arm intercepted the magma fist. With Reishid's move, his companions simultaneously launched their attacks. Yuan, he had already positioned his sword against Akainu's neck. Ashura and Shangtiao struck at the surrounding navy. Mirage floated in the air, arms outstretched, surveying the scene. Captain Reishid, the crew members excitedly stood up. Sorry for being late. I sent this Akainu. It's been a while since I heard from you. Reishid remarked, looking at his insignia with a calm expression, that you've been promoted to admiral. When did that happen? However, upon seeing his crew, his expression gradually darkened. What, pirates? Do you want to celebrate by offering me your heads? Akainu snapped, launching an immediate attack, elementalized to evade the two interceptors. Akainu, Red Lotus, roar! The elementalized body transformed into another attack, a dog-headed limb swiftly lunging at Reishid. You underestimated me. Thunder Kirin, 5 consecutive kicks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of kicks shattered the Red Lotus, prompting Akainu to switch tactics. Dark Dog. With a resounding crash, Akainu's magma-infused blow was caught by Reishid's hand. Crack! The immense force pressed the entire ship down, just as Akainu intended to strike again. You seem to have forgotten about us. Breath of the Sun, second form. Azure Sky. Dark sparks. Two powerful attacks struck Akainu's waist directly. Boom! Amidst the explosion, a figure rolled away, revealing only a hole in Akainu's clothing at the waist. Pirates, I've truly underestimated you. With that, he tore off his shirt, revealing his robust, chestnut-colored physique. He transformed into magma once more and charged forward. Yuan unsheathed his sword, beginning to swing it, clashing with the magma. The intense heat caused parts of the ship to begin to ignite. Originally, Akainu had intended to use his slashes to counterattack, but was unexpectedly pushed back by the immense force, retreating to his own warship. Boom! 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 On the fiercely burning deck, Akainu slowly rose, muttering, "Damn it, such strength is not from a mere captain. Has Whitebeard truly gone senile?" With a flushed face, Akainu declared, "If I don't eliminate you, I might as well give up my admiral title." "Ah, who are you planning to eliminate?" Mirage, hovering in the sky, instantly appeared before him, her orb of light ready. Dark sparks. Damn it, Dart Dog. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows at an astonishing speed, leaving the surrounding navy dumbfounded. Hey, this can't be real. They're actually fighting an admiral. At that moment, Reishid knocked out all the navy on his ship. Notify the free crew to stand by in place, that he then activated his form. Charging power into his legs, he leapt into the air, arriving before Akainu, wielding his hammer. Thunder Kirin. Home run. Caught off guard, Akainu could only brace himself with his arms to withstand the blow. The tremendous impact sent him crashing to the opposite side of the ship. Boom! The railing behind him vanished upon his collision. Wow, quite impressive, Reishid. Akainu gasped, staring at him. "Oh, it's an honor that an admiral knows my name." Reishid grinned in response. "Bah, you are nothing but a stain on Zifa's legacy. And yet, you claim to not kill pirates." Upon hearing that familiar name, a sense of foreboding surged within Reishid. "What? Tell me, what happened to the old man?" He hurriedly rushed over, grabbing Akainu by the collar. "Foolish! Hellhound!" Unprepared, Reishid was struck directly in the chest by Akainu. Aw! He clutched his chest, glancing down to find his hockey barely covering the area. Luckily, the hockey had activated in time, preventing a fatal blow. "Humph! We're the Navy. What gives you the illusion that you can let your guard down?" Akainu showed no remorse for the ambush and retaliated with another magma fist. Waltz! Dark Torrent! Yuan, E, and Mirage simultaneously launched their attacks. "Oh, you think we are dead men? Humph! It's you two again. Always haunting me." At that moment, Jing Tiao and Ashura arrived in a small boat. "Big brother, you seek death." Akainu, upon seeing Reishid's magma-inflicted wound, Ashura's eyes turned crimson as he charged forward with his axe. Beast Law, Heavenly Dragon. Just as Akainu narrowly dodged Yuan Yi's and Mirage's attacks, he was struck by Ashura's blow. Jing Qiao, meanwhile, shouted as he approached, fists glowing and swinging wildly. Just as Akainu prepared to counter with a punch, Jing Qiao's right fist, infused with the power of Illusion Killer, intercepted him. Another ability user? How can he nullify my magma? Faced with a barrage of peculiar techniques, Akainu found himself overwhelmed. He took a direct hit from the Heavenly Dragon, and Ashura's Earth Tiger followed suit. This little brat is quite powerful too. He quickly unleashed a Hellhound to counter. Yet Ashura seemed frenzied, relentlessly attacking with Earth Tiger, Heavenly Dragon, and Black Rhinoceros. Blazing River, Great Fire. A massive assault composed of magma countered the torrential onslaught. Wow, this little brat Ashura is incredibly strong. He even radiates a red glow. Both pirates and Navy personnel marveled at the combatant's prowess. Reishid rose to his feet. Utilizing the balance mode to even out his injuries, suddenly a red line materialized within his line of sight. A color I've never seen before. Everyone fall back, Reishid called out loudly. Although the others were puzzled, they complied. Just as they retreated, a beam of light descended from the sky. Oh, Moshi, the figure stood there, conversing with a snail phone. Fantastic, it's Admiral Kizu. Kizuru's appearance invigorated the Navy's morale. This was also what Reishid had hoped for. A powerful ally had arrived. This is secured. Upon seeing Reishid, Kizuru promptly drew his sword, Tenri. Looking at the red lines across his face, he slapped himself. Grabbing his mace, he stepped forward, appearing noticeably smaller next to the admiral. BB, if anyone dares to say Kizuru goes easy on opponents, I will chop them down. Kizuru, without hesitation, began a strike. You're too slow. Kizu, Akainu quipped from the side. Yo, I'm already at my fastest. Sakazuki. Kizuru replied casually. Meanwhile, the others sprang into action, Ashura and Mirage targeting Akainu. The remaining two faced Kizuru, and Yuan addressed Reishid. Ray, leave this to me. I wish to see the level of this world's strongest. With that, he charged toward Kizuru, flames of extreme heat trailing behind him, prompting Kizuru to exclaim, "Wow, it's hot. What kind of ability do you possess, young man?" Kizuru nonchalantly photonized to evade the attack. "Don't think you can escape." Sundown turn. Yuan, perceiving Kizuru's movements through the transparent world, spun around to strike. Ding, ding, clang. Kizuru, unable to draw his sword in time, raised his leg instead. Light speed kick. He swiftly kicked Yuan Yi's blade away, then drew Henry to engage in a fierce exchange. Interesting, you must be a top-tier powerhouse. Both Yuan, and Kizuru smiled as they clashed. Kizuru remarked, "How terrifying. I'm not that strong myself." Gritting his teeth, he intensified his strikes, inwardly lamenting that this swordsman was almost on par with Mihawk. Observing the intense battle between the two, Reishid felt compelled to join the fray. "I'm back. Akainu." Thunder Kirin. Iron Fist. Bang, bang. Ugh, no chivalry. Akainu was knocked down onto the deck. "Stop talking nonsense. What happened to the old man?" Reishid demanded, gripping Akainu's head. "Bah." Akainu spat disdainfully at him. "Aw, you bastards, say something." With that, Reishid began to hammer Akainu's head relentlessly. Witnessing Akainu being pummeled, Kizuru frowned and interrupted his battle with Yuan. Light speed kick. Boom. The speed was so swift that even Yuan was a moment late, and Reishid was sent crashing into the ship's interior. "Oh, today's youth are truly frightening," Kizuru remarked, appearing before Akainu to shield his comrade. Yuan, meanwhile, heard a commotion as Reishid emerged from below deck. "Phew, Kizuru, what on earth happened?" He looked at Kizuru, hoping for answers that's a secret. "I can't disclose it," Kizuru shrugged in response. You're truly courting death." Reishid, seething with rage, raised his mace once more. Strangely, Kizuru stood still, and just as Reishid was about to strike, he recalled Zifa's parting words. "No matter what, never use lethal force against a Navy member." Swish! The mace halted just above Kizuru's head, who pouted slightly. "How terrifying. I almost lost my life there, Ray. Phew. Please, tell me what happened." Reishid pleaded earnestly. "Well, it's indeed a secret, right, War Peach?" He called toward the approaching ship. A head popped out from the bow, exclaiming, "Kizuru, your phone just rang. Don't use the black one. That's for eavesdropping." War Peach? Nice. I can gather information from him. Reishid felt a surge of excitement, hoping Kizuru would quickly depart. With his cover blown, Kizuru waved his hand and elementalized back to his ship. War Peach hurried over to assist Akainu. "Admiral Akainu, don't speak yet. The medical team will take you to rest." War Peach, is it? You must have heard of me." Reishid approached to greet him. "You're Zifa's pirate apprentice." War Peach inadvertently revealed a secret upon speaking. "Oh no, this matter cannot be disclosed. It must remain confidential." He quickly covered his mouth. Yes, I'm Zifa's apprentice. What happened to him?" Reishid pressed urgently. That cannot be said lightly. Even if you are Zifa's disciple, I cannot reveal it. I am the most tight-lipped person. I can only tell you that Zifa has been imprisoned and impelled down for allegedly colluding with pirates." Hearing this astonishing news, Reishid clapped War Peach on the shoulder before departing. As he left, he shouted toward the warship, "Thank you, War Peach. I'll treat you to drinks when I return." Oh no, how did I let that slip? Jean Tamaru gazed regretfully at the departing Leakside. "Oh, they have left," he mused. Suddenly, Kizuru appeared behind him. "Wow, old man. Could you please approach from the front next time? It's quite easy to be startled when you appear from behind," Jean Tamaru remarked, patting his chest as he watched the ship that had already sailed away. Kizuru merely stared into the distance, his expression concealed behind his glasses. Leakside was seated at the bow of the observation ship, issuing commands. "Brother Hook, turn around. We are heading to impel down." However, Hook appeared somewhat dazed. "Lost in thought from earlier until now. What's wrong, Brother Hook?" "Don't scare me." Leakside hurried over to check. He was now the only navigator aboard, and any mishap would spell disaster. After a considerable time, Hook finally snapped back to reality. "Ah, I'm fine," he replied. "Yes, you just frightened us to death." Hook took a moment to gather himself to impel down. "Then let's go." While everyone was busy preparing, no one noticed Hook walking alone into the control room. Muttering to himself, "I am useful. I still have value. I cannot die yet. How do we get from the new world to impel down?" Leakside opted for the fastest route. Cutting through the doldrums, he unleashed the might of the divine beast, causing the surrounding Sea Kings to shy away. Yuan, Ashura, and Mirage provided propulsion from the stern. Kamiyama and the soldiers hoisted the sails, while Hook was responsible for steering. Only Paduo lay on the deck, his eyes filled with gravity. Inside the restroom of Impel Down, the familiar figure was straining to juggle a phone call while managing significant personal matters. "I understand," came the response, accompanied by the sound of a flushing toilet. Magellan emerged from the restroom, dragging his weary frame, as nearby soldiers had already prepared a palanquin. "Phew, have the reinforcements arrived?" "What? They haven't even dispatched the warship to escort Zephyr yet." "It's almost here," upon hearing his subordinates report. Magellan chastised those above for their sluggishness. Just as he prepared to head to the main gate, his stomach protested. "Gurgle! Oh no, not again." Magellan swiftly darted back into the restroom, issuing orders from within. "Call Hannibal to pick up Instructor Zephyr, and ensure you treat him with respect. Clean the room properly. Lastly, hand me the din mushy. I need to confirm when the reinforcements will arrive." That a prison guard wearing a gas mask rushed into the restroom and quickly departed to relay further orders. On the sea outside the prison, 10 warships were slowly approaching. On one of the decks, Zephyr was bound with iron chains, seated cross-legged. Nearby, Fire Fist and several other vice-admirals were still trying to persuade him. "Please, Instructor Zephyr, sever ties with that pirate." "Yes, we are about to reach Impel Down. There is still a chance to salvage the situation." The assembled officers, young and old, urged him on, all of whom had been nurtured by Zephyr himself. "Ha ha ha, there is no need to worry about me. I've anticipated this turn of events," Zephyr replied, remaining remarkably optimistic, ignoring the pleas of his disciples. Beside him, Ein and Binz held out bowls, saying, "Instructor Zephyr, you haven't eaten since boarding. Please have something to—" "No need, Ein. Just take Binz and go. It's a pity I couldn't take you graduates with me." Zephyr sighed, gazing at the sky. "You must be Zephyr." A bespectacled man in a white coat emerged from the side of the ship, followed by 2 others, shocking Fire Fist and Stalaberry, as their observation hockey had failed to detect their presence. "Let me introduce myself. I am Alexander Anderson." Akado, the man in red behind him, stated his name, while the one wielding a massive sword remained silent. What was particularly striking was that his left arm seemed to be non-existent, dangling at his side. "Forgive him." I sent T1 for conversation. "His name is Arterius," Anderson explained, reaching into his coat. This action prompted all the Navy personnel present to draw their weapons simultaneously. Hey, don't be alarmed. We come from the world government. Look at this document." Only when Anderson produced a document stamped with the world government seal did the Navy sheath their weapons. "Humph, the world government truly doesn't trust us. They even sent someone from CP0, Fire Fist remarked, while Doberman and Stalaberry remained on high alert. Having failed to detect their presence earlier, the 3 now appeared exceedingly dangerous. "Calm down, humans. If we intended to harm you, you would have already met your demise," Akado stated blandly to the vice-admirals. With that, he instantaneously moved before the 2 and pulled out a goblet from inside his coat. With his palm over the rim, wine trickled into the cup. He savored the freshly produced wine, completely indifferent to the vice-admirals, who were now visibly tense. Brew. "Anderson, your din mushy is ringing," Akado reminded him. Upon answering, Anderson was greeted by the sound of water being flushed. "Ah, much better. Hello, this is Magellan. When will the world government as personnel arrive?" Hearing the somewhat reproachful tone, Anderson chuckled in response. We encountered a few minor inconveniences on the way. We are already on Zephyr's ship." The Sea Kings that had delayed Anderson and his group had long since been eliminated. At this moment, the Navy began to see several Sea Kings' corpses drifting past them. "What? There are that many?" Fire Fist rushed to the side of the ship, astonished to see numerous Sea Kings' carcasses on the surface. He marveled at the 3 individuals, realizing the truth in the earlier statement made by the man in red. Had they intended to make a move, they would have perished long ago. Reflecting on the three before him, his fleet and Magellan, who was still inside Impel Down, he felt a wave of hesitation. The difficulty of rescuing Instructor Zephyr under such dire circumstances was immense. He hoped that his pirate junior wouldn't truly arrive. This operation was specifically targeting him. Apart from the headquarters admirals and vice admirals, no one else, including Zephyr, was aware of this. All right, rest assured, I have already dispatched Hannibal to fetch you. Just come aboard when the time comes. Gurgle. Oh no, not again. I must hang up now. Click. Magellan hung up the phone, and the others stared speechlessly at the din-din mushy. Seriously, how much do you love the restroom? This was the collective thought of the Navy present. Suddenly, Anderson and his companions turned their gaze toward the distance. Interesting. They have arrived. They are finally here. Zephyr also looked toward the horizon, a heart full of concern. On the surface of the sea, a dilapidated vessel was making its way toward Impel Down. Leakside was anxiously scanning the direction of Impel Down. They had encountered not a single Sea King along the way. As they approached Impel Down, the sight of the pile of corpses filled him with intense unease. Who had cleared away these Sea Kings? Their strength must be formidable. Meanwhile, Yuan, E, and the others continued to provide propulsion from a ship's stern. As they neared Impel Down, they paused to rest. Leakside addressed his newly recruited crew members. I must hurry to Impel Down to rescue my instructor. You all need to leave for Water 7 at once. But Captain, one of the crew members began. No buts. I don't want you all to go to your deaths. We'll meet again in Water 7. Leakside reassured them with a smile. Despite their reluctance to leave, Leakside had to assert his authority as captain to command them. Lowering the rescue boat, Leakside proceeded forward with Yuan, E, and the others. Paduo, I leave the new crew on my ship to you. Activating the internal communication, Leakside did not forget to instruct. Tisish. Got it. Paduo lazily responded from the ground. Before departing, it added, be cautious over there. You might encounter unexpected surprises. Reishid declared that he had committed the plan to memory and proceeded to disembark with a few individuals. He rode alone while the others seized the opportunity to recuperate their strength. Soon, the silhouette of Impel Down came into view. The group quickened their pace, yet the naval fleet awaited them. Prepare swiftly. All gunners, take your combat positions. Upon sighting any vessels, sink them at all costs. A major was directing the sailors aboard his ship, unmistakably a youthful smoker. He puffed on a cigar, observing the bustling soldiers while murmuring to himself. We must not allow that pirate to meet with Captain Zephyr. Suddenly, the distant sound of cannon fire heightened his alertness. Report. Major Smoker has detected unfamiliar ships. What? They have truly arrived. What are we waiting for? Open fire, Smoker commanded, and simultaneously, the other ships issued the same order. Boom! Boom! 10 warships unleashed a barrage, shrouding the small boat in a hail of cannonballs. Dark torrent! Boom! Boom! Countless shells struck mid-air, and the violent explosions sent the small vessel swaying perilously. Yonghua, lend me your strength. Mirage intercepted the naval cannonballs above. While Reishid nodded in response, as the small boat approached, he leapt onto the rear of the warship. Reishid, assemble. The officer in charge was an old acquaintance. Longzi, Reishid wasted no time on pleasantries that do not obstruct my path. Thunder Kirin, baseball bat, iron block. With a kick infused with the power of lightning, he effortlessly sent Longzi flying. Reishid had undergone significant transformation. This kick could not be resisted by mere will. After sending Longzi sprawling, Reishid adeptly maneuvered forward to another warship. Look out, pirate! A vice admiral donned in a horned mask swung a long-handled saw. Charging at him, it was Vice Admiral Bastu of the naval headquarters. Clang, Reishid had anticipated the attack, blocking it with one armed armament. Get lost! He unleashed a swinging fist. Crack! A single punch imbued with hockey shattered Bastu's mask. Wah! Bastu barely managed to utter before being struck back against the ship's hull. Boom! The Vice Admiral, the sailors aboard rushed to rescue their commanding officer. Ignoring them, Reishid continued pressing forward. Oh, Zephyr, your disciple is quite formidable, Akato remarked, watching Reishid advance. I wonder if he can indulge me. Hey, I've already surrendered. Does the world government still intend to disregard my disciples? Zephyr asked the three with a look of panic on his face. In his line of sight, he perceived no threats, indicating that the opposing forces were at least a cut above him. You little brat, don't seek death. Zephyr fervently hoped that his naval colleagues would keep him at bay. Alas, contrary to his wishes, Reishid soon reached the fourth ship. The commander aboard was Fire Mountain. He unsheathed his saber and struck, his face still adorned with his signature grin. You must be Zephyr's pirate disciple. You shall stay here. Yes, he spoke. He spat smoke in Reishid's face. You won't take the captain away. Your smoke stinks. You must be smoking counterfeit. Reishid drew his hammer, engaging in a fierce exchange with Fire Mountain. Clang, clang. Reishid's speed began to wane, and anxiety filled his heart. Watching his attacks thwarted by his opponent, he grew desperate. Don't block my way. Thunder Kirin. Great lightning hammer. Crackle. Clang. The charge hammer began its descent, but Fire Mountain struck first, slicing through the hammer. Fool. You're not even performing at 2/3 your usual level. What are you doing? Zephyr fumed at Reishid's performance from a distance. After just a month apart, how had he regressed so much? His techniques were disorganized, and his intentions all too clear. It seems his skills have dwindled to this. Anderson scoffed, observing the battle. Boring. I expected more strength from you. You might as well put on a show. I could see that moment. Akado turned his back towards Impelled down, having lost interest in the skirmish, as the opposing strength did not meet his expectations. Hey, Akado, you're zoning out again. Anderson called after him, but Akado showed no inclination to entertain him. Anderson sighed, scratching his head, and addressed the Wanderer. Forget it. If that kid gets up here, you handle him. With that, he departed the ship, leaving the Wanderer alone to guard. Boom! Hearing the violent explosions, everyone turned their attention to the fourth warship. Fire Mountain had now collapsed onto the deck, abandoning the pursuit, and Reishid had vanished without a trace. He lay there, murmuring to himself, It's futile. I'll do my best to prevent you from advancing. Since you're going up, don't blame us. The plan begins now. Crack. Suddenly, a hand gripped the railing of the fifth warship, and to the astonishment of onlookers, a figure perched upon it. Reishid, panting, slowly declared, I took a bit longer than expected, but I have arrived. Reishid sat on the railing, observing those aboard the ship, in a single breath. He had breached the defenses of 4 warships. Though he was significantly fatigued, he seized the moment to recover while the other sailors were momentarily stunned. However, upon raising his gaze to the Wanderer, he leapt in shock. What the hell? Why is Ada here? Wait, why is he still in armor? What Ada? Does he know this armored man? Uncertain, he sensed an odd shift in the atmosphere. The Navy personnel exchanged whispers, intrigued by Reishid's reaction. Upon hearing the commotion, Altreus' eyes glowed red as he raised his great sword, slashing towards Reishid. Swiftly, Reishid barely managed to twist his body, the blade grazing his nose, though he evaded the strike. The Navy soldier next to him was not so fortunate. The Wanderer turned and cleaved through the surrounding sailors. I don't want to die. Why are the world government forces attacking us? Boom! Boom! What are you doing? Cease at once! Zephyr roared, straining against the specially designed chains that held him firmly to the deck. The chaos subsided quickly as the Wanderer impaled a Navy corpse with his great sword. He then hoisted the sword back onto his shoulder, fixing his gaze on Reishid. The body remained skewered on the sword, surrounded by the fallen sailors. What are you doing, world government scum? Zephyr shouted furiously. Yet the Wanderer paid him no heed, his attention solely on Reishid. Reishid transformed, launching himself at him. Whoosh, clang. The Wanderer's great sword met Reishid's two-handed block. Gritting his teeth, Reishid exerted force, deflecting the great sword. Seizing the opportunity, he dislodged the corpse from the sword, hurling it at the nearby sailors. He's indiscriminate. If you wish to die, do not come closer. Reishid warned the sailors. Listen to him. Rear guard. Ain. Organize the retreat from the ship. Zephyr, fearing the Navy might disregard Reishid's command, issued orders as well. But, Captain Zephyr, no buts. Execute the orders. Zephyr interrupted Benzi, gesturing for everyone to leave. Throughout the Navy's withdrawal, the battle between Reishid and the Wanderer raged on. Reishid positioned himself to block the Navy's escape route, Absorbing the brunt of the assaults, as he witnessed the last sailor disembark, his arm transformed, revealing the blades. Thunder Kirin. False blade mode activated. Come at me. Whoosh! The Wanderer, having been struck, staggered back significantly. It appeared that the blade mode was effective against him, that a sense of confidence began to swell within Reishid. He continued to engage the Wanderer in combat. Suddenly, with a roar, the Wanderer's armor began to shed, revealing his true form, as blue flames erupted from his body, reminiscent of a curse from the abyss. The fallen armor crashed down, splitting the warship in half. Good heavens! He was fighting me while clad in such heavy armor. Before Reishid could ponder further, the Wanderer lunged at him with a speed several times greater than before. Whoosh! The weight was staggering. As Reishid's elbow blades made contact with the colossal sword, he felt an immense force bearing down upon him. Boom! The relentless clash of swords caused his body to sink gradually. The disparity in strength compelled him to abandon the notion of a head-on confrontation. He forced himself into a narrow gap, evading the descending great sword. Crash! The remaining half of the warship was cleaved asunder. Reishid found himself perched upon a solitary plank. Zifa! I navigated a small boat in search of Zifa's figure. The recent battle had devastated the entire warship. Zifa, still shackled, was dragged down into the depths of the sea. The other warships, upon hearing the news, ceased their bombardment, and all naval personnel plunged into the water to seek their mentor. With the cannon fire halted, Une and his companions hastened to join the fray. Upon sighting the Wanderer, everyone assumed a battle stance. The first to charge was Ashura, who had barely raised his axe when the Wanderer teleported before him. Delivering a thrust that sent him flying, Ashura, Kamet, and Reishid rushed forward to support. Holy Fist Barrage! Thunderous Kirin! Thunder Fist! Bang! 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 Through countless strikes, the duo barely managed to repel the Wanderer. Damn, he's tougher than expected. With the support of Une and others, Ashura struggled to regain his footing. Mirage stayed behind to tend to him while Une drew his blade, charging toward the enemy. Clash! The sheer force startled Une. How intriguing, how utterly captivating. It is astonishing that there are so many formidable beings in this world. Breath of the Sun, 13th form. From the waltz to the flame dance, from the first form to the 12th form. In an instant, Une unleashed 12 techniques, striking the Wanderer all over his body. Yet the effect was minimal. Ah! Suddenly, the Wanderer let out a howl that pierced the heavens. Soon, I shall be utterly consumed, by them by the darkness power. Hearing the Wanderer speak for the first time, Reishid was taken aback by his words. Unlike the Dark Soul, what corrupts him is not the abyss, but what force is it? Boom! As the Wanderer became further corrupted. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified. The sudden thrust propelled toward Reishid. Good heavens! Faced with the now even swifter Wanderer, Reishid barely lifted his hammer before he was struck down into the sea. Brother! Ashura leaped into the water to rescue him. Since that's the case, I shall join the fray as well. Mirage raised her hand, gazing at the adversary. The tension exhilarated her immensely. It has been ages since I felt this way. Your strength surpasses that of the previous Magma Man. Mirage activated her demon mode and charged forward. Une and Kamet followed suit. Meanwhile, the two within impelled down, sensed the battle raging outside. It seems some interesting individuals have arrived. Indeed, Akado, this is no mere amusement. Their skill is commendable and their numbers are vast. Anderson adjusted his glasses and inquired of Hannibal, Deputy Director, when might our director emerge? According to protocol, the director will likely require another hour. Upon hearing Hannibal's response, Anderson cast an annoyed glance toward the restroom that we cannot wait any longer. The outside is becoming increasingly perilous. Deputy Director, I hope you can keep things in order during this time. Hannibal saluted in reply, though his words were laced with humor. Understood. As the future director, I shall certainly safeguard my territory. Oh, I've said it again. Hearing Hannibal's remarks, Anderson waved his hand dismissively. This intriguing deputy director had made quite an impression on him in a short time. If he performed well, Anderson might indeed speak favorably of him to the higher-ups. After an endless haze of unconsciousness, Shiu abruptly sat up in bed. He gasped for fresh air, his chest heaving. Confusion, bewilderment, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Where am I? He instinctively scanned his surroundings, only to find himself more perplexed. A single dormitory. Even if he had successfully been rescued, he should be in a hospital by now. Moreover, how could his body be completely unharmed? Filled with questions, Shiyu's gaze swept rapidly across the room, finally settling on a mirror positioned at the head of the bed. The reflection revealed a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years. Strikingly handsome. Yet the crux of the matter was, this was not him. Previously, he had been a charismatic young man in his 20s, having worked for some time. Now, his appearance resembled that of a mere high school student. This transformation left Shiyu in a state of shock for quite some time. Please don't tell me the surgery was a resounding success. His body and visage had changed entirely. This was no longer a matter of surgery, but rather sorcery. He had become a completely different person. Could it be that he had traversed dimensions? Aside from the poorly placed mirror at the bedside, Shiyu also discovered 3 books nearby. He picked one up, and the titles rendered him speechless. Essential Handbook for New Beast Tamers, Care for Pets Post-Birth, Guide to Evaluating Beastier Girls of Different Races. Shiyu? The first 2 titles seemed somewhat normal, but what on earth was the last one? Shiyu's expression hardened as he reached out, but his arms soon stiffened. Just as he was about to open the 3rd book to uncover its true nature, a sudden jolt of pain surged through his brain. A torrent of memories flooding in like a tide out on the surface of the sea. Ashura swiftly retrieved Reishid. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Kamet had already been taken out of the fight. His body was riddled with wounds, particularly a severe injury to his shoulder. Deep enough to see bone, he lay on the scattered planks, contemplating the ongoing battle between Mirage and Yuani in the distance. Was he truly so inferior to them? The 2 still engaged in combat were beginning to falter. The Wanderer's surging speed and strength far exceeded theirs. Yuani was infrequently struck, while Mirage bore a visage smeared with blood. What is happening? Reishid gradually regained consciousness. Brother, thank goodness you're all right, Ashura shouted as he embraced him. Yes, I'm fine. How are they? Reishid stroked his head, glancing at Yuani and the others. It appears the situation is dire. I have no idea where the teacher has gone, and we must first deal with this adversary. With that thought, Reishid joined Ashura on the battlefield. Everyone, I have arrived. Thunderous Kirin, Overlord Knockout, returning to the battle. Reishid seized the Wanderer's head, attempting to slam it down. However, the Wanderer swiftly turned, wrenching free from his grasp. With a powerful counterattack, he swung down upon him. Clash. Having transformed back into blade mode, Reishid barely managed to parry the strike. The overwhelming force bore down upon him, almost submerging him underwater. Get off me, Reishid roared, pushing back against the onslaught. Now, as he faced a formidable foe, Reishid finally began to unleash his true potential. Libra mode activated. After deflecting the attack, Reishid immediately switched to Libra mode. Following a brief exchange with Yuani, they swapped positions. With a Libra shield in hand, he thrust it forward and a dull thud resonated, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Both the Wanderer and Reishid glanced at each other in astonishment. The Wanderer was taken aback by the inexplicable injury he had sustained, an instinctive urge compelling him to distance himself from Reishid. Conversely, Reishid was bewildered. Though he had suffered the same damage, he had coughed up blood, while the other seemed to have merely sustained a minor wound. By heavens. It must be Akado's ability. Indeed, it is he. Akado, witnessing the true manifestation of his power, erupted into joyous laughter. Their conversation attracted the attention of Reishid and his companions. Once again, 2 more had arrived. Damn, they appear to be as formidable as this great sword-wielding man. Ashura and the others felt a heavy tension in the air. Yet, Reishid shouted, "What the hell? Akado and Anderson, what is happening? Even the Royal National Church Knights are here. Am I in the world of One Piece?" Reishid gazed at the duo, beginning to question his existence. Look, Anderson has indeed recognized me. Akado chuckled, patting his partner's shoulder as he lunged towards Reishid. Fantastic. I knew that, even after a century, you would still remember me. Akado swung the sword he had just retrieved from the city. What? A century? What are you talking about? Reishid was utterly perplexed by Akado's words that, of course, anyone who has seen that show would recognize you. Altreus, you handle the one with the sword and this woman. The rest, is up to me. With that, Anderson drew his dagger, forming a cross out a door. Ashura regarded the foe, raising his beastly axe in challenge. Kamatachi had nearly lost his combat effectiveness and could only rely on himself. Ashura, Yuan E, and Mira Jane also wished to assist, but were swiftly interrupted by the Wanderer. Damn it, Mira Jane, you go support Ashura. I will hold him off alone. Yuan E, gazing at Mira Jane, resolved to confront the Wanderer on his own. All right, just be careful. Mira Jane cautioned before soaring off to provide aid. You shall not pass. Yanhua thrust forth. Yuan E desperately blocked the greatsword's pursuit. The blade pressed against his shoulder, drawing blood. The sensation of impending death inexplicably filled Yuan E with a strange exhilaration. After all these years, this feeling was truly marvelous. The Jiqian Jana in his grasp seemed to respond to his will, flames akin to the sun racing along the blade towards the heavens. With Yuan Yi's furious roar, the Wanderer's greatsword began to be pushed back inch by inch. Breath of the Sun, 14th form. Fire Dragon's fanfare. The temperature around began to rise. With moisture evaporating from the air, from the Jiqian Na emerged colossal flames in the form of dragons. Encircling Yuan E, they then soared into the sky, emitting a dragon's roar before returning to Yuan E, surrounding him. When he swung his blade, the fire dragons would bite toward the target, utilizing a newly comprehended breathing technique born from life and death. Yuan E gradually began to regain the upper hand, engaging the Wanderer in a fierce exchange. Damn vampire, what madness drives you to approach? Thunder Kirin, Thunder Fist. Meanwhile, Reishid rushed toward Ashura, but alas, Akado was unwilling to allow him passage. Upon witnessing Ashura facing Anderson, he hastily attempted to provide support. He was acutely aware of Anderson's prowess in the original story, and now he was likely even stronger. Allowing Ashura to confront him alone would surely lead to disaster. However, Akado continually obstructed his path, relying on his immortal body to absorb attacks without evasion. This familiar sensation. Bring it on, Akado mused as he reshaped his body. Damn it, this masochistic Akado is truly a unique vampire. Ignoring him, Reishid pressed forward towards Ashura. Even now, you still gaze over there, treating me with such indifference. Then I shall ensure your gaze cannot leave me. Akado spread his arms wide. Why do I find this line so familiar? Reishid pondered the meaning behind those words. Suddenly, Akado was enveloped in a crimson glow, surrounded by red particles. As he beheld Akado's current form, Reishid was left in a daze. Why was a Gundam's ability manifesting in him? Whoosh! With the activation of Trans-Am, Akado's speed surged, leaving Reishid only able to perceive his afterimage. You finally turned your gaze towards me. Haha. Akado relentlessly struck at Reishid, the rapid swings causing his blade to shatter. Undeterred, he continued to attack with a broken sword. Come, answer me. Let us return to that marvelous feeling we had a century ago. As Akado uttered those bewildering words, Reishid began to reflect. Had he truly encountered Akado a century prior? Was he a member of the time-traveling army from 100 years ago? To be lost in thought before me is unforgivable. Akado discarded the broken sword. Bringing his hands together, he conjured two blades entirely formed of blood from thin air. Assuming a stance reminiscent of Miyamoto Musashi, he advanced. Empowered by Transam, his strikes were astonishingly swift. Reishid had no choice but to activate his blade mode to parry. The scales of balance held no sway over Akado. He hoped that his lightning could surpass him in speed. What is the matter? Strike back, Reishid. Akado continued to slash at him while speaking. Didn't you teach me all of this? How is it that after a century, you have become so feeble? Swish, swish, swish. Several more strikes landed, prompting Reishid to accelerate his abilities. Though he had inherited only a fraction of the Rumble Rumble Fruit's powers, his speed paled in comparison to Akado's. He attempted to pursue Akado with speed, but it was futile. Akado seemed capable of maintaining this state indefinitely. Damn it, I can't catch up. Reishid's resolve began to wane. He gazed at Ashura, struggling valiantly, Mira Jane, battered and bruised, and Kamatachi collapsed upon the wooden planks. Regret washed over him. He had led them to their demise. They could have triumphed over CP4 and bested a Kainu and Kazoo. thus dominating the pirate world. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. The immense disparity between the three and their adversaries made it feel akin to battling a formidable boss. Lost in thought once more, Reishid was struck again. Damn it, my consciousness is fading. Reishid trembled, standing precariously. Oh, is this it? How boring. Akato called out to the two in the distance. Hey, Anderson, stop playing around and wrap this up. With that, he pressed Reishid beneath his foot. How disappointing. I had looked forward to this for so long. Akato swung his blade at Reishid. Da-da. I shall send you to your death now. Am I to perish? Reishid thought, gazing at the blade poised above his head. Not yet, but at 1 TB long. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Reishid's mind. Who? Have I finally acquired a true system to assist me? Humph. You think too highly of yourself. We'll discuss this when you escape. This time, I will take full control of your body. Allow me to lead you away. After contemplating, Reishid consented. Though I know not who you are, I implore you, as long as you can rescue my companions and teacher, I would gladly offer my life. Haha, I do not desire your life. After all, I am you. Reishid was astonished to discover that he was now in a third-person perspective. The moment his body acquiesced, it was no longer under his control. He observed his entire form, which began to emit blue particles akin to Akato's "Da-ha-ha." You never cease to amaze me. Only you can bring me such delight. Reishid. Akato watched his transformation, laughing almost maniacally. He released Reishid, anticipating his opponent's initial move. Reishid rose to his feet and spoke calmly. As the blue particles began to pulse, he vanished in an instant. Ha-ha. Where did he go? Not to the left. That's incorrect. I can't hit him. How intriguing. Come on, Reishid. Akato grinned as he pursued, his right shoulder now marked by a wound .2 figures, one red and one blue, intersected continuously in the in the midst of their blade-clashing battle. Akato's smile grew increasingly villainous. Ha-ha-ha. Just like that. The former you has returned. But why have you become so taciturn? Reishid gazed at the distorted face and raised his fist to strike. Even after all these years, that smile remains as detestable as ever. Akato. At that moment, Reishid's form had undergone a complete transformation. The blades at his elbows had vanished, replaced by new blades seemingly crafted from lightning. Materializing in his hands, the hilt bore the likeness of a mythical creature, and the blade was inscribed with incomprehensible runes. He opened his arms, mirroring Akato's earlier stance. Akato, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Shiji Sumo Spiral Slash. Reishid wielded his sword, attacking in a peculiar posture to an ancient sword style. Akato appeared to recall the past. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Meanwhile, on the naval ship, wow, it's too fast to see. Major Smoker, can you see it? Smoker rubbed his eyes in astonishment and replied, No, I cannot see. Just rescued. Zephyr also noted the two figures. Ha-ha-ha. That little brat has grown unexpectedly strong in such a short time. Observing his current performance, Zephyr smiled with satisfaction. It seems this lad had been holding back. He honored our agreement. Alas, if it weren't for that damned world government, that little brat would have long been back with the Navy. Zephyr, what are you talking about? Beside him, Binzi inquired, never mind that. We should prepare to head to Impel Down. Zephyr changed the subject, disregarding the students' protests, determined to rise and make his way to Impel Down. Enough talk. My resolve is unwavering. That moment. Two warships gradually approached from the distance, one of which was particularly conspicuous, as it bore a dog's head on the prow. After an endless period of unconsciousness, Shiyu suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for fresh air, his chest heaving. Confusion, bewilderment, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Where am I? He instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to feel even more lost. A single dormitory? If he had indeed been rescued, he should be in a hospital right now. And how come his body bore no injuries whatsoever? With questions swirling in his mind, Shiyu's gaze swiftly scanned the room, finally resting upon a mirror placed at the head of the bed. The mirror reflected his current appearance, around 17 or 18 years of age, remarkably handsome. Yet the problem was, this was not him. Previously, he had been a striking young man in his 20s, having worked for some time. Now, however, his visage resembled that of a mere high school student. This transformation left Shiyu in a daze for quite some time. Please don't tell me the surgery was a resounding success. His body and appearance had changed so drastically. This was no longer a matter of surgery, but rather something akin to sorcery. He had completely become another person. Could it be that he had traversed worlds? Aside from the evidently poorly placed mirror, Shiyu also discovered 3 books nearby. Upon picking one up, the titles rendered him speechless. Essential Manual for Novice Beast Tamers, Postpartum Care of Beast Companions, Evaluation Guide for Beast-Eared Females, Shiyu. The first 2 book titles seemed somewhat normal, but what on earth was the last one? Cough. Shiyu's expression grew serious as he extended his hand. But his arm soon stiffened. Just as he was about to open the 3rd book to discern its contents, a sharp pain surged through his brain and a torrent of memories flooded in. Providing you with the latest chapters of the great author's work, Pirate, All-Star Chaos. As expected of Zephyr's disciple. On board, Garp munched on rice crackers, heartily laughing at the spectacle of battle. Honestly, Vice Admiral Garp, this is hardly the time for laughter, remarked Kazuru from another ship, pointing towards the Navy on the sea. Vice Admiral Garp, let us rescue the drowning Navy first. Look, even Zephyr is there. Upon seeing the direction Kazuru was pointing, Garp gaped at the scene on the water. We must hurry to their aid. Oh no, he is asleep. The other Navy personnel aboard were nearly aghast at the sight. Thud, how could he fall asleep? What are you still doing here? Go rescue them. Garp instinctively apologized while cradling his head, but soon shifted his focus to the matter at hand. Zephyr and the others quickly made their way to Garp's ship. Hey, old friend, how did you manage to come here? Ah, it's because I devoured all of Sengoku's rice crackers. I had to lay low for a bit. Ha ha ha. Such an absurd explanation left the gathered Navy speechless. After their idle chatter, Garp turned his attention to the battle involving Reishid and Company.0. So that is your disciple. Huh. Quite interesting. He is far superior to my own son, but we cannot allow this fight to continue. That little brat might perish. Zephyr released his chains, stretched his body, and alongside Garp and Kazuru, headed towards the center of the conflict. Sigh, you're still too weak, lad, and I fear I won't be able to support you for long. A voice suddenly resonated within Reishid's mind. What about Master Zephyr? Before he could ponder further, a familiar voice rang out from a distance that it was Zephyr, his mentor. You little brat, are you here to seek death? My affairs do not require his interference. But there are no buts. You little brat, you all should leave quickly. Listening to Zephyr's words, Anderson and the others ceased their battle and gathered around him. Mr. Zephyr, are you planning to let the pirates go? I isn't at your duty as a world government official to imprison me and impel down. Should anything happen to me, your mission would be deemed a failure. Zephyr regarded them coolly. Give me some time, and then we shall depart. Anderson glanced at Garp and Kazuru behind him, both of whom nodded in agreement. Should they forcibly detain Reishid now, it would mean irrevocable enmity with the Navy. Zephyr and Garp's renown was simply too formidable. There would be ample time to deal with Reishid later. He turned to lead the two away. Mr. Zephyr, I'll grant you this favor, but once this matter concludes, please make your way to impel down willingly. However, due to the failure of your Navy's plan with the world government, you must be prepared for the consequences. Upon hearing Anderson's final words, Zephyr turned to his old comrade, but Garp's gaze already conveyed the answer to him. Garp, grant me this favor. Allow him to leave today. Ha ha. Alas, I seem to be feeling unwell today. I'll be heading back. Zephyr gazed at the departing Garp, his heart filled with gratitude. In the very moment Garp left, Admiral Kazu swiftly returned to his ship in a flash. Both parties shared an unspoken understanding, granting space to this master-student duo. Well, it seems you have nothing pressing for the time being. I shall take a brief rest. I am utterly exhausted. If you wish to know more later, you can inquire with that cat, said Reishid. As he regained control of his body, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, he staggered toward Zephyr, and just as he was about to collapse, Zephyr grasped his arm to prevent him from falling. You've worked hard, you little rascal, saving this old man, Zephyr remarked. Old man, are you truly serious? Reishid questioned, to which Zephyr gave a firm nod. Indeed, I have made up my mind to head to Impel Down. When I promised to take you as my disciple, I had already contemplated this. All right, There's no need to be sad. Farewells between men should not be accompanied by tears. However, Reishid felt a pang of guilt. For it was his own teacher who had landed in prison that he resolved to think more critically in the future. Yet meeting Zifa had not been a misfortune. Zifa produced a flask of liquor from his bosom and handed it to Reishid. Do not harbor hatred towards the world simply because you are a pirate. Remember, the heart is of utmost importance. The heart. Reishid glanced at his chest, failing to comprehend the old man's meaning. Ha! There's no need to look. You must act in practice that a righteous heart makes a thief a soldier, while a corrupt heart turns a soldier into a thief. After Reishid echoed his words, he gazed at Zifa in confusion. Sigh, old man, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a thing. Ha! If only you could comprehend it now, Zifa chuckled, playfully tapping Reishid on the head. Well, I've said all that I needed to. I'm leaving, so do not think of coming to rescue me again. This old man shall not accompany you. Reishid rubbed his head. That old man hit me again, but perhaps this will be the last time in my life he does so. Watching Zifa's receding figure, he shouted, Student, bidding farewell to teacher Zifa. With that, he bowed thrice towards the deck. In the distance, Zifa shrugged his shoulders and waved goodbye as he departed. After seeing Zifa off, Reishid turned to examine the injuries of Yuan, and the others. Admiral Kizaru, are we simply leaving like this? Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, inquired. The day's battle had left a profound impact on him. The world's top powers fought in such a manner. He needed to return and hasten his mastery of hockey. Indeed, teacher Zifa has already stated as much. Surely, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will show him some consideration. Kizaru glanced at Reishid in the distance before issuing the order to assemble the crew. Thus, the first operation targeting Reishid concluded rather abruptly. Are you all right? Reishid asked the group. Mirajane had merely sustained minor injuries. Yuani had a gash on his shoulder, a deep cut on his left hand, and several wounds on his chest still oozing blood. Ashura was in a more severe condition, covered in sword wounds. Kamatachi was the most gravely injured, remaining unconscious to this day. Reishid himself felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, there's no way to summon a doctor now. We must head to the nearest island for treatment. The nearest island was likely Sabeti Archipelago. With this thought, Reishid gathered everyone and set forth in a small boat. Within the Sabeti Archipelago Hospital, Reishid was engaged in a heated discussion with the doctor. I'm sorry, sir. It's not that we refuse to treat them. Their injuries are simply too severe, the doctor explained. At this point, we can only plead with them. We are utterly powerless. Reishid did not press the doctor further. Upon exiting the hospital, he felt a sense of confusion. He was at a loss for what to do next. Hey kid, this isn't like you at all, a voice called out. Reishid looked up to find Marco standing there. He quickly relayed the injuries of his companions. I've heard about the situation. I'll go take a look. Don't worry. With that, Marco strode directly into the hospital. Guru kid, this isn't like you at all. Reishid was astonished to see Whitebeard had also arrived. Old man, what brings you here? Guru, well, my own child is bullied. How can I not come? Whitebeard said, clapping Reishid on the shoulder. Your subordinates are all here. You should gather with them first. Leave this matter to the parents. Reishid, in a daze, walked towards his subordinates. Captain, are you all right? You nearly scare me to death. Faced with the concern of his crew, he forced a smile and responded to each one, fearing for Yuan, and the others. He activated the internal communication to reach Padana. We'll discuss my own matters later. Right now, I need a doctor. Summon a doctor. Upon hearing this, Padana looked at Reishid. It seems you're aware. It vanished into the crowd, seeking an open space. Come here. There's no one around. After exchanging pleasantries with his subordinates, Reishid seized the opportunity to arrive. I've made up my mind. Come forth, Tsunade. The large red door remained silent. Was she unwilling to come? Forcing him to make another trip? But time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. Just as Reishid was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open. He was about to speak when a wave of potent alcohol assaulted his senses. This terrible smell, he thought, as Tsunade stumbled out, holding a flask, inebriated. Ugh, my head is spinning. Where am I? Konoha's fifth Hokage. Reishid tentatively inquired. What fifth Hokage? Are you cursing the third Hokage to death, you little brat? Tsunade retorted, her temper flaring. She raised her hand. delivering a strike enhanced by her medical ninjutsu right in front of Reishid. Boom! The ground shook violently, the force of the blow leaving Reishid dumbfounded, though he had seen it many times in the animation. He never anticipated it would possess such power. It appeared Tsunade was still in her wandering phase. Stay calm, madam. Allow me to explain, Reishid said, laying out the entirety of the situation. So you're the one who summoned me here? Tsunade asked nonchalantly. But why should I help you? We may inhabit different worlds. What you just said is merely your perspective, and right now, I'm incapable of practical medical assistance. Hearing her words, Reishid replied. But you are still a doctor, and there are several individuals in dire need of your healing. Tsunade smiled at Reishid's plea. You're somewhat interesting, kid. Here's the deal. If you can withstand 3 of my attacks without dying, then I might consider helping. Soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade raised her leg to strike. Boom! The tremendous noise drew the attention of the Whitebeard Pirates. Grr, it's that kid again. Who knows what trouble he is stirring up now? Whitebeard mused, casting a glance toward Reishid, but ultimately ignoring it. He continued discussing with the captains how to create trouble for the Navy. Interesting kid, Tsunade paused, noticing that Reishid bore injuries. She refrained from mentioning it, observing the gathering crowd around them. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. If those in need of treatment are truly that important, take me to see them. With the answer in hand, Reishid hurriedly led Tsunade to Marco. Kid, I've stabilized their injuries, but there's one issue. The boy named Kamatachi has sustained severe damage. He may face permanent repercussions in his arm. Marco informed Reishid. Permanent repercussions? This is troublesome. Reishid turned to Tsunade, who immediately entered the ward. Kid, where on earth did you find this one? Reishid expressed that the medical skills in his hometown were quite commendable. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade emerged from the room with a sigh of relief. He noted that although everyone's injuries were not severe, there was one individual, SHT, whose wound required reopening for proper treatment. I see. This is indeed a tricky issue, Reishid remarked while patting his head. What? It can actually be cured. Then let's proceed. That young man can endure it, Marco interjected. However, when he later learned about Tsunade's fainting at the sight of blood, he felt at a loss. After all, he understood that such psychological issues were beyond the realm of medical intervention and could only be resolved by the individual involved. He comforted Reishid by patting him on the shoulder and informed him that Whitebeard was looking for him. Thank you, Miss Tsunade, Reishid said, preparing to head towards Whitebeard. Could I trouble you to take care of my companions? Oh, you trust me that much with them? Yes, I have faith in the character of Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. Tsunade burst into laughter upon hearing this, thumping her chest in agreement. But what about your injuries? Are you all right? Reishid replied with a smile, assuring her that he would recover swiftly. He then entered the ward to visit a few individuals. I apologize, everyone, for my... There's no need to apologize. Aren't we companions? Yuan calmly gazed at him, and the others, including Mirage, showed no sign of blame. It's truly wonderful to be able to call you all companions, Reishid said, his eyes glistening as he bid farewell to the group before heading to the designated room. Inside, Whitebeard and all the captains had gathered. Seeing everyone present, he felt a twinge of unease. Gururara, since everyone is here, allow me to address the matter at hand, Whitebeard declared from his seat of authority. He retrieved a stack of papers from his drawer, stating, Reishid, your actions have become world-renowned in just a few short hours. We have also tracked the movements of those 3 fellows. They're soon to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Reishid inquired, Old man, weren't they supposed to be at Impelled Down? How could they be coming to Sabaody? Allow me to answer that. Reishid, their orders were solely to escort Zephyr. Marco, who had just returned, clarified. Zephyr has already entered Impelled Down, so their mission is complete. Now that the celestial dragons have arrived on the island, these lackeys naturally must come to protect their masters. After listening, Reishid asked, when will they return? They will definitely arrive within 3 days, as the celestial dragons are set to participate in the slave auction in 3 days, Whitebeard replied. Gururara, thus, our plan is to deliver a thorough beating to them in 3 days, letting the world government know that Reishid is not without support. Only then did Whitebeard reveal the purpose of their gathering. How can this be? Old man, you brought the entire crew's fighting force for my sake. Huh. What are you talking about, Reishid? We are all family. Indeed, anyone who dares to provoke our family will face the wrath of the entire world. Several captains chimed in with laughter. Hearing this, Reishid felt deeply moved. A group of individuals brought together by various circumstances truly felt like family, ready to avenge any wrongdoing against them. Reishid, wait for us to exact vengeance in 3 days, Whitebeard concluded, and the meeting was adjourned as everyone dispersed. Reishid sought out Padona, who directly informed him not to ask what he knew, but rather to focus on the voices in his mind. Isn't the matter of utmost urgency the events in 3 days? How did you know? Reishid asked, intrigued by how Padona had come to this conclusion. Yet he acknowledged that the pressing issue was indeed what lay ahead in 3 days. Oh, you have any good strategies? I have no particular solutions, but perhaps altering Zephyr's storyline could yield rewards, Padona suggested, pulling out a scroll. This time the reward is a Hell training scroll, valid for 3 days. You can gamble on whether you can learn Trans-Am within that time. Reishid gazed at the trial scroll in his hand, deciding to take a leap of faith. All right, I shall set off now. Please take care of my companions and Tsunade. You can inform them of my situation. After all, they're my comrades. Their awareness signifies my own. With that, Reishid activated the scroll and vanished into the spatial realm. Padona, having witnessed Reishid's disappearance, instantly teleported to Azura's quarters. Everyone, I've arrived. Welcome aboard, Tsunade. Upon seeing Padona's sudden appearance, the others were unfazed. Tsunade, intrigued, hugged him and exclaimed, "Wow, a talking cat. How rare." Hey, Tsunade, we're discussing serious matters. Padona swiftly extricated himself from her embrace and proceeded to explain the events Reishid had encountered to everyone. Observing that many had questions, he smiled and said, "You all must have numerous inquiries for me. So let's begin one by one, starting with Yuan E. Yuan E, with a serious expression, responded, "Indeed, there are many. Recently, my mind has been bombarded with visions of various environments. All from my world a century later. It's utterly bewildering." Padona seemed to already be aware, looking at the others. "You all are experiencing the same, right?" As everyone nodded in affirmation, he continued, "Allow me to address your questions collectively. After you arrived in this world, your bodies and memories were paused in their original state. This means that no matter how much time passes, when you return, you'll be just as you were before. That's the first point." Padona shifted his position and continued, "Secondly, while you are here, the timeline of your original world is also on pause. In other words, you have entered a sort of God's perspective, allowing you to see the entire script of your world." Finally, he addressed their doubts about their own existence, assuring them, "You are indeed all living beings. It's just that every world has its own script. Your original script is merely known to you in advance. Whether you choose to respect the script or alter it is entirely up to you." After Padona's explanation, everyone fell into contemplation. Azura was the first to voice his thoughts. Sitting on the hospital bed, he remarked, "I currently have no interest in my original world. That IT was my brother who summoned me here. Without him, I would still be struggling for survival even if he were to take my life in the future. I would accept it." The smile on Azura's face left the others astonished. While they harbored doubts, they did not question Reishid's intentions. Although he was not the pillar of the team, often carefree, they could not deny his willingness to fight against enemies for their sake. He would kneel and plead with doctors to save them, and now he was training hard to avenge them. Realizing that the others shared similar sentiments, Padona declared, "All right, since there are no objections, I shall now recount Reishid's backstory. This tale is lengthy, so I will summarize it." He began, "This is not the first time he has come to this world. He traversed here a century ago." His first words left the others in shock, their jaws dropping. The fruit he consumed, the Shieji, is a special existence as a divine beast. After the user meets their demise, they do not vanish, but rather, as part of the cycle of reincarnation, are destined to find their next incarnation a century later, in his current form. He remains feeble, awaiting the moment when his phantom beast shall evolve into a true divine creature, at which point the true power of the Shieji will be unleashed. At this juncture, Ashura inquired, "Is that elder brother the original him?" Padona affirmed, "Indeed, Leakside himself will not change. It is merely the power of the Shieji that will be perpetually inherited. The potential of each successor will surpass that of the previous generation. And every 100 years, the Shieji will automatically seek out a new reincarnation. This is why the world government desires his demise. They must eliminate him while his strength remains diminutive. Once the bearer perishes, the Shieji will reincarnate once more. Should unnatural reincarnations exceed 10 occurrences due to an assassination, the onlookers gazed at Padona in silence, hastily pressing for clarification. What happens if it exceeds 10? Nothing good. The power of the divine beast will dissipate entirely, and fairness and law will cease to exist in this world, for the Shieji embodies fairness and law. Padona replied, his countenance darkened. Ashura then posed a pivotal question. Which generation is elder brother? Regrettably, if my perception serves me correctly, he is the last generation, the 10th, Padona remarked, eliciting a chill among the crowd. This moment, Leakside remained oblivious to the situation. Clad in heavy armor, he was incessantly shifting from side to side. Faster, move faster. A figure was observing him from the hillside. Are you planning to repeat the last time? The man removed his mask, revealing a visage of Leakside from over a decade later. I know you have a multitude of questions for me, but now is not the time. You must enhance your strength to earn the right to know everything. Leakside, on the verge of exhaustion, found the burden of his movements unbearable. The man approached him and suddenly unleashed a punch. Leakside, taken by surprise, was propelled backwards by the force. The foe you face possesses perpetual regeneration, rapid movement, and unparalleled swordsmanship, the man asserted, as though he were not the one who had just ambushed Reishid. To contend with him, you must possess swifter speed and greater strength. Rising to his feet, Leakside brushed off the dust and scoffed. What are you staring at? In battle, does the enemy extend pleasantries before striking? The man stood tall and replied, Continue, I shall engage later. Stay alert. Left speechless, Leakside resumed his training, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding how this would aid his mastery of transit. Yet the man remained reticent, insisting that he maintain high-speed movements. With only 3 days at his disposal, Leakside felt the pressure of time closing in. After relentless exertion, he finally blurted out, When will you teach me? Not yet, you impudent brat, the man retorted. Since you're so bored, let's engage in something more entertaining. With that, the man removed his outer garment, revealing a remarkable torso marred with scars, many of which were located on vital areas. Ignoring Leakside's gaze, he provocatively gestured with one hand. Come now. To learn Transam, you must first shatter your physical limits. Clearly, merely warming you up is too lenient. In response to the man's provocation, Leakside activated Shieji mode, raising his mace to strike. However, the weight of his armor hindered his movements, allowing the man to easily evade with a slight shift of his body. Too slow, far too slow. Is this how you play house with your enemies? The man raised his arm and delivered a punch devoid of any aura. You don't even use your aura? How underestimated I feel, Leakside thought, switching to balance mode to absorb the blow. Boom! The ground shook violently beneath him, the astonishing force catching him off guard. Before he could react, a tremendous impact sent him flying. Thud! He landed deep within a distant crater. How could he have anticipated that? Despite lacking any aura, the opponent's mere physical strike would possess such formidable power. Under the influence of his balance ability, he was sent hurtling while the man appeared unscathed. You don't honestly believe that the balance ability renders one invincible, do you? The man remarked, addressing Leakside's unspoken thoughts that we both possess the Shieji ability, rendering any fruit powers ineffective against us. That punch was akin to striking a mere bloodsucker, barely employing 30% of my strength. What? You mean to say that you didn't even use half of your power? Leakside questioned incredulously. Indeed, using 30% is my limit in this form, the man replied, as he began to gather energy in his legs. Assuming an aggressive stance, boom! In an instant, all Leakside could see was the fractured ground beneath the man's feet. Before he could comprehend, the man, now enveloped in a blue aura, struck, his fist connected with Leakside's abdomen. Exclaiming here, I can unleash my full power. Smack! Leakside clutched his abdomen, sent flying several meters away. Goodness, that was swift, much faster than Akado's transom. after being on the receiving end of blows for over 10 minutes. The man finally donned his clothing. Next, we shall engage in a long-distance run. Your weight will be doubled, and I will supervise from behind. With a wave of his hand, Leakside suddenly felt his body grow significantly heavier. He had no choice but to sprint in the direction indicated by the man's finger. The immense burden rendered each step arduous, and with every stride, the man's impatience grew. "You insolent fool. I told you to run, not stroll. It seems you require a little more pressure." With that, the man glanced skyward. Boom! A jeep plummeted from the heavens, its size comparable to that of a Caterpillar tractor. "The jeep is here. Start running," the man exclaimed as he leapt into the vehicle, the engine roaring deafeningly. Leakside, clutching his ears, shouted, "You're committing murder! That jeep is as large as a steamroller." Complaints were made, yet he dared not halt his feet. His speed increased, albeit marginally, earning a nod of approval from the man, whose expression remained stern. "Faster! Even the old lady selling ice cream at the corner can outrun you. Old lady, let her try running with this weight and see how she fares." Leakside silently scoffed. "That I can hear your thoughts, Leakside." The man's words startled him, causing him to stumble. "What the? He can hear my innermost thoughts. Am I a mere worm in your belly?" the man said, veins bulging on his forehead. As he accelerated the jeep's speed, "Oh no, this is madness," Leakside exclaimed, hastening his pace while shouting. 2 days had passed within the confines of this space, and today marked the final day of Leakside's training. Each day had unfolded as usual. Lateral movements, sparring, and breakthrough-style cross-country running. At this moment, he continued to run vigorously, having acclimated to the weight over the past 2 days that he sprinted down the path. And the man spoke once more. "You've nearly adapted to the current weight. Let us commence the final training." The man unburdened Reishid, and in an instant, Reishid felt a remarkable lightness envelop him. A single word, bliss, he exuberantly leaped back and forth, shifting from side to side. "Enough playing. The final training involves a duel between you and me." Upon hearing this, Reishid cast a serious glance at the man. "This time, I shall not hold back. If you are outmatched and perish, then so be it." The man activated his Trans-M and charged at Reishid. Here it comes, this time from the left. After observing 2 days of Trans-M, Reishid's eyes gradually adjusted to such rapid movements. There were no extraneous lines, only a single line at his waist. It seemed evasion was possible, but just as he twisted to dodge, the lines abruptly shifted, cascading across his head, waist, ankles, and heart. The color was an unprecedented gold. Curious about why it's gold, the man materialized behind him, delivering a punch. Because gold signifies certain death upon impact. What? Certain death? He serious. Reishid hurriedly distanced himself from the man. However, retreating in battle only allows the enemy to dictate the flow. As he stepped back, more golden lines appeared on his body. "What's wrong? Are you retreating just because it's gold? How long do you intend to hide?" the man said angrily, approaching Reishid once more. "If you possess such a mindset, you might as well die here and spare yourself the embarrassment later." The man's words plunged Reishid into contemplation. "What if I fear death? I have always feared it. But if I die, what becomes of the members of the pirate crew and my summoned companions? If I do nothing, the white crew will perish in 1520. I cannot afford to die yet. I must live for them." At that moment, blue light emanated from Reishid, mirroring the Trans-M state he had previously activated. Seeing this, the man ceased his attack and observed Reishid's transformation. To transcend life and death, to live for others, such a rare awakening. The man smiled with satisfaction at Reishid's state. Yet, the moment Reishid moved, the man's brow furrowed. "Oh no, he's coming." The man sidestepped just in time to evade Reishid's charge. Boom! Ouch, that hurt. I can't stop. Reishid rubbed his head as he emerged from the wreckage. Humph, you just learned and already wish to move at high speed. You haven't even mastered walking properly. Now you want to fly? The man chided. It's still early. Try moving slowly after entering your awakened state, then break into a sprint before attempting high-speed movement. Reishid heeded the advice for slow movement upon activation. However, as he lifted his foot, he collided with the man. You fool, don't you watch where you're going? The man punched Reishid on the head. Wow, do all instructors enjoy hitting their students on the head? Reishid complained. nursing his forehead. "Isn't it because you're too foolish? Hurry up and try again." No, your foot and body are not in sync." "Fool, slow down your feet and let your body follow your instincts." Soon, night fell, and time was running out for Reishid. He glanced at the trial scroll in his hand, nearly burned to cinders, bidding farewell to the man. "Thank you for everything you've taught me, my other self. Go on. You're our last hope. Don't die." After Reishid vanished, 8 phantoms identical to him appear behind the inn. Is it really wise to let him confront the enemy? Ijlan the first? What else can we do? The third? We only have 3 short days. The first address the others. Let him try. Each step he takes to increase his strength is a challenge. When Reishid returned to the pirate world, Yuan, and the others were already prepared for action. "Hey, how are your injuries?" "Lady Tsunade and Captain Marco have already treated us," Ashura replied, cradling his head. Beside him, Kamatachi nervously responded, "I'm sorry. I want to hold you back this time." The others reassured Kamatachi, hoping he wouldn't be disheartened by the recent events. "Tsunade, what are your plans?" "I've decided to join you. By the way, Reishid, I heard you have 100 billion, right?" Reishid was taken aback by Tsunade's statement. I don't have it. Stop spreading rumors." If Tsunade pinned him down on this, his meager funds would surely end up supporting the casino. "What do you mean you don't?" They all said to be honest about where the money is. Tsunade began rummaging through Reishid's belongings. "Hey, don't touch there. The money isn't on me. I swear, I have no interest in money." Reishid quickly grabbed Tsunade, preventing her from getting too carried away. "Why so stingy? Aren't we comrades? Come on, let us have as comrades. You shouldn't use your money for charity." Amidst their playful banter, Hook's voice called from outside. "Captain, Dad wants to see you." "All right, we're coming." Reishid opened the door, noticing a change in Hook compared to his usual self. Ever since encountering Akainu, he had transformed. What exactly transpired with him? Reishid resolved to inquire thoroughly once this was all over. He patted Hook's shoulder, signaling him to relax, and then led his companions onward. Meanwhile, Hook remained stationary, his eyes devoid of emotion, muttering to himself, "I still have value. I must be of use." Thud, thud, thud. Reishid knocked on Whitebeard's door, entering to find all the other captains already assembled. "Sorry, I'm the last one again." "Grora, you little rascal. What are you saying? We're family and don't need to be formal." Whitebeard's iconic smile warmed Reishid's heart. It was no wonder so many people followed him. He now stood as one among them. "All right, let us dispense with the pleasantries. According to our intel, the celestial dragons will appear at the auction tomorrow." Marco stepped forward, unrolling a map and pointing to the innermost area. "This is the VIP section of the auction house. Fortunately, it's outdoors, which means their guard will be exposed to the outside." Izu, after hearing this, scrutinized the map. "If that is the case, our targets are those 3, right?" "Exactly, Izu. Therefore, the world government and navy will surely intervene." Blenheim, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied that in that case, if they are present, we can take our revenge right there. If they're absent, should the celestial dragons be attacked, they will have to intervene. There's no escaping it. "All right, that's the plan," Whitebeard concluded. "Their strength is formidable. I will handle that large sword. Marco and Jozu will restrain the glasses wearing one, while you 6, Reishid, will deal with the blood-sucking fiend. That if the navy arrives for support, a high-ranking officer will likely join, leaving the 13 captains to handle it." "Understood, Dad." All the captains responded in unison. In the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was grave. In the conference room, every officer present held at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Seated at the head was Sengoku, silent and solemn, his chin resting on his hands. To his left and right sat the Marine hero Garp and the strategist Tsuru. Tsuru wore a serious expression, staring at the door as if waiting for something, while Garp casually sipped his tea. Behind them sat the 3 admirals, followed by a slew of commodores, and so on. "Has the surveillance department reported back yet?" The bandaged Akainu spoke first. "Just a little longer, Sakazuki. The situation regarding Whitebeard demands utmost caution." The crane gazed at the entrance, soothing the red dog. Truly troublesome is the Whitebeard Pirates." The speaker was Admiral Akiji, who, as usual, wore an eye patch and idly relaxed. "How fearsome is the Whitebeard Pirates?" Kizaru casually trimmed his nails, a rather lewd expression on his face. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open, and brand new, who had rushed in, froze upon seeing the scene. Every pair of eyes in the room, from the fleet admiral down to the rear admiral, fixed upon him with an unsettling intensity. His presence had rendered his subordinates speechless, prompting Crane to first alleviate the tense atmosphere. "Stand up. Let us take it easy, shall we?" Crane rose, adjusting Branyu's suit. The moment she stood, the oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated. Sengoku, setting aside his work, smiled and inquired, "What is the situation, Rear Admiral Brannu?" In response to the Fleet Admiral's question, Brannu respectfully replied, "Report, Fleet Admiral. The surveillance department has relayed that the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates remain unknown as of now." "Ah, though I should have anticipated it. Where could they possibly be?" Sengoku removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Ha, Sengoku, don't overthink it. They will eventually surface." Carp chuckled, patting Sengoku's shoulder. "Damn, Carp, you're a Navy hero. Could you at least act like it?" Sengoku's blood pressure soared at Carp's words that I request permission to set sail and hunt down the Whitebeard Pirates. "Humph. If the Whitebeard Pirates dare to show themselves, I shall eliminate them all," Red Dog declared coldly, embodying his principle of absolute justice, receiving the support of the Eagle faction present. "Oh dear, Red Dog," Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, as if this entire affair did not concern him. "Kizaru, you better adjust your attitude. Just look at yourself." Sengoku, incensed by Kizaru's demeanor, could hardly contain his frustration. After all, during the encounter with Reishid, Red Dog had sustained numerous stitches on his head, while that scoundrel Kizaru had returned unscathed, effortlessly crafting a leave request and an expense report, claiming his clothes had been soiled during the battle and he needed time to purchase new ones. This infuriated Sengoku to the point where he nearly hurled his cup at Kizaru's head. "Calm down, Sengoku. If you throw that, he'll just take a year off." Sengoku, suppressing his anger, urged Kizaru to be quiet. "Oh dear, Kizu, you've angered the Fleet Admiral again," Akiji remarked, removing his eye patch. "All right, you two, Akiji, stop dozing off. Listen to what the Fleet Admiral has to say," Crane said as she returned to her seat. "Very well, I understand. However, I suggest our primary task should be to locate Whitebeard, and considering the recent unrest involving Kaido and Big Mom, we must tread carefully." Akiji spoke from his seat, embodying the principles of lazy justice, which won him Sengoku's favor. Akiji's suggestion is sound. The Navy Surveillance Department shall continue searching for Whitebeard's whereabouts. For now, we initiate self-defense protocols. All personnel assume a state of alert. Sengoku cast a look of appreciation towards Akiji before announcing his decision. "Not this again," Red Dog exclaimed angrily upon hearing Sengoku's resolution. "It is truly disheartening to have my suggestions constantly dismissed." Red Dog gritted his teeth, realizing that he too must vie for the Fleet Admiral's position. The following morning, Sabadi Archipelago was abuzz with activity. Outside the Knock-Up Stream Bar, Shaki opened the door to find an unusually large number of travelers nearby. "Wow, so many customers. Today promises to be a day full of hope," she exclaimed. "Where could Rayleigh have run off to again? I can't find him anywhere." Meanwhile, Rayleigh was confined in the slave district, disdainfully laughing at the bomb collar around his neck. "Truly, it seems they are oblivious to my true identity." Selling himself and then robbing the auction house was Rayleigh's whimsical plan for the day. After all, those involved in this trade were generally not of good character, and those who captured and purchased slaves were rarely virtuous. Robbing the auction house, he mused, would not evoke a shred of remorse from his buyers. With that thought, he produced a fine bottle of wine from his pocket, smiling as he reflected on the brilliance of his idea. Suddenly, he spotted an unusual sight in the corner. There was a fishman. On Island 1, the flow of people outside the auction house was incessant. "Hey, Dragon, is it really appropriate for us to appear so openly?" spoke Ivankov, the queen of the Okama. What does it matter if the Navy sees us? So what? With just the two of us, escaping should be a breeze, Dragon replied, now beginning to assemble the GM army. With Ivankov being among the first to join him to end this dark territory, there might be compatriots in need of rescue. As Dragon entered the venue, another individual stood outside. Akado, those two just know how to indulge. Anderson observed the entrance before deciding to conceal himself within the venue. "Hey brother, what do you think Mom sent me here to do?" The girl lifted her head to look at him, a scar marring her face. The man affectionately patted her head and replied with a smile. What can we do? After all, this is the first Fishman auction under the Joker's banner. He extended the invitation, and, as a royal pirate crew, we must respond. The man was Katakuri, the strongest fighter under Big Mom's pirates, and beside him stood his beloved sister, Bruley. Today appeared to be a moment when various formidable forces converged. The president of the news agency, Morgans, swaggered in with an air of indifference, having also arrived at the venue. Haha, so many powerful figures have gathered. It seems today will yield quite a sensational story. Oh dear, this group is truly restless, mused Akiji, who was dressed casually among the crowd. He surveyed the venue. Noting that at least 3 strong individuals had arrived, he scratched his head in resignation and sought a corner to take a nap. In the back of the venue, Doflamingo was engaged in cheerful conversation with someone. Fufufu. So our partnership is settled? Yes, the deal commences next month, Doflamingo, as the man stood to leave. He added, oh, today's auction. Not interested. Captain Kaido has no interest in fishmen. The departing figure was none other than King. One of the calamities. His master showed such disregard for the proceedings, and the speaker was Toripole, who glanced at his master. Fufufu, no worries. As long as the deal is established, their presence is inconsequential. Doflamingo waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unperturbed. And the others? Big Mom's pirates have sent Katakuri. Even the Newsbird and the heads of various criminal organizations are all present. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction, pleased that everything was proceeding in a favorable direction. With the protection of Kaido and Big Mom, his business would only grow more prosperous on the streets of Sabaody. Robin, we have urgent matters at hand. Why did you sneak over? Reishid was pulling Robin towards the dock. I don't want to, Robin exclaimed, realizing that he was already aware of her identity. She tugged at his hand, desperately trying to resist. But her strength was far too feeble to make a difference. It's precisely because I know your identity that I must protect you. You are the last of your kind. Any misfortune could sever the line of succession. Robin was taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Reishid. You know everything, but why? Reishid found himself at a loss, unable to cope with the girl's tears. Hey, don't cry. By the time I found out, it was already too late. Reishid attempted to comfort her, but it proved futile, and he glanced helplessly at his companions. Even Mira Jane and Tsunade wore expressions of helplessness. What do you want, Robin? Reishid sighed in exasperation. I want to go with you. Robin declared her intention immediately. Does this girl possess such exceptional acting talent from a young age? Reishid stared at her. Speechless, yet resignedly nodded in agreement. Robin instantly broke into a smile, celebrating with Tsunade. Yay, Tsunade, we succeeded. Well, it seems my instincts were correct. It seems that I have been deceived. Leakside has belatedly realized the situation. Humph, since it was your idea. Tsunade, you shall take her. How infuriating. The clearly royal-level pirate crew is so miserly. Robin pouted defiantly in response. Goodness, are you worried that no one else knows we're here? Leakside hastily covered her mouth and then turned towards the auction house. The 3 women in the group exhibited expressions of triumph, reveling in their successful scheme. They cheerfully walked and shopped, leaving Leakside and the others to bear the burden of their bags. Leakside wore a smile. Secretly lamenting his fate at this moment, he would rather engage in a brawl with Anderson and his companions than accompany women on a shopping spree. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the street. People around began to form 2 lines and kneel. While others remained perplexed, Robin and Leakside had already grasped the situation. Sister, it's the celestial dragons, we must take cover. Everyone, let us step aside so we don't jeopardize the plan. Though puzzled, the group followed Leakside to a corner to observe. No matter what happens, let us refrain from taking action until we enter the venue, and then we shall deal with them. Hearing Leakside's words, everyone nodded in agreement that on the road, 3 celestial dragons were seated atop human beings. Relishing their privileges, Charos, why are you riding such a worthless mount again? St. Roseward pointed at the human beneath his son. Well, if you would just sit still, Charos chastised the human mount beneath him. Yuan, witnessing this scene, looked on in astonishment. How could they treat life in such a manner? It is unforgivable, he exclaimed in anger. All right, we shall have our chance to deal with them soon, Leakside remarked. Feeling a sense of pity, it seems the celestial dragons have been irredeemable since childhood. Before him, Charos and Charlio were merely in their early teens. Indeed, brother, father was right. Fishmen are quite stable, Charlia said happily as she stepped on the fishmen beneath her. Yes, my dear daughter, during the auction, if there are still fishmen available, we shall buy one for your brother, Saint Roseward stated, outlining their purpose for this outing. They intend to purchase fishmen. Little do they know how their thoughts may change once they enter. Leakside observed the departing celestial dragons, a sinister smile forming on his lips. After a while, the auction house closed its doors. A host stood on stage. Thank you all for your patronage, allowing our humble establishment to flourish. Within the venue, various factions simultaneously became aware of each other's presence. Oh dear, it seems things are going to get complicated, Akiji remarked, his expression showing surprise as he gazed at the distant figures. Oh, it's Akiji. The Navy is indeed placing great importance on this celestial dragon event. Long and Akiji exchanged glances before turning their attention forward. It seems reinforcements will need to be summoned. Anderson observed the grim expressions of those around him. This event is rather intriguing today, Katakuri noted, observing his surroundings before casually popping a candy into his mouth. Wow, so many people have come today, Leakside remarked. Eyeing the array of powerful figures, the team noticed Robin's distress, curled up in Tsunade's embrace. Looking in her direction, he realized it was Akiji. Tsunade inquired about the matter, but Robin remained silent. Thus, she turned to Leakside, and upon learning the cause, she gently patted Robin's head, saying, when the fighting starts, I will take care of that ice user. Observing her solemn expression, it seemed Akiji would soon face a reckoning. On stage, the host was introducing each slave as the previous slaves were sold. The main event soon approached and a water tank was pushed onto the stage, covered with a red cloth, piquing the interest of those present. What kind of fishman could it possibly be? Their curiosity was piqued, hoping for a powerful specimen. Several nobles and underworld figures in the audience were engaged in casual conversation when the host unveiled the red cloth. Everyone was taken aback. Inside the tank were two fishmen, appearing to be a mother and daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the core items of this auction. A fishman mother and daughter. We have endured numerous hardships to procure this product. Starting bid at 80 million berries. The crowd of nobles erupted in excitement. Such exquisite fishmen, though pricey, are certainly worth it, Indeed, this time they must be well utilized, unlike before, The hall resonated with their sordid banter. The price escalated by the second. Just as the bids were being raised, a cloaked figure at the edge clenched his lips tightly. He despised his own inability to rescue this mother and daughter. Meanwhile, on the VIP platform, St. Charos was preparing to make a move, extending his hand that I bid 500 million berries. Seeing that a celestial dragon was the one bidding, many in attendance were disinclined to continue. Mom, what do we do? The little fishman cried, clinging to her mother. Don't be afraid, Cammy. Someone will come to rescue us. The mother reassured her daughter, despite trembling in fear. Leakside, intrigued, had initially come seeking trouble, but he raised his hand. 500,100,000 berries. What? How dare someone compete with a celestial dragon? All eyes in the room turned to Leakside. Upon noticing Robin beside him, Akiji's expression turned cold. Oh dear, Robin has actually joined the Whitebeard Pirates. This complicates matters. St. Charos immediately raised the bid point 700 million berries. He glared fiercely at Leakside, as if prepared to shoot him on the spot should he dare to speak. Leakside snorted derisively at him, mouthing the words childish, 700,100,000 berries. You brat, you're courting death. As a father, St. Roseward could no longer tolerate this and prepared to rise and shoot him. The host hurriedly intervened, respectfully addressing St. Roseward. Please, my lord, do not be angry. This lad is obviously here to cause trouble. We will handle it. You enjoy yourself, and once we resolve this, we will deliver the fishman to you. Only then did St. Roseward sit back down. Charos, my good son, let us see how long this brat intends to play this game. 1 billion berries. Add 100 berries. 1.5 billion berries. Add a single berry. Eat it to the astonishment of onlookers. Leakside and Charos continued to raise their bids. Soon, Doflamingo arrived leisurely from the backstage with his entourage. Wow, this is one of Whitebeard's subordinates. He certainly has presence. Katakuri remarked, intrigued. This is big news. Whitebeard is about to go to war with the world government. What a sensational topic, Morgans exclaimed, almost delirious with excitement. The host then spoke, Sir, could you please prove your ability to pay this amount? We suspect you are attempting to disrupt the auction. Leakside calmly produced a 1 billion berry check from the World Government Bank. I should be able to proceed now, right? Seeing that he indeed had the means to pay. The host looked toward his master for guidance. Of course, if the guest has the means to pay, we welcome you to continue. Doflamingo decided. He then took a seat directly behind Leakside and had refreshments arranged for them. What does this mean? Is Doflamingo seeking death? Saint Roseward could no longer remain seated upon witnessing this. Even if the other party had once been a celestial dragon, he decided not to grant him any face. Are you all seeking death? He asked with a grim expression. Of course not, my lord. The host quickly responded. After the master's gesture, he spoke. Our master is seated right behind. Once the transaction is completed, we can immediately reclaim them. Please do not be angered. Rosward has no intention of continuing the game, urging his son to abandon the offer. Instead, he wishes to observe how Mingo will handle the situation. Congratulations on your merchandise. Esteemed guest, the total amounts to 70 billion and 1 belly. How would you prefer to settle the payment? The host presented the bill to Reishid. That's fine, but I must confess a rather unfortunate habit of mine. I do not particularly enjoy paying. Upon hearing this, Mingo's face contorted with rage, veins bulging, as he realized this young man intended to play tricks. Esteemed guest, this presents quite the challenge for our auction house, he stammered. When have you ever seen pirates pay for their purchases? Reishid retorted, rising and defiantly picking up an incense stick at a challenge. Well then, let us not bother. With that, he violently overturned the small table before him. Hey big guy, could you take it easy next time? I haven't even finished my meal. Ashura lamented pitifully. It seems dining out with Reishid will require a welded table from now on. Mirage remarked teasingly from the side. As Mingo gazed at the overturned table, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. It appears you are determined to provoke trouble. His expression darkened as he readied to unleash his conqueror's Hakai. At that moment, Reishid, Dragon, and Katakuri simultaneously activated their overwhelming presence. Anderson and Akiji rushed to shield the celestial dragons, preventing them from being overwhelmed by the haki. Meanwhile, Whitebeard outside sensed the disturbance and activated his own conqueror's haki. The combined might of the four was akin to a battlefield, relentlessly battering those nearby. What is happening? I feel so dizzy. Father. Charles clutched his chest in discomfort. Crack, crack. Unprotected nobles and underworld figures began collapsing around them. As the pressure intensified, a powerful haki surged from behind the stage. Boom. The crowd withdrew their haki, staring at the shattered entrance. The Dark King Rayleigh emerged slowly from within. I hadn't anticipated this auction house to be so affluent. Oh, how many influential figures are present? Who would have thought even the Dark King would grace us with his presence? My reputation appears to be more significant than I imagined. Mingo mused, astonished that all these powerful individuals had come forth merely to teach a lesson to the younger generation. I am no longer the Dark King. I'm simply the craftsman known as Old Ray. Rayleigh corrected Mingo's misapprehension. Gururura, I hope I'm not too late. Whitebeard's entrance, smashing through the wall, caused the expressions of the Marines and world government representatives to change dramatically. Oh dear, Whitebeard, so you are here? Akiji remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at Whitebeard, his hand discreetly pressing a distress signal in his pocket. Anderson, standing nearby, mirrored the sentiment, inquiring what the opposing party intended. Whitebeard remained silent, allowing Marco and Jozu to step forward. Reishid, go and handle the situation, he instructed, spurring Reishid and the others toward the celestial dragons with enthusiasm. Before the old man takes action, I still have 3 fellows to deal with. Just wait a moment. Reishid's words were clear to everyone, and Mingo, sensing the shift, retracted his haki. He was curious to see if this impudent young man truly dared to provoke the celestial dragons. Oh, how intriguing. Ivankov, let us wager whether he will take action, Dragon remarked, observing Reishid with a glimmer of excitement. Such audacity and strength are qualities we require. Bree, I apologize, but please take a rest. Katakuri said, gently placing his unconscious sister in a seat before turning his attention back to Reishid. What do you think you are doing? We are celestial dragons. Offending us is tantamount to declaring war on the world government, Rosward stated. Though his conviction faltered under Reishid's gaze, today's events had shaken the very foundations of several celestial dragons' beliefs. And in the future, the mere mention of Whitebeard would instill fear within them. Though that was a tale for another time that I do not intend to cause a stir, Tsunade. You keep an eye on Robin while we handle the rest. At this moment, Robin had succumbed to the impact of the hockey. Tsunade nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Akiji, who felt a chill run down his spine. This woman does not intend to engage me. Does she? Akiji pondered. Please do not come any closer. My father is a celestial dragon. And you? Charles began, but his words were abruptly cut off that Reishid's fist collided with his face, prompting Charles to cry out in agony. While Anderson found himself unable to intervene due to the pressure from Marco and Jozu. Do you really think we would fear the so-called celestial dragons? Everyone, let us hit them hard. Crack, crack, bang, bang. Ashura and Kamishiro unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Charles. Brother Charles, Charlie gasped in astonishment, witnessing someone truly daring to strike a celestial dragon. She, too, received a harsh slap. Crack. Mirage remarked, clenching her fist. I apologize. I may have held back a bit. The next slap will certainly not be so merciful. Her expression turned menacing. How dare these lowly peasants strike my offspring? Rosward shouted, drawing his spear and firing incessantly. I will make you understand the consequences of assaulting the progeny of the creator of this world. Reishid did not even flinch, as Rosward's marksmanship was akin to that of a mere outline artist. He strode directly toward Rosward, inquiring, "What are you planning to do about me?" With that, he raised his hand, armament coating his fist, and struck Rosward squarely in the face. Boom! Oh, my apologies. I might have held back a bit. Once I send you down, I shall be more careful. Reishid chuckled, revealing teeth that gleamed like the embodiment of hell in their eyes. A demon. This man is a demon. He actually intends to kill a celestial dragon. Where do you think you're going, you who scorn life? Une's voice echoed from behind Rosward. Before Rosward could react, he was forcefully pinned to the ground once more. Une raised his arm, unleashing his greatest strength toward Rosward's head. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Anderson prepared to intervene, sensing that his colleague was about to arrive. Akiji also readied himself. Even if the marine reinforcements had not yet arrived, witnessing a celestial dragon being slain before his very eyes would have dire implications for the marines. Boom! Boom! Two figures burst through the wall, Akado and the Wanderer arriving on the scene. Locking eyes with familiar foes, Reishid and Whitebeard exchanged glances, selecting their opponents. Gurura, how could I allow you to obstruct Reishid? Whitebeard intercepted Anderson, activating the powers of the Tremor fruit. As Whitebeard's glowing fist approached, Anderson drew his sword to counter. Not disturb Reishid. Phoenix pounce, Marco exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to the Wanderer's massive sword. Just stay right there. Jozu transformed in his diamond form, charging forward. Splendid. Reishid, it seems we meet again, Akado said joyfully, gazing at Reishid. Indeed, fortune has once more intertwined our fates. Foolishness, your mind is still troubled, Reishid retorted, activating his transformation and attacking with his dual-bladed elbows. Everyone, Akado, I will face you alone. You handle the Marines over there, ha. Precisely so. Please do not interfere, Akado replied with a grin. Trans Am, the two, one red and one blue, exchanged glances, instinctively launching their attacks in unison. Clang. Akado's bloodblade clashed with Reishid's sharp blade, producing a deafening sound that roused those lying on the ground. What is happening? My ears, many, just awakening, covered their ears in response to the piercing noise. Allah. It seems I have not had a life or death feud with you, Akiji remarked, dodging the attacks. He could not fathom why Reishid's companions treated him as if he were a mortal enemy. Mirage, take a break and look after Robin. I will escort him out. Tsunade, unable to remain seated any longer, entrusted Robin to Mirage and prepared to engage. Oh, I see. A new member, it seems, she observed. Akinu gazed at the newcomer, a figure he had never encountered before, and intended to probe the opponent's intelligence. You can go to hell, Tsunade exclaimed, lifting her foot to strike downwards towards Akainu. What does letting go mean? He pondered, yet he sensed an imminent danger from the attack aimed directly at him. As the strike descended, the answer became clear. Boom! The ground around Tsunade crumbled extensively, with the sheer force of the impact, leaving Akainu in shock. Oh my, to unleash such power without the use of haki. He remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Don't run. Take my punch, Tsunade declared, her fist empowered by the strength of her 100 healings technique, narrowly missing Akainu's form. Boom! Wow, that was quite a force, Akainu noted, looking at the devastated ground with a sense of relief. Before he could catch his breath, an axe came crashing down upon him. Swish, struck by the blow, Akainu was sent flying, ice shards scattering across the ground. Soon, he reverted to his human form, gazing at the individuals before him with a sense of exhaustion. When will reinforcements arrive from headquarters? He felt he could barely hold on any longer. Meanwhile, on the streets of Sabeti Archipelago, chaos reigned as everyone fled in panic. Quick, the commanders of the Whitebeard crew. As Kizuru arrived as reinforcements on the island, he was taken aback by the sudden assault from several commanders surrounding him. He glanced around, realizing he seemed to be encircled. Stay put, Kizuru, Fujitoro warned, raising his weapon towards Kizuru. But unfortunately, he was not Beckman, who could compel Kizuru to surrender. That's not an option. The celestial dragons are still inside, Kizuru replied before lifting his foot, charging his laser kick. If they encounter any mishap, I would be utterly vexed. Boom! The explosive force generated by the lightspeed kick caused the commanders to momentarily retreat. The tremendous explosion made the onlookers flee even faster. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. Run! The commanders of Whitebeard were as formidable as monsters. While Kizuru emerged slowly from the dust of the explosion, I can't land a hit. What should I do? Lakyu raised his hand, but his meteor hammer missed once more. We just need to hold Kizuru back. Bista proclaimed, brandishing his twin swords as he charged at Kizuru. Swish! Bista struck Kizuru, who was cleaved in half, only to reform instantaneously to eightfolder mirror, Kizuru stated as he placed his hands on his abdomen, instantly teleporting behind Bista. Watch out, Bista! Sachi shouted, firing his gun at Kizuru, but the bullets merely passed through as Kizuru lacked haki. Let's take care of one first, Kizuru said before lifting his foot. Lightspeed kick incoming. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as Enel descended from above, thrusting his rumble gun at Kizuru's ankle. Rumble gun! Kizuru caught it effortlessly with one hand. Oh, an Electromaster, Kizuru remarked casually. Enel, how did you follow me? Mir exclaimed in surprise. That I've already mastered haki. I refuse to lag behind that bastard. Enel's haughty demeanor left the commanders both amused and exasperated. Amaterasu's sword. Kizuru drew his great sword, and all the commanders unsheathed their weapons in response. Ha! Ha! Kizuru swung at Enel, and 10 commanders simultaneously drew their melee weapons to parry. Even with 10 against 1, Kizuru remained remarkably at ease. Rip! Bista's blade created a gash in Kizuru's trousers. Very well, let them land a few more hits. It will be good for my report to Sengoku. With that thought, Kizuru plunged into the crowd, trading blows with the commanders. You bastard, don't ignore me! Enel shouted in frustration as he stood aside. He concentrated and formed a sword of lightning. Thundercloud slash. He executed a horizontal strike, but Kizuru merely flicked his sword and sent him crashing to the ground. Enel, witnessing the commanders engaged in battle, fell into despair. Did he truly lack the strength to contend with the world's top-tier fighters? Was Enel weak? Certainly not. It was merely that Kizuru used his full power each time he struck him. Meanwhile, Kizuru began to slack off in his battle against the commanders, a truth that Enel would remain oblivious to for quite some time. Beep, beep. At this moment, the snail phone in Kizuru's possession began to ring. After a moment of contemplation, he shot up into the air, using 8-folder mirroring, while the commanders were distracted by his attacks. He answered the phone. Hello, Kizuru. Where are you? Akiji can barely hold on. Sengoku's voice came through the snail. Oh, I'm currently embroiled in a fierce battle with over 10 commanders from Whitebeard's crew, Kizuru replied. Leaving Sengoku astonished, he had not anticipated that Whitebeard's group had long been lying in wait on Sabeti. Now is not the time to ponder Whitebeard's plans, Tsuru interjected. Indeed, Carp. Where the hell is that bastard? Sengoku searched the room frantically. Kizuru, just hold on. Akainu is still injured, and I've dispatched Carp to assist you. After searching for a while without locating Carp, Sengoku instructed an aide to relay his orders. He hastily approached the snail phone to inform Kizaru. All right, I'll do my best. Kizaru hung up while Sengoku sat back down, lost in thought. Don't worry, Sengoku. There are still members of the world government on Sabaody. Tsuru reassured him, pouring him another cup of tea. After hanging up, Kizaru dove back down, directly targeting Bista. You bastard, Kizaru! Bista shouted, swinging his blade at Kizaru's chest. Unfortunately, he struck nothing but air as Kizaru evaded once again. The Whitebeard commanders found themselves utterly frustrated by Kizaru's elusiveness. Oh, how peculiar, Kizaru mused, observing the auction house that had previously existed in the distance. The other commanders were captivated by Kizaru's gaze, astonished by the scene before them. The former auction house had vanished, leaving only unfamiliar figures standing there. Aside from Anderson and Akado, the others were genuinely shocking to them. Pirate King Rayleigh, the star of the sea Katakuri, Doflamingo Akiji. Among them, Rayleigh was actually engaged in combat with Katakuri. Gora, such attacks are futile against me. Glass's boy, Whitebeard's fist, infused with the Tremor Fruit's power, struck forth. Step aside, Whitebeard, Anderson exclaimed, rushing towards the celestial dragons. That one do. Whitebeard swung his sword in a horizontal slash. Roswald, run. He watched as the celestial dragon was pinned to the ground, filled with impotent rage. He wanted Akado and the others to provide assistance, but one was detained by Rizel, and another was held back by Marco. And as for Akiji, he was certainly in no position to help, with Ashura, Tsunade, and the others tightly surrounding him. Moreover, Une stood before the celestial dragons, sword in hand. His face contorted with fury. Is this amusing to you? What do you take life for? Charler, terrified, wet his pants as he scrambled backward in terror, while his sister stood frozen in shock. That Roswald's expression was one of disbelief. Where are the Marines? Where is the world domination? Now someone seeks to kill the progeny of the Creator, and no one intervenes. Humph! We are the offspring of the Creator, of noble lineage. You, commoner, can lay down your sword to escape death. Roswald maintained his arrogant facade, relieved when Une lowered his sword. Fortunately, this commoner values his life. Once captured, I'll ensure he pays. After lowering his sword, Une raised his other hand and delivered a resounding slap to Roswald's face. Answer my question, Celestial Dragon. Smack, smack. Within mere seconds, dozens of slaps landed on the same spot on his face, precise and elegant. Meanwhile, Charloria quietly crawled away from the side. Let my beloved father and brother draw the attention of this devil. I will return to inherit the family business and seek my revenge. They will understand my choice. Farewell, my father and brother. I will miss you. Just as she crawled a few steps away, Une's leg appeared before her face. Smack! Boom! That hurts! Ouch! Summer Laria was kicked back, clutching her face and rolling incessantly. Now answer me. When Yuani was also kicked back by Charles, he gazed at the three once more and inquired. The devil, he is a devil. The supreme treasure. We shall cherish it. Rosward yelled desperately while clutching Yuan Yi's pant leg. Mingo watched the fighters with cold sweat trickling down his brow. Among those present, aside from Robin and BR, it seemed he could not defeat a single one of them. It appears that the auction house is no longer an option. We must retreat. Mingo decisively led his subordinates to withdraw. Young Master Mingo. He waved his hand, interrupting their exit. Seeing Ming Ji's grim expression, his subordinates followed closely behind him as they departed. It seems like you can't keep up with me, Reishid, Akado remarked, observing the panting Reishid. Enough chatter, bring it on. Reishid tightened his nerves, seizing the opportunity while Transen was still active to continue his assault. Truly a lie. I never expected you to speak the truth. Forget it, Yuan Yi sighed, then raised his blade, preparing to end the life of the celestial dragon. Not good. Anderson and his companions, along with Akiji and Kizu, simultaneously sensed the impending danger, hastily making their way towards the celestial dragon. They disregarded the attacks landing upon them. Don't block our path. You shall not pass. Whitebeard and his crew obstructed their advance. Reishid shouted towards Yuan. Attack. Yuan. Swish, swish, swish. Three heads rolled away simultaneously, leaving Morgans in shock as he hurriedly checked the camera's recording. He then grabbed the tape and sprinted towards the dock at breakneck speed. Haha, what a windfall. This is truly big news. I must release the first report immediately. Ah, you all have landed in great trouble. Akiji remarked, his expression grim as he looked at the still, unconscious Robin. Kawai, there's no respite for you now. Kizuru adjusted his glasses, the reflection obscuring his thoughts. Ice Age, Yada no Kagami, as blinding light engulfed the area and the ground began to freeze. Everyone momentarily ceased their actions. Katakuri, why haven't you left yet? The Grim Reaper gasped, lifting his sword. Hand over the two fishmen. They're needed by Mama. Katakuri pointed toward the fishmen behind Rayleigh. That is out of the question. Just moments ago, a gentleman used all his wealth to hire me to protect these fishmen, Rayleigh replied with a smile. Then there is nothing to discuss, just as Katakuri was about to make another move. He suddenly sensed danger looming over Bar reluctantly. He abandoned the mission regarding the fishmen and dashed towards his sister. Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Katakuri leave. Had he stayed any longer, he might not have been able to protect the fishmen. He turned to the hooded man. You all should leave quickly. Wait for me at the location written here. Gazing at the note Rayleigh handed over. The three bowed deeply in gratitude before hastily setting off for the address. At that moment, Katakuri was racing towards his sister, but in his vision of the future, he saw an attack striking her. Damn! Am I too late? BR, danger, come here! Upon hearing her brother's call, BR instinctively searched for the source of danger, further diminishing their already pressing time. When she saw the walker's sword coming down, her mind went blank. Am I to die? Her brother was rushing to her side, but alas, it was too late. She closed her eyes, bracing for death. In the distance, Carl extended his hand, desperately reaching out to her, consumed by regret. Why did I have to stray so far during the battle with the Grim Reaper? Oh heavens, are you taking my beloved sister from me? If I could save her, I would give anything. It seemed that the heavens had heard his plea, as a resounding crack echoed, and a double-edged sword precisely blocked the adversary's massive sword. Clang! Clang! The sparks from their weapons illuminated their faces. That moment. Katakuri finally reached BR's side. That you're the Whitebeard's Reishid, aren't you? Why are you here? Shoo, don't speak. Just come help me. Reishid placed a finger over his lips. Katakuri, unsure what the other intended, could only instruct BR to seek out Mira Jane to prevent her from being caught in any further indiscriminate attacks. Time rewound to earlier, where Reishid was engaged in battle with Akado, his Trans-Am time dwindling. After eliminating the Celestial Dragon, Yuan E rushed to assist him. Just in time, Yuan E, I can barely hold him off. Yes, that's why I came. Let us take him down together. Akado seethed with rage as he watched the two converse. Is it appropriate for you both to chat while fighting? I was the one who arrived first. Reishid, where are you looking? He fell silent as he gazed at the relentless blade aimed at him. The two seemed oblivious as this vampire solely targeted him, while Yuan E appeared to be unfazed. Just as he contemplated how to extricate himself, he suddenly spotted a red line on BR. The red indicated a fatal attack for her level of strength. After relaying a quick message to Yuan E, he dodged Akado's strike, seizing this last moment to rush towards her. In the final moments of Transam, he managed to block A's attack. Katakuri, filled with gratitude for Reishid's timely rescue, showed no mercy in facing the one who nearly killed his sister. With a swift motion, he swung his enormous wolf-toothed club at A's head, sending him crashing into the ground, but merely paused for a moment before rising again. Without granting him a moment's respite, Katakuri struck again. Machi machi no mi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sticky rice dumplings battered A, as if attempting to unleash all the pent-up emotions from moments prior. Meanwhile, Marco and Jaws also refused to hold back, delivering a phoenix punch and a radiant charge straight at AS vital points. Their combined assault stirred up an immense cloud of dust, obscuring the vision of those nearby. As the dust settled, they remained defiantly standing, leaving the onlookers in awe. The three from the world government appeared almost invulnerable, as if they were immortal. Old man, we should retreat, Reishid suggested. Grrr, very well. Young Reishid, we shall leave. Whitebeard concurred after a moment of contemplation, acknowledging the strangeness of the three who seemed impervious to their attacks. You think you can escape? Dream on. Anderson and his companions gathered, charging directly at Whitebeard. Failing to protect the celestial dragon would likely result in severe repercussions. Akiji and Kizu also intensified their assault, pushing back the other captains. Rayleigh, Karakuri, we must strike together, or we won't be able to escape. Reishid shouted at the two. All right, let us do it. After a brief rest, Rayleigh regained some strength and readied his weapon. Karakuri, what kind of ridiculous nickname is that? What do you mean, Karakuri? Can you not speak, Reishid? Karakuri charged forward, not forgetting to protest the nickname as twilight approached. They had been battling since morning. The Navy and world government forces continued to entangle them. If this continued, they would never escape. Old man, I will hold off Carl and Rayleigh. You all go ahead, Reishid proposed to Whitebeard. Gruer, I haven't fallen so low as to require my children to cover for me. Captains, you take that young one and leave, Whitebeard firmly rejected, effortlessly parrying the attacks of two admirals. A.S. Marco and the others prepared to speak. Whitebeard's serious demeanor silenced them. Marco, you lead them away. This is my command as captain. With no choice but to comply, Marco forcibly took the captains and Robin toward the island where the ship was hidden. Old man, be careful. Gruer, don't worry. No one can hold me back, for I am Whitebeard. Once Marco and the others were sure they had departed, Whitebeard raised his sword, infused with the powers of the Tremor fruit and Conqueror's Haki, and struck at the admirals. Heavenly slash, boom, boom, accompanied by a tremendous roar. The very fabric of space shattered, and the Conqueror's Haki obliterated the entirety of Island No. 1 into fragments. After temporarily repelling the adversary's onslaught, Whitebeard violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Old man. Reishid hurried over to support his captain. However, he found himself unable to lift Whitebeard's massive frame. With the assistance of Uani and others, they all safely arrived at Shaki's bar. Bah! Whitebeard lives up to his reputation. He let them escape. Anderson resurfaced from the sea. Just moments ago, Whitebeard's attack, infused with the power of his devil fruit and Conqueror's Haki, had severely injured the three of them. The reason Anderson and his companions had been able to endure such punishment was due to a secret technique of the world government, which concentrated all injuries sustained and released them in one breath after the battle. A technique only the most formidable of the world government could master. This terrifying amount of damage could be forcibly transferred to any individual via a machine. Thus, whenever Anderson and his crew were injured, they would transfer their wounds to their slaves through this machine. However, the amount they could endure was limited. Otherwise, even if the four emperors were to band together, they would likely not stand a chance against them. Cough, cough, that was quite powerful. Hey, Anderson, how should we deal with these two Navy officers? Akato asked, grasping the recently salvaged Kizu and Akiti. Tisich, just toss them onto Island No. 2 and notify their fleet. The Navy is now our subordinate organization, so there's no need to kill them, Anderson replied, taking the two from Akato and effortlessly hurling them onto Island No to that moment. Members of CP0 arrived with a vessel to retrieve them. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed gentlemen, said the masked leader. We messed up. Bring me a din mushy. I have urgent matters to report, Anderson said as he boarded the ship, wringing out his clothes. After CP0 arranged for the three to be taken to a cabin aboard the ship, they left a din mushy and departed. Anderson first notified the Navy, then dialed a number and quietly awaited the recipient's response. Brew, click. Anderson, you'd better have good news, came a voice from the other end, ominous as an abyss, without revealing the speaker's face. On Sabeti, Whitebeard lay in bed, his complexion grim, while Tsunade tended to his wounds. This is troublesome, Tsunade said as she rose. She gazed at the still unconscious Whitebeard and spoke. I have merely stabilized his condition for the time being. But the previous injuries are far too numerous, and this latest injury has exacerbated them. Is there no way to heal the old man's wounds? Reishid inquired. If I had the cells of Hashirama within me. Perhaps. Tsunade left her sentence unfinished. Reishid understood that, given Tsunade's current state, such a procedure was beyond her capabilities, that it seems we must seek out pure gold. Mobilize the entire crew to search for it. Reishid nodded before stepping outside and lighting an incense to, Oh, what troubles you, Reishid? Looking up, he saw Rayleigh approaching with three fishmen. Rayleigh, who are those behind you? Reishid asked, and as the three fishmen removed their cloaks. He exclaimed, "Tiger, you all? Mr. Ray, it is an honor that you know my name. I am truly grateful for your assistance," Tiger said, kneeling with the fishwoman and her daughter in gratitude. "Please rise. Our crew does not engage in such formalities," Reishid said hurriedly. "Nonetheless, I must express my profound gratitude for your help," Tiger replied. "We should send them back promptly. They are but lambs for slaughter here on Sabaody," Reishid advised. His words struck a chord with Tiger, prompting him to voice a question that had long troubled him. "Mr. Ray, do you believe that fishmen and humans can coexist?" "Yes, it is indeed possible," Reishid replied with conviction. "What? Is there really a possibility for such coexistence?" Tiger exclaimed, gripping Reishid's clothing in excitement. After realizing his actions, he quickly apologized and released his hold. "Indeed, such a possibility exists. But first, consider what is required for fishmen and humans to be treated as equals." Reishid countered, not heeding Tiger's contemplation. "What is required? Is it the coexistence proposed by Queen Odoheim?" "No. Judging by Mr. Ray's approach, it seems he would not align with the Queen's ideals," Tiger pondered, unable to arrive at an answer. Seeing his deep contemplation, Reishid smiled and suggested he return the next day, promising to provide an answer then. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh and Tiger, Reishid turned to the corner and said, "You two have been lurking. You may reveal yourselves now." "Haha, your perception is quite sharp." Dragon and Ivankov stepped out from the shadows. "Indeed, the Revolutionary Army has come seeking my assistance." "What brings you here today?" Dragon inquired, holding a newspaper. "Yes, let's work together, Ray boy. You have certainly made a name for yourselves this time," Reishid replied, taking the newspaper, which detailed their recent upheaval on Sabaody. "Shocking the world. Whitebeard Pirates wreak havoc on Island No. 1 of the Navy respond to this outstanding performance. The incident had greatly increased the bounties of the 2nd Division. The table flipper, Reishid, bounty of 800 million berries. Swordsman, Ueni, bounty of 750 million berries. Beast, Ashura, bounty of 230 million berries. Demon, Mirage, bounty of 200 million berries. Fist of the Blue, Kamizato, bounty of 79 million berries. Mysterious Strongwoman, bounty of 83 million berries. Navigator, Hook, bounty of 30,000 berries. Reishid felt his blood pressure rise as he gazed at the bounty notices. "Damn it, who is responsible for this table flipping incident?" "Wait, we have killed a celestial dragon. Why is this happening?" You are puzzled as well. "I see. The world government intends to handle this matter quietly," Dragon explained. "That is to be expected, but they certainly won't let you off so easily. Be cautious, Ray boy." With that, Dragon again inquired about Reishid's intentions, to which Reishid produced a book he had prepared in advance. "What is this?" Dragon asked, puzzled by the title. "Just take a look. As for your proposal for an alliance, I will consider it, but not at this moment. Our forces are still too weak," Reishid clarified. "Once you comprehend the significance of this book and my strength has sufficiently grown, we can discuss the alliance." Dragon merely glanced at a page before solemnly nodding in agreement. The title boldly proclaimed Das Kapital, and the Human Demon King reluctantly departed. Before leaving, the glance from the Human Demon King nearly caused Reishid's heart to stop. After Dragon's departure, Kaji also emerged. "Have you finished your discussions? Why did you save Burii? Does that mean you owe me a personal favor? I may need your guidance in the future. Teach someone? What is this about?" "I'm not a teacher," Reishid thought, though he recognized that he did owe Kaji a debt of gratitude and could only agree, albeit reluctantly. After reaching an understanding, Kaji handed Reishid a card representing his life, asserting that anyone bearing it would receive his full assistance. Team Marineford. Sengoku was banging his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Where are Kizu and Akiji?" The two admirals are still in the hospital," Captain Brandnew reported as he held a report during the meeting. "They took leave for such minor injuries. They ought to learn from Akainu. Then let us not wait for them." "Brandnew, please brief us on the situation," Sengoku commanded. "Very well, Fleet Admiral and esteemed colleagues. I shall now report on the recent events." With that, Brandnew displayed a series of bounty posters on the wall, the protagonist of this incident. Reishid, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, publicly executed a celestial dragon at the Sabaody auction. Brandnew finished his statement. The Navy personnel below began to murmur among themselves, "Is this the disciple of teacher Zephyr? He is truly ruthless. I heard he defeated the Fishman Willie last time as well, that he has character and targets villains. We should recruit him into the Navy. Listening to the increasingly absurd comment from the audience, Sengoku cleared his throat loudly to interrupt their chatter. We are in a meeting, brand new. Please continue. Certainly. Marshal, in addition to the few familiar faces among us, a new member has joined their ranks, according to General Kazan's account. This woman possesses immense strength and devastating destructive capabilities, and she is likely another combatant under the command of Reishid. Presently, Reishid's 2nd Division has grown to a level that demands our serious attention. The total bounty for the entire crew has reached an astonishing sum of 2,400 million berries. The world government has also issued a mandate, elevating Reishid to the status of the 4th Shichibukai. It is shameful that he is again granted the privileges of a pirate. The words belong to Akainu. Enough, Sakazuki interjected. This is a decision from above, and what troubles us now is who will undertake this task. Kuro, attempting to soothe the situation, rested his hand on his head while glancing at the others. The group collectively averted their gazes, unwilling to take on this hot potato. I have a candidate in mind. Sengoku, Carp mumbled through a mouthful of sunbae. You scoundrel, Carp. How many times must I tell you not to eat sunbae during meetings? Sengoku snatched the snack away and began devouring it himself. I know who you are referring to. I will report it, Sengoku said after finishing his meal, propping his head on his hand. The Navy member's eyes brightened at this prospect, as it meant their mentor might return. Thus, a document bearing the signatures of all vice admirals and above was presented before the Gorosei. Are those bastards in the Navy plotting a rebellion? Peter exclaimed, tugging at his mustache in indignation. Fear not, the power of the admirals is firmly in our grasp, Spencer remarked, brandishing 3 badges in his hand. Indeed, one must surrender 2/3 of their strength to the world government to become an admiral, Drano responded, examining the document. However, we still require the Navy's strength, and Carp and Sengoku are not restricted. Milran inquired from the sidelines. Ah, indeed. Let's fulfill their wishes this time. We need Zifa to assist us in completing this task, Spencer declared, subsequently venting his frustration on Boss for his sluggishness. Boss, on the receiving end of the beating, silently endured, his hands trembling but not daring to flinch. After half an hour of punishment, Spencer finally cooled down, signing the document before waving his hand and departing. Once Boss stepped outside, he trembled as he tended to his wounds. Suddenly, a slave rushed in, clutching his leg. Sir, please save me. I don't want to die. Thud. Without hesitation, Boss kicked him, releasing all his pent-up rage on the unfortunate slave. What are you shouting about? Reviving the Roswell family is your utmost honor. Do you not feel grateful? With each punch he threw, the slave convulsed, gasping for breath, until a guard intervened. Lord Boss, you cannot continue. Killing such a prime specimen would mean one less for us. Boss halted, while the guard dragged the nearly lifeless slave away. Within a ceremonial altar, 2 elegantly dressed women awaited something. Mother, why are we wasting time here? I've just made a breakthrough in my martial arts, exclaimed a short-haired woman with orange locks. This was the celestial dragon Rabelmina, the founder of the extreme fist style. My dear daughter, this is an assignment from above. It will be over soon, replied the woman with flowing purple hair. Rabel Yakoba, the only female grandmaster swordsman whose prowess rivals that of Mihawk, and a master of the nightshade style. They smiled at one another. Quickly, bring the slaves over. Let us finish this sooner. Yes, my ladies, the guards, not daring to slacken, hurriedly ushered a line of slaves toward the altar. Please don't kill me. I've served the government for 10 years. You can't do this. The chorus of pleas grew louder, as more began to resist, nearly overwhelming the guards. When a slave broke through the encirclement, the mother and daughter exchanged glances laced with frost. The mother drew a weapon from her waist, while the daughter brandished a pair of massive gauntlets. Extreme fist, shatter, nightshade, slash, slash, slash. The moment the escaping slave emerged, he was swiftly dispatched by their attacks. Honestly, why not just go quietly to your death? The 2 resumed their previous smiles, albeit with bloodied fists and sword that sent chills down one's spine. Accepting a handkerchief from a subordinate, they wiped their hands, their smiles concealing a murderous intent. Should you allow any more of them to approach, I shall have to take it out on you. Upon hearing this, The guards increased their grip, forcefully preventing the slaves from reaching the altar. As preparations concluded, under the despairing gazes of the slaves, the mother and daughter raised their hands, activating the mechanisms atop the platform. Soon, the individuals within the altar ceased to exhibit any signs of life, their bodies beginning to dissolve, gradually reshaping into three humanoid forms. It was none other than the Roswald family, and as their task reached fruition, Yakoba and her daughter turned to leave. "The rest is up to you," as their voices faded. The three celestial dragons opened their eyes, a malevolent gleam flickering within, flesh still insufficient. "What are you doing, Saint Charlos?" "Stop! Why can't I move?" "Lord Roswald, we are your subordinates." After a moment of chaos, only the three Roswalds remained, the other guards having met grim fates. At that moment, they fully awakened, wiping the blood from the corners of their mouths. "These lowly bastards squandered our only chance at revival." Roswald seethed. "Ugh, why am I covered in blood? It's disgusting. Where did everyone go?" Shaluria exclaimed, repulsed by the sight of herself. What happened? Where are my fishmen?" Charlos mumbled, dazed and sniffling. The next day, a visibly weary Tej appeared before Reishid, having presumably spent a sleepless night. Observing his haggard visage, Reishid inquired, "Have you found your answer?" "No," Tej replied, "to be honest, due to some personal experiences. I have begun to harbor resentment towards humanity. I do not know what to do." His trembling hands seemed to narrate his tragic past, and Reishid, fully aware that his question remained unanswered, began to extract a collection of photographs from his pocket. Gazing at the figures depicted, Tej was astonished to see his fishman tribe's princess, Oyheim. What could Reishid possibly want? He quietly awaited Reishid's response. "You see, the fishmen desire to coexist harmoniously with humans, and your princess has worked diligently towards this goal, yet alas, it remains unachieved. Even within the Navy, there are those who strive, but to no avail." Reishid pointed at the photographs of Oyheim and Karp. "To attain a rightful place, the fishmen must not rely on kindness or justice. Money is equally futile. It cannot be achieved through fear, deceit, brainwashing, peace, or even domination." Tej found himself lost amid the multitude of terms. Yet he ultimately grasped Reishid's conclusion, as the latter produced a balance scale prop and placed it before Tej. "Rather, it is about equality." Equality? Tej pondered, perplexed. Was this the answer? For throughout history, the balance of power between nations has always hinged upon these two words. It is likely you may struggle to comprehend. Reishid continued, raising his fist to demonstrate. "Look, my left hand represents the pirate forces, while my right symbolizes the Navy. For countless years, we have battled, yet your fisherman tribe has faced no issues. Although pirates have consistently been the weaker party, they are not powerless enough to be slaughtered at will. Similarly, how many of your fishermen possess top-tier strength? I doubt you could even count them on one hand. Why has the giant race not faced your predicament? Because their average strength far exceeds yours. While Amazon Lily may be weak, every citizen is a warrior. Thus they have not encountered your tragic fate." Reishid observed Tej's shocked expression and continued to press his point. "Imagine if your tribe could secure some formidable allies, and within your ranks, emerge individuals of the same caliber as the Shichibukai. Would the fishmen not then possess the means to protect themselves? Only a powerful force has the right to negotiate with the government that a child without a weapon stands no chance against an adult wielding a vast arsenal. Who do you believe holds the power in such a scenario?" Tej gradually regained his composure and solemnly addressed Reishid. "As you said, the fishmen lack the power to instill fear in the hearts of the world, which is precisely why our race has been left vulnerable to slaughter." He clenched his fists fiercely, proclaiming, "I intend to achieve something that will make the world aware that the fishmen possess formidable warriors." Leek sighed, taken aback, wondered why Tej had not yet attempted to ascend to the Red Earth continent, considering that Huang Yuan and his companions were merely vice admirals at that time. Listening to Tej's fervent self-talk, it seemed he was poised to take immediate action. Leakside quickly intervened. "Do you have a plan? Surely, you do not intend to storm Marineford and liberate all the slaves outright." Tej gazed at him in astonishment. He had never shared his thoughts with anyone else. "How could this be? You need not regard me so intently. Now that I am aware of your story, I can surmise a few strategies. Shall we ponder a way to strike a decisive blow? Leakside suggested with a smile. How do we accomplish that? Tej mused, only having conceived a rudimentary plan. The immediate priority was to alter the dire circumstances surrounding Fishman Island. Leakside inquired, are there any other strong fishmen aside from you? After a moment's reflection, Tej replied, currently, there are none. Perhaps in the future, Jinbei and Arlong may become formidable, but present, they lack the capability. That is too vague. Bring Jinbei and the others. I would like to assess their training potential, Leakside asserted. Tej was exhilarated. As a new star of the Whitebeard Pirates, Leakside could engage in direct combat at the level of an admiral. If he were to teach, those children might indeed have a promising future. With this in mind, he hurriedly bid farewell to Reishid. As he watched Tej depart, Leakside began to contemplate life. What had transpired with his brother, Huke? The old man's injuries could not be delayed any longer. It seemed he was not visiting this place for the first time. Why had Akainu and the others ascended to the rank of admiral so much earlier than before? The dire reality was that there were potentially numerous individuals like Akado in Mariewa. Could Zifu-sensei's destiny have been altered by his previous uproar? And what of Tsunade's emotional troubles and the hidden wounds of Kamikaze? As these thoughts overwhelmed him, Leakside felt a surge of frustration. Not to mention the impending journey he too would need to undertake to Mariewa. He gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, Anderson and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions suggesting they had endured something terrifying. You three, take a good rest. The master has commanded that such events should not be witnessed again, a figure in the corner remarked, devoid of emotion. I thought we were going to die, Anderson said, wiping the sweat from his brow in relief. As usual, remained silent, but his beast-like panting irritated Akado. Tej, what a disaster without a crown. I'm heading back to my room for a drink, he declared, rising unsteadily and heading towards the door, his movements no longer as fluid as before. I envy vampires. Their recovery is so swift, Anderson teased as he stood up second. Hey, old crow, what's going on with you today? As Anderson spoke, the figure in the corner slowly emerged, with pallid skin and a horn on the left side of his head. It was the formidable Ulquiorra, the death incarnate. Sifa, the master has requested my presence. You all rest first, the young one said coolly before vanishing with a sound of, still as cold as ever, huh? Anderson chuckled, but the intensity of his laughter pulled at his wound, forcing him to lie down again. On Sabati Archipelago, Leakside was engaged in a discussion with Whitebeard, who lay on his bed, regarding the matters of Fishman Island. Grara, the little rascal has a good idea, but we cannot act hastily. We must wait for them to approach us. Whitebeard chuckled, affirming Leakside's plans for Fishman Island. Old man, it seems you will need to take a period of rest this time, Leakside said, patting his back. I understand that if we propose action first, it would undermine our dignity as a royal pirate crew. And Fishman Island might suspect our motives. Whitebeard nodded, adding, you missed one point. The fishmen also hold the right to participate in the world government meetings. Our proactive stance would only provide the Navy with a reason to wage war against U.S. Hearing this, Leakside sighed inwardly. Indeed, even his captain would not provoke the Navy lightly. His strategies would need to be calculated, for he was up against the world government. If sensing his thoughts, Whitebeard smiled. If you wish to confront the world government, it is best to prepare thoroughly. Leakside, we cannot succeed relying solely on ourselves. Yes, I understand. As expected, old man, you have anticipated my thoughts. I will not declare war on the world government until I am strong enough. Leakside replied, momentarily taken aback. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and no further word was spoken. In the tavern of knock on the door, Rayleigh was conversing with Shocky while clutching his purse. You scoundrel, where did you swindle so much money to turn in? Oh, come on, Shocky, this is all hard-earned. He protested, hard-earned. Did you not snatch it from the auction? Shocky teased, playfully tugging at Rayleigh's face. That Rayleigh's wallet soon ceased to belong to him, as Shocky gleefully seized it, her expression resembling that of someone who had just won the lottery. Meanwhile, Rayleigh sat on the ground as if he had lost something precious. Hey, Leakside, what brings you here? Rayleigh asked, gazing at the figure before him with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. The old man is preparing to leave. So, I just came to say goodbye. Leakside replied with a smile as he approached the bar. Oh, you're leaving? Do visit again when you have the chance, Rayleigh said, not insisting. Understood, old Ray, until we meet again. Leakside raised a glass, downing its contents before departing. Hee, the waves of a new world are about to come, Rayleigh mused, watching Leakside's retreating figure. Leakside arrived at a secluded dock, where Marco was boarding the ship with the old man. He left Tsunade and Kamikaze behind to assist Marco with further treatment, while the others would part ways with them. Before their departure, Jozu secretly approached Leakside. "What is it, Captain Jozu?" Leakside inquired, noticing his awkward demeanor. It's about the development of the fruit," Jozu stammered. Leakside, intrigued by his demeanor, wondered why he sought him out. "The development of the fruit? Sure, let's discuss it when I return for Water 7. Leakside agreed. "All right, that's the matter," Jozu said, pausing momentarily. Leakside understood that as the captain, Jozu had made little progress in his fruit development and wished to seek his help without other crew members knowing that I grasp your intent. "Captain Jozu, when I return tonight, come to my room to learn." Jozu nodded in gratitude, and as he departed, Leakside caught sight of a figure. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. He thought he had wondered for so long why he had not encountered him. And now he stood face to face with the very instigator behind the downfall of the White Pirates. He directed his gaze toward Teach, who also noticed him, turning to smile broadly. After a brief moment of mutual observation, they each returned to their respective tasks. "Teach is quite perceptive," Leakside mused. So this is the newly appointed 2nd Division captain recognized by Old Dad? "Quite interesting," Teach remarked. "Hey Teach, it's time to get to work." One of the crew members called out. I'm coming," Teach replied, casting a sidelong glance at Leakside, a sly grin forming on his face. The two shared no verbal exchange, but when they met again in the future, it would be as adversaries. After half a month's journey, Leakside and his crew finally arrived at Water 7. Assured disembarked first. Surveying the surroundings, he opened his eyes, golden light sweeping over the area. "Brother, there is no one around. Let us proceed." Leakside and the others followed suit, making their way toward Tom's direction. Before long, they encountered Tom, who was laughing heartily. "Captain, you have arrived." His subordinates rushed forward, eagerly clinging to Leakside's legs. "You lot, I'm perfectly fine." "What about the ship?" Leakside reassured his men while inquiring about Tom. "The framework of the ship is nearly complete. It will take a bit longer," Tom replied. Tom escorted Leakside to the dock to admire his creation. Before them stood a colossal ship, and Tom continued his introduction. "This vessel boasts a keel crafted from 2 magnificent atom trees. Rest assured, it can withstand the mightiest tempest," gazing at the ship, which matched his own in grandeur. Leakside and his companions were left utterly astounded. Currently, the ship is designed to include a pilot house, 16 bedrooms, a gym, a medical room, along with several vacant chambers for your consideration and design. The group listened. Bewildered, they were merely a small team of 10s, yet Tom had arranged such a grand vessel for them. "Truly spectacular," Ueni exclaimed. "Indeed," Mirage concurred, "we must strategize to ensure that such a vast ship does not waste space." Leakside remarked. Just then, his eyes caught sight of Pajuona in the corner. Finding an excuse to depart, he approached it alone. "The developments have far exceeded my expectations. You must exercise caution." Pajuona spoke. "I haven't even spoken yet." "How can that be?" Leakside found it hard to accept such a turn of events. He pointed an accusatory finger. "Are you toying with me? Do not mistake my intentions. I am merely a part of the system." "Not its master," Pajuona replied, brushing aside Leakside's hand. "You must have encountered Ishur. Brace yourself, for the local pirates have grown far more formidable than you may recall." Hearing Pajuona's words, Leakside felt a wave of despair wash over him. Not only did he have to contend with unknown adversaries, but even the local powers were becoming stronger. How was he to navigate such treacherous waters? The Navy, the world government, and various civilian factions were all formidable forces. This was a matter of life and death. "Are you suggesting I should perish alongside you?" Leakside, overwhelmed, grasped Pajuona's throat in a fit of desperation. Take it easy. Though you cannot rely on the system for strength, there are indeed local factions you could ally with." Pajuona dodged Leakside's grasp with a swift movement. "Your protests are futile. You have no retreat left," Pajuona stated. I have done my utmost to assist you. The fisherman tribe and the dragons are but a beginning. Someone approaches. Ah, it is your old acquaintance that I shall take my leave. Pajuona smiled, snapping his fingers and vanishing in that instant. Leakside sensed an approaching presence. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he was rendered speechless. It was none other than his mentor. Zifa. Oh, teacher, I thought you were an impelled down. Zifa, as cheerful as ever, regarded Leakside. You rascal, is this how you greet your old master? It has been quite some time. Did the world government really allow you to be released? Leakside produced a bottle of wine to share with his teacher. If not for you, I would not have emerged at all, Zifa replied, handing Leakside a document. It bore the consent for Leakside's induction as a warlord of the sea. As Leakside pondered the document in his hands, he realized that the world government required him to become a warlord, and Zifa was the only one in the Navy with the influence to ensure his agreement. Now it makes sense. No wonder they let you out, but I feel I have not yet reached that level. Leakside voiced his confusion. You underestimate yourself, rascal. Once you become a warlord, Whitebeard will at least stand by your side, which means the Navy will face one less threat from the four emperors. Thanks to you, I have regained my former position, Zifa explained, but aren't they worried I might agree and then turn against them? Leakside asked, puzzled. I am unaware of their thoughts, but your becoming a warlord is certainly advantageous, Zifa remarked, removing his glasses to scrutinize Leakside. Rascal, if you become a warlord, you need not heed the celestial dragon's orders, and you could openly act alongside me. What do you say? After a moment's contemplation, Leakside signed his name, but let it be known that any messages from the Navy must come through you. I will not recognize anyone else. Your terms are agreed upon, Zifa nodded. With the formalities concluded, the two made their way to a tavern to drink and converse, all while CP0 agents lurked in the shadows nearby. After finalizing the designs for the ship with Tom, Leakside set the official delivery date for 2 years hence. Though the wait was lengthy, Leakside understood the value of patience and craftsmanship. He refrained from excessive input, merely communicating his design requirements to Tom, allowing professionals to handle their respective fields. Shortly thereafter, they prepared to leave, and before departing, Leakside had a final word with Zifa that I have no interest in the ceremony for the warlords. You can attend in my stead, and no problem. Historically, warlords seldom participate anyway, Zifa replied casually. Old man, now that you're back to being an instructor, be sure to carry your asthma medication at all times, Leakside insisted. Not letting up. That I understand, rascal. You've mentioned it several times. That I will keep it with me, Zifa assured, patting Leakside's head. Leakside found it puzzling that upon hearing he would return to being an instructor, Zifa would repeatedly remind him about the medication. However, recognizing it as the concern of a mentor for his disciple, he did not refuse. Unbeknownst to Zifa, Leakside was merely apprehensive about the prospect of Whitebeard 2's fate befalling him. After exchanging parting words with Zifa, Leakside departed, and the ship set sail toward the new world with a sense of boldness. As they embarked, numerous islands floated in the sky, unnoticed by others. Only Leakside and his 3 companions sensed something amiss. Mirage and Yini glanced upward, while Ashura scanned the area with keen eyes. Leakside closed his eyes, attuning himself to the skies above. Brother, there's something up there. Let it drift a while longer. Leakside opened his eyes. Placing a finger to his lips on the sky island, Shiki sat at the edge, gazing down at Leakside and his crew. So, they're underlings of Whitebeard. What brings them here? Shiki chuckled. You all wait here. I'll go greet them. With a grand gesture, Shiki soared down towards Leakside and his crew. Captain, really? Indigo scoffed, wearing slippers that seemed to float as he walked. The nearby gorilla looked on in confusion. As Shiki descended, Ashura and the others stood on high alert, while Leakside was astonished. Could Shiki truly be so bold as to approach? Had his observation haki truly waned? Leakside chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting Shiki's arrival. You are the lad from Sabaody, Shiki announced as he landed on the ship's mast. Oh, Captain Shiki, to what do we owe the pleasure? Leakside turned to face him directly. I wish to invite you to become allies of the flying pirate crew. Shiki extended the invitation. Years prior, he had attempted to recruit Whitebeard, only to be rebuffed, as Whitebeard was devoted to his family and lacked ambition towards the world. However, he saw something different in Reishid. At such a young age, Leakside was already making a name for himself, demonstrating immense ambition. Partnering with him could be advantageous. Your pirate crew? Those fellows? Leakside scoffed. They are merely cannon fodder. If you join, it will be just the two of us, Shiki replied nonchalantly. Leakside recognized that Shiki was unlike others he had encountered. The strong of the old era only revered strength. If you seek an alliance, you must first defeat me. With that, Leakside transformed into his Thunder Kirin form, hovering in midair with a graceful step. Ha! A fine lad. You pique my interest. Shiki, too, ascended with a snap of his fingers. The two locked eyes in the air, and Shiki struck first. Lion's might. Earthquake. From the clouds, multiple lion heads surged towards Leakside. Thunder Kirin. Home run. Wielding his hammer, Leakside shattered the oncoming lion heads one by one. Realizing his initial tactic had failed, Shiki swiftly followed up with a more powerful attack. Without hesitation, Leakside switched to blade mode, countering with dual blades. Clang. Their attacks clashed, momentarily halting their momentum. Ha! It seems the news of your prowess is not exaggerated. Boy, the warm-up is over. Lions. Thousand Cuts Valley. In mere seconds, Shurajima distanced himself from Leakside, unleashing dozens of sword energies potent enough to cleave mountains. Observing the myriad of slashes raining down, Leakside spread his arms wide. Countering with a spinning slash. Thunder Kirin. Judgment Slash. He twirled his body, rendering the onslaught ineffective. Don't get too smug. Receive another of my slashes. Slash Wave. Shurajima once again delivered a colossal strike. However, to his astonishment, Leakside showed no intention of evading. He raised his blade and retaliated. Judgment Slash. He unleashed a massive electric strike that surged towards Shurajima. Boom. The shockwave from their clashes were so powerful that they even affected civilian vessels far from the fray. What is happening? Why is everything shaking? A merman queried, gazing into the distance in confusion. I wonder which powerful figure is battling. Tej remarked, stepping out from the ship and sensing the distant commotion. After a moment's hesitation, he commanded, Jinbei, take a detour. Without a hint of reluctance, the helmsman Jinbei swiftly turned the ship in another direction. Hey Tej, you're not joking, are you? Arlong exclaimed, astonished to him. Merfolk were the true rulers of these waters. Diverting was something he was vehemently against. What's wrong, Arlong? Do you find fault with my orders? Tej's inquiry prompted the surrounding mermen to quickly intervene. Of course not. Big brother, we will absolutely obey your commands. A day passed, and as Tej and his crew circumnavigated the area to find Leakside and his companions, they were met with a shocking sight. Leakside's ship floated serenely on the water, its crew leisurely sipping drinks and singing songs. In the sky. Shurajima, panting heavily, glared at Leakside, who remained unfazed, standing confidently amidst the clouds. Huff! Ha! You little brat, just how much strength did you expend? Shurajima exclaimed. Visibly flustered, for an entire day, this young adversary had managed to keep pace with him, which was indeed surprising. Despite being weakened since his last encounter where his helm and feet were severed, he still possessed at least Vice Admiral level power. Well, let us say I'm at about 70% capacity in this state. Leakside assessed his own strength, speaking with a hint of nonchalance. What? Not only was Shurajima taken aback, but even Tej and the other mermen gazed at him in astonishment. They recognized Shurajima, the man famed alongside Roger and Whitebeard, yet this young warrior had managed to push him to the brink with merely 70% of his strength. In that moment, Jinbei finally understood why his brother Tej had so recklessly pulled them from the royal guard of Fishman Island. The countless admonitions along their journey suddenly made sense. Jinbei's sixth sense told him that this could be the best opportunity for the Fishman Island to rise. He eagerly looked at Tej, who returned a reassuring glance. Conversely, Arlong stood bewildered, grappling with the overwhelming spectacle of this extraordinary battle. All he could perceive were the relentless clashing blades of Leakside and Shurajima. The battle raged on, with Shurajima beginning to falter due to exhaustion, while Leakside pressed the advantage, chasing him down with strikes. I refused to believe it. After sustaining a blow, Shurajima finally broke his defenses, unleashing sword waves and lioness might like they were free of cost. Shurajima, you've fallen ill. You are no longer the invincible legend of yore. With that, Leakside delivered a decisive blow, sending him crashing down. With a knowing glance from Leakside, Ashura swiftly caught the fallen Shurjima, elegantly returning to the ship like a dragonfly touching the water. This scene left Arlong in stunned silence. He had never expected that the pirates emerging from the new world could be so formidable. Once Leakside landed aboard the ship, Shurjima, in a defeated tone, finally spoke, "You've won. Take my life. I am indeed a failure." He spread his arms, awaiting his demise. Shurjima, you needn't be so drastic. Your illness renders this victory hollow. Leakside replied, refusing. There are no such convoluted arguments. A win is a win, Shurjima countered, shaking his head. I am not making excuses. You are genuinely unwell, Leakside asserted with certainty. You are the one who is sick. Your entire family is afflicted. Shurjima roared and angered. Don't rush. Let me analyze this. Your decline in strength began after your escape from Impel Down, did it not? Well, if you put it that way. It did start then, Shurjima admitted, scratching his head. That's because the helm on my head has impacted my hockey. I can hardly even manifest the Conqueror's hockey now. What does that have to do with Impel Down? Not at all. You must understand that a person can only stand firmly on their own 2 feet for their intellect to dominate their mind. Leakside replied earnestly. What does that have to do with my legs? I have substitutes, Shurjima retorted, tapping his dual swords against the deck for emphasis. Do you not believe me? Then allow me to pose a question to test whether your intellect still reigns over your mind. Come, you pose the question, and I shall not believe it. All right, let us start with something simple, a problem suitable for a child of 10. Please prove Goldbox conjecture. What conjecture? Shurjima was baffled at You can't solve such an easy problem. Watch closely. I shall present a question. Leakside spoke unhurriedly. The inquiry left the audience in a daze. What on earth were they hearing? Please listen closely. Any planar map can be colored using only 4 colors in such a way that no 2 adjacent countries share the same color. Please express this in mathematical language. Shurjima fell silent, internally questioning if it truly was his legs that were the issue. What kind of question is that? Clearly a trap? Change it. Fine, here's a question even a 3-year-old would know. Please mathematically prove that 112. Shurjima's face turned increasingly pale, and he ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking Leakside. Good heavens! I hope this old man doesn't die from anger. I still expect him to shine brightly for me. Fortunately, after a moment's recovery, Shurjima solemnly looked at Leakside and asked, Leakside, since you're aware of my ailment, surely you can cure it? I'm not a healer, Leakside thought to himself however, have a highly skilled doctor within my crew. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Shurjima's face turned ashen, but upon hearing the latter half, hope rekindled in his heart that he rushed to Leakside, grasping his hand. Can you treat me? I am willing to give everything. Cough, cough. No problem for specific terms. We can discuss them on our way back, Leakside replied, withdrawing his hand after a cough. And your flying pirate crew, he pointed skyward. I'm done. I'll be passing the captaincy to Indigo. The others can return from whence they came. With that, he retrieved the transponder snail and spoke to Indigo on the other end. Upon hearing his words, Indigo was left in shock. Wait, Captain Shurjima. If you leave, our entire flying pirate crew will be doomed. Silence. You are now responsible for the operations of the entire crew. That's final. Shurjima hung up the phone, leaving Indigo alone in tears, lamenting, you truly have faith in me. Without you, those under me would tear me apart. After resolving Shurjima's predicament, he decided to remain aboard Leakside's ship. Leakside did not refuse. He had initially envisioned incorporating Shurjima's team into his own. He had not anticipated that Shurjima would so decisively withdraw. With Shurjima's unexpected factor resolved, it was time to address the matters concerning the fishmen. So, Mr. Tej, have you brought all of the elite fishmen with you? Leakside inquired, gazing at the fishmen behind him. Not all the elite, but they embody our future hope. We hope Mr. Leakside can teach us how to survive. Tej bowed his head. Tej, big brother, Jinbei, Arlong, and the others clung to Tej. In their eyes, he was the savior of their fishman tribe, their one and only big brother. They simply could not lower their heads to plead for assistance from outsiders. Well, I'll do my best. But if these are the rising stars of your fishmen, I advise you to seek out an even younger generation. Reich gazed at a group of fishmen and remarked. Among them, the only names he could recall were Tej, along with Alone, Xiaoba, and Jean Ping, two of whom were merely of mediocre caliber. Reich's words incited a wave of discontent among the fishmen present, unleashing a torrent of foul language. Unable to contain himself, Ashura stood up, brandishing his axe. However, Reich interjected, stating, "Perhaps my candor is unpalatable to your ears, yet it remains the truth. Let me assure you, when my brother engages with you, you shall comprehend the reality." With that, he signaled for the other side to make their move. With a leap, Ashura positioned himself before the fishmen, raising his axe in a gesture of invitation. "Please," the simple utterance released a feral bloodlust from his gaze, compelling even the bystander Shiki to take notice. He had not anticipated that this young man would possess such formidable allies. The fishmen, cloaked in the aura of impending death, collectively recoiled, yet soon surged forward. Faces flushed, with the exception of Jean Ping, who observed Ashura in astonishment. This child, scarcely 10 years of age, radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Alone, disregarding the hesitation, charged forward with Xiaoba, Haidai, and Xiao. Beast Arts, Earth Tiger. A shockwave toppled several fishmen, barreling toward Alone that he had been the most vociferous in hurling insults at Reich. Hence Ashura's first target was him. The fishman martial art, Wulai Guan. Jean Ping made his move, unleashing a compressed water projectile that instantaneously nullified Ashura's assault. To his surprise, there were indeed capable fighters among the fishmen. Ashura smiled at his opponent. Black Rhino Charge. He transformed into a black projectile, hurtling toward Jean Ping. The latter stood ready, gathering energy with one hand. Fishman martial art, Tang Chao, Wazheng Quan. A punch, accompanied by shockwave, struck Ashura squarely. Initially taken aback, Ashura quickly spun mid-air and struck down again with his axe. Beast Arts, Earth Tiger. With a resounding slice, his axe found its mark on Jean Ping's shoulder, who clutched the axe head to prevent Ashura from withdrawing it. Seizing the moment, the other fishmen attacked Ashura. Realizing he had reached an impasse with Jean Ping, he relinquished the attempt to extract his axe and engaged in close combat with the fishmen. Having practiced extensively with Reich, his close-quarters combat skills far surpassed those of the fishmen. His fists, imbued with black hockey, began to rain down upon the fishmen. Indeed, he had just begun to grasp the basics of armament hockey. Armament hockey? Tej observed Ashura's hands in astonishment. Could it be that we are so far behind the Emperor-level pirates? What of the Navy, the world government? They have managed to suppress the 3 emperors for so long. Could they be even stronger? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tej's expression darkened. The current combatants were the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the younger generation of the fishmen, whereas Ashura merely appeared to be an ordinary member of the 2nd Division. Reflecting on the even younger fishmen of Fishman Street, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed him. "Enough. Let this cease," Reich declared, stepping forth to halt the conflict. Upon hearing this, Alone and the others collapsed onto the ground, relieved to have survived. Wiping the sweat from their brows, Tej tended to Jean Ping's wounds. Thankfully, Ashura's strike had not been deep. As he bandaged, he spoke. "Do we, the fishmen, truly have no hope?" "Not entirely," Reich replied. "I am now a warlord of the sea, and with my family's reputation, I can at least deter some nefarious individuals." The Tej's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Can it truly be so? Yet, our fishmen have little strength. You must promise me one condition when you grow stronger." After stating this, Reich whispered something in Tej's ear. Tej's eyes widened in surprise, yet he ultimately acquiesced. "I understand the gravity of your words, Your Excellency. This matter is of great significance. I must first report to the King and Queen before providing you with an official response." Lord Reich. Initially, he had intended to return and wait for them. But since they had arrived, he proposed, "How about I accompany you to Fishman Island?" Reich agreed, and after issuing a brief directive to Yuan Yi, he prepared to venture to Fishman Island alone. "Hey kid, don't forget our agreement." Shiki interjected. After Reich signaled an okay gesture, he felt reassured, and they set sail back into the skies. As he gazed at the departing ship, Reich turned to Tej and said, "Let us go meet the legendary queen." Tej nodded in agreement and promptly set course for Sabeti Island. Throughout the journey, Reicht, having undergone disguise, went unrecognized, and with Rayleigh's assistance, the entire process transpired smoothly. Upon first witnessing the depths of the ocean, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "It truly is dark. Once we arrive, just call me, Jean Ping," Reicht instructed, making his way toward the cabin. Meanwhile, alone, though wishing to voice his thoughts, felt compelled to remain silent due to Reich's prowess and his elder brother Tay's presence. After a series of maneuvers, they finally reached Fishman Island, where Jean Ping rushed to inform Reich, only to find him still fast asleep. How curious. Do humans truly grow stronger through sleep? I must inquire with my brother. He surely knows some inside information. When Reich disembarked, he was met not with flowers and applause, but rather a profound silence. As the fishmen prepared to welcome Tay's ship, upon spotting Reich, they erupted into shrieks and scattered in all directions. Soon, adults were whisking children home, hastily shutting doors and windows. The streets were soon devoid of fishmen, a gentle breeze stirring up debris at Reich's feet. How awkward, he mused, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the desolation around him. "Ah, Mr. Lay, they're understandably apprehensive of humans," Tej remarked with difficulty. "I comprehend your meaning. Let us first pay a visit to the king," Reich replied, undeterred, as they proceeded toward Dragon King's palace. He understood the fishman's animosity toward humans, but had not anticipated that Tej's presence would incite such fear. Once they departed, the fishmen inside their homes dared to open their windows. "A human. Do they intend to hunt us again? I don't know, but if they are heading toward Princess Odoheim's palace, quickly, report to the guards." Thus, the rumors among the fishmen grew increasingly exaggerated, and when the report reached the patrolling guards of the palace, their shock was palpable. "What did you say? Hundreds of pirate crews are attacking the palace." The guards were astounded, and the soldiers outside immediately rallied to head toward the palace. Sensing their approach, Reich stopped and cheerfully remarked to Tej, "Look, Tej, your fishmen have come to welcome me." However, his expression froze as he realized that the approaching fishmen were palace guards. Not here to honor him. As the guards closed in, his demeanor stiffened. Before Tej could intervene, they shouted, "Human, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and disclose the whereabouts of your accomplices," the lead guard bellowed. Though a hint of fear was evident as their harpoons remained aimed firmly at Reich, Jean Ping was utterly petrified, while alone and his comrades exchanged glances filled with glee at his predicament. "Let them strike. That way I can retaliate. If the guards act first, I can seize the opportunity to eliminate this human. He is all alone now," Alone thought, his serrated knife trembling with excitement. "Stand down. Mr. Lay is an esteemed guest of our Fishman tribe," Tej quickly interjected, attempting to halt the escalation. At this moment, the captain of the guards finally acknowledged Tej, addressing him with respect. "Brother Tej, we did not anticipate your return. What is the meaning of this human's presence?" Tej swiftly covered the captain's mouth and pulled him aside to explain. Once Tej concluded his explanation, a cold sweat broke out on the captain's back. Fortunately, Reich chose not to hold a grudge, for with his strength, he could easily wipe out the entire Fishman tribe. The captain hastily apologized to him. "No matter. Please take me to see your king," Reich stated, prompting the captain to lead the way. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of Dragon King's palace. "Please wait a moment while I notify the king." The captain of the guard, with an air of apology, hurriedly dashed inside. "Indeed, how futile this is," sighed Leakside, shaking his head in resignation. Before long, a colossal figure rushed through the entrance, unmistakably King Neptune, accompanied by guards and the queen in tow. Neptune came to an abrupt halt before Leakside, his massive form causing dirt from the ground to splatter onto Leakside's face. "This peculiar gathering of fishmen is truly a marvel," Leakside mused inwardly. "Ahem, my apologies, I got a bit overexcited. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Leakside," Neptune said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish expression. "Just take it easy," Leakside replied, dabbing his face with the handkerchief handed to him by the guard. "Greetings, Mr. Leakside," the dignified E.G. addressed him. "I've heard your name from the queen. Shall we discuss matters inside?" Leakside responded affirmatively. "Let us head in then. Come along. Let us enter the palace," Neptune urged enthusiastically, guiding Leakside forward. We've heard from Tej about your assistance, for which we are grateful. E.G. bowed her head in appreciation. Lakeside accepted the gesture, as he was about to embark on his tasks. Your Highness, I require the cooperation of the Fishman clan for my endeavors. Lakeside stated, Indeed, I have always believed that humans and fishmen can coexist peacefully, E.G. replied earnestly. Peace? That may be quite a challenge at present, Lakeside remarked, dousing her optimism with a splash of cold water. Before E.G. could react, he continued, However, the fishmen must seek respect through alternative means. E.G. gazed at him, reflecting on this being the first instance a human had spoken of respect towards them, despite the vast difference in their strengths. Her inherent observation hockey could not precisely gauge Lakeside's emotions, yet she sensed that the man before her was sincere. I require your strength, your Highness. Please gather the common folk. I need to speak with them. Lakeside requested. Neptune, taken aback by this, wondered if he intended to enlighten the populace as his wife did, choosing to remain silent as he observed the man's intentions in the square, upon hearing the Queen's call. The fishmen emerged from their homes, astonished to see the king and queen alongside Tej. Was there some significant event unfolding? The fishmen exchanged nervous glances, almost entirely disregarding the masked man to the side. Ahem, esteemed ones, today might herald a new opportunity for the Fishman clan, E.G. proclaimed with palpable excitement. Oh no, not again. Your Highness, spare us, the fishmen grumbled. Weariness etched across their faces, accustomed as they were to daily addresses from their queen. A man in the corner shed his cloak and stepped forward. Look, Your Highness, allow me to take over, the masked man, Lakeside, proclaimed as he seized a megaphone and ascended a platform to deliver his world-shattering speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I am human. Lakeside's opening words sent the fishmen into a frenzy, a torrent of blessings erupting from their lips, many of which included expletives. Yet, Lakeside remained unfazed. After all, a man of his stature would hardly be petty. It appears that enthusiasm runs high. Before I begin my address, let us engage in some warm-up exercises, he said, retrieving a check from his pocket and placing it in E.G.'s hands. Behold, this is a check for 10 billion berries from the World Government Bank. He shed his outer garment, revealing his well-defined muscles. If any of you can best me in combat, this check shall be yours. Rest assured, I will only employ physical techniques in battle. My hockey fruit will remain out of play, and you may attack as a group. The fishmen, invigorated by his challenge, began to form teams and advance towards Lakeside. Observing the grim expressions of Tej and Jinbei, Lakeside reassured them, Fear not. I do not intend to take their lives. I merely need them to come to certain realizations. He spotted a familiar figure among the fishmen, Hody Jones and his entourage. Seeing his desired opponent approach, he tossed the megaphone aside and charged forward. Hody lunged ahead, delivering a solid punch to Lakeside's face. Daha! I'll take that 10 billion, Hody exclaimed, stunned as Lakeside turned to face him. Haven't you eaten? Then how about this? Lakeside raised his leg and struck Hody squarely on the forehead. Ugh, Hody! The drunken Bartolomeo brandished his sword and charged at Lakeside. Chidori strike, he shouted, leveraging his momentum to swing his blade downwards. Too easy, Lakeside retorted, sidestepping effortlessly and pivoting on his left foot to kick Bartolomeo away. Arlong, don't act rashly, Jinbei cautioned, his eyes wide with surprise as Arlong picked up his serrated knife and charged in. Unable to bear watching his fisherman brethren being bested, he instinctively leaped into the fray. Lakeside nonchalantly blocked Arlong's attack with one hand, then seized the weapon, flipping him over and slamming him to the ground. But the battle was far from over. Lakeside leapt into the air to evade the combined attacks from Damo, Gio, and Dos. While airborne, he executed a series of precise kicks, landing firmly on the faces of all three. With the core of their strength now on the ground, Lakeside looked down at them and inquired, Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? The remaining fishmen halted in their tracks. Realizing that even their strongest, Arlong and Hody, had barely lasted 2 rounds against the masked man. Moreover, neither Tej nor Jinbei had moved to assist. It seemed the 10 billion was beyond their reach. Why is no one stepping up? How disappointing, Lakeside remarked, losing interest as several minutes passed with no further challengers. Despite their frustration, The fishmen dared not approach, acutely aware of his overwhelming strength, since none wished to continue fighting. "Allow me to share a few words," Leakside stated, reclaiming the check. "Well then, we've all come to know each other a bit better. You may call me the Mastim and D. Oh, you believe your current lives are satisfactory? Do you think the Queen's descent to the surface is unnecessary?" He posed the question bluntly. A few murmured among the crowd. "Allow me to inform you that you are gravely mistaken. Are you aware of the advancements in coding technology on Sabo? Once they can freely enter Fishman Island, what do you think will happen?" He extended his hand to form the number 7, starting at 70 million berries. 70 million. You couldn't fit that into a vehicle. He declared emphatically, "Do you think you can rely on Tej, Jinbei, or even me to protect you? We can safeguard you for a moment, but we cannot shield you for a lifetime. The Queen's plan is sound. And I can assure you that once the world government sees the light, they may even assist you in returning to the surface." Leakside's words sparked a glimmer of hope in the Queen's eyes. Yet the subsequent statement plunged her into despair. "For once you ascend to the land, you will be but slaughtered lambs, easily captured to become slaves. Is this what you desire to witness?" "Why, humans," Tej's spirit shattered upon hearing this. As a former slave, he understood all too well the consequences. "Isn't it your kind that seeks to eradicate us?" shouted a fishman from below. "You have misidentified your enemy. It is not humanity that seeks your demise. The true culprits are the world government, the celestial dragons. They possess enormous wealth yet refuse to assist the downtrodden." Leakside corrected the speaker, pointing at him. "You could lead lives free from want, basking in the sun, enjoying land and joy. Yet it is the celestial dragons who have stripped you of your rights. As fishmen, you have done nothing wrong to deserve being taken as slaves." Tej, recalling his own experience as an adventurer turned captive, felt the weight of Leakside's words. "Before me stands a race yearning for freedom and peace, yet you cannot even attain respect." Leakside's impassioned speech ignited the spirits of the fishmen below. Why should they be taken as slaves, denied their rights, and deprived of sunlight and land simply for being fishmen? It is unclear when it began, but the celestial dragons have been able to ride upon your necks, wielding their power with impunity. They trample upon your dignity at will, summoning you as steeds when needed, only to cast you aside when they no longer have use for you. It is uncertain when the fishmen became this way. Perhaps it was from the very beginning, or perhaps it was the moment the celestial dragons discovered the fishmen's strength and resilience. The fishmen themselves do not comprehend whom they have offended, as every human seems intent on their destruction. Why must we endure such servitude? We shall rise in defiance, one fishman proclaimed. His words acted as a spark, igniting the fervor within all present fishmen. Neptune and the others could no longer maintain control, their astonished expressions filled with trepidation as they turned to Reishid. "Perhaps you believe that finding a way to survive is paramount, and in that regard, you are not mistaken. Life is indeed precious. However, I must convey to you that there exists something more vital than life itself. Dignity." Reishid's fists clenched tightly, his arms raised passionately beside his cheeks, as long as the celestial dragons and the banners of the world government remain. "The freedom and dignity you seek will remain elusive. The fishmen require a space of liberation. Such conditions cannot be attained through mere pleas and protests. They may require your blood and lives to be realized. Where there is oppression, there shall be resistance." Reishid fervently paced as he continued. "The celestial dragons may delude themselves into thinking they can subjugate you through slavery and death, but I assert that their calculations are gravely mistaken. I shall fight alongside my ally, Mr. Tiger, for the true independence of the fishmen. Those willing to join us should register with Mr. Tiger. I will impart to you greater strength. Will your descendants live freely upon the land? Or will they be condemned to remain in this submerged Fishman Island, a mere 10,000 meters beneath the sea? The power of decision lies with you." Reishid gestured for Tiger and the others to retrieve empty boxes, pointing towards the contents within. "Those who are willing should submit an application form and then follow Tiger to commence training. We are soon to embark upon a momentous endeavor." Years later, the fishmen returned to the surface with dignity, erecting a statue in the very square where it all began, naming it Reishid Square. "Now, no need to rush. One at a time, please," Jinbei endeavored to maintain order amidst the gathering. Odoheim looked on in astonishment at the crowd. Although Reishid's methods were rather outrageous, he truly succeeded in uniting all the fishmen. This was something even she and Tiger could not achieve. Gazing at the vast multitude of fishmen, she began to question whether her own approach had been entirely misguided. "My princess, are you beginning to doubt yourself?" Reishid discerned Odoheim's concerns and began to counsel her that, in truth, your approach is not flawed, merely slow to yield results. From the fishmen's attitude towards you, it is evident they harbor a greater fear of what humans might do to them. Moreover, they lack sufficient unity. I merely had to present them with a single check to extinguish their capacity for thought. So what future can we discuss? Tiger then turned to the man before him, pondering whether he was bringing hope or despair to the fishmen. Among the fishmen, Hody glared menacingly at Reishid on the platform, yet he dared not reveal too much emotion. The formidable men of the Fishman tribe had just engaged, yet none managed to withstand even 2 exchanges with him. Hody, one of our companions, squatted on the ground and inquired, "Let us go. I wish to see what this human intends to do." The Hody's face darkened as he submitted his own application. "So many." Odoheim gazed at the overflowing box, helplessly looking towards Neptune. Should we? He hesitantly suggested, "No. This is the first time I've seen the fishmen so united. We might truly succeed." Odoheim firmly rejected. "Very well. Everyone, we have received your applications. Please gather at the Dragon King's palace entrance tomorrow morning. I shall commence training tailored to your strengths." Reishid clapped his hands and addressed the assembled fishmen. Once the fishmen had departed, Reishid and the others returned to the palace. "Ahem, Mr. Reishid, do you not think your actions are rather radical?" Neptune cautiously wiped the sweat from his brow. "The king would not mind. I had my reservations. But after engaging with them, my convictions solidified. They are currently too weak. Your island lies beneath Fishman Island, where the pirates are from the New World and the Paradise. Any pirate entering the island will possess a basic strength starting at 100 million. Reishid shook his head. "Who else remains in your tribe aside from Tiger and Jinbei? The territory of Fishman Island cannot rely solely on those 2. Our time is limited, as we plan to ascend Mariehua to liberate the slaves." The fishmen present, aside from those already aware, gazed at him in astonishment. To assault Mariehua and liberate the slaves. Such audacity sent shivers down their spines. They could scarcely believe a person so audacious existed. "Due to certain circumstances, I shall accompany you to this battle, but I cannot engage directly." Reishid proceeded to outline his plan at a 15-minute blitz. "Won't that be too rushed?" Tiger asked as he examined the map Reishid had drawn. "That is precisely why we must train them. This time, we need to scale the cliffs of the Red Line, and after liberating the slaves, we will need a formidable force at the exit to organize our personnel and provide cover." Reishid began to explain, continuing to sketch on the map, that I plan to entrust the rear guard and organization to Jinbei. Once all the slaves have evacuated, you will attack their ships from the sea. As long as you breach the hull, the mission will be accomplished. Jinbei nodded in agreement, thumping his chest to affirm his commitment. "As for Tiger, you shall accompany me to liberate the slaves, moving with utmost speed to rescue them. I will lead the fishmen to intercept the world government reinforcements." Reishid made his final decision. Tiger solemnly nodded in agreement, stating, "I accept, but I implore you not to deceive us. The fishmen cannot endure further betrayal." "Ha, Tiger, remember, the worse things get, the more you must hold your heads high. We are allies." He chuckled, patting Tiger on the shoulder. "Very well, I too agree. Mr. Reishid, this is the most significant and crucial operation for our Fishman tribe." Neptune rose to affirm. "All resources within the Fishman tribe are at your disposal. Mr. Reishid, leave it to me. Tiger and Jinbei, you must assist me in the training tomorrow. I will also recruit a helper." After instructing them, Reishid turned and departed, pulling out a transponder snail to make a call. The phone connected. "Gula la la la. You rascal. Where have you been running off to without a word?" The voice on the other end belonged to Whitebeard. "Oh man, it's as follows." Reishid briefly recounted the situation of the Fishman tribe. "Gula la la la. Go ahead and do it. I approve. By the way, your doctor has something to discuss with you." With that, Whitebeard passed the phone to Tsunade and took his leave. Soon, a thunderous shout resounded for the transponder snail. "Reishid, what did you say to that fellow called the Golden Lion?" Tsunade roared into the phone. "Ah, what is the matter? I merely told him you could heal his leg." Reishid feigned innocence in his response. "Heal? That fellow has been pestering us daily with the 3 questions you proposed. Come, come, oh great mathematician Reishid. You must provide him with answers to your queries." Suna's tone grew increasingly irate. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. By the way, have you found any possibility of treating the helm on his head or his legs? Reishid began to shift the topic. I could attempt to use my own cells on his legs, but the one on his head is quite problematic. Upon hearing about the medical issue, Tsunade began to ponder. Successfully diverted from her previous agitation. "There is one more matter you should be aware of," she said with a hint of gravity. "His injuries this time are quite severe. He may never return to his peak." Tsunade's words left Reishid momentarily stunned. She was referring to the old man, Whitebeard. Could this injury have caused him to fall from the rank of king to that of emperor? Reishid clenched his fists, taking note of this matter, signaling his understanding. However, the somber expression on his face made Tsunade realize that the 3 individuals from Fishman Island would likely face dire consequences. After ending the call, Reishid initiated a private conversation with Patona. "Dead cat, having altered the future course of so many lives, should I not be rewarded? Dog host, let me have a look for you. However, do not hold out too much hope." After a long while, Patona finally reacted. "What luck! It appears your reward truly exists." "What luck? I should naturally have that many rewards. Surely, this dead cat has pocketed my share." Leixi exclaimed in frustration. "Tisich, feel free to file a complaint." "Who told you not to keep a close eye?" The reward was brought over by Azura. With that, Patona abruptly ended the conversation, undoubtedly off to sleep. Hey, don't hang up just yet. At least tell me what it is." Leixi shouted incessantly, but the other end fell silent. "Tisich, this dead cat sleeps on schedule." Leixi glanced at the time. Indeed, it was 9 o'clock. Bang! A knock resounded from outside the door. "Yes, Mr. Leixi." Tej stood at the entrance. "Come in. I had a feeling you would return." Leixi said as he opened the door. "That it's just the 2 of us now, Mr. Leixi. Please, share with me the truth. How could so many fishmen have climbed up from the cliff?" Tej sat down, gazing at him earnestly. "It is indeed unlikely. Thus we must select the elite from this group of fishmen in the coming days and lead them ourselves," Leixi calmly explained, pouring a cup of tea for Tej. "Thus far my selections are Aaron, Hodi, Xiaoba, and Leopard Song." Leixi listed his chosen candidates. "Well, I have no issue with these, but why not choose Jinbei?" Tej inquired, puzzled. "The choice of the rear guard need not be him." "Can you enlighten me?" "The reasoning is quite simple. Do you not think that Aaron and Hodi, who harbor the deepest disdain for humans, should be prioritized? Moreover, their tempers are volatile, so placing them directly beside us allows us to keep a close watch on them." Leixi elucidated. After all, Aaron and Hodi are not the most agreeable characters, and their subordinates are numerous. It is impossible to bring them all along. As long as we take their leader, at least their underlings will not cause trouble. Tej understood the situation, having grown up on the same street as Aaron. He was all too familiar with his character. However, he was left wondering how Leixi was also so well acquainted, since both would be acting that day. There was little else to ponder. If Leixi intended to capture them all, he would need to find a way to ensure mutual destruction. Thus, he quietly rose to leave, concealing a bomb acquired from a king. The next day, while Leixi was training the fishmen, Azura rushed in from a distance, cradling a transformation device. "Wait, is that you, Aaron? Are you crawling like a turtle? Hodi, can you poke someone to death with that?" Leixi scolded the 2, while the other fishmen practiced fishman karate. Aaron was completely devoid of talent in mastering these skills, while Hodi, possessing immense talent, had already progressed to doing extra assignments. "Great job, everyone. It's time for a meal." Neptune called from afar. Tej, Jinbei, Aaron, Hodi, and Leixi gathered around one table. "A month is too short. This is all I can teach you," Leixi remarked between bites. "Haha, it's already sufficient. My fishman karate has improved," Jinbei responded with a smile. "Indeed, my strength has increased significantly as well," Aaron excitedly added. Hodi remained silent, but he no longer bore any hostility towards Leixi. "King, we are nearly prepared to depart," Neptune stated. Ho ho ho. "Is there anything we need to do?" Leixi asked. "Nothing at all. We must depart quietly." Leixi looked at the others. Are you all ready? The response came from the fishmen, their eyes brimming with battle spirit. Very well. We shall set off tonight. Leixi raised his cup, and the fishmen led by Tej echoed his sentiment. That night, after everyone had gathered, they set off, allowing Leixi the opportunity to study the transformation device in his room. Sinful soul's eye. Whom shall I test it on? Leixi pondered, gazing quietly at the distant sea. The distant rumble of thunder interrupted his thoughts. It seemed they had arrived. After Leixi stepped outside, Tej and the others were already prepared. Aaron, Hody, Xiaoba, and Leopard Song were ready to go. I shall not say much. Let us depart, Tej announced, taking the lead to climb the cliff. Leixi followed closely, with Aaron and the others trailing behind, though surrounded by cliffs shrouded in clouds. Relentlessly eroded by the sea, with no visible footholds, the others were unaware of how they managed to ascend. The fishmen, fueled by their hatred for the celestial dragons, created a miracle. Not a single one fell from the cliff. They climbed up. Tej gazed at the place that had imprisoned him for years. His eyes ablaze with fury. He despised this heartless power, yet felt powerless to change it. That Leixi's appearance offered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps not all humans were the same. Everyone ready. Tejerin, Hody, let us move. Other members contact Jinbei. If any guards approach, take no prisoners. Leixi issued his orders. Aaron and the others readily accepted and began to act. Celestial dragons. Tej have returned. Tej charged ahead, taking down the guards before rushing towards the slave holding area. Leixi followed closely behind, dispatching the remaining guards. Soon, they arrived at the room where the slaves were held. Tej severed the chains and whispered, "You are free now. Remain silent and exit quietly. We will have someone to assist you." The slaves initially stared blankly at the group, but after Tej repeated himself, their eyes filled with tears, unable to believe that someone dared to risk everything to rescue them. They hurriedly bowed in gratitude, their utmost expression of thanks as slaves. Tej said nothing, silently moving on to liberate the next group of slaves. Leixi observed, his purpose in this endeavor was to ascertain whether Aaron and Hody were indeed beyond redemption. He couldn't help but criticize the filthy, chaotic environment. Fortunately, the two had yet to turn against humans, but they had attracted the attention of the Mary Geos guards. Bang, bang! The alarm bells rang out in the air. This is bad. We've been exposed. Leixi's expression changed. He had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Speed up. He then joined the ranks of those liberating slaves within the Five Elders' room. Report. A guard knocked and entered. Intruders have breached Mary Geos. They are liberating the slaves. Upon hearing the report, Spencer adjusted his glasses and drew his sword, striking down the guard. Useless fool. All guards on duty today shall perish, he exclaimed in fury. He had arranged the guards for the day, hence his extraordinary anger. At this moment, his friend Peter stepped forward. Enough, Spencer. The urgent matter at hand is to deal with those rebels. He rubbed his forehead, where a birthmark was located. Send them forth. Spencer picked up the transponder snail on the table and made the call. I in the slave room. After Leixi's group liberated the last batch of slaves, they prepared to set fire and retreat. Everyone, we should make ourselves scarce. He raised his hands and declared, "Oh." The slaves and fishmen responded in unison. They began to flee with a roaring fire behind them. Countless toppled buildings signaling the success of their mission. Hope reignited within Tej. This man truly could lead them towards a brighter future. However, after they departed, 4 figures emerged from the flames. While they really are quick on their feet, Anderson jeered, "Eliminate them. It is the order of the adults," Ulcora said flatly. "Let us go. It seems even wine cannot bring peace." Akato scratched his head, who said nothing, followed behind them towards the direction Leixi had retreated. "Haha, that was exhilarating, big brother," Aaron excitedly exclaimed to Tej. "Fool, quit dawdling." Leixi quickly interrupted him, urging the fishermen to flee. He sensed the government was making a move. The familiar auras in the distance could only belong to Akato and his group. But there was yet another aura. Who could it be? That oppressive presence was surely formidable as well. They were finally nearing the rendezvous point, yet Leixi sensed that the reinforcements were only a few steps away. He halted and said, "You all go ahead. The enemy reinforcements have arrived. I will find you shortly. As others nodded and boarded the ship, Tej uttered a final remark. I sincerely apologize that we cannot assist you much. Do return alive. With that, he leaped onto the vessel. Reishid exchanged a knowing smile with him, stretching lazily and jesting. Really, Tej, you ought to know such words are ill-advised. Tej, perplexed by his meaning, dismissed it, his attention drawn to the departing ship. Reishid turned to face Mary Joya, prepared to confront 4 formidable adversaries alone. Perhaps he might not prevail against each one, yet he still dared to challenge them all. When did I become this bold? Reishid mused, reflecting on the transformation he had undergone. Perhaps it was the provocation of the weaker individuals that ignited his spirit, or perhaps it was the influence of the Shieji fruit. Disregarding these thoughts, he retrieved his transformation device. World government. I shall rectify your errors. Transform, switch on. With the accompaniment of a dramatic soundtrack, Reishid transformed into the Soul Eye Knight. He slowly removed the hood from his head. Just as Anderson and the others arrived at So you are the rebel. Eliminating you will suffice for our report, Anderson declared, drawing his sword and forming a perfect cross that he charged forward first. Reishid activated his belt. Sin opens the eyes. Hand of jealousy. A fatal strike surged toward Anderson, who braced himself to absorb the blow. The immense force momentarily stunned Anderson, after which he coldly retaliated with 2 swift slashes. Swish, swish, struck by the blows, Reishid staggered back, only to counter with a punch enhanced by hockey. Hey, have you forgotten our presence? Akato appeared behind him, brandishing 2 large-caliber revolvers. Bang, bang. Ugh. Reishid grunted as he was hit, swiftly turning to deliver a spinning kick to Akato's head. Boom! Akato's head was instantly crushed, yet it did not hinder him. He quickly reformed and joined the fray. The 2 drew their guns, poised for confrontation. Die. Sin opens the eyes. Flame of rage. Boom! The clash of their attacks sent shock waves through the area, causing several onlookers to stumble backward. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra frowned, taken aback that the recent impact had forced him back a step. Intrigued, he prepared to engage. Reishid had already taken notice of him. The formidable 4 blades of the Soul Society had unexpectedly joined the fray. I must contain him first. Sin opens the eyes. Grave of laziness. A blue pyramid rose into the air, drawing Ulquiorra inside. Point 1 down, he thought, but his elation was short-lived as A's massive sword loomed above him. Sin opens the eyes. Slash of greed. Swish, clang, a single strike from a sent Reishid retreating, as Anderson reappeared behind him. These individuals revel in being underhanded. Sin opens the eyes. Gluttonous bite, with blue dragon-like jaws accompanying his foot. Reishid kicked toward Anderson. Boom! Anderson staggered back, clutching his waist in shock that he gazed at Reishid in disbelief. Who is this formidable opponent? His strength rivals that of Reishid and the others at this moment. Reishid felt the strain. Pushing himself to unleash 5 consecutive powerful moves was nearing his limit. Boom! Reishid turned in astonishment as Ulquiorra shattered the grave with a single hand, floating above him with a piercing gaze. This could be problematic. The strongest here has emerged. He contemplated retreating. If the battle continued, he might be left behind. Or not waver. Stay alert. Not for a second let a guard down, as Ulquiorra's words echoed. An overwhelming spiritual pressure emanated from him. The unicorn monster is getting serious. Akato chuckled from the sidelines, opting not to intervene. Anderson felt similarly. If Ulquiorra unleashed his power, the collateral damage would be too great for them to endure. Swish! Reishid had barely registered the movement before he was struck so fast. Before he could retaliate, Ulquiorra slashed at his right leg. Then came the blow to his chest. A flurry of strikes left Reishid reeling. At this moment, he found himself unable to counterattack, as every strike from Ulquiorra registered as a guaranteed hit in his eyes, each marked with a high level of danger. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? Just as he pondered his strategy, Ulquiorra suddenly halted his assault. Show me your true abilities, like that grave you conjured. Kid! Ulquiorra hovered above him. The battle raged on, and before Ulquiorra, Reishid's relentless barrage of powerful attacks seemed ineffective. Greedy bullets, flame of rage, arrogant fist, boom, boom, boom. Is that all you humans can muster? Ulquiorra emerged from the dust, and scathed. His interest seemed to wane as he pointed a finger at Reishid, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Boom! A green flash illuminated the scarlet earth, filling the air with an ominous aura. Reishid could barely stand, his armor beginning to fracture. He realized he might need to resort to his true abilities. But if he revealed them, Anderson and the others might be drawn into the conflict. He could only use his sword to support himself, forcing himself to prepare for another round of combat. Still not giving up, still unwilling to relinquish your sword. Ulquiorra thought to himself. With trembling hands, Reishid activated his belt. Sin opens the eyes, final drive of the sinful souls. Ulquiorra watched as the knight descended toward him with a kick, casually remarking, "In the end, it is merely the level of a human. Regardless of your strength or skill, the gap in power remains insurmountable." With that, he raised his finger again, ready to unleash a black flash. Boom! A futile resistance from humanity, Ulquiorra stated coldly. How can one know without trying? Reishid rose once more, roaring as he activated his belt again. Sin opens the eyes, gluttonous bite. Accompanied by blue jaws, he charged forward. Yet Ulquiorra disregarded even the need to evade. With a mere wave of his hand, Reishid's gluttonous assault dissipated into nothingness. Stunned, Reishid gazed at the shattered jaws. He could hardly fathom the strength of this four-blade warrior. As if sensing Reishid's thoughts, Ulquiorra provided and answered, "I may not know your origins, but your gaze tells me you are human, that I am unlike them. Here, I face no limitations. I am a complete being." Hearing this, Reishid felt a wave of confusion. In other words, this being could enter his second stage of transformation at any moment. What nonsense is this? Even at my peak, Roger, Garp, and the old man would not stand a chance against him. Realizing this, Reishid began to contemplate fleeing. Preparing to run? Are we? How fitting for your kind, Ulquiorra remarked with a hint of approval. Recognized by his enemy? That was intolerable. Reishid clenched his fists and charged forward again. Ulquiorra merely waved his hand, creating a gust that knocked Reishid down. "What has led you to believe, human, that you can contend with me?" With that, Ulquiorra grasped Reishid by the throat. "This will be the end." He stated flatly, in the distance. Ashura seemed to sense something amiss, frantically rushing outward. Despite Jinbei and Tave's efforts to restrain him, they couldn't hold him back for long. "Let me go. My brother is in danger. I must save him," Ashura shouted, nearly frantic. "Calm down, Ashura. Even that man cannot contend with his opponent." "What can you do?" Tage urged hastily. "Then I choose to die alongside him." With that declaration, he broke free from their grasp and swam towards Mary Joya. "Damn it! Jinbei, you stay with the team and continue forward. I will assist him," Tage proclaimed before leaping from the ship towards Mary Joya. Tage, why is everyone running off like this?" Jinbei gazed into the distance with a sense of helplessness, shaking his head as he assumed command and led the group toward the vicinity of Zoe. Meanwhile, Like had found his entire mask-like armor nearly shattered, leaving only the helmet intact. He gasped for breath. Suspended in mid-air, Ulquiorra looked at him with curiosity. This human, unlike the others, was fully aware of his identity and was the first to dare approach him for a battle. Contemplating this, he slowly raised his other hand. Such a human was worthy of being hunted. In an instant, his hand plunged mercilessly into Lycid's chest. Ah! Lycid screamed in agony, kicking violently at Ulquiorra, feeling the life force within him begin to wane. His resistance grew weaker, and when Ulquiorra withdrew his arm, a black hole was left where Lycid's heart once was, gradually losing consciousness. Lycid felt himself nearing the ground. "Take him away." The voice sounded like Anderson. Accompanied by that irritating laughter of Akado, Lycid succumbed to darkness, while in his inner world, 9 figures sat around a round table, deep in thought. Before long, one of them pounded the table and declared, "I can't wait any longer. I will take over." "Calm down, second. Your temper remains as volatile as ever," remarked a man in a top hat, sipping tea. Third, you remain so composed. If this kid dies, all our efforts will be in vain." Second exclaimed excitedly. Sitting at the head of the table was First, who bore the closest resemblance to Lycid. He looked at Second and said, "Very well, Second. Go and speak with those little ones outside." Second, filled with joy, clasped his fists, and left. Haha, first, you have indulged him for so long. Even after all these years, his temperament remains as fiery as ever, said a man clad in armor from the corner. It's fine. Last time he wanted to go, but I stopped him, first replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the others chose to remain silent. Back with Lycid, a sudden surge of spiritual pressure emanated from him, instilling fear in Anderson. Why does this man's aura resemble Lycid's so closely? Before he could ponder further, Lycid sprang up, kicking down two guards. My chest really hurts, Lycid muttered, touching his wound. You think that's not obvious? There's a hole in your chest. A nearby guard retorted with sarcasm. Haha, I see now. Where did that bastard who stabbed me go? Lycid raised his head again, a manic glint in his eyes. Aura, your stance isn't very steady. Let me show you. Lycid, with the gaping hole in his chest, swung his fists wildly. Where his punches landed, no foe could withstand. The leading captain of the guards hurriedly called Anderson. Hello? What trouble have you gotten into now? The impatience from the other end was palpable. Lord Anderson, I deeply apologize. The prisoner has gone berserk. What? We're on our way. I hope you're telling the truth. After hanging up, Anderson explained the situation to the 5 elders and hurriedly set off with 3 others. As they departed, Delano began to speak. If nothing unexpected occurs, that kid is indeed the one that's hard to say. Only a few years have passed since the last one, and now another 10th has emerged. We must tread carefully. We cannot afford any repercussions. Let them test the waters, Spencer advised. Agreed, the others echoed. While they were still in discussion, Lycid was already wreaking havoc outside. This moment. Wherever he struck, no opponent could stand against him. Any soldier attempting to impede him was swiftly dealt with. What's happening? How has this kid gained so much strength? Anderson, having just arrived, witnessed this scene and looked up at Ulquira. The latter said nothing, but a flash appeared before Lycid, who was asked, Human, are you still unwilling to give up? As he prepared to faint, Lycid, with incredible speed, darted in front of him, raising his leg with an even more intense blue light than before. Gluttonous kick. The deep blue energy tore through the dark green light, surprising Ulquiorra with the force of Lycid's enhanced blow. Let me see your limits, human. For the first time, Ulquiorra drew his sword. You'll find out soon enough. Lycid activated his belt once more. The armor, which had only covered his head, reassembled, transforming him back into the knight of the sinful soul. Isn't this the same as before? Ulquiorra questioned, gazing at the transformed Reishid. Is it the same? You'll know once we fight, Lycid replied, drawing his weapon and activating his belt. Lustful penetrating magic bullet. Countless large-caliber machine guns appeared around Ulquiorra. Bang, bang, bang. Useless, he replied coolly, stepping through the smoke with a mere wave of his hand, causing everything around him to shatter. Whether it's useless, you'll find out soon enough, Lycid said, activating his belt. Greedy devourer slash. The deadly slash collided with the incoming destructive blow. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful impact sent both combatants stumbling back a step. Who are you, human? Ulquiorra's once unchanging tone finally exhibited a hint of fluctuation. This human was not so insignificant. He was worthy of the hunt. With a flash, Ulquiorra appeared behind Lycid, but as he prepared to strike, he found Lycid turning his head to look at him. Are you crawling? Bang! A punch infused with colorful energy struck the blade, sending Ulquiorra flying. What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant? Lycid dragged Ulquiorra's head along the ground. You are quite audacious, human, Ulquiorra said slowly from mid-air. Breaking free from Lycid's grip, he soared above, raising his sword and declaring, You are about to witness my true form. Unleash, Blackwing, Great Demon. A dark green spiritual pressure enveloped the skies above Mariewa like an ocean. This commotion caused the 5 elders in the distance to tremble. He actually forced Zifa to unleash. Who on earth is he? Boss, hurry up. Has the live broadcast bug arrived yet? As the commotion continued outside, Boss urged his subordinates to bring the equipment swiftly. Soon, a group of aides entered with various instruments, showcasing the extravagant wealth of the world government. Boss gently placed the golden, jewel-encrusted live broadcast phone bug down and respectfully announced, The gentlemen are ready to S.O. slow. Now you may leave. Gronky waved them off. The screen flickered to life, revealing Zifa, with enormous wings that could obscure the sky, adorned in a splendid white robe that he soared towards Lycid, who was poised to throw a sword imbued with moonlight. In the image, Lycid, unwilling to back down, raised his gun, preparing to fire. Is this Germa's technology? Delano inquired, observing the soul eye armor on the screen. Not necessarily. Their technology isn't that advanced, Spencer remarked. Then we face a situation we all dread. With that, Delano began rummaging through his drawer for documents. After a long search, he unearthed a file from the bottom, gently blowing off the dust. Observing his actions, the four elders wore expressions of concern. You can't be suggesting, old friends, if I'm not mistaken, the second user of the Shieji fruit is indeed a belt user. Though his armor differs, don't you find the forms strikingly similar? Delano pointed at the document. Though the image was faded due to time, the outline unmistakably suggested he was clad in the infinite soul eye. The battle between Lycid and Ulquira raged on, and facing the unleashed foreblade. Lycid found himself at a disadvantage. His speed and strength had surged significantly, and the wound on his chest could no longer be ignored. Determined not to remain in a stalemate, Lycid began to amplify his power. What is happening? Ulquiorra was engulfed in doubt as he gazed at the figure of the second, unsure of how he had managed to channel such immense power through this body. Engaging in battle with someone who resembled a human bomb ready to explode was akin to courting death. Even with his regenerative abilities, sustaining internal injuries would be catastrophic in that moment. He hesitated that a moment's uncertainty in a fight to the death could prove fatal, and the second seized the opportunity, relentlessly attacking. Each strike aimed squarely at his face, essentially a slap in the face. If this were insufficient, the second mounted Ulquiorra, gripping his neck with one hand and unleashing a barrage of punches. Aura! 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 Faced with this unceasing assault, Ulquiorra found himself momentarily dazed, questioning the identity of the man before him. However, there was no time for such contemplation. He executed a swift, evasive maneuver, desperately scanning the air for his opponent's figure. Where had he gone? Even his neural scans failed to detect him. Speaking of which, where had those three gone? Ulquiorra glanced towards Anderson's direction, but there was no sign of them. They had seemingly vanished. Just as he pondered this, he felt a familiar, enormous hand descend upon his head once more. How is this possible? When did he get behind me? Before he could retaliate, he was forcefully pressed to the ground again. This time, Ulquiorra would not grant him the opportunity to strike from above. He swiftly pivoted, his fingers having mysteriously coalesced into a Ciro, which he unleashed directly at the second's face. Boom! 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 The green Ciro streaked across the sky, exploding into a cloud of dust, revealing the second tumbling out from within that moment. He began gasping for breath. Clearly fatigued, it was evident that continuing this fight was impractical. He began to sense his surroundings. As he had landed from his aerial maneuver, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Ashura. He quickly located Ashura, but the avian creature before him would not allow him to escape easily. Thus, the two were locked in a stalemate, while the Gorsi, watching the live broadcast, could no longer contain their impatience. Why isn't this bastard making a move? The reputation of the world government is at stake. Spencer exclaimed in frustration. Those individuals are not our concern. Calm down, my old friend. I simply hope he refrains from using that power, Delano remarked. That power? His words elicited unsettling memories among the four present. Let us hope those individuals are not to be trifled with. Gronky voiced his concerns. Look at his movements, Peter cried out, eyes fixated on the screen depicting the second's actions. That familiar stance. Surely he wouldn't dare to utilize that. They all thought anxiously. Spencer immediately shouted towards the door. Boss, hurry to the scene and inform Cypher to exert all his strength to subdue him. We must lift his restrictions. Upon hearing this, Boss opened the window and swiftly leaped into the air, utilizing moonwalk and shave in hopes of reaching the scene quickly. Meanwhile, the second prepared to flee, but Ulquiorra would not grant him that wish. He lunged forward, his lightsaber drawn, ready to strike. You truly are relentless. It seems I must unleash my true abilities, he declared. Struck by the blow, the second fought to suppress the blood rising in his throat. Exhaling deeply, he slowly stated, You know, Even the most fervent of tokusatsu enthusiasts can also be card players. As he spoke, he caressed his belt, revealing a slot for a card on his transformation device. With a single hand, he slapped the ground, his palm emanating light as he forcefully withdrew. Draw card, Black Gold Tyrannosaurus. Break the shackles binding this world. Bring destruction upon my foes. As the light dissipated from his hand, the emblem of the destruction dragon Gondora X materialized before him. Under Ulquiorra's watchful gaze, he slowly inserted the card into the transformation device. Arise, Destruction Dragon Gondora X. As the ominous background music swelled, the ground trembled and fissured, two pairs of black claws emerging from the cracks. Is this your trump card? Disappear, Ulquiorra admonished as the Destruction Dragon fully emerged from the earth. The Gorosei, watching the broadcast, leapt from their chairs in shock. It's that thing. We cannot allow it to explode. If it detonates, it would obliterate all of Mariewa. They shouted in unison. Bring destruction, the second bellowed. Roar. At the moment he issued the command, the eyes of Gondora X began to glow ominously. Gathering energy, Ulquiorra, witnessing this, furrowed his brow. Such power. Mariewa may very well be doomed. He stated this coolly before darting behind Gondora, lifting it and flying away. Boss arrived just in time to see Ulquiorra carrying Gondora aloft, leaving him no choice but to retreat, as the orders had already taken flight, and he knew he stood no chance against the figure below. The second, relieved to have finally dispelled that pest, took a moment to breathe. He intended to rush towards Ashura, but suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, nearly causing him to stumble. It appeared that channeling such immense power through this body was exceedingly taxing. He slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to stay alert as he hurried towards Ashura, speculating that he could not hold out much longer, as he suspected. Ashura was struggling to even maintain his footing against a single opponent, let alone three injured and gasping for breath. He leaned against his axe for support. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Reveal your identities, and I may spare your life, Anderson stated, polishing his glasses. Meanwhile, Akato and Ada flanked him, their blades resting on their shoulders, their expressions cold and devoid of emotion. Ashura, however, paid no heed, silently regulating his breathing, while Tiger lay defeated and bloodied. So, you choose silence? No matter. We will seek out the fishmen and uncover the truth, Anderson declared after a fruitless wait. Donning his glasses with a menacing glare, he leaped above Ashura, while Akato and Ada moved to cut off Ashura's escape routes. Am I truly to perish here? Ashura thought, propping himself on his axe as memories flooded back of his battles with Reishid, from their initial clash to joining the Whitebeard Pirates, the pirate arena, the battle against CP9 in Water 7, the rescue of the F in Impel Down, the chaos in Sabaody. Each recollection felt as fresh as yesterday. In comparison to his past, the present seemed like a paradise. Remembering the master who imparted his skills to him, he lamented, "Forgive me for leaving you." Ashura relinquished his axe, collapsing to the ground, arms outstretched in acceptance of his fate, his mask shattered to reveal a serene expression, a mix of joy and reluctance. Anderson, taken aback by the smile on Ashura's face, realized that a man on the verge of death was smiling, a rarity he had only seen before on Roger. He cannot be allowed to live, Anderson thought, gripping the hilt of his blade and plunging it towards Ashura's heart. Anderson. Akato's warning caught Anderson's attention as he noticed a blue light approaching him. Initial flame, palm of jealousy. It was Reishid, arriving just in time. Upon witnessing Ashura lying on the ground, prepared to meet his end, he acted without hesitation, activating his ultimate technique. The blue light surged towards Anderson's back. Sensing the impending attack, Anderson resolved to strike Ashura without a moment's pause. You're finished, Anderson spat, a mouthful of blood escaping him. Determination alone won't save you. The second deftly evaded Akato's sword and Ada's heavy strike, racing towards Ashura at breakneck speed, intercepting Anderson's attack with a block. He then lifted Ashura, whispering in his ear, "Take Tiger and flee. I will follow shortly." Ashura nodded in agreement, diving into the water with Tiger in tow. Now free from concerns, the second stretched his hand skyward. Summoning a card from thin air, I must unleash upon you the whip of utter defeat. Descend, Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. The dimensional rift tore open, and Anderson stood in shock at the sight of the dragon before him. This level of oppressive force from a dragon. Damn it, he exclaimed as they all assumed defensive positions, bracing for the impending assault. Roar! The Chaos Dragon opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying onslaught. Boom! 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 The distant explosions and Anderson's assault erupted simultaneously. Bang! 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 The windows of the room in Mariah shattered like a cascade of dominoes. This commotion roused everyone from their slumber. The self-detonation of Gondora and the attack of the extreme dragon thoroughly awakened the celestial dragons of Mariah. What is happening? Those vile slaves move swiftly. The celestial dragons flocked in droves towards the direction of the five elders, demanding an explanation from the world government. Damn it, when will the Navy arrive? Spencer gazed at the celestial dragons blocking the entrance below. The expressions of the five turned grim. He had already contacted the Navy headquarters, yet no one had arrived thus far. Sir, the Navy responded. Sengoku said that boss brought the Din Mushi over, stammering, "Oh, Sengoku, what can he possibly tell me?" "Hello, Sengoku. What is going on with your Navy? With such a significant event occurring in the world government, where are your men?" Spencer shouted into the phone. "What? The three admirals are out on missions. Carp has been hospitalized in a fit. Tsuru is on leave due to illness? Are you jesting?" Listening to Sengoku's absurd explanations, the five elders fumed with rage. "You Navy are merely a facade for the world government. Remember your place? You'd better come here in person immediately." Bang! After Spencer finished speaking, he forcefully hung up the phone, leaving Sengoku on the other end, holding his head in frustration. This situation was not easy to handle. "Sengoku, is it quite chaotic over there?" Tsuru inquired from the side. "Sai, what can be done? None of you are willing to go. That damned Reishid has even become a warlord and dares to lead fishmen to Marineford." "Zifa, you explain." Sengoku glared at Zifa, demanding answers. "Sengoku, how can you arbitrarily insult someone's integrity? That man may not be Reishid. With a mask on, we cannot ascertain his identity, especially since he employs Germa's technology," Zifa replied solemnly. "Damn it, Zifa! Don't tell me he isn't a Shra." Sengoku slammed his hand on the table. "Come on, there are countless people in the world wielding axes. How can you definitively claim he is a subordinate of Reishid?" Zifa feigned ignorance. Hearing this, Sengoku could barely contain himself. Had he not been a close friend and instructor of the Navy, he would have already taken action against him. "Like Carp, you have the same stubborn temperament. Continuing this conversation is futile. Follow me to support Mariehua." He refrained from further argument with Zifa and pulled him along to provide assistance. Quickly briefing Teru before hastening away to "Don't rush, Sengoku," Zifa calmly remarked, still fiddling with something in his hands. When Sengoku saw him pull out a packet of tea leaves, his fury erupted uncontrollably. "Zifa, have you also started learning from Carp? Hurry up!" With no other choice, Zifa was dragged along by Sengoku to the warship, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his unfortunate disciple and the trouble he was likely causing from the moment he saw the report. He suspected it was that troublesome brat's doing. Now he could only hope the guy wouldn't make it too conspicuous. Otherwise, both the Navy and the world government would find themselves in a predicament. Zifa gazed at the surging waves, pondering the fierce battle likely unfolding in the distance at Mariehua. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons continued to exert pressure on the world government, having never experienced such circumstances before. Engulfed in indulgence at home, they found themselves besieged right at their doorstep. What a predicament! As they bickered with the five elders, Urshi and Anderson were still embroiled in battle. Slash! Boom! Boom! The trio's strikes landed where Urshi had previously stood, creating a massive crater in the ground. Yet Urshi was nowhere to be seen. "Were you looking for me?" He materialized behind the three like a specter. "Open your eyes, soul." Urshi tugged at his belt, unleashing his ultimate technique once more. Gluttonous kick of greed. Slap! 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 With breathtaking speed, he launched a kick at each of the three, sending them flying before they even had time to react. Deep imprints appeared on their chests, leaving them utterly humiliated. They feared their capacity to endure damage was nearing its limit, unaware of when that Birdman would return. Just as thoughts of the four blades crossed their minds, He appeared above them, as if possessed by Chow Chow. "Hey, Ulquiorra, you are rather slow," Anderson quipped. "Lord Zifa, the order from above is to eliminate this individual on the spot." Boss arrived from a distance, delivering the latest command from the five elders. "You are permitted to unleash your full power." As Boss uttered his final words, Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure surged dramatically. IT descended upon everyone present, rendering all but Urshi immobile, as if crushed by gravity. Ugh, this spiritual pressure. Anderson began bending his knees under its weight. Akato and the others fared no better, with Boss flat on the ground. This truly is troublesome, Urshi remarked, twisting his neck that he knew he couldn't engage in a protracted battle with Ulquiorra. After a moment's contemplation, he drew a card and activated his belt. Fallen Star of Lucifer, the Descent of the Fallen. As light and darkness converged, the summoning ritual for the obelisk commenced. Arise, obelisk the tormentor, divine fury. Crushing fist. Boom, boom, boom. Before the four blades could even unleash their second stage release, Urshi activated his Sin, Soul, Eyes ultimate move and the direct assault of the tormentor. In the sky, blue wings fluttered as a figure merged with a blue deity that a punch and a kick struck Ulquiorra simultaneously, forcibly interrupting his return to blade form. "Ew, don't get too cocky, human," Ulquiorra interrupted, seethed with anger. He broke free from Reishid and Urshi's encirclement, hovering in midair, just as he intended to initiate his second blade return. There was no trace of Reishid in the sky. Gazing at the empty expanse, he grimly stated, "The masked man is impressive. Don't let me catch you again." After the battle concluded, the Navy finally arrived. Albeit belatedly, as Sengoku and the others disembarked, they were immediately bombarded with verbal assaults from the five elders. "You Navy certainly have impeccable timing. Indeed, just as the battle concluded, you all showed up, masters of timing. The Navy may soon become independent. No need to allocate a budget to them starting next year." The five old geezers bantered, causing Sengoku's face to flush with embarrassment. There was no way around it. He was in the wrong. With three admirals away, and Carp being unreliable, Sengoku could only endure the reprimands with a dark expression. Zifa, watching the spectacle, only fueled his irritation further. He vowed not to let such an opportunity slip. He would seek vengeance in the future, etching Sengoku's grievances into his mental ledger. After a lengthy tirade, the five elders eventually cooled down. They certainly could not demand the Navy sever ties with the world government at this moment. Nor could they allow Sengoku to resign outright. Ahem, Sengoku, the Navy bears significant responsibility in this matter, Gronki interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Indeed, Sengoku replied with a stoic expression, contemplating 100 methods of punishment for Zifa and Carp in his mind. "Now, let us discuss serious matters." Spencer placed several photographs on the table. Mysterious Man A is suspected to be an elite from the German kingdom, and Mysterious Man B is suspected to be Ashura, a combatant from the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. He pointed to the last image, declaring, "Fisher Tiger, is the Fishman race planning a rebellion? Liberating slaves is a grave crime. We must address this with utmost seriousness, and the Navy should not interfere." Understood, Sengoku gritted his teeth in response, burying his indignation deep within. Selling slaves is not a crime, but liberating them is a heinous offense. He felt utterly powerless as a Navy officer. Deeply ashamed of the implications behind those two words, that he listened to the five elders deliberating on how to expel the fishmen from the conference or legalize the hunting of fishmen. He could not intervene, nor did he possess the capacity to do so. With that thought, he took his leave, departing from Maria on the warship. He and Zifa felt the sea breeze, neither uttering a word, the oppressive atmosphere deterring the surrounding Navy personnel from approaching. "Marshal, what is wrong?" A young soldier inquired. "I don't know. Since boarding, he hasn't spoken a word. The atmosphere is so stifling." Another soldier concurred. Bang! A pair of large hands landed on their shoulders, and a bald man with a distinctive beard appeared behind them. Vice Admiral. Two individuals saluted. "Haha. Gossiping about the commander behind his back is ill-advised. Mind your own business." Hyuza chuckled heartily. Indeed, after the two subordinates departed, Hyuza remained silently standing behind Sengoku Zifa, his lips sealed, Within the depths of Lycad's mind, he awakened to find himself lying on the ground, surrounded by an expanse of pristine white. His gaze was drawn to a round table in the distance. Rising to his feet, he slowly made his way towards it, where sat another version of himself, known as Ishur, occupying the seat of honor. The others present were obscured by black masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable. Ishur extended his hand, gesturing towards the vacant seat across from him, the only unoccupied spot at the round table. "Please, take a seat, Sure Die," he said, his tone amiable and accompanied by a smile, leaving Lycad perplexed. "Sure Die? What does that mean?" He pondered, cautiously reaching out to inspect the chair. After a moment of careful examination, he confirmed it was safe before taking a seat. I could see that moment. The man to Ishur's left lowered his mask and burst into laughter. "Ha! What are you worried about, kid? If we truly meant you harm, would we still be waiting here?" The man, bare-chested with a muscular physique, bore the transformation device at his waist, proving he was the second generation who had previously taken over Lycad's body in battle. "It's you," Lycad exclaimed, recognizing the voice despite being unable to seize control during the fight. "Indeed, that's right," the second generation replied nonchalantly. "Second, tone it down. Don't frighten the newcomer." Ishur smiled, gazing at the two before him. Lycad felt an overwhelming urge to speak, yet the words eluded him. "Sure Die, do not rush. I know you have many questions for us that I will explain everything in detail shortly," Ishur assured him. "You are the final user of the Shieji Fruit's ability." "What? That's absurd," Lycad interjected, taken aback by Ishur's revelation. "That's just how it is. We have no choice. Once you perish, we too will vanish into oblivion," Ishur continued. "You could say we're like grasshoppers on the same string." The second generation added. "Then why didn't you all come forward sooner?" Lycad inquired. "In the past, with your current strength, you entered in a near-death state." A woman in the corner removed her mask, revealing a delicate oval face with alluring phoenix eyes and flowing, raven hair, cold as ice. She was the third generation. Lycad felt a pang of embarrassment at her taunts. "What's this implying I'm weak?" "Damn it, I've only just arrived. I haven't been bragging for even a year, yet I can arm wrestle with the generals. Even if Luffy has a cheat, he is not as tough as I am." Sensing his inner turmoil, the third generation remarked, "Have you forgotten? We are all interconnected. We can hear your thoughts." Awkwardness settled in. "Then why can't I hear your thoughts?" Lycad pressed, "when your power matches ours." "You'll be able to hear our thoughts," she explained. "Enough digression. Let us return to the matter at hand. Your current task is something none of the 9 generations have accomplished. The weight of responsibility rests heavily upon you," Ishur stated solemnly. "This involves overthrowing the world government, and your faction's finances must surpass the celestial dragons. Are you certain this is a task within human capability?" Lycad articulated the ultimate objective. Even overthrowing them is a formidable challenge, a feat our 9 generations have yet to achieve," the third generation interjected. Lycad felt a wave of despair wash over him. If the previous 9 generations failed, how could they expect him to succeed? "Relying on you. That's akin to hoping a sow will climb a tree." The third generation scoffed, winky face. "Truly, the human experience is surreal. Back then, I summoned a Kato from the first generation to assist, and called forth Ulquiorra from the second generation for help. What good is that if it can't change the future? Can it ensure fairness in this world?" The third generation said. "Enough, third, be kinder to the newcomer." Ishur interjected, your current stage. Overthinking is futile. Focus on how to grow stronger," he advised. "Remember, we are a unique group. Achieving royal-class strength is merely the beginning." "What do you mean, the beginning? Is this some sort of game?" Lycad felt overwhelmed. "Reaching royal class is just the start. Are they planning for one person to contend with 3 generals?" "Indeed, everyone here, aside from you, possesses the ability to take on 3 opponents in their respective eras." Ishur locked his gaze on Lycad. "What? Each of you can do that?" Lycad exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. In reality, fighting more opponents is not as exaggerated as you might think. Once your strength reaches a certain level, further improvement becomes exceedingly difficult. With each step forward, the gap widens drastically. The second generation reflected after a prolonged silence, making his presence known that there's no use in excessive words. "Soon you'll begin your training. You must constantly seek out strong opponents to break through," Ishur stressed. Remember, sure die, only by continuously battling on the brink of life and death can you achieve breakthroughs. We all went through this, Ishur earnestly advised. Lycid nodded in understanding, but suddenly pondered how he would return. Why were the others still silent? Your injuries are too severe. You must wait for the Sheji fruit to recover before you can regain your strength. As for the remaining individuals, they tend to be shy and dislike conversing with strangers that in time, as you frequently visit, you'll become acquainted with them, the second generation explained. So, I can only wait. What am I supposed to do now? A trivial matter. Since you cannot return to your body yet, take this opportunity to train your mental fortitude, Ishur said excitedly. Here we go again, the second and third generations exclaimed, face-palming in disbelief. Here we go again. Lycid questioned, "Oh, just be mindful. Ishur is usually quite amiable, but once he takes on the role of instructor, he transforms entirely," the second generation clarified. Transforms? Lycid recalled the time Ishur had helped him master Transm in 3 days. His DNA stirred. A chill ran down his spine as he stiffly turned to find Ishur right in front of him. Don't be shy, sure die. The 3 of us will train you thoroughly, Ishur beamed. His smile reminiscent of a demon from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. No. Ignoring Lycid's desperate pleas, Ishur grasped his ankle and began dragging him away. With a thunderous punch, Ishur struck the air, producing a series of booming sounds. Crack, crack. The rifts appearing in the fabric of reality heightened Lycid's panic. The tremor fruit? He could open space with bare hands. This was an ability unique to his father. How could he possess it? Before he could ponder further, Ishur hoisted him towards the gaping void, and time for explanations. Hop in. With a single-handed thrust, he propelled Lycid into the rift. No. Don't. Ishur, I want out. Lycid reached out in despair, but it was futile. He was cast into the chaotic void. I'm coming too. Sure die. Ishur followed him into the tumultuous space. The second and third generations exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads as they too stepped into the rift. The palace of Fishman Island. While Lycid remained in the void, Yahim anxiously awaited outside with the fishmen. That brat, I wonder how he is faring. Whitebeard remarked, pacing back and forth with a jug of alcohol in hand. He awaited Marco and Tsunade's return, while Tiger and Ashura stood nearby, wrapped in bandages. Old man, stop pacing. Have a drink, Izu suggested, though his words had little effect. In a corner, Paduna remained aloof, eyes half closed in slumber, while the crew treated him as an ordinary cat, oblivious to his true nature. Yuan E, as well as Kamako Mirajane and others, awaited anxiously, realizing they could not communicate with Lycid through their internal voice. The scene shifted back to the chaotic void, where Lycid's forehead pulsed with veins, as if he were brewing something. Are you here to take a dump? In this lifetime, Ishur has suppressed his once easygoing temperament, transforming into a figure of unparalleled irritability. Leek sighed, with an expression of innocence, remarked, "Isn't it you who instructed me to focus on meditation as soon as I entered? But what should I contemplate?" Ishur retrieved a tattered book from his bosom, proclaiming, "This is your introduction to the cultivation of the art of manipulating heaven and earth. Mental fortitude is of utmost importance. Is the most formidable divine ability of the fighting Buddha. Sun Wukong, given that you have never studied Taoist spells since childhood, it would be akin to hastening the growth of seedlings to teach you now." Urshi interjected from the side. Moreover, Sancher continued to maintain her usual impassive demeanor, sitting gracefully in her seat. Tea remained a mystery from where she conjured a tea table, savoring her cup of pu'er tea, as she stated. Currently, the only skill you can practice is the one belonging to Sishi. He is the second among our 9 to have cultivated the Tao. Second? Who could possibly be the first? Leakside turned to Ishur. Upon noticing Leakside's gaze, Ishur, with a hint of pride, replied, "You guessed correctly. The first is I. Unfortunately, I cannot teach you Taoist spells, so I'm unable to impart my knowledge." But Sishi is self-taught? Leakside protested. "Indeed, you are correct. He is indeed self-taught, and can be considered my disciple," Ishur said, brimming with pride, as if he had produced an extraordinary pupil. "Hey, my friend, it seems he learned on his own. You can at most be regarded as a nominal teacher," Leakside retorted. "What do you mean nominal? Besides, I provided him with a complete spell book." Ishur exclaimed, rushing over to knock on Leakside's head. Ouch! Why do those who teach themselves always like to hit heads? Leakside pondered, rubbing his scalp. Upon hearing this inner voice, Ishur chuckled. He, who told you your head feels so good to hit? It would be a shame not to. Leakside found himself at a loss for words at such an unreasonable response. What kind of reasoning is that? Can we not laugh normally? That smile of yours is clearly that of a villain. He remarked that what's wrong with my laughter? I enjoy it. Ishur exclaimed, hands on his hips, showing no intention of changing. However, the things you are currently learning are far too diverse. Taoist spells, Kamen Rider, the Shieji fruit. Along with the three-color hockey and physical techniques, you need to streamline your studies, Urshi pointed out, highlighting Leakside's greatest issue at present. The problem is that he is learning too many disparate subjects. At this rate, he would either master none or only scratch the surface of many. Well, I suppose I'm fine as long as I learn enough, Leakside replied, uncertainty creeping into his tone. Bang! Sancher slammed her cup down on the table, splashing tea onto her collar. After casting a cold glance at Leakside, she turned away without another word. Sigh. How have I managed to anger this lady again? Urshi sighed, observing Sanchi's departure. It's because she detests those who are lackadaisical and do not exert themselves fully. Think about it. Among the 8 men, she is the only woman, which signifies that she has put in double the effort to stand out among you. To be frank, your talent is indeed the best among us. Aside from mine, she sees you reaching heights effortlessly that she had to struggle to attain. Do you think her mood could be good? Ishur elaborated on the rationale. So, I was dancing on a minefield just now. Leakside patted his chest, relieved that she had not directly dealt with him. Yet, his expectations were soon dashed as the sound of roaring engines echoed around them. With a crack, a rift in space opened, and out sprang a jeep adorned with serrated edges and surrounded by an array of nails and small blades. Leakside even spotted a chainsaw mounted on it. Take a break. I will now train him. Perhaps after experiencing a hellish sensation in the spiritual realm, he may grasp the essence of spell casting, Sancher stated coldly while gripping the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator. Virum, virum, the deafening roar of the engine set Leakside's nerves on edge. He had never imagined that Sancher would take such an extreme approach. Terrified, he made a desperate attempt to escape, exclaiming, "Isn't this a bit too much? We're all friends here." Ignoring Leakside's protests, Sancher released the brake, and the jeep surged toward him like a rocket. "Oh no, this is beyond reckless," Leakside exclaimed, sprinting away as he witnessed this scene. Ishur returned to his former gentle demeanor, laughing heartily. "Well, from here on out, it's no longer my concern. Let's enjoy a cup of tea." In response to the invitation, Urshi readily accepted. The two reclined comfortably in their chairs, observing Leakside's frantic antics. Time passed, and before long, it was the year 1508 of the Hyuan calendar. Several events transpired during this period. First, Tom's maritime train officially commenced service, and Whitebeard and the others took the time to extend their congratulations. Additionally, Tiger was placed on the Navy's wanted list, with a bounty soaring to 200 million berries to avoid implicating Fishman Island. He formed the Sun Pirates and took Jean Bay and Arlong away, leaving Hody and his crew behind. However, the Fishman race still lost their eligibility to participate in the World Conference, as the world government did not grant them leniency due to Tiger's choices. Neptune, however, was unconcerned, for he discovered a better opportunity. During this year, he met with Dragon, who came to visit and establish communication with the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps joining them could be a worthwhile option. Tsunade overcame her psychological barriers, while the injury to Kamashiro's arm was thoroughly cured and Whitebeard's old wounds received effective treatment. Everything was progressing positively, yet Leakside remained in a state of unconsciousness, his weak breathing so faint that one might mistake him for a corpse. The large, circular scar on his chest revealed a once fatal injury. Beside him sat Ashura, who diligently wiped Leakside's body day after day. After finishing the task, Ashura, as usual, pulled out the day's newspaper and began to speak. "Big brother, did you know? The Navy is out daily searching for pirates. You must wake up soon. I've heard that a fleet admiral has been training hard lately and has become much stronger. During this time, I've even learned to read the newspaper. It's quite simple, isn't it?" As he spoke, Ashura's eyes glistened with tears, which he quickly wiped away. Say no, I can't cry. I have to take care of my brother now. I must shoulder the responsibility of the team. Indeed, during Lakeside's coma, it was Ashura who managed the training of the fishmen, leading by example, which earned him the warrior support as their new instructor. Meanwhile, the acting captain of the 2nd Division was temporarily taken over by Yuan, who trained his subordinates in the chaotic realm. Lakeside experienced nearly a year, during which he appeared significantly more haggard. Yet he still failed to grasp the essence of manipulating heaven and earth, unable even to learn the basic spells of Taoism, though he barely managed to enter the realm of the great immortal technique. Although Ishur initially did not intend for him to learn, after Lakeside reviewed all the spells, he decided to give it a try, surprisingly achieving some success. After a year, he has barely managed to enter the door. It's a makeshift arrangement, Sanshur remarked. Great. I can't stand being tormented by this ancestor for even a day, Lakeside said, somewhat accustomed to the situation. Originally, he was supposed to leave in a few weeks, but this learning process delayed him significantly. It's time for you to depart, Ishur said gently as he emerged from the rift in space. It's been almost a year. I wonder how everyone is doing. It's time to return. Lakeside nodded in agreement. Urshi, cradling his head, grinned. In the future, if you want to find us, just look into your mind. We will always be here. Lakeside waved his arms farewell to the three, saying, Don't miss me too much. I'm off now, buddies. Upon hearing this, Sanshi's forehead twitched in annoyance as she approached suddenly. She stepped forward with a familiar motion. Lifting Lakeside once more, the same stance, the same sensation. But this time, it was a farewell, and none could predict how long it would be before Lakeside could return. The last time he had ventured into the Shieji spiritual realm had been a stroke of luck. A second attempt might very well lead to his demise. Enough of this chatter. Just go. Sanshi's tone lost some of its coldness. Lakeside's words were cut short as she flung him into the rift. And he quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Behind Ishur, the other reincarnated beings had gathered, silently bidding farewell to their final generation. Lucky lad, but far too lazy, Sanshur sighed, exhaling lightly after Lakeside's departure, before resuming her usual banter about him. Here we go again. How is it that he completed in a year what took you 5 to achieve? Are you feeling jealous? Upon witnessing the scene, Urshi remained undeterred, continuing to dance amidst a minefield. Completely oblivious to the fact that Sanshur behind him was already exhibiting bulging veins, his aura beginning to circulate ominously. Very well, you lot. The moment this brat departs, you all commence, Ishur interjected, lightening the atmosphere. However, he quickly pointed out Lade's shortcomings. These are mere trifles. I hope that his greatest flaw does not become a fatal wound in the future. Tisich, when he practices, it's always the same. There's hardly any difference. We'll discuss this later, Sanshur said, growing irate. Lade was commendable in many regards, but his attitude was far too lax that if we speak of talent, perhaps among us, only Ishur surpasses him, yet in terms of effort, everyone else excels beyond him. This is his most significant flaw. Settling for mediocrity could cost him dearly in life and death battles. Perhaps only his future adversaries will impart this lesson. The group sighed with concern as they watched Lade depart. And soon after, they too made their exit. Meanwhile, within Fishman Island, Lade slowly opened his eyes. Big Brother has awakened. Lade heard Ashura's voice beside him, soon joined by a cacophony of others. Old Man, Yuan, Tsunade, and countless voices buzzing in his head. He wished fervently for them to hush, but when he attempted to speak, he found his mouth stubbornly sealed. Take your time, Big Brother, Ashura urged, propping Lade up with a cushion, signaling him to remain calm. Gulalala, the brat is awake, and that's what matters. Whitebeard beamed upon confirming Lade's well-being. After a brief moment of recuperation, Lade finally managed to speak. My head still feels dizzy, old man. Why are there so many people? It's merely because you have been asleep for a year. Neptune chimed in from above. A year of slumber. Lade's heart sank as he realized that his spiritual realm was intertwined with his physical body. He had been careless. He smacked his thigh in frustration, regretting not inquiring about this matter during his training with Ishur, for in this lapse he had undoubtedly missed countless events. With that thought, Lade urged Ashura to recount the happenings of the past year. When he learned that the admirals of the Navy were all out on missions, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, the strong would not be discarded with the turn of the tide. They would strive to evolve relentlessly. Reflecting upon novels where local strongmen remained unpatched, Lade scoffed at the absurdity. He firmly believed that future pirate strongmen would only grow stronger. He could not afford to remain idle any longer. Eagerly anticipating the chance to reunite with those formidable individuals. "Oh, by the way, big brother, Mr. Tom invited us to visit his sea train when we have the time," Ashura suddenly recalled. Previously, when the sea train commenced operation, Lade had been unable to attend due to his slumber. Now that he had awakened, he felt compelled to go, both to show his support and to inspect the progress of his new ship's construction. With that thought, Lade rose to his feet. Prolonged periods of lying down had caused his muscles to begin atrophying. Fortunately, Ashura had been diligently assisting him with muscle relaxation, so it wasn't too severe. "What about Tiger and the others?" Lade inquired, noting the absence of Tiger, Jinbei, and Arlong, which left him with a sense of unease. He sought verification. "Tiger and the others have formed the Sun Pirates, just like you all. They chose to leave to avoid burdening Fishman Island," Odoheim explained. "It seemed history was not so easily altered." Lade mused. His interference had led to Tiger receiving an even higher bounty than before. "What about Nami and the others?" Lade suddenly thought of Nami from Kokoyashi village, reassured by the dual protection of himself and Zephyr. Surely they would be safe. Once he had the opportunity, he would visit them. He looked up but did not see Hook, the companion who had accompanied him from the moment he boarded the ship. "Hook?" Lade asked, perplexed at "He has left," Yuan E replied somewhat awkwardly. Departure. This was the last answer Lade had anticipated. Perhaps due to his negligence in caring for his crew after becoming captain, which left him engulfed in guilt. Yet he quickly rallied. There was no point in lamentation. Once he reached Water 7, he would seek out his navigator and restore his position. He turned to Whitebeard, who, sensing the need for privacy, motioned for others to give them space, as they had much to discuss. Whitebeard took a swig of his drink before speaking. "Gulalala, what is it that you wish to convey?" "Brat," Lade began to relay part of his mission. "Gulalala, to overthrow the world government. You truly have the audacity, don't you? Go for it. After all, we're the Whitebeard Pirates." Whitebeard's reaction suggested he had anticipated this. Encouraging Lade to proceed as he wished. Old man, there's one more thing," Lade began, but Whitebeard raised his hand, signaling for him to remain silent. "I already knew. No need to elaborate," he stated, leaving Lade astounded. He had known. After all, he had lived for so long. Perhaps the events surrounding the Shieji had been documented. After a moment of bashful scratching his head, the two shared a knowing glance and burst into laughter, clinking their cups together in silence. Everything was conveyed within the drink. The following day, after a hasty farewell to Neptune and Odoheim, Lade set off towards Water 7. The training of the Fishman tribe would now be overseen by Hody and Neptune. He hoped this incident might slightly mitigate Hody's racial prejudices on the journey. Lade was engaged in a phone conversation with Sachi, speaking for an hour before hanging up. "Hey, Izang, why have you come along with me?" Lade asked, glancing at the extraordinarily handsome man before him, taken aback by his presence. Was it because of Yuta? Just as he suspected, Izang dove straight into the matter after polishing his gun. "Captain Lei, although I do not understand why Dad entrusted the 2nd Division to you, when Brother Yuta has yet to return, I believe Dad would not act without reason. Perhaps Yuta..." Izang hesitated, biting his lip so fiercely that blood appeared. Yet he did not relent. "Yuta? He likely perished long ago in Wano," Lade ventured cautiously. "What about Captain Yuta's subordinates? All are untraceable. I've contacted the 9 red scabbards, yet they seem to have vanished without a trace." Izang replied, slamming his fist onto the deck in frustration. "Hey, Izang, there's no need for that. Firstly, the deck has done you no harm, and secondly, it bears no grudge against you," Lade hastily interjected, but Izang knelt before him at an astonishing speed. "Though it is quite abrupt, I humbly request Captain Lei to visit Wano, even if it means receiving bad news. I will accept it, please." With that, Izang bowed his head forcefully against the deck, leaving Lade speechless. Did the people of Wano have a penchant for kneeling? Lade found it perplexing, yet he was not accustomed to such gestures directed at himself. "What is this, a death wish?" He lifted Izang, assuring him that he would make the trip. When the ship docked at Water 7, Tom's imposing figure was unmistakable at the pier. Beside him, Frankie and Iceberg waved to welcome them. "Ray, you finally emerged from the training grounds," Tom exclaimed. "Training grounds? I was unaware of such a thing," Lade replied, turning to Ashura and the others for clarification. "Well, big brother, the captain publicly announced that you had been a year-long closed training," Ashura explained. "What nonsense! They would never believe that." Lade smacked his forehead. Realizing he'd have to take things as they came, Lade waved at Tom. "Indeed, Mr. Tom, it's been a while. The old man didn't mention it was merely training." "Haha, indeed. We were just waiting for you to kick off the banquet," Tom said without hesitation, dragging Lade inside. In the square, a throng of people bustled between tables, with individuals raising platters and jugs in a lively atmosphere. "Wow, there are indeed many people," Lade remarked, casually picking up a jug and taking a swig. "Not bad. This homemade brew is quite fragrant." Delicious," Ashura chimed in, gnawing on a large bone, relishing the opportunity to unwind after a year of immense pressure. "Haha, don't hold back. Today is all about treating you." Tom raised his jug and clinked it with Reishid's. While they were still enjoying their feast, on a nameless island's sandy shore, gentle waves washed against a man's face, momentarily invigorating his weary form. The man quickly rose to scan his surroundings. Only exhaling in relief, once he confirmed his safety, he discreetly concealed his ship and lowered the pirate flag from the mast, which unmistakably belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates. The man's identity became clear. He was none other than the elusive Hook. He appeared rather neurotic, alternating between lamenting his perceived burden on others and expressing his desire to avoid death in this forsaken place. The island before him was strikingly divided into 3 distinct sections, with his current area marked by dilapidated villages and bloodstains scattered along the roads. On that very day, Reishid chose not to linger and embarked on a journey to a new destination, Gus Island in the New World. According to Sachi, they had discovered Hook on this very island, perhaps leading them to vital clues. Thus, they pressed on relentlessly towards the island, yet without Hook's guidance, they soon found themselves lost. "Brother Hook, where are you? We desperately need you," Reishid thought to himself. If sensing his plea, Hook, far away on the mysterious island, seemed to hear Reishid's call and searched the sea for the familiar silhouette of his comrades. After a prolonged moment of self-mockery, he turned away, chuckling, "Why would they come looking for someone like me?" With that, he continued deeper into the island's interior, his gaze becoming somewhat distant as he finally stepped forward, surrounded by the eerie crimson eyes of the forest denizens. Thanks to Reishid's erratic navigation, they eventually arrived at Gus Island. Before them loomed a colossal mountain, its shape resembling that of a beetle. Viewed from above, the entire island resembled a butterfly. Clearly, this was an island characterized by its insectoid features. As they approached the dock, even before stepping ashore, they heard distant alarms and the frantic cries of people. "Pirates! Pirates are coming! Everyone prepare for battle!" shouted a man stationed as a lookout towards the village. In an instant, doors flew open and a throng of villagers emerged, creating an unsettling spectacle. Reishid, taken aback by such an extravagant reception for merely asking for directions, helplessly rubbed his forehead and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, let us communicate first after disembarking." Reishid took the lead and disembarked to negotiate. "Ahem, everyone." Before he could finish, a deluge of rotten vegetables and foul eggs rained upon him. "Goodness, this is akin to being treated like a death row inmate," he thought, suppressing his anger while dodging the projectiles. Meanwhile, an elderly man and a young boy at the foot of the hill watched the scene unfold. "Grandpa, why isn't that pirate fighting back?" asked the boy, clad in a beetle-patterned vest and sporting short brown hair, appearing no older than 10. The old man, leaning on his cane, replied kindly, "Child, he is no ordinary pirate. I used to think he was a mere legend, but it seems he is quite real." With that, the elder, supported by his grandson, slowly made his way towards the dock. As they departed, 2 sword-wielding figures hidden within a cave observed Reishid's direction in silence. At that moment, Reishid was still struggling to evade the onslaught, while the onlookers aboard the ship continued to watch the spectacle. "Come on, you heartless souls, come down and help draw their fire," Reishid exclaimed. Hopping around the ship, the others pretended not to hear him. Even Ashura wore an expression of helplessness. "Oh dear, Ashura has gone astray, Reishid thought in exasperation as he continued to dodge, just as he contemplated whether to unleash his conqueror's haki to put the villagers to sleep. A feeble voice rang out from the distance. "Everyone, cease your actions." It was the village chief. The crowd quickly gathered around him. "Chief, what brings you here?" "This is dangerous," they exclaimed. However, the chief, after motioning for his grandson to step aside, struggled to stand with his cane and declared, "He is no ordinary pirate. He is a disciple of the Navy's Zifa and will not harm us. Stand aside." By the end of his statement, his frail hand was nearly unable to support his cane. The village youths hastily made way for the chief, who, with the boy's assistance, approached Reishid. "Young man, I am the village chief. What brings you here?" Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Reishid finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that there were still reasonable individuals in this village. He described Hook's general appearance and inquired whether he had been seen recently. "Ah, that fashionable young lad. I have indeed seen him," the chief replied after a moment of contemplation. "There is news of Hook," Reishid thought, but before he could revel in his joy, the chief continued, "Mr. Lay, that lad set sail a few days ago." The chief pointed in a direction and mentioned he had a favor to ask of him. "Goodness, first, you provide what I seek, then request something in return. How can I refuse?" Reishid queried. "What is it you wish for me to do?" "Mr. Lay, do you see that mountain over there?" the chief asked. "What about it?" "That is the ancestral shrine of Gus Island, the Ago North Cliff. About 2 years ago, a father and son washed ashore here. Gravely injured, we took care of them. But who would have thought that after recovering, they would seize our mountain and forbid us from ascending it? This has caused our villagers to chase away outsiders. So I hope you will not blame them." After speaking, the chief bowed apologetically towards Reishid. "Well, it seems I have no choice but to comply. The chief's words imply that I must drive that father and son from the mountain." With this in mind, Reishid left Dizong to guard the ship while he and the others followed the chief's grandson up the mountain. As they engaged in further conversation, Reishid learned that the boy wearing the vest was named Galort. The grandfather was called Shuld. "We are almost there. Be cautious, as the opponents are quite formidable," Galort warned, pointing at the sword marks on the ground. Reishid approached to examine the marks, which seemed rather casual, failing to suggest any significant threat. With that thought, Reishid confidently stepped over, only to immediately sense an overwhelming aura of malice directed at him. It was clearly aimed at him, but rather than retreating, he activated his armament haki to gauge his opponent's skill. Swipe, clang. A young man clad in a red coat descended from above, striking towards Reishid's shoulder. The man, appearing around 18 with short black hair, wielded only a crimson sword hilt. Reishid found himself puzzled. Was this adversary truly relying solely on a sword hilt in battle? Soon he noticed the sun reflecting off the blade, realizing, oh, a blade of no shadow. The young man remained silent, continuing his assault on Reishid. Their duel ensued, both parties exchanging blows and evasive maneuvers. This kid's skill is already comparable to Zoro from 2 years ago in the anime. Reishid mused, internally comparing the opponent's abilities, frustrated at being unable to land a hit. The young man finally spoke. "Is dodging all you can do?" Reishid chose not to respond, merely shrugging with a bemused expression that said, "Go ahead, hit me." This insouciant demeanor caused the young man's lips to twitch, prompting him to unleash his full strength with a strike enveloped in armament haki. What the armament haki? At his age, his mastery exceeds that of Zoro's contemporaries. Reishid's eyes twitched as he summoned his own armament haki to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of sword and fist resonated with a metallic sound, yet the man remained expressionless, continuing his relentless assault with the blade. However, with each successive strike, he found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt, as the man before him effortlessly repelled all his attacks with nothing but his fists, exhibiting no extraneous movements whatsoever. After his slash was once again effortlessly deflected by Reishid's mere lift of a hand, he was compelled to confront the reality of the man before him. His decade of diligent swordsmanship seemed a mere jest in the presence of this individual. The oppressive aura he exuded was reminiscent of his master. Yet this man appeared only slightly older, a fact that he found difficult to accept. As he pondered this, the man removed his coat, distancing himself from Reishid once more, then raised his sword towards him. uttering his second remark since their encounter. "I am Kalek. Please offer your guidance." The technique, endless frozen clouds, manifested as the gossamer blade in Kalek's hand glimmered with a faint white light, transforming everything it touched into shards of ice. "Such flamboyance," Reishid remarked nonchalantly in response to the incoming attack. Boom! Kalek delivered a decisive strike toward Reishid, but upon looking to where he had aimed, he found no trace of Reishid remaining. Right here, Kalek felt a hand clap on his shoulder, and upon hearing the voice, he realized it was Reishid. He swiftly raised his arm, twisting his waist to thrust his sword at him once more. Superficial and excessive, Reishid frowned as he interrupted Kalek's attack with a single punch that a profound sense of despair welled up within Kalek. He had not anticipated the chasm of disparity between them to be so vast. Gradually, his swordsmanship began to devolve into disarray, prompting Reishid to disarm him, wishing to put an end to this foregone conclusion of a battle that you've lost. "Thus, do not impede our discussion. Adult to adult," Reishid said with a grin before he prepared to head towards the mountain's sole entrance. "You shall not pass." A middle-aged man with long black hair emerged from the cave just before Kalek could finish his sentence. Clad in a black kimono, he appeared utterly incongruous with the surrounding environment. "Master," upon hearing Kalek's call, everyone understood that this man was precisely the target of their expedition. "Greetings, outsiders. I am Karel." Karel greeted Reishid and the others at "It seems we are all in the same boat." "Aren't we, Mr. Karel?" Reishid inquired with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, we are all. Strictly speaking, outsiders," Karel concurred. When questioned about their encroachment upon another's territory, Karel's expression grew grave. Many events have transpired during this period. Karel hesitated as he spoke, but regretted it the next moment. Upon hearing that there was a story to tell, Reishid and his companions swiftly procured chairs and a table from seemingly nowhere, pouring wine and inviting Karel to sit. Come, we have wine now. Do share your tale. Do not stand on ceremony. Please take a seat, Mr. Karel." The group leaned in, eager to hear what he had to say, leaving Karel and his master regretting their decision to engage in conversation. Ultimately, they settled down, sipping wine as they recounted their stories. "Did you say your moniker is the Sword Demon, and that you could succumb to madness?" Reishid was somewhat astonished upon hearing this familiar term. "Are you wielding a cursed blade, or is your father named Atrox? Mr. Lay, do you happen to know how to dispel my madness?" Karel inquired eagerly. "Well, who knows how you acquire that power? Surely it is not due to a pirate possessing a demon emperor," Reishid replied. Karel began to narrate the tale of his first encounter with madness. "I was born into a family of swordsmen. My parents were easygoing and had never wronged anyone. However, at this point, the anger on Karel's face intensified, fueled by alcohol. On the night of my 10th birthday, a band of marauders stormed into my home, killing indiscriminately. I survived only because my mother hid me in a secret chamber. Yet though he could not recall the leader's name or the organization's identity, he vividly remembered the figure clad in black armor and a red cloak. Why does this description sound so much like the Black Knight from Fire Emblem Awakening? Reishid mused, quickly sketching the form of the divine sword, ethereal in the ground. Was he wielding this sword? "Yes," Karel exclaimed, his large hand gripping Reishid's shoulder excitedly. "Have you seen him? Where is that scoundrel?" As Karel's agitation grew, dark magical energy began to emanate from him. "Calm down. While I know who you speak of, I truly have not encountered him." Reishid raised his hands in a gesture of peace, eager to distance himself from the Black Knight. "Master, please remain composed." Kalek hurriedly approached to soothe Karel's frayed emotions. Karel's ability to regulate his feelings was remarkable, and soon the magical energy that had been swirling around him began to dissipate. Once the dark aura faded, Karel regained his composure and apologized for his earlier outburst. "And no harm done, Mr. Karel." "And what happened next?" Reishid and his companions continued to drink and listen to the story. As they conversed, a black ship appeared on the horizon, making its way toward them. The vessel was entirely shrouded in darkness, adorned with the images of two great swords on its sides, and the flag of the world government was prominently displayed atop the mast. As the black ship docked, the island's inhabitants once again armed themselves, bracing for battle. Suddenly, the knight within the room opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze instilling fear. Insignificant insects, vanish, a red-black murderous aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire island, akin to a thunderous storm. The mysterious man's killing intent possessed the power to obliterate all in its path, as the ship's deck began to splinter and the island's surface crumbled to debris. Is someone there? What power is this? Reishid and Karel were the first to sense the disturbance below, rising simultaneously to head toward the docks. Let us hope we arrive in time, was the shared thought in their minds. Reishid sensed that this presence was on par with the Four Blades, lamenting silently that he hoped they were not affiliated with the world government. Karel, on the other hand, recognized a familiar aura that could only belong to that bastard. Upon reaching the village, they discovered it had already been ravaged, with all buildings engulfed in flames and corpses strewn about. Were they truly intent on slaughtering the village in such a brief moment? Hiss, hiss, boom! The pressure of a divine beast emanated from Reishid, who was ready to take action against the perpetrators. Not far off, the Black Knight sensed Reishid's murderous intent, halting his assault as if recognizing him. Interesting, the man began to tread heavily toward Reishid, while behind him, a child glared at him with intense rage, the village chief unconscious at the child's side on the street. Reishid finally laid eyes on the Black Knight, whose armor was already stained with blood, the blade dripping crimson. Target acquired. The sword demon Karel is now at your mercy, the Black Knight, Sergius, declared. Indeed, it was he, the lifelong nemesis of Fire Emblem Zyke, the Black Knight, one of the four steeds of the Kingdom of Deen, clad in the armor of the goddess's blessing and wielding the divine sword Ethelred. Reishid analyzed the opponent's strength and realized that this would be a difficult match, especially given that the adversary was affiliated with the world government. He inwardly cursed his luck, lamenting that other traversers seemed to gain extraordinary abilities without explanation, while he was merely met with various enhancements. Would he ever be able to engage in enjoyable battles again? Seeing the situation unfold, Karel entrusted his apprentice to Reishid, as if delivering his final wishes. Mr. Lay, this individual is the mastermind behind the massacre of my family. I hope you will refrain from intervening in this battle and allow me to handle it. Though it may be impolite to say so upon our first meeting, I kindly ask that you look after my wayward apprentice in the future. Karel said, bowing deeply to Reishid before drawing the blade at his waist. The sword was entirely black, save for a singular red lightning bolt running through its center, giving an almost demonic appearance. Sword demon Karel, with a blade Aatrox, I challenge you. Karel raised his sword with one hand, directing it at the Black Knight. Had you appeared sooner, these people would not have perished. Harboring the world government's criminals leads to a dead end for you as well. Eliminate this scoundrel, and you shall follow. The Black Knight ignored Karel, instead addressing Reishid and his companions, as if pronouncing their doom. Do not disregard me. You bastard. Karel leaped above the Black Knight, bringing his sword down upon him. Bloodthirsty blade. The red sword energy coiled around the blade, emitting a demonic roar as it swung toward the Black Knight's neck. Clang! The sword energy struck the neck of the Black Knight, producing only a shower of metallic sparks. Without eliciting any reaction from him, a commendable assessment. Indeed, the neck and ankles of an armored figure are vulnerable points. Yet alas, my defenses are insurmountable. The Black Knight marveled at Karel's judgment, but such praise from an adversary was a profound humiliation for Karel, especially since they shared a deadly enmity. Do not underestimate me. Blood rush, Karel roared, creating distance between himself and the Black Knight. He began to spin, charging at the Black Knight like a whirling top. The latter, unfazed, raised his sword, poised to strike downward, seemingly waiting for the moment Karel would dart in for an attack. Clang! 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 The incessant spinning thrust failed to produce even a spark, merely generating a cacophony of jarring noise. It was less effective than the previous cleaving strike. The Black Knight wasted no time, bringing his sword down in a bid to bisect Karel. As the blow descended, Karel twisted in midair, narrowly evading the blade, which grazed his skin, inflicting a wound that penetrated deep enough to bypass his haki. Humph! The useless divine sword Idarud is unaffected by haki, the Black Knight explained, observing Karel's astonished expression before lunging forward with a powerful slash. Whoosh! Blood gushed from Karel's chest, the sword wound cutting deep, threatening to claim his life on the spot. Drip! 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 Gasping for breath, Corell glanced at the figure crouched on the ground, prompting the Black Knight's recollection. Ah, so you're the one who slipped through my grasp all those years ago that you're still alive. I see. Your old dog of a father met the same fate at my hands, and now it seems it's your turn. Ha ha. The Black Knight's mocking laughter made Carol's veins bulge with fury. You scoundrel, do not insult my father. With that, fueled by rage, he charged at the Black Knight. Ha ha. Is there no progress in your family? If the father was like this, the son will be no different. Disappointment filled the Black Knight's gaze as he witnessed Corell mimic his father's actions. You lack even the qualification to die by my hand. With that, he delivered a knee strike that sent Corell flying. Boom! Boom! Corell lay on the street, teetering on the brink of death. Now, it's your turn to perish, the Black Knight directed at Reishid. Ditto. You intend to attack the 7 warlords? Reishid began to reach for his warlord's appointment papers, only to be ruthlessly interrupted. 7 warlords. You must be Reishid. I know the old guard of the 7 warlords well. Your death will go unnoticed. With that, he gathered power, shattering the ground beneath him, and appeared behind Reishid's strike. Humph, you think you can hit me? Come. Reishid retorted, kicking back. Thunder Kirin, baseball bat, the augmented kick collided with the divine sword, creating a screeching impact that forced those nearby to stagger back. While Carrick was sent flying, fortunately caught by Yuan, he could just in time. It seems Mr. Lei has become unexpectedly strong, Yuan remarked, astonished as he held Carrick, believing he could not have blocked such a strike. Ditto. You couldn't break through my hockey. The Black Knight's voice held a note of surprise. Humph, what a facade. It turns out your sword merely carries hockey. In that instant of contact, Reishid understood why Carol's hockey had failed to withstand the Black Knight's strike. It was simply too weak compared to the formidable hockey imbued in the Black Knight's weapon. It appeared the Black Knight himself did not wield hockey. From where, then, did such power originate? As Reishid pondered this, the Black Knight attacked once more. Utilizing his right foot as an axis, he launched a spinning slash. Reishid, drawing the Judgment Hammer, prepared to counter. Thunder Kirin, home run. The electrified hammer struck the Black Knight's sword, aiming directly for his chest. Clang! What? Reishid was astonished to find that his blow failed to penetrate the Black Knight's defenses. What kind of divine blessing had endowed this armor with such resilience? He swung several more times, each strike yielding the same result. The armor was formidable, even with 70% of his strength behind it. He could not breach it. Ha. Your efforts are futile. You cannot break the blessing of the goddess. The Black Knight, impressed by the opponent's strength, resolved to unleash his full power, no longer holding back as he had before. Meanwhile, Corell, lying amidst the ruins, engaged in an internal dialogue with his darker self. Hey, why are you summoning me? As you surmise, I have released all restraint upon you. From now on, you can seal me within this inner world for as long as you wish. Another version of me. The one speaking was Corell, bloodied and battered, yet his eyes reflected only a thirst for blood and slaughter. This darker persona had been born when Corell was merely 10 years old, suppressed for years by Carol's dominant personality. Yet, Corell had expended tremendous energy to repress this inner demon. And now, facing imminent death, he could no longer afford to hold back. He sought out his dark self to discuss the opponent's power. Humph, your body is on the brink of death, and that guy outside is quite the nuisance. You can negotiate with me, the other me. The dark Corell taunted. This is your only chance to emerge. If you're afraid of death, you may return. Humph, such an opponent does not deter me. I accept. The dark Corell extended his palm towards Corell. Understanding the implications, Corell clasped his hand, losing consciousness as runes began to swirl around his left arm. Humph, still so cautious, even casting a spell. The dark Corell scoffed disdainfully, taking control of the body and mending the near-fatal wounds with blood. Soon, he opened his eyes, checking his condition. No major issues. Now, where is that armored scoundrel? Scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted the Black Knight, engaged in fierce combat with Reishid. They exchanged blows, sword against hammer, relentlessly striking at each other. He picked up the sword from the ground and rejoined the fray. Die, stinking armor! Hearing Carol's voice, Reishid frowned, sensing a stark difference from earlier. Is he using some sort of enhancement? He resolved to observe how Corell would fight. Ditto. You dare to come to your demise again. The Black Knight sneered at Corel, dismissing him. Demon possession. Corel spread his arms wide, revealing a demon formed of blood that emerged from his back, grinning coldly before merging into Carol's body. The demon integrated. A magical character began to manifest beneath Carol's feet. What? A cursed blade? Reishid, witnessing Carol's transformation, felt the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him, that if he had any doubts, Carol's first strike nearly left him speechless. Demonic energy surge. The magic surged into the sword, cleaving through the air towards the Black Knight. Observing the attack hurtling towards him, the Black Knight's unease intensified. Why not evade? Boom! The energy slash tore through the air, dissipating with a destructive force that left the Black Knight gasping in shock. If it struck true, it could indeed breach his defenses. For the first time, he regarded Corel with newfound respect. This must be the true power of the sword demon. Don't falter. Come again. Carol's maniacal laughter echoed through the skies as he relentlessly attacked the Black Knight. The crimson-black energy slashes rained down, some even aimed at Reishid and the others. Thunderkirin, Iron Fist, Scorching Bone Flame, Shattering Fist, Dark Firework. In response to the incoming attacks, Reishid and the others unleashed their techniques to shatter the slashes. It seems he has lost his sanity, Yuan E remarked, observing Carol's relentless assault on the Black Knight. Indeed, let us hope he can regain his senses. Reishid lamented, in the heart of the battle. The Dark Knight was relentlessly pursued and struck by Corel, his once crimson cape now a distant memory, and his ebony armor had been transformed into a dull, earthy hue by the mud. Why are you running? Come back for more. Corel had no intention of letting his opponent escape, his hands a blur as he continued to swing his weapon. Is this never-ending? The Dark Knight, battered and enraged, retorted, to death or victory. With that, Corel delivered another blow, but this time the Dark Knight chose not to evade, retaliating with a fierce swing of his sword. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit. Corel laughed heartily as he brought his blade down from above. Clang! Ding! Although the Dark Knight managed to block the attack, Carol's momentum forced him to kneel, causing a tremendous quake as his knee struck the ground, leaving a substantial crater beneath him. The intensity of the moment made the crimson glow in the Dark Knight's eyes even more vivid. You seek death, he shouted, Divine Goddess's ultimate move, Solar Eclipse. A brilliant light enveloped the Dark Knight as his once ordinary sword transformed, its hilt elongating and a radiant orb pulsating at its center. Blade of the Zenith, with a luminous strike aimed at Carol's chest. Corel, relying on his instinctive sense of danger, swiftly turned to evade, only for the Dark Knight to anticipate his movement, executing another thrust directly towards his heart. This time, Corel had no choice but to raise his sword in defense. Clang! Boom! The moment the solar blade made contact with Carol's weapon, an explosion reverberated through the air, propelling Corel away, leaving him astonished to find himself unable to move. Humph! The blade blessed by the goddess can momentarily paralyze your body. Prepare to meet your end, Corel. The Dark Knight advanced towards Corel, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice resonated from behind him. Descend, Obelisk Colossal Guardian. The towering figure of the Colossal Guardian materialized behind the Dark Knight, causing him to momentarily freeze in disbelief. The Divine Race. How is this possible? The overwhelming aura akin to that of the goddess rendered the Dark Knight utterly disconcerted. Why would the Divine Race descend upon the mortal realm? Are they not confined to the Divine Realm? Before he could utter his gratitude, the Guardian opened its eyes, locking onto him, making the Dark Knight's legs tremble. Humph! Goddess, forgive me. I am in the presence of a deity. Reishid scoffed at the Dark Knight. Divine assault, divine fist of annihilation. The Guardian's hands glowed with a cerulean light, radiating divine energy, prompting the Dark Knight to prepare for one last stand, though he doubted his ability to withstand a punch from a being of divine caliber. Goddess's ultimate move, Solar Flare. A similar projection of the goddess appeared behind the Dark Knight, though it appeared merely as an illusion. The goddess opened her eyes, her golden gaze falling upon the Colossal Guardian in silence. Mysterious divine entity, why do you descend upon the mortal realm? The Guardian's fist struck the goddess's visage before she could respond. Boom! The massive fist shattered the goddess's projection into fragments, then descended towards the Dark Knight. Crack! The goddess's armor offered no protection, crumbling under the force of a single blow. The Dark Knight's true visage was revealed, his scarred face a disturbing tapestry that sent chills down the spine. No wonder he wears a helmet. It was for this, Leakside remarked with a hint of sarcasm. After delivering the blow, the colossal guardian began to dissipate gradually. You wretched fool, you shall regret shattering my armor. The Dark Knight rose, roaring his fury at Leakside, then striking a peculiar pose with his sword aimed at him. Could he have a trick up his sleeve? Leakside and his companions readied their weapons, prepared for whatever came next. Taste my technique. The Dark Knight bellowed, spinning in place, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling towards Leakside and his allies. What is this move? Leakside and the others watched in confusion, unable to decipher his intentions, their senses failing to detect any imminent danger. However, the next scene left them astounded. The Dark Knight, seizing the moment, halted his spinning and, with a burst of energy, launched himself towards the seaside, landing squarely on a vessel bearing the world government's flag. Wait, is this your escape plan after all that flair? Leakside stared at the distant ship in disbelief as the Dark Knight, seemingly relieved to have survived, erupted into boisterous laughter to ha ha ha. Leakside, did you ever think this would be my escape route? Indeed, I never expected you to be such a coward, fleeing so swiftly. Leakside replied dismissively, don't think you're safe. Leakside, the world government will inevitably deal with you, the Dark Knight proclaimed as the ship moved to a safe distance. Leakside chose to ignore him. Their immediate concern was Corell, just as he had anticipated. Master, please wake up. It's me, Kyrick. His former apprentice failed to awaken Carol's true persona, still under the control of the Dark Corell. Without further ado, dark energy surged into his sword, aimed directly at Kyrick. Clang, Yuan hurriedly drew his blade to defend, but the dark energy sent chills down his spine, indicating that the corrupted Corell possessed formidable power. He unleashed a full barrage of the breath of the sun technique. The rapid onslaught left Corell momentarily stunned. The Dark Knight swung his cursed sword repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of black energy slashes through the air. Damn it, so many, Yuan grumbled as he desperately deflected the strikes. Yuan, hold him off while Tar delivers a solid punch to his face, Leakside ordered, quickly mobilizing Mira and Tsunade to cover Tar, planning to use the fantasy killer in hopes of awakening Carol's true personality. Mira and Tsunade nodded in unison, fending off the approaching energy slashes. Once they closed the distance to Corell, they lifted Tar. Hey Mira, Tsunade, you wouldn't? Tar's thoughts spiraled into terrifying possibilities as they grasped his legs. Before he could finish, they both exerted their strength, launching him like a projectile straight at Corell. Ah! Tears streamed down Tar's face as he hurtled towards Corell, the icy gaze of his opponent heightening his panic. What to do? Oh right, Mr. Leakside said, strike hard. Feel my punch. Fantasy killer! Tar's fist collided with Carol's body, producing no effect whatsoever. Instead, it only served to infuriate him. Fool! What are you using your left hand for? Leakside face-bombed at Tar's blunder. Oh no! Tar realized in his panic that he had unwittingly used his left hand, a habit formed from practicing the blue fist skill. He swiftly raised his right hand, channeling his strength towards Carol's face, but Corell was not about to grant him another opportunity. Roar, roar, roar! Corell unleashed a deafening roar, sending Tar flying several meters away. And as he looked up, he saw the distance between them widening. He immediately employed a swinging dive, closing the gap with Corell. His right fist was poised to shatter Carol's dark energy slashes. Leakside began to believe that the fantasy killer could indeed awaken Carol's true self. As Tar approached Corell once more, a look of fear emerged on Carol's face at the sight of Tar's right fist. Damn it, get away! Corell exclaimed, hastily swinging his sword, but this time he missed. Had he evaded? Corell wondered, but upon seeing his trembling hand, he realized it was not Tar who had dodged, but his own fear that prevented him from gripping the sword. Slap. Bayou! Tar's right fist struck Carol's face squarely, triggering the fantasy killer. No, no. Corel screamed as he felt not only his grip on his true self slipping, but also his connection to dark energy waning. Think I would perish at the hands of a mere child. I refuse to accept this. What kind of ability is this? Corel bellowed enraged. As the crimson glow in his eyes faded back to normal, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The true self has returned. Kylek hurriedly stepped forward to embrace his master. Oh, it's you. Kylek, Corel spoke in a fragmented manner, giving the impression that he was on the brink of succumbing. Master, tears streamed uncontrollably down Kylek's face after examining the situation. Tsunade informed the group in their native tongue. It's hopeless. The previous injuries were mended with magical energy, but now the fantasizer's attack has dispersed that energy. The degree of bodily decay is too severe. He has but a few days left. You have anything to say? Hurry and impart your final words to your disciple. Corel, for your time is limited, Reishid urged. After a moment of hesitation, Corel revealed the truth to them. Is time truly running out? Then, before I depart, I beseech Mr. Reishid to look after my incompetent disciple. I implore you. With that, Corel knelt before Reishid. Reishid nodded in agreement, and soon after, the others left to grant the master and disciple some privacy. As Kylek carried Carol's lifeless body, Reishid could fully sense the cold aura emanating from him. Sir, I shall follow your lead from now on, he declared to Reishid. Very well, but first, attend to your master's burial. Reishid replied, allowing him to handle his master's affairs before anything else. Once Kylek departed, they continued their efforts to rescue the surviving villagers. Upon reaching the village chief's home, they were met with a shocking sight. Blood was splattered everywhere, and there sat his grandson, Jaloster, staring blankly at his grandfather's corpse, his eyes devoid of light. To call it a corpse was an understatement. It was nearly reduced to mere flesh. Two other similar bodies lay nearby. Grandfather, father, mother. Little Jaloster cried out for his family, revealing yet another tragedy. As Reishid approached, Jaloster suddenly shot him a fierce glare. Leave. All of you leave. It's because of you outsiders that my grandfather. His heart-wrenching screams caused Reishid to step back, fearing he might further agitate the boy's fragile nerves. They silently exited the village chief's home and continued to tend to the other villagers. World government. Yuan, he shouted, slamming his fist into the ground. Unable to bear such sights, the bloody reality once again confronted them. The faces of everyone present turned ashen, yet when faced with the injured villagers, they forced themselves to suppress their emotions and treated the wounds with forced smiles. All that transpired was observed by young Jaloster, who quickly suppressed his emotions and began to think. His grandfather was gone. Now the village needed someone new to protect them. They were still weak and required the protection of external forces, and his gaze turned towards Reishid, clearly placing his hopes upon him. Ashura, give me the bandages and the hemostatic medicine. Oh, it's you. Reishid was surprised to find Jaloster, who had appeared before him while he was administering emergency treatment. I apologize for my earlier outburst. You don't seem like bad people. I am the grandson of the village chief and need to lead our villagers to survival. Jaloster declared, his eyes filled with determination. This made Reishid regard him with newfound respect. At such a young age, he was already learning to shoulder responsibility. In contrast, he thought of Momonosuke from Wano, who was a complete failure. He would certainly want to eliminate him on sight. Mr. Reishid, can you provide us with protection during our rebuilding period? Rest assured, we will strive to gather funds for you afterwards, Jaloster proposed, working diligently while negotiating, fearful of Reishid's refusal. What a spirited lad. Do you know which pirate crew we belong to? Reishid asked with a smile. When Jaloster learned that Reishid was from the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the 2nd Division, his astonishment was palpable. He had initially assumed they were merely a band of pirates with a bounty in the hundreds of millions, not realizing the magnitude of their influence. Although they were cut off from news, they had heard of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. All right, sharing this information is for the sake of our future cooperation. Right? Reishid said with a grin. The subsequent arrangements were made smoothly. Reishid and Jaloster established a contract wherein the island of Gus would provide its unique insect specimens, with the responsibility for their collection resting on Jaloster and his villagers. The handling of these specimens would then fall to Reishid, who would ensure their safety and supply needs during this period. Reishid retreated to a private room and dialed number. Hello? Long time no see. Dragon. On the other end was the revolutionary leader. Dragon, he greeted warmly. Mr. Reishid, it's been a while. The last book you sent us was immensely beneficial. Thank you. To cut to the chase. Here's the situation with Gus Island. I require the assistance of the Revolutionary Army for their safety, and you may operate under the banner of our 2nd Division. Reishid succinctly explained the matter. I wholeheartedly welcome more partners to join our cause. I never anticipated that allying with the fishmen would yield yet another ally. I'm truly grateful for your efforts, Dragon replied, his excitement evident. That a gift? I look forward to discovering what it is, Mr. Dragon, Reishid said with a smile before hanging up. Soon, at the dock, Reishid and his crew prepared to depart, guided by the compass Jaloster had provided, which pointed to a mysterious island, as Jaloster described. This compass changed constantly, resembling a moving island. Reishid and his crew waved farewell to the islanders as they set forth towards the enigmatic destination. What? It's reversed again. Is Izong making a mistake? Reishid questioned, glancing at the compass in his hand. This was already their 7th navigational error. Izong, equally perplexed by the shifting compass, scratched his head. Is it possible that the compass the boy gave us is broken? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Reishid declared emphatically, waving his hand. How could the compass be broken? This is our only lead to find Brother Hook. They had no choice but to trust the compass, and Izong reluctantly shook his head before turning the ship around once more. Their troubles mounted as they faced a dilemma. An island loomed before them. Yet the compass indicated a path through a treacherous, tornado-ridden area on the opposite side. Izong glanced nervously at the enormous tornado. Entering it would almost certainly spell doom. Just as he was about to dissuade Reishid from attempting to enter, he looked up and realized he was the only one left on board with all the deckhands. An unsettling feeling compelled him to gaze toward the sea, where Reishid and the others were aboard a small emergency boat, gesturing with a transponder snail like a T that moment. The transponder snail at Izong's feet began to ring. Hello, Captain Izong. I'm entrusting my men to you. We're going ahead to scout the way. Over and out. With a click, the line went dead. Hey, Captain Reishid, where the hell are you? Just because you're captain doesn't mean you can act so recklessly. Izong lamented, shaking his head in frustration, as headache was his only thought. Observing the glances from the deckhands, Izong had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and vaguely explain that Reishid had gone ahead to scout the path and instructed them to wait. A captain doing the scouting work himself? One deckhand remarked in disbelief. Indeed, I've never seen a captain lead the charge. He is truly worth following, an older deckhand chimed in. Meanwhile, Reishid faced the raging tornado at sea, his companions lacking any devil fruit abilities, meaning they would not be affected even in the sea. Let us strike and disperse this tornado, he commanded that everyone brandished their weapons and clenched their fists. Starshine Gathering, Beast Magic, Earth Tiger, Azure Sky, Divine Retribution Hurricane, Soul Destroyer, Heaven's Painful Kick. Countless attacks surged towards the tornado. Boom, boom, boom. All the assaults pierced through the tornado, leaving the group in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? Reishid contemplated for a moment before making a surprising decision. Ray, what are you doing? Yuan glanced at Reishid, who was rowing towards the tornado. Our attacks bore no fruit, leading me to speculate that it was merely a holographic projection designed to give the illusion of a tornado, while in reality posing no threat. None of you can sense any danger. Can you? Reishid elucidated. The group nodded in agreement, their perceptions revealing no imminent peril. Could it truly be as he suggested? Ashura was the first to voice his support. Brother, let's proceed. I have faith in you. His words garnered acknowledgement from several others, who nodded in affirmation as they looked towards Reishid. The group resolutely began to row, charging towards the tornado, entirely disregarding the cries emanating from the boat behind them. As Reishid had surmised, the tornado was merely a bait, easily traversable. He was on the phone with Izong, informing him to come directly. However, the island before him momentarily distracted him. Hey, Reishid, why are you silent? Has something happened? You scoundrel! Izong's voice echoed through the phone, repeatedly calling out Reishid's name. Oh, it's nothing. Just come in and we can discuss it. Reishid hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on the island before him. To call an island would be an understatement. It resembled a colossal metallic sphere, with evident rust suggesting it had existed for quite some time. This is an artificial island. Reishid's first thought was a Vegapunk from the world government. Only such a genius could conceive such a design, and with the financial backing of the world government, the existence of this island was entirely plausible. Could Hook be an undercover agent for the world government? Reishid quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. When Izong and the others arrived, they too were taken aback by the sight of the island. Is this really an island? A completely metallic island? Izong found himself engulfed in self-doubt. We are unaware, but we must first locate an entrance. Reishid responded, emphasizing that their immediate priority was to find a way in. Yet the entire island was devoid of features, except for a few drainage outlets. Wait a moment, drainage outlets. Reishid gazed at them as if struck by a revelation. Hey, Captain Lei, you can't be serious? Izong looked at the drainage outlets in astonishment. Just as you suspected. Captain Izong, Reishid replied with a grin. No. I'd rather you kill me than crawl through that putrid sewer. Izong protested vehemently, his face contorted in disgust. Reishid scratched his head, surprised to discover Izong had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. With no other option, he decided to leave Izong and the others on the boat while they took off with the young Kyric. Drip, drop. Inside the sewer, Reishid and his companions navigated carefully, seeking out usable footholds. As the stench was unbearable for Mira Jane, however, the issue was trivial. She activated her demon form and simply floated in the air, cradling Tsunade. The others employed various methods to rush towards the pipeline. Among them, Kyric faced the most difficulty. Despite having trained in the Navy's 6 styles, the prolonged use of moonwalk was exhausting for his level of proficiency. Kyric, accelerate! What are you doing? Everyone's leaving you behind, Reishid called out. Using moonwalk to hover above Kyric, N01 is allowed to assist him, he declared to the others, determined to ensure Kyric received rigorous training, as he himself said, if he wished to avenge the Dark Knight. He must grow stronger, and he bore no resentment in doing so. Meanwhile, Mira Jane and Kamishiro exchanged glances, unable to watch any longer. Just as they were about to persuade Reishid, he coldly rejected their pleas. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand what you wish to convey, but the burdens he carries are far too heavy. He must acquire formidable strength that I would rather witness him suffer injuries during training, even to the point of disability, than see him perish in battle. Reishid explained his reasoning with a hint of exasperation. His words garnered agreement from the others. Ashura had endured a similar path since childhood. Tsunade had emerged from the great ninja war fully aware of this truth. And Yuan understood, given that his brother had always strived tirelessly. Fortunately, the sewer was not excessively long. After about 10 minutes, they glimpsed a glimmer of light. Upon emerging from the pipeline, the sight that greeted Reishid left him in a state of bewilderment. Cyberpunk aesthetics? Goodness, had he arrived in 2077. After taking a few steps, a small object in the corner caught their attention. That it was the size of a mouse, a spherical creature with a single eye. Reishid observed the peculiar little being with a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. The cyclopean creature suddenly opened its eye, emitting a red beam of light that startled Reishid and his companions. My goodness, this little thing is truly unique. The creature began to emit sounds, and soon, more of its kind emerged from the corners and crevices. The sight of the tidal wave of cyclopean creatures finally allowed Reishid to comprehend what they were. These were kunks, the bacterial monsters from the game Stray, known for devouring robots. Originally designed to process waste that lower-tier humans could not decompose, they had mutated over time. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. The real issue was that these creatures were as repulsive as the corpse beetles from Tomb Raider. Reishid quickly stomped on one of the kunks, crushing it as it attempted to attack. The viscous substance oozing from beneath his foot sent chills down his spine. It was utterly revolting. Ashura, Yuan, and the others brandished their weapons, beginning to eliminate the kunks that relentlessly charged at them, all while the little robot observed from a distance. Time passed, and only after a considerable effort did they manage to clear the kunks. Before them appeared a rightward-pointing arrow on the wall. What is this? Ashura exchanged glances with the others, uncertain of the origin of the arrow, as it had not been there moments ago. Interesting, Reishid remarked, leading the way towards the arrow's direction. Following the guidance. They arrived at their destination, an independent building. Upon entering, Reishid felt as though he had returned to a time before his journey, as the hallway resembled that of his own home. They cautiously made their way to the 7th floor, with the others instinctively following Reishid's lead, though they were puzzled by his intent. Upon pushing open the only door on the 7th floor, the decor of the room left everyone momentarily stunned. Except for Reishid, whose expression turned grave, the disheveled clothing, the television blaring, and the familiar computer screen within the small room. It was unmistakably his home. What on earth was happening? Reishid could not discern the intentions of those responsible. Now what? Having arrived, their hosts remained hidden, and Reishid began to wander aimlessly within the room. After an indeterminate amount of time, the others found places to sit, while Reishid continued to search, hoping to uncover something unusual. "Brother, how many times have you circled around? Perhaps you should take a break," Ashura said, his eyes growing weary from watching. Upon hearing this, Reishid sat at the edge of the bed, glancing up at the clock. It was already afternoon. Wait a moment. There was a clock. He had never had a wall clock in his room. Time was always kept via computer and phone, and his home had never possessed a clock. He hurriedly urged everyone to search the room for any other clocks. Not long after, they returned with 2 clocks. One read 1 o'clock, and the other 3 o'clock. 13. Reishid remained perplexed, opting to remove the clocks for closer inspection. He soon noticed that the batteries in the clocks were unusually large, seemingly unsuitable for clock usage. He searched the room for a place to insert the batteries. Soon, he discovered 2 slots in the computer case. Inserting the batteries, the display screen flickered to life, revealing a message. "Welcome, outsiders, that I am Robot B13, that we have been isolated for 1,200 years. I never expected new life to emerge from the outside." The first words on the screen left everyone bewildered. This predates the establishment of the world government. "Hey, outsiders, why so silent?" "I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. My designation is BXE13, and I extend my greetings to all of you." Well, it seems even computer screens can gain sentience these days," Reishid remarked, marveling at the words displayed. The screen soon indicated a direction, pointing toward his bookshelf. "What is this, brother?" Ashura inquired as he picked up a magazine featuring a woman on the cover. Reishid dashed over at lightning speed, tossing the magazine under the bed. "It's nothing. Hurry and check for any hidden compartments or arrows on top of the bookshelf." Ashura's attention was successfully diverted, and he began searching for concealed compartments. However, Yuan and the others cast him disdainful glances. "Who would have thought, Reishid, that you would be so easily distracted?" Katsuyu stood nearby, expressing her skepticism. "What are you thinking? A friend of mine is temporarily staying with me." Reishid retorted defensively. "I see. Your friend," Une remarked with an understanding glance, subsequently joining the search for the bookshelf. "This truly belongs to my friend. You must believe me." Yes, we understand," the group responded, their expressions conveying comprehension as they continued their search. "Brother, look here," Ashura exclaimed, discovering a book that had been nailed shut among the rows. After rotating it, a hidden door behind the bookshelf creaked open. Inside, an object resembling a stasis pod caught Reishid's attention. As he approached, a small flying robot powered up on the pedestal. "I have awakened after a long slumber. Greetings, I am BXE13, but you may call me B13, the little robot introduced itself. "Hello, B13, I am Reishid." "As you mentioned, I have come from outside," Reishid replied. "Greetings, outsider. May I inquire what year it is?" It is the year 1508 of the Hyuan calendar." "What? Even the era has changed." The small robot's head began to emit steam upon hearing this. Reishid remained silent, choosing to wait for B13 to process the information, eager to discover the extent of the robot's intelligence. After a considerable time, B13 gradually regained its composure and apologized to the group. "I sincerely apologize for my rudeness." It then began to recount the origins of their city. "Are you saying that